In the year 11,000 of the new era, more than 10 millennia have elapsed since the resurgence of spiritual energy. The world is now divided into three major factions: the human clan, the corpse clan, and the beast clan. These three races are perpetually embroiled in conflict, harboring an irreconcilable enmity towards one another. During the initial awakening of spiritual energy a millennium ago, the human clan was feeble, their modern products and weaponry rendered ineffective, leading many humans to become prey for the beast and corpse clans. The beast clan evolved from wild beasts, while the corpse clan emerged from the transformation of deceased humans. After centuries of desperate survival, humanity gradually regained strength and commenced a counteroffensive. A millennium later, the three clans stood in a delicate balance of power, and the world began to resemble ancient societies once more. A comprehensive cultivation system emerged, classified as follows: SSS, SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, D, E. During this period, three formidable beings of SSS rank came into existence: the Empress of Void, the Chilean Emperor of the Beast Clan, and the Ancestor of the Corpse Clan. However, these terrifying entities soon vanished from the eyes of the world. The Ancestor of the Corpse Clan, notorious for his brutal bloodlust, provoked a coalition between the Empress of Void and the Chilean Emperor, leading to a cataclysmic battle that raged for 10 days and nights. The earth lay ravaged, and the sky was shrouded in darkness, as if the heavens themselves were about to collapse. In the final throes of the conflict, the Empress of Void and the Chilean Emperor struck a pact. The Chilean Emperor vowed not to strike against the human clan for a millennium, while the Empress of Void, at the cost of her own existence, employed forbidden techniques to dismember and seal the Ancestor of the Corpse Clan. Head, torso, left hand, left foot, right foot. Regrettably, the head of the corpse ancestor managed to escape in the end. Thus, the Empress perished, the Chilean Emperor was gravely injured and remained hidden, while the corpse ancestor was dismembered and sealed. They were all unparalleled beings, even after the passage of over 10,000 years. No one has been able to attain the SSS strength that they possessed. In this world, the most formidable force on the surface is merely at the SSS level. Within an ancient palace, a group of the undead knelt upon the ground, devoutly paying homage to what lay before them. Before them stood an ancient altar, intricately adorned with elaborate patterns, upon which rested a head with closed eyes. This head, with its disheveled hair, exuded an aura of malevolence, bearing a pale and strikingly beautiful visage. After a short while, the worship concluded, and the individuals slowly rose, revealing expressions laden with sorrow. Alas, who knows when the corpse ancestor will awaken? It has already been a millennium. If he does not awaken soon, our undead clan shall face dire changes. The corpse king is now brazenly scheming against the corpse ancestor's body. The leader of the undead displayed a demeanor of lamentation. Lord Lianyu, should we not discreetly relocate the corpse ancestor? Let's wait a bit longer. We should refrain from moving the corpse ancestor unless absolutely necessary. Everyone, please return for now. The being known as the Lord of the Corpse Clan gestured for the crowd to depart, yet he remained motionless in place. His duty was to guard the corpse ancestor, spending every moment in the palace in the company of this entity. This was the sacred mission of his lineage. As the last individual exited the palace, they gently closed the grand door, plunging the entire space into profound darkness. Sai, the Lord of the Corpse Clan, cast his gaze upon the head before him, exhaling another sigh before settling into a meditative posture on the ground. In an instant, the palace fell into a silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. As he entered a state of deep meditation, the corpse ancestor's head slowly opened its eyes. Those were eyes of a golden hue, imbued with both nobility and malevolence, yet they now revealed a complex array of emotions. His name was Yi Kuei, a traveler from another realm, an exceedingly unfortunate one at that. A millennium ago, he had traversed into this world, supplanting the original corpse ancestor. However, at that time, the corpse ancestor's body had already been severed into 6 parts by the Empress. He had exerted every ounce of his strength to allow the head to escape, only to exhaust himself and succumb to a deep slumber. He had awakened from this slumber merely 10 days prior, yet he chose to remain discreet, quietly gathering information about the current state of affairs. Through 10 days of careful observation, he had come to comprehend his present situation. The reigning ruler of the Corpse clan harbored ambitious aspirations to ascend to the SSS level, but had thus far met with failure consequently. They had set their sights upon his head, the former SSS entity, hoping to leverage it as a means to achieve their own breakthrough. I seemed to be extraordinarily unfortunate upon my arrival in this new realm. I was immediately dismembered, and after a slumber lasting a millennium, I awakened, my existence reduced to merely a head, only to find myself the target of my own kin's desires. Had I retained my original prowess, I would not have been filled with trepidation, alas. I now possess but a mere fraction of my former strength, and with this solitary head, I can scarcely hope to attain even S-level power. I have heard whispers that the current king of the dead wields an SS level might should he choose to turn his attention towards me. I would stand no chance of resistance. Am I to perish in such a pitiful manner? Having traversed realms only to meet such an inglorious end fills me with bitterness. Ding! The malevolent system has been officially activated. Host Yi Kuei has been successfully bound. A system? Do I possess the quintessential golden finger of a transmigrator? A system lord? This system's name is rather ominous. Almighty system, what capabilities do you possess? Lottery. How does one partake in this lottery? By expending malevolence points to participate in the lottery. Or might I acquire these malevolence points? Simply allow others to perceive you as malevolent, and you shall earn malevolence points. And how many points are required for a single draw? 1,000 points for a single draw, and 20,000 for a 10 draw. Have you made an error? Why is the 10 draw twice the cost? It is only natural for the 10 draw to be more expensive, as it guarantees an S-quality item. Is that truly a reasonable price? It is indeed exorbitantly marked up. Is there a novice gift package available? None exists, save for a complimentary 10 draw offered once. Then let us commence the draw. 10 consecutive pulls. Initiating 10 consecutive draws. One pair of Renegade acquired. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Basic breakthrough pill 5 aura of peak condition 2 soul partition rebirth technique. Innate foundation liquid 1 draw complete. System inventory opened. Having drawn 5 items, with 5 instances of thank you for your patronage, the odds seem rather favorable. Ikuei swiftly glanced at the system inventory. Renegade, known in the world of Naruto as the eye that governs life and death. Basic breakthrough pill, utilized for breakthroughs of rank C and below. Aura of peak condition. This represents your peak state prior to being dismembered and sealed, used to intimidate foes, with each usage lasting for 1 minute. Soul partition rebirth technique, a method that allows a portion of the soul to inhabit another's body for rebirth, effectively creating a dual existence. Even if one perishes, the other continues to thrive, ultimately allowing the two to merge and achieve unprecedented heights. Innate foundation liquid, employed for the forging of one's physical foundation. The younger the individual, the more formidable the resultant constitution. Friendly reminder. It is said that using this on an unborn fetus yields an astonishing foundation. Contemplating these descriptions, Ikuei suspected that the system had intentionally rigged the draws in his favor. These items seemed meticulously crafted for his rebirth. The system feigned innocence, asserting that these were the author's designs. Rebirth is indeed a remarkable gift. Who would not cherish an additional life? Ikuei withdrew from the inventory of the system, his gaze settling upon the meditating Lien Yu before him. Hey, wake up! The authoritative voice reverberated through the somber palace. Startled, Lien Yu's body jolted, and he instantly opened his eyes. To his astonishment, he found a pair of golden eyes fixed upon him. In that moment, he stood awestruck, his eyes brimming with shock, excitement, disbelief, and joy. Chapter 2. The scheme of the ancestor of corpses. Suddenly, the head of Yi Kuei soared into the air, hovering before Lien Yu. Are you a descendant of the purgatory? Yi Kuei asked with a devilish smile, his voice a mere whisper. After 10 days of observation, he had already discerned that Lien Yu was indeed the progeny of his former confidant from purgatory, yet he feigned ignorance. Yes, ancestor of corpses. Lien Yu trembled with excitement, his speech faltering. At last, you have awakened. The ancestor has finally awakened. He could hardly contain his elation. Eagerly anticipating the moment, he would share this exhilarating news with everyone. Yi Kuei seemed to read his thoughts and cautioned softly, Do not disclose my awakening just yet. Lian Yu paused, puzzled by his words. Do you think that a mere head can command the current corpse clan? You are the ancestor of corpses. Even as just a head, you remain the supreme ancestor. Do not be foolish. After 10 millennia, how many in the corpse clan still remember me or pledge their loyalty? Only by reclaiming my original power can I ascend once more as the unrivaled ancestor of the corpse clan. Lian Yu fell silent, realization dawning upon him. Indeed, the present corpse clan had few who still pledged allegiance to the former ancestor, and some even harbored ambitions against him. What shall we do? First, inform me of the current state of the corpse clan. Very well. The current corpse clan is divided into 3 factions, one led by the radical Shi Wang Liaohan, another by the conservative Qiu Cheng, and the last is the loyal faction led by me, Lian Yu. The soul of the beast possesses an SSS level strength, as does Qiu Cheng, while Lian Yu is only at an SS level. Among the 3 factions, the radical faction is the strongest, followed by the conservative faction, and lastly, the loyal faction. In truth, the loyal faction comprises very few individuals, primarily members of the Lian family, totaling at most a mere few tens of thousands. Given the hundreds of millions of the undead's population, such numbers are utterly negligible. Although I am aware of the dire circumstances, the current situation is even more grave than I had anticipated. Knight Kuei sighed ruefully. It is entirely my subordinate's incompetence. Lian Yu quickly bowed his head in response. This is not your fault. Your family has done remarkably well in safeguarding what I have accomplished. Rest assured, now that I have awakened, I shall ensure your family regains its status as the foremost family among the undead. Knight Kuei grinned widely, exuding an air of dominance. Lian Yu trembled with excitement, bowing repeatedly. Yet, his heart was filled with confusion. How could their family ascend to the top given the current state of the ancestor of the undead? Your current condition? Lian Yu inquired with a tone of concern. It is quite dire. I can barely exhibit SS-level strength. Knight Kuei chuckled softly. Lian Yu was momentarily taken aback, further perplexed. However, I will gradually reclaim my power. It merely requires a bit of time. Therefore, until I have restored my original strength, it is imperative that you do not disclose my awakening. Understood. Lian Yu spoke in a low voice. In truth, our Lian family has long been searching for clues regarding the sealed parts of your being, yet it has taken millennia to uncover a single location of sealing. Yi Kuei's spirit jolted, and he looked at Lian Yu with unexpected curiosity. Where is it? With a grave demeanor, Lian Yu replied. It lies within the forbidden grounds of the Yi family, one of the 4 great clans of humanity. There, an SSS-level powerhouse stands guard, rendering us hesitant to act impulsively. The Yi family? We share the same surname. It seems the partitioned reincarnation technique has indeed been employed upon the members of the Yi clan. Well done. Now, leave the next steps to me. Yi Kuei exclaimed with a beaming smile. Do you have any absolutely loyal kin you can trust? Lian Yu nodded, stating, Indeed. I have 2 younger brothers who are utterly devoted to you, the ancestor of corpses. Excellent. Summon them forth. Without delay, Lian Yu conveyed a message to his brothers, requesting their presence at the palace. Soon, a series of heavy knocks echoed through the hall. Lian Yu slowly opened the grand doors, allowing his brothers to enter before closing them behind him. Elder brother, what is the matter? One queried. Yes, you summoned us in such haste. Has something occurred? The other added. Upon entering, the 2 brothers immediately voiced their concerns. The trio of Lian brothers bore striking resemblance to one another. Each possessing it appears to be the head of the ancestor of corpses. Hurry and pay homage to the ancestor. Lian Yu approached the 2. The 2 were instantly roused by his voice and immediately knelt down, bowing their heads. We, your humble servants, Lian Shui, pay our respects to the ancestor of corpses. We, Lian Ming, pay our respects to the ancestor of corpses. Rise. The 2 trembled as they stood up, gazing in astonishment at Yi Kuei. The ancestor of corpses has actually awakened. Yi Kuei observed the 3 brothers standing respectfully and smiled with satisfaction. He resolved to venture forth personally to seek out his scattered parts, for as he approached, he could sense their approximate locations. Meanwhile, another incarnation of himself, reincarnated in the Yi family, would act simultaneously. He contemplated a matter. Since it was the human empress who had sealed him, it was highly likely that his parts resided within the territories of humanity. They would act separately, striving to locate all his parts with utmost speed. Having thought this, Yi Kuei spoke in a grave tone. Lian Shui and Lian Ming shall accompany me outside. Lian Yu, you will remain here to guard the palace. We must not allow anyone to discover my awakening, nor that I am absent from here. Understood. The 3 responded in unison. Lian Meng and Lian Shui exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of the reasoning behind such actions. However, they refrained from voicing their inquiries. They would simply do as the ancestor commanded. Their loyalty to the ancestor of corpses was deeply ingrained within them, to the extent that they would comply even if he commanded them to take their own lives. Next, I shall employ a forbidden technique. You two will temporarily act as my guardians here. Yes. After arranging the three individuals, Yi Kuei prepared to utilize the partition rebirth technique. Having never employed it before, he deemed it prudent to have his three brothers guard him during the process. Yi Kuei slowly ascended back to the altar, closed his eyes, and directed his consciousness toward the system's inventory. After silently reciting the incantation to activate the partition rebirth, his visage contorted in agony. The pain was excruciating. His soul began to separate, a process that rendered him nearly lifeless. The torment of the soul division caused beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead, and his head trembled incessantly. The Lian Yu trio looked on with deep concern etched upon their faces. 5 minutes later, Yi Kuei gradually opened his eyes to reveal a soul floating beside him, visible only to him. With lingering trepidation, he observed the severed soul. The soul nodded at him before soaring directly through the palace roof, making its way toward the night family of the human race. Ancestor, are you all right? Lian Yu inquired anxiously upon seeing Yi Kuei awaken. I'm fine, just a bit painful. Yi Kuei replied weakly. The trio exchanged glances, slightly taken aback. You seem to be in more than just a little pain. Enough of that. Let us proceed as I instructed. Yi Kuei turned his gaze to Lian Yu. I leave this to you. Chapter 3. Rebirth, Solar Eclipse. Deceiving the ancestor in his spectral state, Yi Kuei hovered above the Knight family estate. As one of the 4 prominent clans, the Knight family occupied an expansive area, roughly estimated to encompass thousands of acres. Yi Kuei meticulously observed for a moment before locking onto his target, swiftly darting into the abdomen of a stunning woman. The woman's body quivered slightly, as if sensing something, and she placed a hand on her belly, a look of confusion crossing her features. Qing Dai, what is the matter? A handsome man beside her gazed at her with tenderness. The woman shook her head, chuckling softly. Zhangguo, I don't know why, but I feel that we will soon have children. Hee, is that so? That would be wonderful. The man replied gently, a hint of joy in his voice, although a flicker of concern crossed his eyes. He was Yi Zhangguo, the current patriarch of the Yi family, and the woman beside him was his wife, Meng Qing Dai. The couple had been married for 3 years, yet they had not conceived a child. While this may not be a significant issue for an ordinary family, it was quite problematic for the Yi family, one of the 4 prominent clans, especially with Yi Zhangguo as the head. The elders urged him to take another wife to ensure the continuation of their lineage. Family members often whispered about the matter, casting blame upon Meng Qing Dai. She, too, felt immense guilt and remained despondent. Hearing her mention the feeling of impending motherhood had genuinely startled Yi Zhangguo. He feared that she might succumb to paranoia under the weight of gossip. Meng Qing Dai looked at her husband and smiled. What are you guessing about? My spirit is not as fragile as you imagine. After all, I am an S-rank powerhouse. Hee. Caught in his own thoughts, Yi Zhangguo chuckled awkwardly, saying, I feel guilty towards you, bringing you into this life only for you to endure such rumors. It's all right, as long as you don't despise me. Meng Qing Dai replied with a gentle smile, shaking her head lightly. A month later, Meng Qing Dai began to feel unwell and called for a doctor. Congratulations, madam. You are with child. The doctor, beaming with joy, announced to her. Am I truly pregnant? Meng Qing Dai exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed. Upon receiving the doctor's affirmative response, Meng Qing Dai joyfully caressed her belly, gently saying, Child, can you hear me? I am your mother. Meanwhile, within her womb, Yi Kuei was intently examining the system's inventory. The reincarnation eye and foundation establishment liquid have already been applied to this body, as long as the body parts are retrieved from the corpse ancestor. Unparalleled power can be attained without the need for these. With a mere thought, the reincarnation eye and foundation establishment liquid vanished from the inventory. Why do I feel nothing at all? System, was the application successful? Successfully applied. Yet I feel nothing. Does the host desire a sensation akin to the splitting of a soul? Never mind. After resolving the matter, Yi Kuei quietly awaited her birth. 9 months later, outside the Yi family delivery room, Yi Zhang paced anxiously. Surrounding him stood numerous members of the Yi family. Could you please stop pacing? You're making me dizzy. Yi Zhang's father, Yi Changkong, expressed his dissatisfaction. I am worried about Qingdai. What is there to worry about? As an S-rank powerhouse, could there really be any complications in childbirth? But, no buts. Come here and sit down. Knight Zhanggu helplessly sat beside his father, his hands tightly clasped together, his gaze fixed intently on the delivery room. Observing his demeanor, Yi Changkong could only shake his head with a wry smile. It was astonishing to witness someone who remained unfazed in the presence of SS-level powerhouses exhibiting such anxiety before the delivery room. How amusing it was. He recalled feeling similarly while awaiting Knight Zhangji's birth. It's a boy. Just then, the door to the delivery room swung open, and a beautiful young woman announced joyously to the crowd outside, "Wonderful news. I have a son. I am now a father." Knight Zhanggu leaped up in excitement, addressing everyone around him. I understand. I shall be a grandfather now." Yi Changkong beamed at him. "Everyone, look. The sun is being devoured. Wow. The sun is truly being consumed." At that moment, the sky darkened abruptly, and outside, a chorus of exhilarated shouts erupted. Yi Changkong furrowed his brow and looked up at the heavens. A total solar eclipse? The sun appeared to be slowly engulfed by a vast, gaping maw, rendering the world increasingly shrouded in darkness, to the point where one could not see their own hand. "This eclipse seems rather peculiar," a clan member beside Yi Changkong remarked solemnly. For even a solar eclipse could not plunge the sky into such absolute blackness. There would typically be faint glimmers of light. Yet now, the sky was oppressively dark. Meanwhile, in the forbidden grounds of the Yi family, the clan's elder was drenched in sweat, desperately pressing down on a wooden box that was shaking violently. Despite being an SSS-level powerhouse, he was exerting every ounce of his strength to contain the box. The wooden chest was adorned with countless runes, which were now pulsating with radiant light. What could be the cause of this? Why has it suddenly reacted so violently? The elder of the Yi family spoke in perplexity. As he spoke, one of the runes dimmed suddenly, and the tremors of the chest intensified. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of something colliding within the chest was unmistakable. Observing this, the elder immediately pressed his body against the chest. With each resounding impact, he grimaced in agony. How infuriating! What on earth is happening? The elder's face contorted in rage as he gripped the chest tightly, vowing to prevent it from breaking the seal at all costs, even at the cost of his own life. Suddenly, a black flame erupted from his body, enveloping both him and the chest. The temperature of these dark flames was terrifying, as if the very air had ignited. Yet the chest remained unscathed. Under the shroud of the black flames, the cacophony of collisions finally ceased, and gradually, the tremors subsided, leaving an eerie silence. The elder lay weakly atop the chest, his complexion deathly pale. Suddenly, he felt a sweetness in his throat and opened his mouth to spit out a mouthful of blood. At last, it has stopped. My old bones feel as if they are about to fall apart. After uttering these words with great effort, the elder lay motionless. He felt utterly drained, lacking even the strength to move a finger. Who could be the scoundrel that provoked whatever resid as the venerable ancestor of the Yi family exerted every ounce of effort? A jubilant atmosphere permeated the family's birthing chamber. Behold, he opened his eyes upon birth. Undoubtedly, he is destined to be a prodigy of unparalleled caliber. His eyes are exquisite, a lustrous golden hue adorned with concentric circles. I cannot shake the feeling that he gazes down upon me. His expression is remarkably serene, truly divine. A multitude of female relatives from the Yi clan encircled the newly arrived Yi Kuei, engrossed in their studies, when suddenly, Yi Kuei erupted into laughter. He had sensed the location of his sealed body parts. Indeed, it is within the Yi family. Oh, how delightful. Chapter 4. Terrifying talent 6 years later. In the lush expanse of the Yi family estate, a delicate young boy sat quietly by the pond, gazing at the blooming lotus flowers. He is Yi Kuei, and his name remains unchanged, as his parents have reclaimed this moniker for him. Thus far, they have identified 2 sites of sealing within the Yi clan. Yet, progress feels sluggish. Recent news from Lianyu indicates that the corpse king, Liao Han, is poised to make his move. Should he act, he will undoubtedly discover that he has awakened. It seems imperative to retrieve the body parts forthwith. Recovering even one would alleviate the looming threat of the corpse king. Alas, what a hassle. With one hand propping up his chin, Yi Kuei wore a charmingly troubled expression, radiating cuteness. It is high time to commence a tenfold draw. Over these 6 years, he has not only sought the locations of the seals, but also tirelessly amassed ruthless points. Initially, He had hoped to swiftly accumulate cruelty points through the corpse ancestor, but the system unexpectedly declared that a complete body was necessary to earn such points. Thus, the arduous task of amassing cruelty points fell solely upon his diminutive form. At present, he has amassed a staggering total of 100,000 cruelty points. How could a mere child gather such a vast sum? Knight Kuei has been relentless in his pursuit of cruelty points. Having commenced his endeavors at the tender age of 3, targeting children of similar age. Before a gaggle of young ones, he plucked the feathers from a hen, earning 1,000 cruelty points. In front of an audience of small children, he severed the appendages of a trapped E-rank beast, garnering 10,000 cruelty points. He led a band of little followers, engaging in minor skirmishes with older, more unruly children, amassing 20,000 cruelty points over time. Moreover, he has grown dissatisfied with merely preying upon young children, shifting his focus towards adults. In recent months, he has brazenly torn apart D-rank beasts with his bare hands and has engaged in combat with D-rank adults. Striding confidently through the streets, he has taken it upon himself to teach a lesson to anyone who crosses him. He even set up a challenge, inviting all C-rank and below to confront him. Yet thus far, no one has dared to accept. The reasons are twofold. Firstly, he is the scion of the Knight family, and any unintentional harm to him could lead to dire consequences, as this city belongs to the Knight clan. Secondly, even C-rank individuals hesitate to proclaim their ability to defeat him, for a loss would be a monumental embarrassment. It is this latter reason that holds greater weight. Despite being merely 6 years old, Knight Kuei is already renowned as a prodigy. At the tender age of 3, he was classified as an E level, at 4, a D level. And by 5, he had already ascended to the C level, possessing both repulsive and attractive abilities. In truth, these powers stem from the Rinnegan. While many individuals only reach the C level in their teenage years, he achieved this remarkable feat at merely 5, which can only be described as prodigious. Due to his exceptional capabilities, he has earned the moniker Little Demon King of Chaos among the people. The rapid advancement of Yi Kuei's strength can be attributed to the foundational elixir he utilized while still in the womb, establishing an unparalleled base. Additionally, whenever he encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation, he would promptly employ the primary breakthrough pills acquired through luck, allowing him to break through effortlessly and without pain. In light of such an extraordinary talent, the Yi family treasures him dearly and has already designated him as the next head of the family. Consequently, they have chosen to overlook his mischievous antics, enabling him to recklessly accumulate a staggering 100,000 points of ferocity. Currently, he resides in a city known as Yi City, one of the 4 major cities inhabited by humanity, which is entirely under the jurisdiction of the Yi family. The title of Little Demon King of Yi City has garnered widespread renown, reaching even the ears of those from other cities. System, let's begin a tenfold draw. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Unlocking Talisman 1. Intermediate Breakthrough Pill 1. What the heck? I only drew 2. System, have you rigged my rewards? This system is fair and just and would never engage in such actions. Please speak with more respect, or I will lower your chances for future draws. Haha, don't be cross. I was merely jesting with you. Let us proceed with another tenfold draw. Night Lord instantly relented, chuckling as he spoke. 9 Yang Divine Skill. Dragon Elephant Prajnaard. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Intermediate Breakthrough, Pill 1. Aura Concealment Talisman 1. Good heavens. Good heavens. Good heavens. 2 peerless divine skills, indeed. My fortunes have overflowed. Such propitious luck is truly exceptional. Let us hasten to examine the descriptions. Unsealing Talisman. Capable of dispelling any form of seal. Aura Concealment Talisman. Allows for the complete concealment of one's aura, undetectable by those below SSS rank. Intermediate Breakthrough Pill. Used for breakthroughs below A rank. 9 Yang Divine Skill. A supreme internal energy manual, capable of stimulating one's potential, allowing one's inner force to be inexhaustible, never knowing fatigue or weariness. Dragon Elephant Prajnaard. The most sublime guardian divine skill within Tibetan esoteric Buddhism, divided into 13 levels. Each level attained grants the strength of 1 dragon and 1 elephant. The 9 Yang divine skill cultivates the internal, while the Dragon Elephant Prajna art cultivates the external. The combination of both is truly immaculate. With the Unsealing Talisman, reclaiming my body parts will be far more manageable. The Intermediate Breakthrough Pill is also quite commendable. I have already reached a bottleneck at C rank and can utilize it to advance to B rank. However, might such rapid advancement dishearten others? Kiki, lost in thought. Night Lord suddenly broke into a foolish grin. Little Lord, what are you smiling at? A voice, brimming with charm, suddenly echoed beside Night Lord. Night Kuei quickly glanced over, only to discover that it was his mother, Dreamlight Butterfly. He had been so lost in thought that he hadn't even noticed her approach. With a beaming smile, Night Kuei exclaimed, I am on the verge of a breakthrough, which has made me quite elated. A breakthrough again? Dreamlight Butterfly gazed at him in astonishment. Is that true? Indeed. If you wish, I can demonstrate my breakthrough right now. With that, Night Kuei consumed a mid-level breakthrough elixir. Instantly, an aura of B-rank power erupted from him. Look, I have broken through, he said, his innocent eyes sparkling with joy as he looked at Dreamlight Butterfly. She stood there, utterly dumbfounded, her mouth agape. Heavens, what kind of prodigy have I birthed? He has reached B rank at such a tender age of 6. She recalled her own journey, having only attained B rank at 16, and couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. However, the fact that he was her son softened her irritation. Kiki, little Kuei is truly remarkable. With your innate talent, you shall undoubtedly reach SSS rank in the future, Dreamlight Butterfly said with pride, affectionately ruffling Night Kuei's hair. No, my goal is SSS. Night Kuei shook his head earnestly. Oh, that might prove to be quite challenging. Historical records indicate that over the past 10,000 years, only 3 SSS powerhouses have ever emerged, all during the initial resurgence of spiritual energy. Research has led scholars to conclude that no further SSS individuals will appear henceforth. So, do not harbor excessive hopes. Dreamlight Butterfly gently advised Night Kuei. I am destined to become an SSS, Yi Kuei declared with unwavering confidence. After all, I am already an SSS. Chapter 5. The Empress reincarnated such confidence. Ming Qingdai observed affectionately. But let us set that aside for now, dear. Your mother wishes to introduce you to a new friend. What new friend? Yi Kuei inquired with a hint of confusion. A close friend of mine has arrived, and she has brought her daughter along, an exceptionally endearing little girl. I am certain you two will become the best of friends. Ming Qingdai replied with a cheerful smile. Yi Kuei paused momentarily, then shrugged dismissively. Not interested. That is not an option. You must graciously welcome them alongside your mother. It is a matter of courtesy. Come along. They are already in the back garden. Without further ado, Ming Qingdai took his hand, adding a cautionary note, and remember, do not bully her. Having experienced Yi Kuei's mischief over the years, she felt it prudent to issue this warning, especially since the child belonged to her dearest friend. Yi Kuei rolled his eyes in resignation, allowing himself to be led forward. Before long, they reached the back garden. Yunxia, this is my son Yi Kuei, Ming Qingdai announced with a radiant smile. This lady is my friend Zhao Yunxia. You may call her Aunt Xia. The girl beside her is her daughter, Mu Yingling, who is of the same age as you. Before them stood 2 figures, one tall and one small, both of the feminine persuasion. Yunxia is a friend of Night Kuei's mother, possessing remarkable beauty. Beside her stands her daughter, who is of the same age as Night Kuei, a delicate and exquisite young beauty. Hello, Night Kuei, Zhao Yunxia gently greeted. However, Night Kuei did not respond, her gaze fixed intently on her daughter, Mu Yingling. Ming Qingdai frowned and turned to Night Kuei, saying, Little Kuei, how can you be so impolite? Aunt Xia is greeting you. Night Kuei remained silent. What is the matter? Ming Qingdai inquired, crouching down in confusion to observe her. Zhao Yunxia, across from them, also sensed something unusual about Night Kuei. It seemed she was staring at her daughter. It was all due to her daughter's extraordinary beauty. Despite her youth, she already bore the features of an unparalleled beauty. Truly, she captivated all ages. Reflecting on this, Zhao Yunxia glanced down at Mu Yingling, only to find her equally fixated on Night Kuei. Zhao Yunxia was momentarily taken aback. How could her typically indifferent daughter exhibit such behavior? Could it be that these 2 little ones were smitten at first sight? Surely not. They were too young for such maturity. Coughing lightly, Zhao Yunxia attempted to gain their attention, but her daughter remained unresponsive. With a wry smile, she turned to Ming Qingdai and remarked, It seems these 2 little ones are quite fond of each other. Ming Qingdai paused, then looked at Mu Yingling and noticed that she was, like Night Kuei, staring intently at the other. Rising slowly, she smiled and suggested, They are completely ignoring us. Perhaps we should let them play here while we retreat to the room for a chat, considering it has been nearly a decade since we last met. Zhao Yunxia glanced at her daughter beside her and nodded in agreement, saying, Very well, let us allow them to entertain themselves. Sakura, Go to the room with Aunt Qingdai. And you can play here with Yekue, said the mother. Xiaokue, be gentle with Sakura and do not bully her, do you understand? In response to their words, Yekue and Musakura absent-mindedly mumbled in agreement. Dream Qingdai exchanged a knowing smile with her companion and slowly departed from the back garden. At this moment, Yekue was profoundly astonished, for he sensed the aura of the Empress of the Void emanating from Musakura. Simultaneously, Musakura was filled with disbelief. Unable to comprehend why she harbored such intense hostility towards this boy she had just met. Yekue scrutinized his counterpart. Noticing that her appearance bore a striking resemblance to the Empress of the Void, she was, in essence, a miniature version of her. Could it be that she, like him, had been reincarnated? However, the Empress had sacrificed herself eons ago to seal away her powers. How could she possibly have been reborn now? Hey, who exactly are you? Yekue inquired, dismissing further contemplation. Musakura was momentarily taken aback and replied softly, I am Musakura. Just Musakura? No one else. Yekue pressed, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized her. Musakura, equally puzzled, responded with a frown. Why do you ask that? Did he possess knowledge of something? She often experienced fragments of memories that did not belong to her, which seemed to belong to another self. Upon hearing her answer, Yekue grinned widely. I am ready to attack, he declared, adopting a stance prepared for action, leaving Musakura momentarily stunned. Night Kue was uncertain whether the other party was the reincarnation of the Empress of the Void, but he would soon receive his answer. For with a confrontation, he could discern through the aura released by the opponent whether she was indeed the Empress of the Void. After all, his ancestral memories were vivid with countless encounters with her from millennia past. Universal celestial attraction. Night Kue unleashed the full power of his reincarnation eye, unwilling to hold back. If she truly was the reincarnation of the Empress, her prowess would undoubtedly be formidable. Suddenly, Mu Yingling felt a powerful force tugging at her, and with a chilling gaze, she uttered, spatial disruption. The space before her fractured, halting the pull at once. Indeed, it is you. Night Kue exclaimed with sudden exhilaration, recognizing the familiar aura and techniques. Ha ha ha. Today, I shall avenge the grudge of the ceiling. He was now certain that the other was the Empress of the Void. He aimed to exact revenge for the dismemberment and sealing before she regained her original strength. Given her current age, she should only be at level C, while he stood at level B. This was the perfect opportunity for vengeance. What grudge of sealing? What are you talking about? Mu Yingling inquired, her brow furrowing. Hee. It seems your memories have yet to awaken. This makes things even easier. Night Kue chuckled softly, propelling himself forward in an instant to stand before Mu Yingling. His small fist, imbued with terrifying force, struck directly toward her chest. You. Mu Yingling's eyes flared with fury as she quickly utilized her spatial abilities to narrowly evade the blow. At that moment, a formidable repulsive force struck her, and with a resounding crash, Mu Yingling was propelled backward, crashing into the adjacent wall and creating a gaping hole. I am truly furious. A voice, laced with resentment, echoed behind Yi Kue. Subsequently, Yi Kue, mirroring Mu Yingling, was also flung out, leaving a similar breach in the wall. Hee. I commend you. Truly impressive. Yi Kue emerged slowly from the rubble, brushing off the dust with a light chuckle. Although Yi Kue wore a facade of amusement, her heart was rife with astonishment. She had not anticipated that Mu Yingling possessed B-class strength. After all, they were merely 6 years old. Was this some sort of cheat? Yet, it seemed she too was blessed with extraordinary abilities. Why did she strike at me? Mu Yingling's face was a mask of fury. She glanced down at her once pristine attire, now sullied and grimy, her anger intensifying. Chapter 6. Exaggerated combat. Utterly ruthless, I will fight you. I will strike. Yi Kue launched yet another assault. How infuriating. Mu Yingling felt a profound sense of injustice. Why was she being targeted when she was so adorably charming? Though she herself yearned to retaliate, her opponent seemed equally matched. This was the first time she encountered a peer with comparable prowess. Die. I will strike. Get away. I shall continue to fight. As the two battled fiercely, unleashing their full might, the entire backyard descended into chaos. Resounding blasts echoed continuously, causing the very ground nearby to tremble. What on earth is happening? Is this an earthquake? It seems otherwise. The sound is emanating from the backyard. Let us proceed and investigate. The resounding clash of combat has startled the members of the Yi family, who are now hastening towards the garden. Meng Qingdai and Zhao Yunxia are also rushing over, their hearts heavy with anxiety for their children, who are in the backyard. Upon their arrival, they find the area crowded with Yi family members, each displaying expressions of shock. To their astonishment, the commotion has been stirred up by young Master Yi Kuei. How terrifying! The sheer force displayed rivals that of an A-class destructive power. He is merely 6 years old. In my opinion, the little girl engaging him is even more formidable. Such a young age, yet capable of standing her ground against young Master Yi Kuei. Alas, observing them, I feel as if I have lived my life as a mere dog, a monster. Hearing the murmurs of the clan, Meng Qingdia's body stiffens. She knows all too well what has transpired without needing to see. That little rascal is causing trouble once more. How could he lay a hand on such a delightful girl? Zhao Yunxia, now even more frantic, is acutely aware of her daughter's formidable strength. What if she loses control and injures Yi Kuei? The Mu family is but a small clan, unable to afford the wrath of the Yi family. Clear the way. Meng Qingdai, rarely displaying anger, exudes an S-class aura as she forcefully pushes through the clan members. Soon enough, she and Zhao Yunxia stand at the forefront, gazing at the devastated backyard, their fury igniting. Cease this at once. The two individuals let out a simultaneous roar of fury. In the midst of battle, Yi Kuei and Mu Yingling momentarily paused, only to resume their fierce confrontation. The clash had escalated into a fiery struggle. Today, it was a matter of life or death. This little rascal, this insufferable girl, Dream Qingdai and her companion were taken aback by their utter disregard, and they exclaimed in unison. Dream Qingdai's expression hardened as she prepared to intervene and forcibly separate the combatants. Boom! Just as she was about to step in, the two fighters, having exchanged a powerful blow, retreated momentarily. Phew! Finally, they have ceased their hostilities. Both Dream Qingdai and Zhao Yunxia let out sighs of relief, just as they believed the conflict was nearing its conclusion. The voices of Yi Kuei and Mu Yingling echoed once more. It seems that without showcasing some genuine prowess, you cannot be defeated. Is that so? Then let us put it to the test. As the words left their lips, an overwhelming aura erupted from both of them, continually rising, as if neither was willing to yield to the other. Boom! At last, their energies reached a peak, and their gazes sharpened. Heaven's obstruction, starquake. Yi Kuei declared in a deep voice, and the onlookers felt the ground darken, as though something was blocking the sunlight. They all looked up at the sky, only to behold a colossal meteor plummeting downwards, directly towards their location. Good heavens! We are doomed. If it were to strike, half of the Yi family would be obliterated. The members of the Yi family collectively displayed expressions of terror, their faces etched with despair. Mu Yingling also gazed up at the sky, her brow furrowed in concern. Had he lost his mind? Was he truly willing to perish alongside his adversary? This despicable scoundrel, she snarled, gritting her silver teeth, raising her hands towards the descending meteor as she shouted, "Dimensional space slash." As the sound reverberated, a crescent-shaped wave of energy, no less formidable than a meteor, swiftly descended upon the falling celestial body. The strange phenomenon in the sky was not only witnessed by the members of the Yi family. The entire populace of Yi City looked up in terror. Was an S-class battle unfolding? It seemed the meteor was heading towards the Yi estate. Surely, nothing untoward would happen, considering the presence of several SS-class warriors within the Yi family. How frightening. Boom. In an instant, the meteor collided with the crescent energy. The two forces neutralized each other, halting the meteor's descent. What a relief. It has stopped. We are saved. Just as the crowd sighed in relief, the meteor suddenly erupted, scattering countless smaller stones toward the ground. Once again, the expressions of the onlookers turned to horror. Black flames. At that moment, a commanding voice resonated throughout Yi City. Suddenly, vast plumes of black fire appeared in the sky, incinerating all the debris into ashes. Meanwhile, in the back garden of the Yi estate, over a dozen individuals of S-class strength or above had gathered, with Yi Zhang standing at the forefront. He furrowed his brow as he gazed at the weakened figure of Yi Kuei lying on the ground. Though he had sensed the confrontation between Yi Kuei and Mu Yingling not long after it began, he had chosen to ignore it when Meng Qingdai arrived, believing that the S-class Meng Qingdai could manage the situation. However, the subsequent developments far exceeded his expectations. He never imagined that these two young individuals could unleash attacks of peak S-class might. Speak. Why did it escalate to this extent? Yi Zhang inquired in a grave tone. I lost control for a moment. Yi Kuei replied weakly from the ground. Humph. At this moment, Mu Yingling, seated opposite him, displayed a complete lack of decorum as she sat on the ground and let out a cold snort. Was this reckless impulse truly warranted? That was a meteorite capable of obliterating half of the Yi family. Such brutality was simply excessive. The members of the Yi clan gazed at Yi Kuei with trepidation. Earned a brutality point of 100,000. Upon hearing the System S notification, Yi Kuei flashed a grin. The reason he recklessly employed the technique of Heavenly Obstruction Star was to acquire those brutality points, an impressive 100,000, coupled with the remaining 60,000. He could indulge in 8-10 consecutive draws. If I had chosen not to intervene, do you have any idea of the calamity that would have ensued? I am acutely aware that you would intervene. You are far too unruly. Henceforth, a year of confinement for self-reflection shall be imposed. Yi Zhang spoke decisively. Must it truly be a year of confinement? As of now, there have been no casualties. The only loss is the destruction of the backyard. Meng Qingdai carefully lifted Yi Kuei, her heart aching as she regarded him. Master, a year of confinement seems rather excessive, considering the young master's innocence. Perhaps we should let this slide. The senior members of the Yi family were now urging for leniency. Although Yi Kuei had indeed acted inappropriately, their awe of his formidable power led them to overlook his transgressions. At merely 6 years of age, he could unleash attacks with peak S-class destructive capability. They had every reason to believe that Yi Kuei could one day lead the Yi family to become the foremost clan. A year is already quite lenient. A mother's overindulgence often leads to a wayward child. No amount of intercession would sway the decision. Yi Zhang's tone was resolute. Slap. Suddenly, a sharp slap struck the back of his head. It is your fault for failing to educate him properly. If you wish to impose restrictions, then you should confine yourself. In an instant, Yi Changkong appeared and, without uttering a word, delivered a resounding blow to him. Father, this cannot continue. You are well aware of his actions over the years. He must be taught a lesson. Yi Zhangge looked at his father with a sense of grievance. Since you cannot teach him, allow others to do so. Yi Changkong approached Meng Qingdai, gazing at the little Yi Kuei in her arms, and said with a smile, Little Kuei, would you like to go out and play? Yi Kuei was momentarily taken aback, as were the others present, who looked at Yi Changkong in confusion. Father, what are you saying? Yi Zhangge asked, puzzled. Yi Changkong turned to him and slowly replied, Let us send little Kuei to the Imperial Academy for her studies. Chapter 7. What malicious intent can a child have? The Imperial Academy, founded by the Empress Kong Ming, boasts a rich history of millennia. It stands as the pinnacle of human civilization and the foremost power among humanity. Even the 4 great families combined cannot rival the Imperial Academy. The relationship between the Academy and the 4 families resembles that of an emperor to his subjects, with the Academy governing all of humanity. It is a place dedicated to nurturing the prodigies of our race, having cultivated countless formidable individuals over the ages. However, not everyone is permitted to study at the Imperial Academy. Its admission criteria is singular, yet few can meet it. One must attain a B grade before the age of 16 to qualify for enrollment. Yi Zhangge dismissed the members of his clan from the garden, leading Yi Kuei and the others to his study. Father, it seems rather inappropriate for little Kuei, who is only 6 years old, to attend the Imperial Academy. Knight Zhangge remarked. What is inappropriate? They do not judge by age there. Little Kuei has already reached B rank, which fully meets the requirements. However, there is no however. It has been decided. Dream Qingdai interjected. Let us inquire about little Kuei's own opinion. As her words fell, everyone turned their gaze towards Knight Kuei. Knight Kuei furrowed his brow in contemplation. Since the Knight family had established a position of their own, there was no need to remain here. Attending the Imperial Academy might actually be quite beneficial. The Academy, founded by the Empress of Void, could very well present opportunities for him. Reflecting on this, Knight Kuei turned to Mu Yingling, displaying a rather enigmatic smile. Mu Yingling frowned, looking at him with confusion. What a lewd smile. Why don't we go together? In an instant, all eyes shifted to Mu Yingling, revealing expressions of bewilderment. They had just engaged in a conflict, and now he was inviting her to join him? Mu Yingling shot him a fierce glare and declared, I certainly won't go with you. Oh, are you afraid? Who is afraid? I simply do not wish to accompany you. You are indeed frightened, aren't you? Were you intimidated by my previous move? Do you really think such a feeble technique could scare me? That is preposterous. Then let us go together. We have yet to determine a victor. Let us settle it at the Imperial Academy. It is said that there exists a ranking, a competition to see who can reach the pinnacle first. Are you daring enough? Let us go forth, for who dares to shy away? Huh. Even if she is a reincarnation of an empress, she is still merely a 6-year-old child without any awakened memories. After the two reached an agreement, the others wore wry smiles. These two little ones are exceedingly confident, thinking they can compete for the first place in the Imperial Academy's ranking. After all, the students who secure the top spot possess at least SS-level prowess. Although these two possess monstrous talents, they are still far from claiming the top rank. Such an achievement is not within reach in the near future. At this moment, Zhao Yunxia turned to Mu Yingling and asked, "Are you certain you wish to attend the Imperial Academy?" Mu Yingling nodded seriously. She herself was unsure why she agreed to Knight Kuei. Nonetheless, deep down, she felt an undeniable urge to prove herself. Thus, it was settled. With a hearty clap of his hand, Knight Chong Kong cheerfully declared, "In 1 month, the Imperial Academy will hold its annual admissions. In a couple of days, you shall set forth. Then you should stay here for a few more days," Meng Qingdai said with a gentle smile as she gazed at Zhao Yunxia. "Indeed. But I must first inform my family, for it is no small matter for Yingling to attend the Imperial Academy," Zhao Yunxia replied, nodding lightly. Her words indicated a notification rather than a discussion, for there was no need for deliberation. Once Mu Yingling made up her mind, not even 10 SSS-level beasts could deter her. With matters settled, Knight Kuei looked at Mu Yingling with a broad smile, his gaze appraising her. TSK, TSK, TSK. Truly, as a reincarnated empress, she is astonishingly beautiful at such a tender age. Thoughts of his nefarious schemes danced in his mind. His proposition to accompany Mu Yingling to the Imperial Academy was not a mere whim. After witnessing her prowess, Yi Kuei realized that he could not seek vengeance through brute force for the grievances he bore. Yet, he could not simply let the matter rest. So he devised a more exquisite method of retribution, one that transcended mere violence. He resolved to woo the Empress. Surely, only she was worthy of his station. Imagining the moment when she would awaken to her memories only to discover that she had become the wife of the corpse ancestor filled him with amusement. Suddenly, Mu Yingling shivered, a look of confusion crossing her face. "Then let us disperse for now," suggested Yi Chong Kong. The two little ones should hurry back to bathe and rest. As he spoke, the others gradually exited the study. After a refreshing bath and donning clean garments, Yi Kuei collapsed onto his bed, succumbing to deep slumber, utterly exhausted. It was not until nightfall that he stirred, and his first instinct was to check the system's inventory. "System, I wish to learn the 9 Yang Divine Canon and the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill." The two unparalleled tomes vanished from the inventory, and an influx of knowledge surged into Yi Kuei's consciousness. "Ah, the beauty of the system's inventory," he mused. There was no need for tedious study, as he had mastered them effortlessly. Now, he simply awaited the elevation of his cultivation level. With a chuckle, Yi Kuei retrieved a fist-sized purple gold energy stone, eagerly settling into a meditative posture to practice the 9 Yang Divine Canon. As the purple gold stone diminished in size, he soon felt a surge of warmth ignite within him, enveloping his entire being in a comforting glow. An hour later, Yi Kuei opened his eyes, 2 beams of dazzling light radiating from them, too blinding to behold. Has this truly been accomplished so easily? It is because the host has established a supreme foundation since the womb, enabling such rapid cultivation. So, I am indeed remarkable. Heh! Yi Kuei, feeling rather pleased with himself, strolled to the mirror, striking a pose he deemed quite charming. Handsome in appearance, gifted in talent, and hailing from a powerful lineage, I find myself disinclined to seek out the locations of my seals. In a shadowy forest, a handsome visage hovered in the air, addressing the void. Perhaps we should abandon the notion of becoming the ancestor of corpses and instead merge this fragment of soul back with you? Yi Kuei, momentarily taken aback before the mirror, chuckled wryly. I merely jest. Having 2 lives is rather advantageous, is it not? Oh, you have no idea of my plight. Here I am, with nothing but a head, constantly toiling and striving, while you are living in ease. Alas, we are, after all, one entity. Our experiences are intertwined. Your fatigue is my fatigue, and my comfort is your comfort. Humph. I have yet to acquire the seals from the Yi family, and now I must venture to the Imperial Academy. It is baffling how you perceive this situation. You are aware that my thoughts align with yours. Strive to win the favor of the Empress. From a distance, Lian Shui and Lian Ming observed Yi Kuei's solitary musings, exchanging glances. You mentioned that the two souls of the ancestor of corpses are interconnected, so why resort to verbal communication? Lian Ming scratched his head in confusion. Perhaps this evokes a deeper sentiment. The voice echoed as if the essence of blood was being refined. Departing, I prepared to journey to the next destination. Night Kuei turned and called out to the two brothers before drifting away into the distance. Chapter 8. Entering the Forbidden Zone the following day. Night Chong Kong summoned Night Kuei to his chamber, presenting him with a necklace. This was a spatial necklace, crafted by an S-rank spatial ability user. Within it lay 500 kilograms of purple gold energy stones, a terrestrial-grade spear, and various other items. Take this. Night Kuei's eyes sparkled with excitement as he received the necklace, nearly drooling at the sight. The value of these items surpassed that of a small family's fortune. An S-rank spatial necklace is inherently rare, as few awaken spatial abilities, and even fewer achieve the S-rank. The energy stones serve to enhance cultivation speed and are categorized into 5 qualities: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, and purple gold. The terrestrial-grade weapon is particularly formidable, classified from high to low as super celestial, celestial, terrestrial, mysterious, and yellow. Terrestrial-grade weapons are already exceedingly precious, as even many SS-rank powerhouses wield them. Celestial-grade weapons are scarce in this realm, typically held by SSS-rank elites. As for super celestial weapons, they are even rarer, with only 3 existing in the world. To date, no one has forged a super celestial weapon. The 3 that currently exist are born alongside their wielders upon transcending the SSS threshold. Thus, the masters of these 3 transcendent weapons are the Empress of the Void, the Kirin Emperor, and the Ancestor of Corpses. Speaking of which, where exactly is my weapon now? It has been eons since we last met, and I truly miss it. You rascal. Not even a word of thanks. Night Chong Kong jestingly scolded. Ah, thank you, Grandpa. Night Kuei hastily donned the necklace, beaming at his counterpart. Are you afraid I might reclaim it? Night Chong Kong stared at him, speechless. By the way, before you head to the Imperial Academy, make a trip to the family forbidden grounds. The ancestor wishes to see you. Night Chong Kong suddenly adopted a serious demeanor and spoke in a low voice. Night Kuei was slightly taken aback. The ancestor wishes to see him? This is a splendid opportunity. Perhaps he could attempt to retrieve the sealed fragment. However, he must also hurry over from the ancestor of corpses. Why does he wish to meet me? Night Kuei inquired softly. I have informed him of your situation. He is exceedingly intrigued by you, a remarkably gifted descendant. Night Chong Kong displayed a look of satisfaction. Oh, very well. I shall visit him in the Forbidden Grounds the day after tomorrow. Night Kuei nodded. Meanwhile, far away, the ancestor of corpses was hastening towards the Knight family at full speed. Who would have thought that before heading to the Imperial Academy, there would be an opportunity to reclaim the sealed fragment from the Knight family? Splendid. With an expression of excitement, his head soared through the air, followed closely by the blood-refining brothers. The Knight family's Forbidden Grounds are generally sealed year-round. Without the token to open the passage, outsiders cannot enter. Perhaps it is only when the ancestor within actively opens the way that one can gain entry. Since the ancestor wishes to see him now, he will undoubtedly open the Forbidden Grounds to allow him inside. At that moment, the corpse ancestor stealthily infiltrated the scene. Knowing that if he could successfully retrieve this particular part, he would no longer fear the SSS-class patriarch of the Yi family and could depart with great confidence. After a long and arduous journey, the corpse ancestor, Yi Kuei, finally arrived outside Yi City. You two wait here. I shall retrieve the part, he declared. Are you certain you can go alone? The blood-refining brothers looked at him with concern. Although the corpse ancestor possessed S-class strength at present, the Yi family boasted several S-class members and one SSS-class elder. Yi Kuei grinned and replied, I'm not engaging in a straightforward assault. Once I secure the part, the entire Yi family will be powerless against me. Without waiting for their response, he soared into Yi City. Prior to entering, he employed a concealment talisman, instantly masking all traces of his presence. As long as he refrained from striking, his identity would remain undisclosed. He swiftly slipped into the Yi family estate, concealing his small head amidst the grass before the forbidden area. Moments later, the diminutive figure of Yi Kuei appeared before the sealed stone door, which loomed on the rock face. He called out loudly to the closed stone door. Junior, Yi Kuei has come to pay respects to the elder. With a rumble, the stone door slowly creaked open. Yi Kuei turned back with a smile and stepped inside, followed closely by the corpse ancestor, Yi Kuei. Upon entering, they found themselves in a secluded space where an ancient and majestic palace emanated a powerful aura. Enter the palace, intoned a voice that was both aged and authoritative. Yi Kuei took a slow step forward, making his way toward the palace. Soon, he beheld an elderly man with flowing white hair, seated serenely at the center of the palace. The junior Yi Kuei respectfully approached the venerable ancestor. Ah, commendable. At such a tender age, you have already attained the B rank, far surpassing this old fellow. The ancestor of the Yi family regarded him with satisfaction. You flatter me, Yi Kuei replied humbly. The ancestor observed the poised and composed demeanor of Yi Kuei, feeling a deep sense of contentment. Do you understand why I have summoned you? Yi Kuei shook his head in uncertainty. The ancestor sighed and explained. It is because you possess the potential to become an SSS rank. Yet for us, the Yi family, this may also be a source of misfortune. Why is that? The ancestor gestured towards a wooden chest inscribed with intricate runes behind him. This object requires an SSS rank member of the Yi family to guard it. His voice resonated heavily as he continued. Within lies a fearsome creature, one that poses a grave threat to all of humanity. For generations, our family has dispatched SSS rank warriors to oversee this confinement. I have remained here for a millennium, having entered shortly after attaining the SSS rank. Though it is a bitter pill to swallow, the safety of humanity is at stake, and I must remain vigilant. Thus, my child, this is fate. You too shall take my place in guarding this realm. Yi Kuei felt a tremor of anxiety within, his gaze fixed intently upon the chest. Observing his disquiet, the ancestor gently reassured him, Fear not, I anticipate living for several more centuries. It shall be only when my days draw near their conclusion that you will be called to assume this duty. With your innate talent, you should be able to reach the SSS level in merely 2 or 3 centuries, allowing you to savor the essence of being at that pinnacle. Knight Kuei sighed and inquired, Why does the Knight family need to guard this artifact? The elder of the Knight family responded, Because our ancestors were among the 4 great generals of the Empress of the Void, and this very artifact is entrusted to us for safeguarding by her. Knight Kuei then asked a question of great concern. Do the other 3 prominent families possess similar artifacts? Were their ancestors also among the 4 great generals of the Empress of the Void? The elder shook his head, stating no. They have no connection to the Empress of the Void. They are merely latecomers. Chapter 9. The right arm of the corpse ancestor, terrifying indeed upon hearing the elder's words. Disappointment surged within Knight Kuei. It seemed he would have to seek the ceiling location himself. At that moment, while the two conversed, the corpse ancestor Knight Kuei had silently approached the wooden box. A profound sense of connection flooded over him, his face alight with excitement. He was finally about to reclaim a fragment. What a difficult journey it had been. However, in his overwhelming elation, Knight Kuei inadvertently released a hint of his aura. Who goes there? The elder of the Knight family reacted swiftly, detecting the aura the instant it escaped, for he was an SSS-level powerhouse. As he turned to look behind him, a terrifying force erupted from his being, instantly saturating the palace with an oppressive atmosphere that left one breathless. Knight Kuei, a mere human, dropped to one knee, drenched in cold sweat, gritting his teeth as he braced against the elder's overwhelming presence. Although this formidable aura was primarily directed at the corpse ancestor, Yi Kuei, it was still beyond the capacity of an ordinary B-class human to confront. The fact that he had not succumbed to unconsciousness was already quite remarkable. A typical individual, even one of A-class, would have fainted instantly. At that moment, the corpse ancestor was also struggling under the immense pressure. The disparity between SS and SSS ranks was monumental, and he found himself in considerable discomfort beneath the oppressive aura emanating from the Yi family patriarch. A single head? The Yi family patriarch cast a frigid glance at him, pondering when he had slipped in unnoticed, completely devoid of any perceivable presence. He was engulfed in confusion, questioning why he could not detect the presence of an opponent who was merely SS rank. Ah, indeed. It is no wonder that the guardian of the ancestral body is among the elite, even within the ranks of SSS. The corpse ancestor let out a cold chuckle. Ancestral body. Upon hearing these words, the Yi family patriarch's heart trembled, disbelief seeping into his voice as he exclaimed, You are the corpse ancestor? Haraha. After safeguarding the ancestral body for so long, you fail to recognize me? The corpse ancestor suddenly erupted into maniacal laughter. Is he truly the corpse ancestor? Yet, he seems somewhat feeble, merely SS rank. With this thought, The Yi family patriarch's expression hardened as he declared, "Perfect. I shall seal away your head. This fish that has slipped through the net." With that, his aura surged once more, and a torrent of black flames erupted from his palm, hurtling toward the corpse ancestor. As the black flames surged forth, the corpse ancestor grinned widely and proclaimed, "Utilize the unsealing talisman." Boom. As his words fell, the nearby wooden crate exploded instantaneously, unleashing an aura even more potent than that of the Yi family patriarch. The black flames hovering in midair dissipated entirely. This is disastrous. The patriarch of the Yi family retreated decisively the moment the wooden box exploded, carrying the powerless human, Yi Kuei, out of the palace. How could this happen? Terror filled the patriarch's eyes. He could not comprehend why the seal would suddenly shatter, nor how the adversary had achieved such a feat. Could this truly be the method of one formerly rated SSS? It was exceedingly bizarre. At last, I have regained a fraction of my strength. The voice of the corpse ancestor, Yi Kuei, echoed from within the palace, followed by the sight of a pale arm adorned with golden inscriptions slowly emerging, with the severed head trailing closely behind. The patriarch's eyes widened in shock as he beheld the scene. How is this possible? Just moments ago, he was clearly at the SS level, yet now he had ascended to SSS, exuding a palpable aura of lethal threat. Should a confrontation ensue, he would surely perish. The corpse ancestor, Yi Kuei, appeared to read his thoughts, grinning as he spoke. "My head serves as the main consciousness, so when separated from the other parts, I may seem weaker. While my other limbs lack awareness, they possess formidable strength, and as we were once one, I am now at the SSS level." Pausing momentarily, the corpse ancestor adjusted his disheveled hair with his floating right hand, then smiled and declared, "Once I reclaim all my body parts, I shall return to SSS." With that, he see the elder of the Yi family exhibited an unprecedented gravity, his entire being taut and poised to unleash an overwhelming strike. "Step aside. You are no match for me. Given that this place marks the inception of my resurgence to greatness, I shall spare your life." Unmoved, the elder of the Yi family resolutely stood in front of the corpse ancestor, Yi Kuei. "Ha ha. It seems I have no choice but to take action. You shall serve as my training partner." Yi Kuei grinned, and his arm, inscribed with ominous runes, suddenly appeared behind the elder, accompanied by the sound of rending space as it struck towards the back of his head. Without turning, the elder transformed into a surge of black flames, his fist penetrating the flames and shattering the very fabric of space. "Oh, a miss?" Yi Kuei exclaimed in mild surprise. At that moment, the elder had already seized the human form of Yi Kuei and appeared at the entrance of the forbidden domain. The stone door sprang open swiftly, and he dashed out with the human Yi Kuei in tow. Yi Kuei, now watching the door close, smirked disdainfully. "Do you think you can confine me here?" With his right arm raised high, his palms slowly unfurled, gathering a sphere of black energy that emanated a cataclysmic aura. Upon exiting the forbidden domain, the elder of the Yi family quickly located Yi Zhanggu, handing over the unconscious human Yi Kuei to him. "Assemble all the clansmen. A great battle is imminent for the Yi family." Upon hearing the weighty tone of the elder, Yi Zhanggu, astonished, inquired, "Ancestor, what has transpired?" "The entity from the forbidden domain has escaped." "What?" In the night, the battle cry of Yi Zhanggu reverberated like thunder overhead. How could that terrifying entity emerge? Was it not sealed and suppressed by the empress? As the head of the family, he was acutely aware of what lay within the forbidden grounds. Could they possibly prevail? The chances were exceedingly slim. Sighing deeply, Yi Zhanggu then revealed a resolute gaze. The ancestral elder of the Yi family glanced at him and said, "At this level of combat, you are not qualified to participate. I summoned the clan members for you to lead them in retreat from this place." "What?" Yi Zhanggu looked at him incredulously. Did the elder intend to confront that dreadful being alone? The elder chuckled softly. "I have lived for so long, and it was my negligence that allowed that creature to escape. Let me atone for my oversight with my life. The future of the Yi family will depend on you." Pointing at Yi Kuei, the elder continued, "This young lad is quite remarkable. He will become the pillar of the Yi family." Meanwhile, the feigning innocence Yi Kuei internally scoffed. "I never intended to harm you. Yet here you are, presenting yourself as if you were destined for a heroic sacrifice." Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from the forbidden grounds, echoing throughout the entire night city. Accompanied by a violent tremor, the earth began to crack, and buildings swayed uncontrollably. The sky darkened abruptly, shrouded in ominous clouds. as lightning flashed and a colossal black vortex materialized. A heavy, oppressive sensation bore down upon the hearts of the citizens of Night City. Was this the end of the world? The inhabitants, bewildered and terrified, displayed expressions of sheer panic. In the stillness of the Night family's abode, Mu Yingling suddenly felt a tremor within her heart, an inexplicable emotion surging forth as she instinctively gazed towards the forbidden area of the Night family. He has emerged. The figure of the family's elder vanished in an instant before Yizhanga. Chapter 10. The Night family's intentions. The might of the corpse ancestor, the elder of the Night family, furrowed his brow as he surveyed the utterly devastated forbidden ground. He had rushed over the moment he sensed the breach, yet the intruder had vanished without a trace. Why is this so? It should not be. Given his temperament, he would undoubtedly unleash a massacre. Why did he leave without a sound? Could there be some insidious plot at play? His confusion deepened. The situation diverged greatly from his expectations. Elder? Yizhanga approached, accompanied by the elite forces of the Night family. Rather than following the elder's directives, he had summoned all high-ranking warriors for support. However, upon their arrival, they found only the elder standing in contemplation before the forbidden ground, muttering to himself. The elder of the Night family, momentarily startled, regained his composure and turned to face them. The followers behind Yizhanga displayed expressions of exhilaration. Is this truly the legendary elder of the Night family? He appears so formidable. It is my first encounter with him. How I wish to shake his hand. Completely oblivious to the grave danger that had just passed, the members of the Night family were now animated, their minds wandering to trivial thoughts. All is well now. You may disperse. The elder waved his hand dismissively before addressing Yizhanga and his son. Come with me to the ancestral hall and bring that rascal Yi Kuei along. After speaking, he made his way towards the ancestral hall of the Yi family. Soon, Yizhanga and his son arrived at the hall with the awakened Yi Kuei. Yi Kuei feigned confusion and inquired, Ancestor, what just transpired? With a sigh, the elder of the Yi family replied, The seal has been broken, and the forbidden land no longer exists. Only the four of us are aware of this entity's existence, which is why I summoned you here. Yi Chongkong furrowed his brow and asked, Is there a specific instruction? This matter must remain confidential to prevent widespread panic, the elder stated with gravity. However, the entity has already emerged, and soon the world will be aware of it. It is likely that it will remain hidden for the time being. Otherwise, it would not have departed in silence just now. But why? I cannot ascertain the reason. It may have its own apprehensions. Shall we simply turn a blind eye to this? Certainly not. The purpose of your summons is to arrange for the matters that lie ahead. Yizhanga and his son fixed their gaze upon him, awaiting further elaboration. This entity has 5 counterparts sealed away, and the one that we, the Yi family, have guarded has been unbound. This is an irreversible situation. Therefore, our immediate task is to locate the other 4 sealed sites, inform their guardians, and ensure they remain on high alert. Yi Chongkong spoke in a low voice. Yet this is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. The locations of the seals are highly confidential, and we possess no clues whatsoever. Regardless of the circumstances, let us proceed as I have instructed. Mobilize the entire strength of the Yi family to search for those sealed locations. I hope we can discover them before him. Yi Kuei was momentarily taken aback, his heart brimming with delight. The ancestor is truly a benevolent individual, willing to enlist the entire Yi family to assist in locating my body parts. Love you. Sending my heartfelt appreciation. After conferring with the father and son, Yi Zhangge, he turned his attention to Yi Kuei. I have heard that you intend to head to the Imperial Academy? Indeed. I can assert with utmost certainty that the Imperial Academy is one of the sealing sites. Take my letter and deliver it to the dean. It is imperative that he be informed of the gravity of the situation. The esteemed ancestor of the Yi family regarded him earnestly. Very well. Now that we have identified another sealing location, combined with the one previously discovered by the corpse ancestor, only 2 remain unlocated. In the corpse domain, Lian Yu stood vigilant before the palace dedicated to the corpse ancestor, as if facing a formidable foe. Before him, the corpse tribe cast their predatory gazes upon the palace. They were the subordinates of the corpse king, Li Daohan. Lian Yu, step aside at once. You cannot obstruct us. A burly man at the forefront spoke disdainfully. Bu Ling, do you comprehend the implications of your actions? Lian Yu glowered at them, his heart seething with indignation. Of Lian Yu's eyes burned crimson as he glared at his opponent with gritted teeth. He could scarcely fathom that the corpse king would audaciously send someone to seize the head of the corpse ancestor. Ha ha ha. Bueling, as if privy to some grand jest, erupted into maniacal laughter. The so-called corpse ancestor is merely a lifeless head. What can he do to us? Furthermore, it is you who is guilty of insubordination. The current ruler of the Corpse clan is His Majesty the Corpse King, and you dare to defy his orders. Having spoken his piece, Bueling emanated a formidable aura, advancing step by step towards Lian Yu. The entourage behind him followed suit, poised to strike at any moment. If you wish to claim the corpse ancestor's head, you shall have to step over my corpse. Lian Yu immediately assumed a desperate stance, his eyes filled with resolve. Although the corpse ancestor was no longer within the palace, he knew that once his adversaries discovered this, they would not spare him. Rather than succumb, he would rather perish while taking a few of them down with him. Ah, corpse ancestor, I shall take my leave first. Then may you meet your demise. Bueling leapt high into the air, launching a flurry of frenzied punches towards Lian Yu. Instantly, a torrential downpour of blood-red fists descended upon him. Lian Yu took a deep breath, preparing to counterattack. Boom. At that moment, Bueling suddenly plummeted towards the ground, and all his punches dissipated into thin air. The unexpected turn of events left everyone in a state of bewilderment. Who was it? Bueling clumsily rose to his feet, roaring in fury. As he scanned the surroundings, a pale arm adorned with golden inscriptions materialized before him, grasping his neck and slowly lifting him off the ground. Bueling gazed in terror at the bizarre arm, feeling an overwhelming pressure emanating from a superior being. The corpse ancestor, Lian Yu exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he trembled at the revelation of the arm's identity. The corpse ancestor? Isn't it supposed to be a head? Why is it transformed into an arm? Most importantly, has he awakened? Amidst the crowd's confusion, Bueling was engulfed in despair. He was certain that this arm belonged to the corpse ancestor, as he sensed an ineffable aura of supremacy that extinguished any flicker of defiance within him. How dare they covet the essence of my ancestor? They shall perish. The lofty voice resonated throughout the domain of the Lian Yu clan, and in an instant, Bueling, suspended in midair, was severed from his head, his body crashing heavily to the ground. His neck had been ruthlessly snapped. At that moment, Yi Kuei's head appeared beside the arm, surveying the subordinates of the corpse kings below. Die, he uttered lightly, causing all the subordinates to widen their eyes and collapse to the ground. I am the corpse ancestor, the sovereign of all the undead. The commanding and majestic voice echoed once more from Yi Kuei's lips. Chapter 11. The Imperial Academy on a spacious thoroughfare. Several A-grade ferocious beasts, the crimson-scaled horses, pulled a luxurious carriage as they advanced slowly. Inside the carriage, Yi Kuei lifted the curtain to gaze at the scenery outside, remarking, "The air quality in this world is splendid, but the transportation is exceedingly inconvenient. Once you reach SS rank, you will be able to fly at will," replied Mu Yingling coldly from across the carriage. Yi Kuei lowered the curtains with a cheerful smile, gazing at the other person. "Sakura Ling, I shall take you flying." Mu Sakura Ling looked back at him with evident disdain and retorted, "I will reach SS level faster than you. I do not require your assistance." "Then let us soar together." Mu Sakura Ling's expression darkened, perplexed by his sudden shift in demeanor. Hadn't he initially appeared to harbor deep animosity? Now, he acted like a shameless rogue, incessantly uttering nauseating phrases. Humph, he must have been captivated by my beauty. How tedious this is. Perhaps we should play a game. Yi Kuei abruptly moved to sit beside Mu Sakura Ling, still grinning at her. She immediately stood up and crossed to the other side, frowning as she confronted him. "What exactly do you want?" Yi Kuei gazed at her earnestly and slowly declared, "Meeting you is the most beautiful encounter of my life. You are the wind, and I am the sand. Let us play in the mud." Ugh! Mu Sakura Ling could no longer bear it, feeling a wave of nausea. Is it really that exaggerated? Yi Kuei looked at her in bewilderment. "Wait a moment, I need to vomit." She leaned her head out of the carriage, waving her hand at him. Yi Kuei responded, "Master, there are people blocking our path ahead." "Who are they?" "It appears to be a group of bandits. Eliminate them." Upon hearing the driver's words, Yi Kuei spoke coldly. Moments later, a cacophony of battle erupted outside, lasting a full 5 minutes. Night Kuei displayed a look of perplexity. It shouldn't be taking this long to resolve the situation, especially considering that the coachman possessed S-rank capabilities. "I shall go and take a look," Night Kuei declared, rising and addressing Mu Yingling. Upon stepping outside the carriage, Night Kuei observed the coachman engaged in a rapid skirmish with a burly one-eyed man. It appeared that this band of thieves was more formidable than anticipated. Knight Kuei pondered to himself, stroking his chin. We are quite close to the Imperial Academy. Yet we encounter such brigands, and ones of S-rank strength at that. The one-eyed giant, glancing at Knight Kuei as he emerged from the carriage, bellowed, "You lot. Seize that little brat." Unable to contend with the coachman, he devised a scheme upon seeing Knight Kuei, whose ornate attire suggested he was the coachman's master. Capturing him would surely restrain the coachman's capabilities. Understood, boss. A group of watching bandits immediately revealed cruel smiles, swiftly surrounding the carriage. You dare. The coachman felt a jolt of fear as he attempted to return to the carriage, but found himself ensnared by the assailants, unable to escape. Little one, best comply, or you may find yourself injured. The bandits leered at Knight Kuei. Shinra Tensei. Knight Kuei, weary of idle chatter, activated his Rinnegan, unleashing a powerful repulsive force that sent the surrounding bandits sprawling. They fell to the ground, with only a few capable of struggling to their feet. Their faces etched with terror as they regarded Knight Kuei. They felt as though they had been struck by a rampaging beast, their very insides rearranged. Mere ants. Nightshade gazed down upon them, unleashing Shinra Tensei once more, felling even those who had moments before struggled to remain upright. From within the carriage, Mu Yingling experienced a flicker of surprise. This was his true countenance, was it? Yet before her, he donned the guise of levity and jest. Still not finished? Nightshade directed his impatient query towards the coachman. Bansho Tenin, the brigand chieftain, locked in combat with the coachman, observed the complete collapse of his cohort. The stark realization dawned upon him that he had encountered a formidable adversary, and the notion of retreat began to germinate in his mind. Then, a potent wave of gravitational pull emanated, and caught unawares, his body succumbed to the irresistible force, pitching forward. With a resounding thud, the coachman, seizing the opportune moment, delivered a decisive blow to his adversary's vitals. The brigand chieftain coughed forth blood, his features contorted in agony as he clutched at his chest. Dispatch him, Nightshade commanded with chilling indifference, turning to re-enter the carriage. Continue onward. Wait. The brigand chieftain cried out in desperation. You cannot slay me. His plea was answered only by a thunderous fist. With a gaze of bitter resentment, he slumped lifelessly to the earth. Cannot slay? Nightshade scoffed inwardly. A jest, as the scion of the esteemed Knight clan, who dared dictate whom he could not extinguish. The carriage resumed its journey, leaving behind a landscape strewn with the corpses of brigands. Result? Mu Yingling inquired softly as Nightshade rejoined her within the carriage. Indeed, Nightshade replied, his countenance now radiant with an ebullient smile. Shall we engage in a diversion? The loser shall bestow a kiss upon the victor. Insolent fool. In the aftermath of the carriage's departure, several figures, bearing the raiment of brigands, materialized upon the scene. All perished. One declared. They were mercilessly efficient and possessed formidable strength. Investigate the matter. We cannot allow our brethren to perish in vain. An hour later, Yi Kuei and his companions finally arrived at the Imperial Academy. The academy is situated in the heart of a grand city, far larger than Night City, known as Kongming City, named after the Empress of the Void, and is the most prosperous locale for humanity. Young master, I shall take my leave, the coachman respectfully addressed Yi Kuei, as entry to the academy is strictly forbidden to all but its instructors and students. Indeed, Yi Kuei nodded gently, turning to Mu Yingling with a smile. Our competition is about to commence. Mu Yingling raised her head with confidence, a playful smile gracing her lips. Prepare to accept your defeat. Yi Kuei remained silent as they walked side by side into the academy. The moment they stepped inside, a terrifying spatial tremor and a malevolent black mist erupted from a completely sealed building deep within the academy. A long sword, entirely white as snow, trembled incessantly, emitting waves of brilliant light from its blade, the source of the spatial disturbances. At that moment, the sword was impaled into a torso devoid of limbs and a head, with the black mist emanating from this very torso. As the sword quivered, so did the lifeless body attached to it. A solitary figure stood quietly before the sword and the torso. This was a young man with silver hair, possessing striking features and delicate skin, yet exuding an air of aged wisdom. The silver-haired youth's lips curled into a subtle smile, and his weathered eyes fixated on the sword as he softly murmured, at last. It has returned. Chapter 12 B Class. At the Imperial Academy's new student registration area, several S-rank instructors gazed in bewilderment at the two diminutive figures before them, their minds awash with questions. What were these two children doing here? How did they manage to gain entry into the academy? Who had brought them in? A tall, elegant female instructor cleared her throat gently and inquired with a soft tone. Little ones, how did you come to be here? We walked in, replied one of the children. Nightshade, rolling her eyes. What I meant was, how were you permitted to enter? We're this year's new students. We presented this token to gain entry. Murmuring softly, Cherry Blossom glanced at Nightshade, producing a bronze token inscribed with the character for Imperial from her pocket. The instructor stared at the two in astonishment, while the other teachers nearby shared looks of disbelief. Could it truly be that such young children had attained B-rank status? It seemed implausible. Yet, the token they held was indeed that of a new student. Could it have been found? Children, are you genuinely this year's new students? Are you not fabricating a story? The instructor questioned skeptically. Why would we lie? We are the new students. Cherry Blossom replied, her brow furrowed. Then, do you possess B-rank capabilities? Yes. Upon hearing their response, the instructors exchanged incredulous glances, silently communicating their astonishment before nodding slightly. It's not that we doubt you, but you appear exceedingly young. Perhaps you could demonstrate your B-rank aura for our confirmation? The instructor suggested gently. Such a hassle. Yukue curled his lips in displeasure, preparing to unleash his B-level aura. Hey, who's the little brat? Step aside and don't block the way. We're in a hurry. At that moment, a haughty voice emerged from behind Yukue. Turning his head, he saw several youths approaching with evident impatience. I am the 5th young master of the Shao family, a new student at the Imperial Academy this year. Hurry up and register us. Upon arriving at the registration area, the leader of the group arrogantly pointed at the teachers. The teachers frowned in unison, and a tall, beautiful instructor coldly replied, Can't you see someone is registering? Form a line. The youth paused, glancing around to find no one else, then pointed mockingly at Yi Kuei and Mu Yingling, saying, You can't be referring to these two little brats, right? Huh. Is it true that the admission standards at the Imperial Academy have dropped so low? They accept any rubbish. Upon hearing those words, Yi Kuei's gaze turned icy as he slowly walked up to the youth, his voice devoid of emotion. Who is the rubbish? His voice was cold, his eyes frigid. The youth suddenly felt a chill rising from his heart, causing him to shudder involuntarily. His companions looked at him in confusion, wondering if he was truly intimidated by a mere child. Feeling the weight of their stares, the youth angrily pointed at Yi Kuei. You are the rubbish. Bang. Suddenly, the youth was sent flying like a shrimp, his body curled in midair. How dare a mere ant bark in front of me? Yi Kuei observed the disheveled boy sprawled on the ground with an expressionless face. What had just transpired? How did Shaoli suddenly fly out? Was it that little demon's doing? The boy's companions gazed at Yi Kuei with astonishment, their eyes filled with incredulity. How infuriating! How dare he launch a surprise attack on me? Shaoli, the youth, rose from the ground, directing a furious glare at Yi Kuei. I don't need to resort to ambush to deal with you. Yi Kuei retorted with disdain. At that moment, the teachers behind them were equally astonished. All of them were Class S, and they had just witnessed Yi Kuei strike with a speed so swift it was nearly imperceptible, sending his opponent flying. That velocity must be Class A, right? It should be a speed-related ability, but someone so young couldn't possibly possess Class A strength. However, it was now evident that he was indeed a newcomer this year. Upon overhearing the teachers, Mu Yingling couldn't help but smirk derisively. Class A. He could execute moves of even Class S intensity. Although Yi Kuei was an exasperating individual, his strength was truly formidable. Die, with several leaps. Shaoli closed the distance to Yi Kuei, mercilessly launching a punch aimed at the latter's head, exhibiting such force that even rock would shatter. He was determined to eliminate this little imp. How could the esteemed 5th young master of the Shao family be struck down by this brat? Especially in front of his companions? This was utterly unforgivable. Sensing the murderous intent radiating from his opponent, Yi Kuei furrowed his brow, standing silently. This is bad. That boy intends to kill him. There was no time left to save him. How audacious. How dare one act so recklessly within the Imperial Academy? The teachers' faces were filled with fury. Shaoli cast a disdainful glance at them. What did the Imperial Academy matter? He was the 5th young master of the Shao family, one of the 4 great clans, and had no need to concern himself with anything, just as everyone anticipated that Yi Kuei would succumb to Shao Li's fist. A faint smile curled at the corners of Yi Kuei's mouth as he raised his small fist to strike against his opponents. Witnessing this audacious act, Shao Li's eyes brimmed with derision. He was a wielder of strength abilities. How dare this child engage him in a contest of fists? Prepare to have your arm shattered. Boom. A deep, Resonant thud echoed through the arena, causing the onlookers to widen their eyes in disbelief as they gazed at Yue. Had he truly withstood the blow? Xiao Li was a strength ability user, and even those of A rank would not dare to engage him lightly. Could it be that this little brat was also a strength user? Perhaps Xiao Li had held back. His companions gasped in astonishment. However, the most astonished of all was Xiao Li himself. He had not held back at all. Instead, he felt as though his fist had collided with a thick steel plate, sending waves of excruciating pain coursing through him. Haven't you eaten? Yi Kuei scoffed lightly, exerting his arm with force, and instantly sent Xiao Li flying once more. Xiao Li lay on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Xiao Li. His companions hurried to his side to help him up. Cough, cough, it stings, everyone. Let us attack T. The primary reason they befriended Xiao Li was to curry favor with him, hoping to leverage his connections to the Xiao family for their own clan's benefit. Enough is enough. Upon witnessing several individuals plotting to confront Yi Kuei, the teachers swiftly intervened, positioning themselves protectively in front of Yi Kuei. At that moment, students from the Imperial Academy had gathered around, pointing and whispering among themselves. Truly, what a bunch of inept fools, unable to defeat a mere child. Indeed, even if they cannot prevail, they still wish to outnumber him. Disgraceful. I am ashamed to be associated with them. They seem to be this year's freshmen. How can this year's newcomers be so weak? Even the weakest should possess B-class strength. In my opinion, that child is quite formidable. Suddenly, Xiao Li, upon hearing the surrounding remarks, was engulfed by rage. A sweet taste filled his throat as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Chapter 13. The emergence of an SSS-class powerhouse. Yi Kuei gently pushed aside the teacher blocking his path and stepped forward, coldly stating, "Are you all planning to join forces against me? That suits me perfectly." The teachers stared at him in disbelief, astonished that he not only intended to continue, but also invited them to engage collectively. However, the child's strength was truly terrifying, capable of pushing aside those who were S-class. If Yi Kuei were privy to their thoughts, he would undoubtedly scoff in disdain. For within a month's time, he had cultivated the dragon-elephant prajna technique to the 5th level. And unlike the simplistic portrayal in martial arts novels, each level conferred an increase of 10 dragons and 10 elephants in strength. Thus, he currently possessed an astonishing 50 units of dragon-elephant power. The power of a single dragon elephant is equivalent to 10,000 pounds, while the strength of 50 dragon elephants amounts to 500,000 pounds. Upon inquiring about this phenomenon, the system revealed that it was due to the unparalleled foundation he had forged, resulting in an extraordinary augmentation of his abilities. With this revelation, Yi Kuei comprehended a profound truth. His current physique was unprecedented and unmatched throughout history. Arrogant, reckless. Several youths immediately voiced their anger, exclaiming, "Enough of the nonsense. Are you going to step up or not? If not, I shall take the stage." Yi Kuei retorted with a cold smirk, observing the multitude around him. He could not possibly let slip the opportunity to display his ferocity. Yi Kuei was prepared to unleash a savage onslaught. That evening, he planned to indulge in a frenzied 10 consecutive draws. As Yi Kuei's voice resonated, the onlookers were left in astonishment. This lad is exceedingly audacious. Universal celestial attraction. Noticing the lack of response from his opponents, Yi Kuei extended his right hand and called out to them. A powerful force of attraction instantaneously drew their bodies towards him. What is happening? Is this his peculiar ability? Wasn't his power one of strength? The group exclaimed in collective astonishment, yet they reacted swiftly, abandoning all resistance against the pull and voluntarily rushing towards Yi Kuei. With the enhancement of the attraction, they swiftly arrived before him, smirking as they prepared to launch their assault. Divine celestial repulsion. Suddenly, an overwhelming force of repulsion sent the group hurtling backward, crashing to the ground in disarray. 2 distinct abilities? At that moment, not only were those who had been blasted away astonished, but even the spectators surrounding the scene were left gasping in awe. It is no wonder they reacted this way. In today's world, everyone can cultivate, yet not everyone can awaken their extraordinary abilities. Those who manage to awaken even one ability are already remarkably fortunate, let alone those who awaken two. As astonishment enveloped the crowd, Yi Kuei suddenly appeared before several young men, swiftly delivering punches that sent them sprawling. But that was not all. After knocking them down, Yi Kuei pursued them with astonishing speed, relentlessly striking them until they were utterly defenseless, their cries of "Stop! Please!" echoing in the air. Yi Kuei expertly controlled his strength. Otherwise, with his current power, a single punch could have been fatal. The onlookers gaped in disbelief as the small figure continued to unleash a flurry of blows, sending several taller boys fleeing in panic, clutching their heads. Ouch, my precious. At that moment, Xiaoli let out a heart-wrenching scream. The surrounding boys trembled, instinctively covering their groins. Goodness, this little rascal is ruthless. Will that boy ever recover? It must hurt terribly. Obtained 60,000 points for brutality. Just as Yi Kuei was reveling in the chaos, he suddenly halted, gazing silently at the sobbing boys before him. I'm done playing, he said coolly before turning to leave. Approaching the stunned teachers, he inquired, do we still need to demonstrate B-level strength? The teachers gazed at him as if he were a monster, involuntarily swallowing hard. No need for that. Let us hurry and register. The few teachers, seemingly distracted, led Yi Kuei back to the registration area, only to find Mu Yingling still standing quietly in place. Upon seeing the teachers return, Mu Yingling suddenly erupted with an aura that surpassed the B rank. She then spoke calmly. Is this sufficient? The teachers, in a daze, nodded their heads, regarding her with the same astonished expressions as they had for him. Truly, they were not of the same ilk, yet they shared a peculiar kinship. The previously enthralling female teacher gazed at the duo, exclaiming, both are little monsters. We are certainly not related. Mu Yingling frowned in response. Haraha, not only are you beautiful, but your words are also delightful. Yi Kuei suddenly gave a thumbs up to the teacher, declaring, this is my future wife. Who is your future wife? Mu Yingling instantly transformed into a furious cat, glaring at him with a fierce intensity, as if poised to unleash a deadly strike at any moment. You. Yi Kuei chuckled at her. Go to hell. Wow. Attempting to murder your husband, are we? Yi Kuei swiftly leaped aside. Divine destruction. Boom. A massive crater appeared between them in an instant. Wow. That little girl is incredibly powerful. Someone exclaimed. It seems she is wielding spatial abilities. Is that so? Spatial abilities? That is an exceedingly rare power. How enviable. The onlookers, still buzzing with excitement, collectively gasped once more. Several teachers, with expressions of disbelief, gazed at the two. They had already leaped aside when Mu Yingling launched her attack. At that moment, a sudden spatial disturbance occurred beside her, and an elderly man with white hair appeared. With a broad smile, he addressed her, Young one, you possess spatial abilities, just like I do. You would make an excellent disciple of mine. He reached out to pat Mu Yingling's head, furrowing her brow. Mu Yingling attempted to retreat from his hand, only to discover that the surrounding space had been immobilized, rendering her completely motionless. The old man wore a triumphant grin, thinking to himself that with a little spatial restraint, she would surely beg to become his apprentice. This disciple is as good as mine. Do not touch my wife. Just as the old man was about to pat Mu Yingling's head, the voice of Yi Kuei rang out. The old man paused, his hand frozen in midair, and turned to Yi Kuei. You, little one, are quite remarkable, but alas, you are not suited to be my disciple. Who would want to be your disciple? You old fool. Yi Kuei scoffed, regarding him with disdain. Divine rejection. A tremendous repulsive force surged toward the old man, yet he merely trembled slightly, appearing unfazed. At that moment, Mu Yingling seized the opportunity to escape from his spatial constraint and rushed to Yi Kuei's side. With a beaming smile, Yi Kuei reassured her. Do not fear, my dear. I shall protect you. Mu Yingling looked at him in annoyance, realizing that her instinctive reaction had led her to his side. But now she felt a deep sense of regret. Two little monsters. The old man exclaimed, genuinely astonished. The recent attack by Yi Kuei had surprisingly affected him, leaving him utterly astonished. Equally shocking was the fact that Mu Yingling managed to break free from the constraints of space at the very moment she was impacted. It is important to note that he is a formidable SSS-level powerhouse. Chapter 14. You are not qualified to be her master. This old man appears to be quite powerful. Yi Kuei regarded the elder with caution. Mu Yingling nodded slightly, bemused by his hostile demeanor. Why act as if you are facing a great threat? I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to take this little girl as my disciple. The elder chuckled, gesturing toward Mu Yingling. I do not require a master. Mu Yingling responded calmly. The elder was momentarily taken aback. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, he smiled and inquired, Do you know who I am? Not interested to know, she replied dismissively. The dean. At that moment, the teachers respectfully bowed to the elder. Yi Kuei and Mu Yingling exchanged surprised glances. This old man is the dean? If he is indeed the dean, then the letter from the ancestor must be entrusted to him. Unfortunately, that letter was carelessly misplaced. The surrounding students were also astonished. It was their first encounter with this elusive dean. Soon, a wave of envious murmurs erupted. The dean actually wishes to take her as a disciple. How enviable. Such extraordinary luck to be chosen by the dean. That little girl will surely stride confidently through the Imperial Academy in the future. I also wish to be the dean's disciple. Spare me, she retorted. Amidst the surrounding murmurs, the dean, brimming with self-assurance, addressed Mu Yingling. Henceforth, you shall cultivate under my tutelage. Nay, she demurred. The dean, taken aback, exclaimed, indeed? The onlookers, astonished, whispered she spurned him. By Jove, that is the dean of the Imperial Academy, virtually the paramount leader of our race. With a forced chuckle, the dean persisted. Perchance you are yet unaware of my station, but fret not, in due course, enlightenment shall dawn. The dean resolved to forcibly accept Mu Yingling as his disciple, for her inherent gifts had captivated him beyond measure. Moreover, to fail in this endeavor before such a multitude of students would prove exceedingly mortifying. I have no desire to know, Mu Yingling responded, her demeanor remaining aloof, her voice, akin to that of a nightingale, striking the dean's heart with resounding force. Ha ha ha. Old codger, your countenance has been thoroughly slapped. How mortifying. Nightshade suddenly erupted in uproarious laughter. While others might hold the dean's position as the head of the Imperial Academy in reverence, Nightshade held it in utter contempt. Naught in this world could inspire dread in the venerable corpse ancestor, save, perhaps, the reclusive Qilin emperor. The dean, his brow furrowed with vexation, cast a glare upon him, yearning to smite the impudent whelp. Yet, the boy was also a prodigy of unparalleled brilliance, his gifts rivaling those of the maiden beside him. And he hesitated to inflict harm. This day, you shall become my disciple, I decree. The dean, exuding an air of authority, pointed decisively at Mu Yingling, then cast a fierce glare at Yi Kuei. My dear wife, he seems quite irate. I am not your wife. Do not call me that indiscriminately. Not now, but perhaps in the future. Let's practice how it might sound more melodious. You shameless rogue, scoundrel, and fool. To strike is to care, and to scold is to love. It appears you harbor deep affection for me. You. The dean's lips twitched incessantly. How had they begun bickering so obliviously? Could they not show a modicum of respect for my position? Ahem. Enough, both of you. Do you not see me standing here? The dean materialized before them, his countenance a mixture of fury and indignation. Divine retribution. The dean remained unmoved, gazing down at Yi Kuei with an air of superiority, his smile triumphant. Just now. You merely caught me off guard. Do you truly believe it would have any effect now? This old fellow possesses some skill. Yi Kuei cast a sidelong glance at Mu Yingling and remarked, My dear wife, it appears we must join forces. Mu Yingling shot him a fierce glare. Yet she resolutely synchronized her efforts to attack the dean alongside him. She had no intention of being anyone's apprentice. A voice within her insisted that no one could be her master. With all her might, Mu Yingling launched her assault, causing the dean's form to begin to contort. Yi Kuei summoned the strength of 50 dragons and elephants and aimed a punch at the dean's groin. Why the groin, you ask? Do not misinterpret. Yi Kuei did not intend this, for he was merely of such stature. The dean stared incredulously at the small fist aimed at his groin, and the power of space surged forth instantaneously. The small fist was obstructed by an invisible force of space, and the distorted body returned to its normal state. The wind howled fiercely. Sensing impending danger, Yi Kuei immediately called out to Mu Yingling beside him, and in an instant, the two retreated several dozen meters away. They were about to unleash their ultimate move. Yi Kuei grinned, while Mu Yingling furrowed her brows slightly and nodded. The dean stood still, observing the two, eager to witness what they termed their grand technique. Boom. The duo erupted with an S-level aura, sending objects around them tumbling in disarray. Goodness, how exaggerated. Are they truly S-level? Am I dreaming? The surrounding students, having been astonished countless times, felt themselves growing somewhat numb to the spectacle. They were not genuinely S-level. It was merely a temporary surge of S-level energy, likely in preparation for an S-level technique. Though the dean was equally astounded, he discerned the true circumstances of the two. Heavenly obstruction of the stars. Dimensional space slash. As the pair's aura reached its zenith, they simultaneously spoke in hushed tones. A tremendous sound of tearing air resonated from the sky, prompting the crowd to look up urgently. They beheld two colossal meteors plummeting rapidly side by side, flanked by a crescent-shaped energy of equal magnitude between them. The power was nearing SS level. Truly, these were two formidable little monsters. The dean gazed solemnly at the sky. With these two youngsters, the human race would become unprecedentedly powerful. A slight smile graced the dean's lips as he forcefully waved his hand toward the heavens. An enormous black hole instantaneously devoured the meteors and the crescent-shaped energy. The dean, satisfied with his earlier display of bravado, nodded slightly and then turned his gaze towards Yi Kuei and Mu Yingling. But where were they? The dean was taken aback. Yi Kuei and Mu Yingling had vanished. Disappeared? How cunning. They must have slipped away while he was preoccupied with countering the attacks from above. Nevertheless, managing to elude the dean was quite an impressive feat in itself. I knew that unforeseen yet anticipated developments would arise. I have grown numb to it all. The surrounding students wore expressions that suggested they were no longer fazed by such occurrences. Humph. Do they think they can escape? The dean snorted heavily, directing his gaze beyond the academy grounds. I have already made my declaration. Today, I shall take you as my disciple. The spatial fluctuations emanated from a location approximately 5 miles away. Once he determined the direction, a portal of spatial transmission materialized before the dean, and he lifted his foot to step through. Yi Lang, do not pursue. A gentle voice suddenly resonated in the dean's mind, causing him to freeze. His foot suspended before the portal. Master? Why? That individual possesses a terrifying talent for spatial abilities. Yi Lang echoed the dean's confusion. You are not yet worthy to be her master. The voice in his mind paused momentarily before continuing. Not just you. Even I am not worthy to be her master. The dean was left thunderstruck, remaining in a frozen stance with his foot raised. Chapter 15. Special treatment 5 kilometers east of the Imperial Academy. Following a ripple in the fabric of space, the diminutive figures of Yi Kuei and Mu Yingling materialized out of thin air. They shouldn't be pursuing us, right? Yi Kuei inquired softly, glancing back towards the direction of the academy. I'm not certain, Mu Yingling replied, her delicate brows furrowing. We already had a confrontation with the dean before the semester even began. It seems we can no longer remain at the Imperial Academy. Nevertheless, it matters little. For us, it is all the same regardless of our location. Yi Kuei shrugged nonchalantly. Both he and Mu Yingling required no guidance from others. His purpose in coming to the academy was solely to ascertain a singular truth, whether his presence truly resided here. The moment he set foot in the academy, he had sensed it. Now that he had confirmed that a part of him indeed existed within its confines, that was sufficient. He could always return at a later time to reclaim it. What about our competition? Mu Yingling suddenly interjected. Yi Kuei was momentarily taken aback. The notion of competition was merely a provocation, intended to coax her into accompanying him to the academy, yet she appeared genuinely concerned. Shall we perhaps alter the nature of our contest? Yi Kuei tentatively suggested. That is acceptable. Mu Yingling nodded earnestly, declaring, I shall undoubtedly emerge victorious. Yi Kuei then flashed a mischievous grin at her. In truth, winning against me is quite simple. Just be my wife, and I shall willingly concede. Get lost. Mu Yingling retorted, the word escaping her lips with a hint of irritation. The youth of today, are truly precocious. As the two prepared to depart, a voice resonated seemingly from nowhere, echoing from all directions, eluding their attempts to discern its source. Instinctively, they cast wary glances around them, yet found no one in sight. It was not the voice of the dean. Who could it be? Knight Kuei furrowed his brow, adopting a battle-ready stance alongside Mu Yingling. Do not be alarmed. I bear no ill intent, the voice reemerged, this time distinctly emanating from the right. They turned to see a striking young man with flowing silver hair, smiling warmly at them. Who are you? They both inquired in unison. Knight Kuei sensed an overwhelming aura of pressure emanating from the young man, one that surpassed even that of the dean of the Imperial Academy. Surely, only entities exceeding the SSS rank could instill such a sensation. Yet, there were only 3 such beings in existence. Himself, Mu Yingling's previous incarnation, and the Qilin Emperor. This young man, however, was not the Qilin Emperor. Knight Kuei's mind raced with conjectures about the stranger's identity, but he found himself at a loss. Meanwhile, Mu Yingling was enveloped in a whirlwind of confusion, nostalgia, and joy. She pondered why encountering this young man evoked such emotions within her. It felt as if she recognized him, yet her memory eluded her. The young man smiled and said, I am from the Imperial Academy, here to extend an invitation for you both to return. I will not become that dean's apprentice. Mu Yingling exclaimed immediately. Rest assured. He shall no longer harbor such intentions, the young man replied gently. Words alone are insufficient. Knight Kuei interjected at that moment. The young man smiled faintly and said, I can assure you. All right, let us return to the Imperial Academy. Mu Yingling appeared to have complete faith in his words. Yikuei held no doubts either, for he understood that this youth could not possibly deceive them. After all, with such formidable strength, there was no need for deceit. And this individual likely held a status surpassing that of the Academy's principal. However, it puzzled him why such a powerful figure would personally come to request the return of two mere children. Then our competition may continue, Yikuei remarked with a smile, glancing at Mu Yingling. Prepare to lose. Mu Yingling replied haughtily, lifting her small head. The youth observed the pair with a profound gaze, then waved his hand, and the scene before them shifted instantaneously. Yikuei and Mu Yingling found themselves once again at the registration area of the Imperial Academy, though the crowd had since dispersed. Impressive technique, Yikuei commended. Mu Yingling remained silent, her expression heavy with contemplation. Upon seeing the two return, the teachers in charge of registration displayed expressions of astonishment. We haven't registered yet, Yikuei addressed the teachers. Oh right. We will assist you with your registration now. Only after Yikuei spoke did the teachers snap out of their shock and begin to process their information. Name? Yikuei. Mu Yingling. Age? 6. Level? B rank. B rank. After announcing their levels, the teachers regarded them with skepticism. Are you certain you are B rank? Not a rank or S rank. It is merely a B rank. Rank does not denote capability. Very well. I understand now. You possess S-level prowess while being classified as B. By the way, your accommodations have been arranged next to the headmaster's, in the same building. Here are the keys. The teacher handed them 2 keys. Why the same building? Mu Yingling furrowed her brows and questioned aloud. This was the headmaster's directive. The teachers replied innocently, reassuring them that the space was ample enough to comfortably house more than 10 individuals, and with only the 2 of them residing there, it would be more than sufficient. It is not a matter of sufficiency. Then what is the concern? He is male, and I am female. No worries, you are both still children. Distinctions need not be made for now. Off you go, off you go. Mu Yingling intended to voice her thoughts further, but Yikuei grasped her hand and swiftly led her toward their new abode. Release my hand. Yikuei remained unfazed, continuing to pull her along. With the strength of 50 dragons, Mu Yingling found it impossible to break free. Yikuei wore a broad smile, reveling in his delight. Soon, they arrived at their designated residence, both astonished. This space seemed not merely large, but truly immense. It was not a loft at all, but rather an opulent palace. Is the accommodation at the Imperial Academy truly this splendid? Yikuei exclaimed involuntarily. Upon witnessing the grandeur of the palace, Mu Yingling felt considerably less resistant to sharing the space with Yikuei, as the vastness of the place ensured that the rooms were well separated. Come, let's go inside and take a look. Yikuei chuckled lightly and stepped in first. What the hell, you old fellow are actually here. Upon entering, he found the dean standing quietly inside, smiling at him. Hearing Yikuei's voice, Mu Yingling quickly followed him in. Why can't we be here? In the entire Imperial Academy, I can go wherever I wish. The dean replied with a proud smile. So, what do you think of the accommodations I arranged for you? This is a special privilege, you know. Other students only have small rooms. It's acceptable, but it still pales in comparison to my home. Yikuei pouted. Have you been waiting for us here? Mu Yingling inquired softly. Indeed. The dean nodded. There are a few matters I need to discuss with you. Spit it out quickly. Yikuei retorted, earning a glare from the dean, who then slowly said, in the future, you need not attend classes like everyone else. Feel free to pursue whatever you desire. As for the training tasks at the academy, whether you participate is entirely up to you. Also, I reside next door, so don't hesitate to come to me for anything you need. Remember to drop by for tea when you have the time. Yikuei was momentarily taken aback, then grinned widely. This special treatment is rather delightful. Chapter 16. The Five-Clawed Golden Dragon. As night fell, Yikuei spent several hours bathing, scrubbing his skin until it gleamed. With a heart full of anticipation, he prepared to draw lots. He now possessed 220,000 fierce points, allowing him to conduct 11 consecutive draws. System. Is there 100 consecutive draws available? Yes, 100 consecutive draws will surely yield an SSS quality item. Upon hearing the system's response, Yikuei's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly rubbed his hands together. Then I will expend 200,000 points for the 100 consecutive draws. Initiating 100 consecutive draws. Unsealing Charm 2. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. The phrase "thank you for your patronage" echoed repeatedly in Yi Kuei's mind, and gradually, his once hopeful expression darkened. Thank you for your patronage. 95. Devouring skies, 3 guns, 5-clawed golden dragon egg. As the notifications in his mind ceased, Yi Kuei's countenance had transformed into one of profound gloom as he gritted his teeth and inquired, "Is that all I obtained? 3 items? Please review the item descriptions before deciding to express your displeasure." Devouring skies, 3 guns. A gun technique of cataclysmic proportions, comprising 3 styles: devouring sun, devouring moon, and devouring heaven. An SSS quality technique. 5-clawed golden dragon egg. This is the ancestral egg of the divine beast, the 5-clawed golden dragon. By dripping blood onto the egg, one can hatch a baby 5-clawed golden dragon, which is capable of evolution, ultimately becoming the 9-clawed ancestor dragon. A Dao-level quality item. Yi Kuei stared blankly at the system's item list and mechanically asked, "What does Dao-level quality mean?" Dao-level quality is the highest quality. Isn't the highest supposed to be SSS? Did I ever state that the highest is SSS? Yi Kuei. Then what comes after SSS quality? Please enlighten me. The quality following SSS is Celestial, Saint, Dao, and Great Dao. Knight Kuei exclaimed in astonishment. Are there truly so many levels of quality? Based on the probability of 100 consecutive draws, the chance of obtaining a Great Dao quality item is 1 in 100 million. Has the host perhaps stumbled upon good fortune today? Knight Kuei detected a hint of envy in the system's voice. If stepping in dog excrement could yield a Great Dao quality item, I would willingly tread in it every day. Speaking of which, just how formidable is the Great Dao quality? Can you elucidate? When the host's 5-clawed golden dragon evolves into a 9-clawed ancestral dragon, with a mere breath, it can obliterate your world. Upon hearing the system's proclamation, Knight Kuei felt an overwhelming surge of excitement that left him at a loss for words. It took him a full half-hour to regain his composure, and he stammered, "According to your earlier statement, if one wishes to draw a Great Dao quality item, wouldn't it require 100 million consecutive draws? Not necessarily 100 million draws, with 2 million ferocity points. 1,000 consecutive draws will guarantee a celestial quality item. With 20 million ferocity points, 10,000 consecutive draws will assure a saint quality item. With 200 million ferocity points, 100,000 consecutive draws will yield a Dao quality item, and with 2 billion ferocity points, 1 million consecutive draws will secure a Great Dao quality item. 2 billion? Knight Kuei wore an expression of disbelief, gazing skyward. Considering he had painstakingly accumulated just 200,000, how long would it take to amass 2 billion? Never mind, I shall take it slow. First, let us hatch the dragon baby. A copious amount of saliva dripped from the mouth of the Knight Sovereign as he fixated on the golden dragon egg nestled in his inventory. I advise against hatching the 5-clawed golden dragon here, he suggested. Why? Came the response. Because the commotion when the dragon hatchling emerges will be quite substantial. Oh, then let us allow the corpse ancestor to facilitate the hatching. At that moment, the corpse ancestor, the Knight Sovereign, was traversing a desolate expanse, leading the 3 brothers of the alchemist clan toward a known sealing location. After rescuing Lianyu, he refrained from immediately confronting the corpse king. Instead, he chose to retrieve this known artifact before seeking out the corpse king, ensuring he would possess the upper hand in subduing his adversary. Suddenly, he came to a halt as a colossal egg radiating golden light materialized before him. What on earth is that? The 3 brothers of the alchemist clan gazed in astonishment at the gigantic egg, which stood an impressive 5 meters tall. Do not be alarmed. This is my pet, and it is on the verge of hatching. After briefing the 3, the Knight Sovereign eagerly pressed a drop of his blood onto the dragon egg. The egg swiftly absorbed the blood, and its shell began to crack incessantly. Crack, crack. 5 minutes later, as the shell shattered completely, a blinding beam of golden light shot towards the heavens, as if the very sky had been pierced. With a roar, a 10-meter-long, entirely golden 5-clawed dragon hatchling soared into the clouds, propelled by the radiant light. At that moment, dark storm clouds began to gather in the sky, brewing with ferocious lightning. The 5-clawed dragon hatchling regarded the tempestuous clouds above with utter disdain. It seemed that the sky, provoked by its contemptuous gaze, unleashed a torrent of furious lightning dragons, all racing toward the 5-clawed dragon hatchling. The 5-clawed golden dragon hatchling opened its mouth wide and, with a fervent inhale, devoured all the thunder dragons in an instant. Savoring the moment, it licked its lips and gazed expectantly at the sky, as if anticipating a delectable treat. Thunder rumbled ominously, reverberating throughout the world. As countless bolts of lightning interwove across the heavens, illuminating the once dark night. Creatures across the globe looked up in terror, the oppressive force even causing weaker beings to cower on the ground. Could this be the legendary heavenly tribulation? The corpse ancestor, Yikuei, stared in shock at the tumultuous sky. The commotion was indeed extraordinary. Fortunately, it had not occurred within the Imperial Academy. Far away, the human Yikuei stood at the palace's entrance, transfixed by the spectacle above. The Academy's headmaster, Yi Lang, and Mu Yingling stood beside him, equally spellbound by the celestial display. Suddenly, a colossal thunder dragon descended from the heavens. Without hesitation, it charged directly at the five-clawed golden dragon hatchling, opening its massive jaws to consume it. In response, the hatchling let out a mighty roar, similarly opening its mouth wide and drawing in the thunder dragon with a fierce pull, the violent electrical energy surging into its maw. The enormous thunder dragon visibly diminished in size, vanishing entirely into the hatchling's belly in mere moments. With a satisfied burp, the five-clawed golden dragon hatchling expressed its contentment with a nod towards the sky, as if offering thanks. As the five-clawed golden dragon hatchling nodded, the ominous clouds in the sky gradually dissipated, a sense of grievance sweeping across the world. In a flash of golden light, the hatchling appeared before Yikuei, nuzzling affectionately against his floating head. Ah, truly remarkable. With such greatness and quality, it effortlessly consumed the thunder tribulation. Yikuei was exceptionally delighted, his right arm continuously caressing the dragon's head. By the way, what is your current strength? Yikuei inquired, gazing at the hatchling in curiosity. I was originally at SSS level upon birth, but after just devouring a bit of the thunder tribulation, I am now at SSS level. The five-clawed golden dragon blinked and tilted its head, its childlike voice emanating from its mouth. How impressive. You can consume thunder tribulations to enhance your power. Do you have a name? No. Then from now on, you shall be called Xiao Jin. No. Xiao Huang. No. The hatchling regarded Yikuei with evident disdain, shaking its head vigorously. How about you, Jiu? It carries my surname. Anjio signifies that you shall inevitably become the nine-clawed ancestral dragon. The five-clawed golden dragon contemplated for a moment, then joyfully exclaimed, Yay, I shall be called Yujio from now on. Xiao Jio, you may call me Big Brother from now on. Understood? MHM. Yujio nodded eagerly, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Chapter 17. Reclaiming the left leg with the SSS dragon hatchling by his side. The corpse ancestor Yikuei strode confidently towards the sealing site of his body part. This sealed ground is a colossal volcano, with molten lava continuously seeping from the crater, presenting an imminent eruption. I can sense it. It's inside this volcano. Night Wraith grinned. Elder brother, why is a part of your body there? Night Nine asked in a childish voice. At this moment, Night Nine had shrunk his body to the size of a palm, floating in midair alongside Night Wraith's head. Because a detestable old woman dismembered me, Night Wraith said resentfully. Then I'll go devour her. To avenge you, elder brother. Nay, she will be your sister-in-law in the future. Night Nine looked at him in bewilderment, his little mind unable to comprehend for a moment. You will understand these things in the future. For now, let's retrieve my body part. Night Wraith chuckled softly before leading Night Nine and the three Lian brothers toward the crater. The three of you, wait for me here. Looking at the scalding lava, Night Wraith instructed before flying down with Night Nine, descending continuously. The scorching lava caused no harm to their bodies. Soon, they reached the bottom of the volcano. A gigantic crimson-red winged serpent was coiled there with its eyes closed, the heat emanating from its body even higher than the surrounding lava. This was an SSS-grade winged serpent king. The winged serpent clan was a large group under the command of the Qilin Emperor. It seemed that the Qilin Emperor had dispatched this winged serpent to guard the seal. Behind the winged serpent was a left leg bound by chains. Is that elder brother's leg? Night Nine inquired. Indeed, that is my left leg. With a light chuckle, Yikuei remarked, once we retrieve this left leg, we shall vanquish the corpse king. This serpent is quite hideous. What species could it possibly be? Yujio suddenly critiqued the appearance of the winged serpent. Indeed, it may be unsightly, but its flesh is delicate and the taste exquisite. Is that truly so? Brother, have you sampled it? I have, several times a millennium ago. To be precise, it was the original corpse ancestor who feasted upon the flesh of the winged serpent. But Yikuei retains those memories. Then let us hasten to slay it and indulge in its meat. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Yujio eagerly approached the winged serpent king, executing a swift strike known as the divine dragon S-tail. Boom. The winged serpent king, still lost in a blissful dream, abruptly opened its eyes, bewilderment etched across its face as it beheld the little golden dragon before it. "Did you strike me? I've heard your flesh is delectable." "Seeking death," roared the winged serpent king, its massive maw agape, as the magma within the volcano churned violently. "A woo." Yujio similarly opened his mouth, letting forth a dragon's roar at the winged serpent king. In an instant, the winged serpent king lunged forward, its gaping maw aimed at Yujio. Unfazed, Yujio regarded it with disdain, gathering a golden energy orb in his mouth. "Stop. If you proceed this way, you shall shatter its body." Yukue suddenly interjected, his voice urgent. Upon hearing Yukue's words, Yujio hesitated briefly before dispersing the energy orb and instead diving into the winged serpent king's mouth. The king snapped its jaws shut and turned to face Yukue. Upon recognizing the figure before it, its pupils constricted sharply, revealing an expression of sheer terror. Corpse ancestor? He has long been stationed at the left leg of the corpse ancestor, and in an instant, he revealed his identity as the Night Shadow. How perceptive! He recognized it immediately. The Night Shadow chuckled softly as he regarded his opponent. The winged serpent king's eyes darted about, weighing his options. If he were facing the corpse ancestor at full strength, he would stand no chance. However, the entity before him did not seem to be in peak form. Perhaps he had a chance to prevail. With a sudden resolve, the winged serpent king prepared to launch an attack against the Night Shadow, only to have his head explode instantaneously. Ugh, how revolting. Night Nine emerged from the remnants of the winged serpent king's head, exclaiming, "What a stench." "Well, whose fault is it for crawling into his mouth?" The Night Shadow retorted. "Didn't you tell me not to damage his body? That doesn't mean I had to crawl into his mouth." In a moment of desperation, I didn't think it through. The Night Shadow looked at him in exasperation and approached the left leg, which was bound by iron chains. He employed the unsealing talisman. Clank. Several chains shattered instantaneously, revealing the once immaculate left leg adorned with golden runes, from which a powerful aura erupted. The surrounding lava surged violently towards the volcano's opening. Witnessing this, the three brothers of the alchemist clan immediately took to the air, retreating to a safe distance. A deluge of lava flowed forth, transforming the area within 100 miles into a sea of flames. It appeared that the corpse ancestor had reclaimed the sealed portion. "How delightful!" exclaimed Lian Meng. "Need I say more?" With the current strength of the corpse ancestor, coupled with that golden dragon, reclaiming his power was inevitable. No one can stand in his way now. Soon he will regain all of his lost parts. In due time, our undead clan shall unify the world. The bloodthirsty one spoke with a cruel smile, declaring that it was time to avenge the massacre of our kin. The fate of the corpse king, Liao Han, had long been sealed. "Come, let us feast upon the flesh of the winged serpent." As the three brothers conversed, Yujio, towering at 10 meters, approached them while carrying a winged serpent over 100 meters long. "Ah, the flesh of the winged serpent king. Would you care to sample it? We could prepare it in various delectable styles: braised, steamed, spiced with salt and pepper, or stir-fried." Upon reaching the trio, Yujio drooled as he spoke. Gulp. The three brothers could not restrain themselves from salivating at the thought. The flesh of the winged serpent king? How intriguing. We have never tasted it before. I suggest you find a suitable place to prepare this winged serpent king, while I seek a temporary vessel for myself. The head, right arm, and left leg of Yukue floated eerily in the air, presenting a rather unsettling sight. Thus, he resolved to obtain a body for the time being, for it was too unsightly to remain in such a state. Even he could hardly bear to witness it. Most importantly, without a corporeal form. How could he savor the exquisite flesh of the winged serpent? Would it merely enter his mouth only to exit through his neck? Resolute in his intent, Yukue swiftly arrived at a small town, utilizing his perception to locate the most formidable individual therein, but their physical prowess was but S-class. It would suffice for now. He would soon reclaim his original body. With a soft sigh, Yukue appeared before his target. "You." A middle-aged man looked on in astonishment at the sight of a head, an arm, and a leg floating before him. "I shall borrow your body for a moment." No sooner had he spoken than the man's head, right arm, and left leg were instantaneously severed from his body. The three parts of the nightshade swiftly connected, merging seamlessly in a matter of moments, albeit with a hint of discordance. With a light chuckle, Nightshade adjusted the sizes of the components and moved his body slightly, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, possessing a complete form is truly delightful. Eagerly, Nightshade soared into the sky, heading towards the location of Night 9 and the others. Chapter 18, Tower of Challenges. The human Nightshade sat drowsily in the classroom, while his companion, Mu Yingling, regarded him with a look of disdain. "Shall we leave?" Nightshade could hardly endure the teacher's monotonous lecture. Ah, it seems you were the one who insisted on dragging me here, Mu Yingling retorted with a smirk. Nightshade now deeply regretted his impulsive decision to attend class, especially for having brought Mu Yingling along. However, it wasn't long before he could no longer withstand the tedium. Yet Mu Yingling refused to leave and would not permit him to depart either. Her expression conveyed that since you forcibly brought me here, I shall not leave. And neither shall you. She relished the sight of Nightshade's discomfort. Their voices rang clear in the classroom, drawing the attention of all students, while the teacher remained entirely oblivious. These two were indeed celebrities, possessing strength rivaling that of S-rank individuals. Upon their arrival at the academy, they had already engaged in a scuffle with the principal. And most notably, their ages were astonishingly young. As for the teacher, he had received a directive from the principal, advising him to disregard these two peculiar prodigies. Clearing his throat, the teacher coughed lightly, prompting the students to redirect their focus back to him. The teacher wore a satisfied smile. Although unable to manage the two little mischief makers, the other students held a considerable reverence for their instructor. I will now discuss some fundamental concepts. And I hope everyone pays careful attention. The classification of levels is well understood by all, yet there are subtler distinctions that you may not be aware of. A level does not necessarily equate to one's true prowess. Some individuals, despite possessing only an E-level realm, can manifest the strength of a D-level. At this juncture, all eyes turned toward Yi Kuei and Mu Yingling. Why is that? It is because these individuals possess a physicality and energy control that surpasses their own realm. Generally speaking, those capable of battling beyond their level are referred to as super geniuses, while those able to vanquish opponents of a higher tier are deemed unparalleled prodigies. The aforementioned terms apply to levels below S. Once one reaches the S level, a qualitative transformation begins. An S-level being can effortlessly eliminate hundreds of A-levels, thus establishing an insurmountable chasm between A and S. An A-level cannot possibly challenge an S-level. And what of them? No sooner had the teacher finished his statement than a student pointed at Yi Kuei and Mu Yingling and inquired, They are rather exceptional. Do not dwell on it. The teacher responded stiffly. Do not interrupt. Noting the student's intent to inquire further, the teacher shot him a fierce glare and declared, Let us proceed. Should those above S-level be capable of combat beyond their tier, they are regarded as extraordinary talents, and those who can defeat higher-level opponents are recognized as extraordinary anomalies. After the teacher finished speaking, the student quietly raised his hand. The teacher, at a loss for words, looked at him and said, Go ahead and ask. What do we call a B-level that can be elevated to S-level? Upon hearing the question, the teacher glared at him with gritted teeth. Goodness, why do you always fixate on those two little monsters? As the student's inquiry emerged, Yi Kuei also regarded the teacher with keen interest. Do you not know? Seeing the teacher remain silent for a prolonged moment, the student timidly asked, What is it called? It is referred to as a monster. An incredibly formidable little monster. The teacher concluded, All right, today's lesson is over. You may return and digest this knowledge on your own. With that, he promptly turned and left, offering no further opportunity for questions. Oh, so you are an incredibly formidable little monster. Yi Kuei grinned at Mu Yingling. Uninterested in his banter, Mu Yingling swiftly exited the classroom. Hey, why are you in such a hurry? Yi Kuei hurriedly followed. I'm heading to challenge the ranking tower. Mu Yingling replied without looking back. No need to rush. With your current strength, you cannot even reach the first place. Even if I can't secure the top spot, I must rank higher than you. If that's the case, I shall challenge the tower as well. I cannot fall behind you. As they conversed, they arrived before a magnificent and grand tower, entirely white and radiating a powerful aura, its summit obscured from view. At that moment, the surroundings of the tower were bustling with people, some displaying excitement while others wore dejected expressions. The towering structure dictates the monthly allocation of cultivation resources. The higher one's rank, the greater the access to these resources. With the arrival of Yi Kuei and Mu Yingling, a stir erupted among the onlookers, who began to whisper amongst themselves. Those two must be the new students who clashed with the Dean, right? They appear so young, perhaps only 6 or 7 years old. I believe that might be an exaggeration. How could two mere children possess S-level strength? It's utterly impossible. Indeed, I share your sentiment. It seems they are about to challenge the tower. We shall soon discover their ranks. If they truly possess S-level prowess, they should undoubtedly secure a spot within the top 100. Yi Kuei disregarded the hushed murmurs around him and smiled at Mu Yingling. Shall we commence the competition? With a dismissive snort, Mu Yingling stepped into the tower. Observing her figure vanish, Yi Kuei followed suit. Look, they've entered. Hurry, let us check the leaderboard. The surrounding students rushed to the rankings, their eyes glued in anticipation. As Ikue's surroundings shifted, he found himself in a desolate plain. This is an illusion, he declared with unwavering certainty. In the distance loomed numerous ferocious beasts, compelling him to advance continuously. The further he ventured, the more and stronger the beasts became. Each E-level beast he vanquished awarded him 1 point. D-level beasts granted 2 points, C-level beasts 3 points, and so forth. The leaderboard ranks were determined based on the total points accumulated during this endeavor. To attain a high ranking, one must vanquish a multitude of formidable beasts. It is rumored that at the very end, there exists 100 SSS-level beasts. If all the beasts within this illusionary realm are defeated, it signifies the completion of the challenge. Yet, to date, no one has achieved this feat, not even the esteemed Dane. Each entry into this domain is constrained by time and frequency. One may only enter once a month, with a duration of merely 1 day. Who could possibly eradicate the countless beasts within a single day, especially when faced with over 100 SSS-level creatures? Perhaps only an SSS could accomplish such a task. In terms of points, it seems unnecessary to squander time on these lower-tier beasts. Nightshade murmured to himself and surged forward at full speed, wielding the strength of 50 dragon elephants to charge through the throng of beasts, pushing his way into the A-level beast territory. Before he could steady himself, he was besieged by a group of A-level beasts. With a powerful invocation, Heavenly Starquake, he activated his Rinnegan, deflecting all incoming attacks. As he clasped his hands together, he declared in a deep voice, Heavenly Obstruction, quake the stars. 2 colossal meteors plummeted from the heavens, annihilating nearly all A-level beasts in an instant, leaving only a few tenacious survivors scattered about. Uninterested in these remnants, Nightshade took a few strides towards the S-level region. Chapter 19. Unrestrained power. After Nightshade eradicated the A-level beast territory with his Heavenly Obstruction, his points soared to 25,000. The leaderboard outside the tower also reflected a change, with his name now occupying the 99th position. What a surprise! How did he suddenly leap to the 99th position? Could it be the legendary map cannon? Wasn't it said that he could summon meteors? It must be that technique. This implies that this little brat indeed possesses S-level combat prowess. Impressive. However, what about that other little girl? She remains utterly silent, not even making it onto the leaderboard. The students observing the rankings gasped collectively, astounded by Ikue's rapid ascent to 99. Meanwhile, Mu Yingling in the tower refrained from striking down the ferocious beasts, thus her name was absent from the leaderboard. Instead, she was continuously employing spatial movement in the S-level area to evade a swarm of S-level beasts, showing no intention to counterattack. She sought to hone her skills through these beasts, knowing that this was merely an illusion, devoid of any life-threatening danger. It can be said that this challenge tower exists solely to cultivate the students of the Imperial Academy. Here, students can swiftly enhance their practical experience and combat techniques. Initially, Mu Yingling found it somewhat daunting to evade the onslaught of the S-level beasts. However, as time progressed, her understanding of spatial power deepened, allowing her to deftly maneuver and evade attacks with ease. It was nearly time. She could make her move. After lightly uttering that thought, Mu Yingling ceased her evasion and launched her counteroffensive. A flurry of exaggerated spatial techniques erupted, causing the surrounding S-level beasts to wail in distress. Though not to the extent of Ikue's sweeping attack. After all, she is currently only at B rank, lacking the formidable physique of a Nightlord. Yet managing to engage a multitude of S-rank beasts with such prowess is nothing short of extraordinary. This pace is unsustainable. The kills are too few and far between. I must first clear the lower tiers before returning. I cannot allow that scoundrel to surpass me. With that thought, Mu Yingling's figure vanished before the swarm of S-rank beasts, only to reappear within the A-rank beast territory. Without a moment's hesitation, she unleashed several dimensional slashes. The beasts in the A-rank zone were instantaneously eradicated. After clearing the A-rank area, she utilized her spatial abilities to arrive in the B-rank territory, where, much like before, she swiftly annihilated all the beasts present. She continued her rampage until she reached the initial E-rank zone, eliminating every beast from E2 ranks before preparing to return to the S-rank area for battle. Her scores transformed into 5,000 for E-rank, 10,000 for D rank, 15,000 for C rank, 20,000 for B rank, 25,000 for A rank, and 60 for S rank, culminating in a total of 75,060 points. Her name appeared at the 60th position on the leaderboard. "Look, that young girl is now in 60th place. How terrifying," they exclaimed. "What monsters they are. At this rate, Won't the top 2 spots on the leaderboard be monopolized by them? It has only been an hour. I wonder how far they will ultimately climb? As Mu Yingling secured the 60th rank, the students at the forefront of the leaderboard gasped in astonishment once more. At this moment, Yu Kuei was entirely oblivious to the changes in the rankings and had no time to ponder such matters. He was fiercely engaged in combat with a horde of S-class ferocious beasts, relying not on his reincarnation eye, but rather on the inexhaustible energy of the Nine-Yang True Scripture and the formidable strength of the Dragon-Elephant Prajna technique to engage in hand-to-hand combat. His diminutive frame could send S-class beasts, towering at dozens to hundreds of meters, flying with each punch. Naturally, he too endured blows from the beasts. Yet each time he was sent sprawling, he would bounce back as if unscathed, vibrant, and ready to rejoin the fray. Fortunately, these beasts were mere illusions devoid of consciousness. Otherwise, they might question their very existence. Who truly was the beast here? The visceral thrill of striking flesh was undeniably exhilarating. Yu Kuei grinned, delivering another punch that sent a beast soaring, only to be subsequently knocked back over 10 meters by another. His small body crashed into the ground, creating a substantial crater. With a graceful flip, he stood up, dusted himself off, and declared, "I cannot continue playing with you. I must not allow my little wife to overshadow me." Then, in an instant, the complete Susanoo manifested. A colossal figure, towering 100 meters, emerged slowly, enveloping Yu Kuei within its embrace. This giant, clad in armor, obscured its features. Wielding a black spear, a treasured Earth-grade weapon bestowed upon him by his grandfather, Yi Chong Kong. "Come forth. Let us revel in battle." The giant roared with fury, charging towards the assembly of S-class beasts, relentlessly swinging the spear, each strike capable of vanquishing an S-class creature. He completely abandoned his defenses. Yet the fierce beast's attacks had no effect on the giant, unable to breach his formidable protection. Knight Kuei, wielding his long spear, navigated effortlessly through the throngs of beasts, as if traversing an uninhabited realm. After several hours of intense combat, a hint of fatigue finally crept into Knight Kuei. Although the Nine Suns Classic incessantly replenished his energy, it still fell short of sustaining the activation of the Susanoo technique. "It is time to unleash a decisive strike to resolve this," Knight Kuei declared, surveying the remaining S-class beasts before him. He had indulged himself sufficiently and intended to eliminate them with a single blow before returning to clear out the lower tiers. Otherwise, he risked losing track of time amidst the fray, which would cost him thousands of points. "Devour the sun." Knight Kuei focused intently, gripping his spear as he invoked the SSS grade technique acquired from the lottery. With a mighty thrust, the spear's tip erupted in a burst of dark light, expanding rapidly to illuminate the entire S-class zone like a black sun. Moments later, the dark light dissipated, leaving the S-class area in an eerie silence, devoid of any beasts before Knight Kuei. Exhaling deeply, Knight Kuei released the Susanoo, panting heavily. His body still bore the strain. He needed to ascend to S-class swiftly. Only then could he unleash his techniques without reservation. After a brief respite, Knight Kuei hastened towards the lower region. Upon checking the leaderboard, his score had risen to 55,000, placing him at rank 81. Look, Knight Kuei has reached rank 81. Indeed, could it be that he has cleared another area? Is it truly possible to unleash such powerful moves without incurring any cost? The students, caught in disbelief, could hardly comprehend. These two are unequivocally little monsters. As they marveled, the rankings of Yu Kuei shifted once more, 61, 56, 51, 49. Ultimately, Yu Kuei's name settled at the 49th position, leaving the leaderboard in stunned silence. With everyone gazing in astonishment at Yu Kuei's name, it seems he can indeed unleash his full potential without any expense. Chapter 20. Final rankings. After clearing the areas below S grade, Yu Kuei ventured into the SS grade domain. As soon as he entered, he was struck and sent flying, a trace of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Clearly, the gap between him and the SS grade is still insurmountably vast. Wiping the blood from his lips, Yu Kuei spoke solemnly. Every rank above S grade presents a monumental disparity, and given that Yu Kuei is currently at B grade, surviving a blow from the opponent without perishing immediately is nothing short of miraculous. Nevertheless, I yearn to test my strength against a few SS grade ferocious beasts. With a grin, Yu Kuei activated his Susanoo and charged forward. An hour later, Yu Kuei emerged outside the tower, having fought valiantly to slay an SS grade beast. However, the ability to defeat such creatures within the illusion does not guarantee success in reality, for the beasts within the illusion are weaker than their real-world counterparts. Moreover, had it been in reality, Yu Kuei would never recklessly engage in combat with them, Such an act would be tantamount to courting death. The final score of EQA is as follows: E rank 5,000, D rank 10,000, C rank 15,000, B rank 20,000, A rank 25,000, S rank 30,000, and SS rank 7. The total is 105,007. He ranks 19th. Why does an additional 7 points elevate him to the 19th position? Because all those below the 20th rank are S rank, and none possess the capability to slay the SS rank beasts. Even if they were to clear the areas occupied by S rank and below, their ultimate score would still be 105,000. Many individuals share this score, and thus they are ranked based on the duration taken. He has emerged. The students outside the tower gazed in astonishment at EQA, unable to fathom that he had attained the 19th position. This signifies that he has vanquished an SS rank beast. My heavens, he seems to be merely B rank. This is an achievement that many S ranks could not accomplish, yet he has done it. Who dares to say otherwise? The top 5 on the leaderboard are indeed S ranks who have slain SS rank entities. Can they, as B ranks, defeat SS rank beasts? Can they even compare? Foolishness. EQA maintained his composure as he observed the crowd outside the tower fervently discussing his feats. He had not anticipated that, after exerting all his efforts, he could only defeat a single SS rank beast. He had underestimated the prowess of SS ranks. At that moment, Mu Yingling also emerged, and upon her arrival, she hurried to check the leaderboard. Soon, a dejected expression overtook her countenance. She saw herself in the 20th position, while EQA stood at 19th. That scoundrel managed to slay an SS rank beast. How could he be so formidable? Despite exerting every ounce of effort, I could not slay even a single one, and instead found myself vanquished and transported away. My apologies, but I have surpassed you by a mere 7 points. Just as she was taken aback, EQA approached with an air of arrogance. Next month, I shall undoubtedly surpass you. Mu Yingling shot him a fierce glare before turning on her heel to leave. Wait for me. EQA called out to her, preparing to follow, but was abruptly blocked by an unexpected figure. EQA furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the stranger. It was a young man exuding an aura of icy chill, with long, icy blue hair, arms crossed, gazing down at EQA with a condescending demeanor. Step aside. EQA spoke coldly. The young man remained unmoved, solemnly inquiring, Did you incapacitate my brother? EQA paused momentarily, recalling the incident with Shaoli, who he had inadvertently injured, and chuckled as he pointed at the young man's groin, saying, Wasn't he your brother perfectly fine? The youth was momentarily taken aback, seething with rage as he retorted, I am not referring to that brother. Which brother then? Do you have numerous siblings? Shaoli. EQA scoffed. So it is that good for nothing. How audacious he is despite his incompetence. The young man gritted his teeth, stating, Even if he is a waste, it does not grant just anyone the right to lay hands on him. Since you have rendered him incapable, you must bear the consequences. My family, the Shao clan, as one of the 4 great families, will not let this matter rest. EQA let out a cold laugh and replied, What consequences? Do not assume that your Shao family holds any significant power. My Yi family has never been intimidated. So you belong to the Yi family. But what of it? The young man coldly regarded EQA, an aura of SS rank slowly emanating from him. Do you wish to make a move? Then come forth. EQA's expression hardened as he assumed a posture brimming with potential energy. Observing their demeanor, the surrounding students hastily retreated, keeping a considerable distance. Isn't that Xiaohan? Ranked 8th on the leaderboard? Why has he targeted that little anomaly? It seems they are on the verge of confrontation. However, the disparity between rank 8 and rank 19 is substantial. The little anomaly should not stand a chance. The students who withdrew began to discuss the standoff. Yet they were all skeptical of EQA's prospects. What is happening? Suddenly, Mu Yingling appeared beside EQA, her brows furrowed in confusion. As she walked, she noticed EQA had not followed and turned to see him facing off against someone, prompting her to approach. She herself could not fathom why. He is the brother of Shaoli. Perhaps he seeks to avenge his brother. EQA spoke softly. This matter does not concern you. Step aside. The young man casually glanced at Mu Yingling and said. Furrowing her brows, Mu Yingling stood quietly beside EQA, showing no intention of leaving. At this moment, EQA chuckled. It appears that the strategies employed during this time have borne fruit. They are beginning to act as one. Alone. EQA may not be sufficient to contend with an SS-level opponent, but with Mu Yingling, the reincarnated empress, the situation changes dramatically. The young man scoffed. Since you refuse to step aside, I shall deal with you both. As the voice of the youth fell, the temperature around him plummeted rapidly. Dozens of ice lotuses whirled incessantly around him. Let us join forces to vanquish this so-called 8th place, Knight Kuei remarked with a smile, addressing Mu Yingling. However, the latter remained silent, her vigilant gaze fixed upon Xiao Han. Enough. Just as both sides were about to engage, a commanding voice resonated through the air. A strikingly handsome youth clad in silver armor strode forward with an imposing presence. Knight Kuangtu, Xiao Han uttered gravely. How old are you? Yet you still bully children. If you have the courage, come with me to the battlefield and slay our enemies. Hiding in the Imperial Academy with your SS-level strength is truly cowardly. Knight Kuangtu regarded Xiao Han with disdain, continually berating him. You humph. Xiao Han refrained from retorting, for the truth of his words struck too close to home. And he knew he could not contend with him. The third-ranked prodigy, Knight Kuangtu. So, you are my cousin. It has been a long time. Knight Kuei beamed at Knight Kuangtu. With a hint of frustration, Knight Kuangtu responded, You little troublemaker, always stirring up chaos. The newcomer was indeed Knight Kuei's cousin, the only son of his uncle. Were it not for Knight Kuei's presence, the position of head of the Knight family would undoubtedly be his. Knight Kuangtu was gifted in his own right, possessing SS-level strength at the tender age of 22. And he had been valiantly holding the line against the undead at the border battlefield. Chapter 21, Participation in the Battlefield Experience with Knight Kuangtu's arrival. A stir swept through the surroundings once more. The third-ranked individual, a being capable of defeating opponents of higher ranks, was a figure they all aspired to emulate. Knight Madman. It was not my intention to seek trouble, but he has rendered my 5th brother's life utterly futile. This matter demands an explanation from your Knight family. Xiao Han spoke coldly. What's the big deal if he is useless now? Do you truly care about one less brother among so many? Knight Madman scoffed dismissively. You. Xiao Han trembled with rage, and the ice lotus beside him doubled in size, causing the temperature around them to plummet once more. Knight Madman furrowed his brow and, looking at his opponent, spoke softly yet with an air of dominance. Do you wish to confront me? Though his voice was low, it carried an undeniable authority. A glint of coldness flashed in Xiao Han's eyes as he withdrew all the ice lotuses beside him, sneering, Heh, we shall see. After leaving behind a chilling remark, Xiao Han turned and departed with a decisive grace. Is he really leaving just like that? Knight Kuei blinked, puzzled. What else could he do? Wait for me to thrash him before he leaves. Knight Madman chuckled, arms crossed. Your intimidation must be quite effective. Indeed. Mu Yingling cast a sidelong glance at the two, uttering, Let us go. Together? Knight Kuei inquired, looking at Knight Madman. Yes. The trio then gradually walked away, under the watchful eyes of numerous students. Soon, they arrived at the palace where Knight Kuei and his companion resided. Knight Madman exclaimed in surprise, You live here? Yes. It appears the principal holds you in high regard to have arranged for you to stay next door. Upon seeing their residence, Knight Madman suddenly felt as though he was an unwanted stepchild. As he finished speaking, the three entered the palace. After Knight Kuei took a seat, he inquired with curiosity. Weren't you at the border battlefield? What brings you back to the Imperial Academy? Mu Yingling gazed at Knight Kuangtu with intrigue, as Knight Kuei had briefly introduced him during their journey back to the Imperial Road. This return was primarily to escort a group of Imperial Academy students to the border battlefield for training, without experiencing the harsh trials of war. Even the most gifted individuals remain mere sheltered blooms. Knight Kuangtu furrowed his brow and spoke solemnly. Training at the border battlefield, you say? Knight Kuei mused, stroking his chin. Shouldn't there be ample opportunities to earn ferocity points? What are ferocity points? Both Knight Kuangtu and Mu Yingling asked in unison, puzzled by his remark. I'll be participating in this training, Knight Kuei declared excitedly, clapping his small hands. You? Knight Kuangtu's expression turned incredulous. A 6-year-old child engaging in combat on the battlefield? The scenario seemed rather absurd. Why not? I am ranked 19th. Knight Kuei asserted proudly, raising his chin. Knight Kuangtu stared at him in astonishment. He had only just witnessed Xiao Han confronting Knight Kuei and had not noticed any changes on the leaderboard until Knight Kuei mentioned it. Is that true? Knight Kuei rolled his eyes in exasperation. Do I need to lie? Just check the leaderboard, and you'll see for yourself. He then pointed towards Mu Yingling. She is ranked 20th. The Night Wanderer suddenly chuckled bitterly as he gazed at the two individuals, remarking, It seems I misjudged the situation. The headmaster's decision to assign you to stay here is indeed most astute. However, the battlefield is not akin to a mere challenge tower. It is fraught with peril. And even I could meet my demise there. He fixed a serious gaze upon him and inquired, Are you truly determined to go? Had it been anyone else from the Knight family, they would undoubtedly refuse Knight Kuei, for he is destined to be the future head of the family. How could he risk his life on the battlefield? Yet Night Wanderer was different. He did not dwell on such considerations. Absolutely. Night Kuei nodded affirmatively before turning to Mu Yingling and asking, "Would you care to join me?" Mu Yingling shook her head in refusal, stating, "I shall not go. If you wish to venture forth, do so alone." "Very well," Night Kuei replied, a hint of disappointment in his voice. After casting a glance at him, Mu Yingling turned and retreated to her room, thinking to herself, Once you reach the border battlefield, I shall ensure your ranking diminishes." She realized her cultivation within the Imperial Academy was progressing remarkably fast, thus she had no intention of leaving, at least not until she surpassed Night Kuei. Upon witnessing Mu Yingling return to her quarters, Night Kuei and Night Wanderer exited the palace and made their way to a larger palace nearby. "Do you intend to participate in this training?" Headmaster Yi Lang asked, furrowing his brow at Night Kuei. "Indeed. Then off you go." "All right," Night Kuei exclaimed, extending his small hand and beaming at the headmaster. "What is it?" "I wish to go to the battlefield. And you mentioned that if there was anything I needed, I could seek you out, did you not? The battlefield is fraught with peril. Might you lend me a few celestial tier weapons?" The dean and the Night Madman exchanged bewildered glances, speechless at his audacity. "Do you think celestial tier weapons are as commonplace as cabbages?" "Just a few. We have no celestial tier weapons to spare, but I can lend you a piece of earth tier armor for your protection." With a wave of his hand, the dean conjured a flamboyant, golden armor before Night Kuei. "This armor is indeed flamboyant. I adore it." Night Kuei chuckled as he stowed the armor away and waved goodbye to the dean, turning to leave, leaving behind a flustered dean and a bewildered Night Madman. Content. Night Kuei returned to his chamber, admiring the armor in his hands. "Splendid, splendid. It shall be mine henceforth." Although it was alone, there was no mention of when it should be returned, and Night Kuei had no intention of returning it at all. "Alas, it appears I still possess 20,000 ferocious points. Should I exhaust them all?" "Yes, let us proceed, system. I desire a tenfold draw." Initiating tenfold draw. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. High-level breakthrough elixir. After 9 unsuccessful attempts, 1 victory. Night Kuei harbored serious doubts that the system had lowered the odds of winning after he previously drew the legendary 5-clawed golden dragon. Yet he had no evidence to support this suspicion. "System, I inquire of you, why did I win only once, and that too was guaranteed?" This matter concerning the host's luck is beyond this system's capacity to answer. Night Kuei curled his lips and took out a pile of purple gold energy stones to commence his cultivation. The following day, Night Kuei and Night Kwangtu arrived at the grand entrance of the Imperial Academy, where over 100 individuals were already gathered, alongside an equal number of war steeds. These were the students preparing for their battlefield training, standing in an eerie silence, neatly lined up in anticipation of Night Kwangtu's arrival. "Is everyone here? Then we shall set forth," Night Kwangtu declared, his gaze sharp as it swept over the crowd. "I hope you are all prepared to face the possibility of death in battle." As his words echoed, a tremor rippled through the assembled students. "Let us depart." Night Kwangtu mounted his steed first, then pulled Night Kuei up behind him, positioning him snugly against his chest. Night Kuei wore a face of resignation. Yet his diminutive stature rendered him incapable of riding alone. Chapter 22. Taking action seated upon the warhorse, Night Kuei rested his chin on one hand, lost in contemplation. As the progenitor of the undead, heading into battle against the undead seemed somewhat incongruous. However, given that the aggressors against humanity were the subordinates of the corpse king Liao Han, who had his own designs on Night Kuei, striking against his minions appeared rather justifiable. Why ponder so deeply? As long as he could engage in some ferocious combat, the nature of the adversary mattered little. Under Night Kwangtu's leadership, the procession took 10 arduous days to reach the border battlefield. Had Night Kwangtu ventured alone, he could have flown directly there, needing not a fraction of that time. Upon arriving at the fortress along the border, the students were left in awe. The towering city bore the scars of past wars, exuding an aura of iron and blood. The Night Ravager led them to a camp, gesturing towards it as he proclaimed, "This shall be your abode. Take the day to rest. Tomorrow, we shall venture forth together to vanquish our foes." He exhibited no inclination to allow the students a gradual acclimatization, insisting that they prepare for battle without delay. As the students entered the camp to recuperate, Night Kuei indeed followed Night Ravager to the marshal at the border. "Is this also one of the students undergoing this trial?" the marshal inquired, surprised as he regarded Night Kuei. "Indeed, this is one of the students participating in this trial, and he is also my cousin," Night Ravager replied with utmost respect. The marshal of the border, named Zhao Danyang, was a middle-aged man whose presence commanded respect without the need for anger. He was a figure whom Knight Ravager deeply admired. Having defended the border for several centuries, he possessed formidable SSS-level prowess. Zhao Danyang scrutinized Knight quite earnestly before nodding in approval, stating, "If you believe there are no issues, then that suffices." Following their discussion on matters of warfare, Knight Ravager escorted Knight Kwai back to his quarters. "You should rest for now. I have other matters to attend to," he remarked tersely before departing with purpose. Knight Kwai then retrieved a purple-gold energy stone to cultivate, understanding that in the theater of war, any enhancement of strength would be invaluable. It was not until nightfall that Knight Ravager returned, at which point Knight Kwai ceased his training. His mastery of the Nine Suns scripture had reached a remarkable level of completion, and his Dragon Elephant Prajna skill had advanced to the 7th tier, demonstrating astonishing progress. With no further discourse that night, as dawn broke, all students were assigned to various teams. Presently, no large-scale conflicts were underway. Their primary objective was to venture forth and scout the enemy's movements. Knight Kuei did not follow Knight Madman. Instead, he accompanied a small team to the outskirts of the border city. The leader, a young man of a rank, cast a slightly troubled glance at Knight Kuei and inquired, "Are you truly all right? What's there to worry about? If we encounter enemies, I'll simply stay behind. You needn't concern yourselves with me. Just focus on your own safety and do not hinder our progress." Knight Kuei replied nonchalantly, "I simply cannot fathom why we have to bring along a burden." One team member grumbled, "Indeed, but honestly, I wonder what the Imperial Academy was thinking, sending a mere child to the battlefield. All who enter the academy are prodigies. He must possess some degree of strength, wouldn't you say?" Another added, "And even if he does have some strength, do you truly expect a child to slay foes?" The small team advanced cautiously, their members whispering their grievances. Knight Kuei, however, paid them no heed, maintaining a steady pace behind them. "Stop. We have a situation." The captain's voice rang out sternly, prompting the entire team to halt. They moved forward cautiously to investigate. Soon, they spotted a gathering of the undead. A considerable number at that, at least over 1,000. Their small contingent, including Knight Kuei, comprised merely 20 individuals. "Retreat. Be careful not to alert them," the captain commanded. As the words left his lips, the group crouched low and began to withdraw slowly. However, just as they were retreating, a small figure dashed swiftly toward the horde of undead. "What is he doing?" The captain watched in horror as Knight Kuei charged forward. "He is going to get himself killed. I knew that bringing a little child along would undoubtedly lead to trouble." The entire team displayed expressions of despair. In mere moments, Yikuei arrived at the undead, wearing a broad smile. "Human child?" The undead gazed at him, puzzled. "Celestial attraction." After a brief observation, he discerned that the strongest here was merely A rank, thus there was no need for further dialogue. He would act without hesitation. In an instant, dozens of undead were drawn to Yi Kuei, who then swiftly darted about. Bang, bang, bang. All were sent flying, vanquished in a single strike. "Damn little brat. Kill him." The events transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time the undead realized that their kin had been slain, they began to shout and charge at Yi Kuei. Instead of retreating, Yi Kuei surged forward, plunging into the throng like a ferocious beast, relentlessly sending foes flying. The distant human squad stood in astonishment, unable to perceive the small figure of Yi Kuei, only witnessing a multitude of undead being hurled away. The battle concluded in mere minutes. Yi Kuei stood atop the mound of corpses, grinning at the direction of his team. The members shuddered, their faces reflecting shock. "This mischievous child is exceedingly ruthless. Gained 2,000 ruthlessness points. Hey, a few more times and I can perform a tenfold draw." Yi Kuei, beaming, ran towards the team, chattering. "The battlefield is indeed a splendid place. It would be even better if a large-scale war erupted." The team leader gazed at him in astonishment. "You are S rank?" Yi Kuei shook his head and replied, "B rank." "Impossible." The entire team shouted in unison. "All right, let us not dwell on these trivial details. Shall we continue or retreat?" Nightshade waved his hand dismissively. "Let us head back." The squad leader replied absent-mindedly. It seemed they had stumbled upon a treasure. This young child was remarkably powerful. A well-thought-out plan for future actions was essential, the squad leader mused contentedly. However, he may soon be disappointed, for Nightshade had no intention of continuing with them. He was preparing to switch to another team. This squad had already been awed by his ferocity, and it was unlikely they would exhibit much brutality in the future. It was time to join a different team and continue his exploits. In the days that followed, Nightshade changed teams almost daily, and his ferocity points surged rapidly. One day, a significant battle erupted outside the border. In truth, this conflict was instigated by Nightshade, who had frequently annihilated teams of the undead, inciting their wrath. Typically, large-scale wars did not warrant the deployment of forces rated S-class or higher, as both sides had consistently adhered to this unwritten rule. However, they now believed that the human side had unleashed S-class forces to exterminate the undead, for it was inconceivable to eliminate every last one without such power. In response to this affront, the undead commander resolved to teach them a lesson, demonstrating the consequences of employing S-class forces to bully the weaker. Thus, war broke out, and Nightshade was utterly delighted. Chapter 23, 1 against 10,000 on the battlefield. Both sides boasted approximately 100,000 troops, creating a tense atmosphere charged with anticipation. Two SS-level powerhouses from the undead faction stood at the forefront, while the human side boasted only one SS-level warrior, the Night Madman. We are two of the 12 war generals under the command of the King of Corpses, the Winged General and the Strength General. Who is your commander? State your name. One of the undead warriors, tall and slender, called out. The Night Madman of the human race. With a swift flick of his spear, he pointed at his opponents. His voice cold and unwavering. Heh. Is it just you, an SS-level warrior? We have two. The Winged General chuckled sinisterly, teasing the Night Madman. If it were truly just you, today would mark your demise. Ha. One of me is more than sufficient to deal with you. The Night Madman replied with haughty laughter, dismissing them as mere trifles. His eyes sparkled with disdain, clearly underestimating his adversaries, yet he possessed the prowess to back it up. Night Madman, true to his name, arrogant, seeking death. The two SS-level undead warriors were instantly enraged. How dare this human belittle them so? He must pay dearly for this insolence. Exchanging a glance, they immediately assumed an aggressive stance, preparing to strike. What is that? So blinding. At that moment, a ray of sunlight streamed down, startling them with its brilliant golden light. Not only they, but both sides turned their gazes towards the source of the radiance. There stood a small figure beside the Night Madman, enveloped in shimmering golden armor, resembling a miniature sun from a distance, with the golden light emanating from the armor itself. Yikue paused for a moment, sensing the collective gaze of those around him, and immediately struck a pose he deemed impressively suave. Alas, how ostentatious! At that instant, this thought echoed in the minds of every participant on the battlefield. Yi Kuangtu covered his forehead, staring incredulously at Yikue, unable to fathom that he had donned the armor of the Academy's headmaster. Surely, no sane individual would wear such a thing. While the armor might serve as a spectacle, its presence on the battlefield was utterly inappropriate, marking him conspicuously and revealing his position to the enemy. Even a child had donned it? Are there truly no alternatives? Ha. The opposing Corpse Clan warriors clutched their bellies, roaring with laughter. Humph. Enough banter, let us engage in battle. Yi Kuangtu pointed his lance skyward, his body slowly ascending. Since you are so eager for demise, we shall oblige. The two adversaries promptly followed suit. Given the immense destructive capacity of SS-level combatants, engaging on the ground would be detrimental to both sides. As the commanding officers took to the air to duel, both factions surged forward. For humanity, exterminate them all. Just as the two sides were poised to clash, Yikue hastily sprinted to the forefront of the human ranks, proclaiming, "Everyone, hold your fire. Allow me to unleash a few grand moves." His youthful voice resonated throughout the battlefield, causing both the human and Corpse Clan forces to halt in astonishment. Gazing curiously at this little sunbeam, Yikue beamed with delight, astonished that both sides had so harmoniously ceased hostilities, allowing him to unleash his powerful abilities without fear of harming his allies. Interrupted by a sudden shout, both sides resumed their charge towards one another. Yet, that fleeting moment proved sufficient, as a black sphere materialized above the head of the undead. Earth-shattering star. Nightshade intoned gravely, the black orb instantly emanating a terrifying gravitational pull. Within the kilometer radius beneath the sphere, all the undead were uncontrollably drawn towards it, along with the very soil beneath their feet. What is happening? Help me. I can't control my body. What in the world is this? The earth-shattering star completed its grim task in mere moments, and soon a colossal rock sphere manifested in the battlefield's midair. Below it lay a vast pit, where just moments ago the undead had thrived. Now ensnared within the rock sphere, their bodies crushed, no one, not even the S-rank warriors, was spared. Gulp. Both factions instinctively swallowed hard. So terrifying. Celestial obstruction star. While they were still reeling from the earth-shattering star, Nightshade's voice resonated once more. The ground beneath the undead darkened, and two meteors, larger than the rock sphere, plummeted swiftly. Boom. Before they could even flee, the meteors descended, reducing the area to utter ruin. Sisanu. Following the execution of two formidable techniques, Nightshade unleashed a third, a towering Susanoo. Standing 100 meters tall, brandished a spear and plunged into the enemy ranks, wreaking havoc. With every flourish of the spear, swathes of adversaries were mercilessly swept away. However, the adversary found himself utterly powerless against him. All attacks directed at Susanoo felt as insignificant as a mere mosquito bite, utterly incapable of breaching his defenses. While Nightshade engaged in a frenzied slaughter, the human faction stood bewildered, aimlessly gazing at the towering 100-meter giant as he decimated the enemy forces. As if their own plight was entirely irrelevant. What a ferocious little son. Nightshade's diminutive figure was positioned at Susanoo's chest, resembling a luminous heart. Is he truly the notorious rascal of recent rumors? How ruthless. He must be of SS rank, I thought, witnessing the corpses of the undead. I felt a twinge of sympathy. Surrounding Susanoo were heaps of bodies, limbs severed, flesh mangled beyond recognition. Such brutality. Thankfully, this carnage is on our side. But what shall we do now? Shall we merely observe? I dare not rush in. What if I become a casualty by mistake? Haraha. More. It would be splendid to exceed 1,000,000. As Nightshade continued his slaughter, he laughed maniacally. The system's notifications incessantly echoed within his mind, his ferocity surging at an astounding pace. Meanwhile, the three combatants in the air took notice of the chaos below. Strength General, you deal with that little brat. I will hold off this human powerhouse. The Feather General spat venomously. Resolve it swiftly and return to assist me. Understood. Strength General nodded solemnly, promptly soaring towards Nightshade's direction. At this moment, both individuals were covered in numerous wounds, while the Night Madman displayed remarkably few injuries, exuding an overwhelming fighting spirit. This formidable human warrior was truly terrifying. Despite their combined efforts, the two were consistently suppressed by him. Seeking to flee? Have you inquired about the spear I wield? The Night Madman let out a maniacal laugh, thrusting forcefully at the already airborne adversary. Black Flame, Dragon's Maw. Over a dozen black dragons, conjured from dark flames, erupted from the spear, swiftly descending upon the opponent, ravenously tearing at his flesh. Chapter 24, Dragon Elephant Suppression Technique. The Black Flame is a hereditary ability of the Yi family, with a high probability of awakening within its members, who also possess unique combat techniques associated with this power. However, Yi Kuei failed to awaken the black ability, much to the lament of the family's high-ranking officials. The Night Madman can be regarded as the individual who has maximized the potential of the Black Flame ability and its associated techniques, rivaling even the ancestors of his clan. Once the forceful adversary was struck by the Night Madman's technique, his fate was sealed. The sight revealed him charred and covered in bite marks, plummeting motionless to the ground. Li Jiang, the winged general, gazed in horror at the fallen figure, already contemplating retreat. He yearned for survival and resolved to abandon his soldiers to escape alone. You shall accompany him. The Night Madman sneered at his opponent, unleashing a tempest of ferocious attacks. As the winged general desperately defended himself, he sought an opportunity to break free. Just moments ago, they had both struggled against their foe together. Now, he found himself utterly helpless. The feathered general braced himself against the opponent's strike, utilizing the momentum to swiftly flee into the distance. Cowardly wretches. The Night Marauder gazed disdainfully at his adversary, vigorously brandishing the long spear in his grip. The spear, engulfed in dark flames, left a trail of shadows as it soared through the air towards the back of the feathered general. With a soft thud, the general looked down in disbelief at the bloodied spearhead piercing his chest, before helplessly plummeting from the sky. TCH. I thought you were formidable. You perished just after warming up. How tedious. The Night Marauder scoffed and shifted his gaze towards Night Kuei. Truly impressive, my cousin. With a light chuckle, he swiftly descended before the human warrior, arms crossed, observing Night Kuei, who was still engaged in battle. Night Kuei, having noticed the situation in the sky, smiled broadly at the dwindling foes before him. It is time to conclude this skirmish. With that, he wielded his Susanoo and forcefully swept the spear forward. Quizuki, a crescent-shaped wave of black energy, potent enough to sweep across the entire battlefield, was unleashed, obliterating all enemies in its path. After vanquishing the foes, Night Kuei retracted his Susanoo and strolled leisurely towards the Night Marauder. The warriors behind the Night Marauder regarded him with a mixture of admiration and trepidation as he approached. Had they not recognized him as one of their own, they might have fled in terror. Are those techniques of your own creation? The Night Marauder inquired of Night Kuei as he drew near. Indeed. Night Kuei shamelessly nodded in affirmation. Excellent. Excellent. Quite impressive. The Night Marauder praised him. clapping his shoulder with enthusiasm. After praising Yikue, he turned to face the human warriors and called out loudly, "Withdraw. Let us return to celebrate our victory." A chorus of excited and synchronized voices responded in unison. Upon returning to the border city, Yi Kuangtu immediately took Yikue to meet Zhao Danyang in the marshal's residence. Zhao Danyang exclaimed in astonishment, "I can't believe it. A mere 6-year-old child single-handedly annihilated an army of 100,000, and among them were several S-rank warriors." Yikue casually waved his hand and replied, "Just basic operations, nothing to fuss over." Ahem. Zhao Danyang cleared his throat and continued, "With your current achievements, you could already be appointed as a lieutenant. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. I am not a youth. I am merely a child. Do not dwell on these terms. It is just a metaphor. That's all you need to understand." Zhao Danyang chuckled lightly and said, "Then you shall be the lieutenant here from now on." Yikue rolled his eyes and, half squinting, responded, "I have no need for such titles. Let us discuss something more substantial." Zhao Danyang looked puzzled. "As the young master of the Yi family, you should lack for nothing, correct?" Yikue shrugged and replied, "Are you impoverished? Just think of the academy head." He casually tossed over a piece of earth-tier armor without a second thought. "That is true generosity. Our border city is indeed quite destitute. The toll of war is incredibly devastating. Should you desire anything, seek it from the Imperial Academy. Here, we can only bestow upon you a title." At this moment, Knight Madman spoke in a low tone. "Oh, then I shall return and request a reward from the Dean." Knight Kuei cast a glance at the two before adding, "If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." With that, he made a move to depart, for he was eager to indulge in the lottery after acquiring so many brutal points. "Go ahead." Originally, Zhao Danyang intended to dine with the duo, but noticing Knight Kuei's apparent urgency, he refrained from detaining him. Once Knight Kuei had left, Knight Madden expressed his regret, saying, "Marshal, I apologize. My younger cousin is rather immature and has been overly indulged at home, leading to some indiscretions. I do not hold him in reproach. Rather, I find him quite commendable, unlike others who are so constrained." Zhao Danyang interjected with a smile, appearing unfazed. Upon returning to his residence, Knight Kuei immediately took a 3-hour bath, recalling that his last encounter with the 5-clawed golden dragon was preceded by a similar ritual that left his skin gleaming. However, as he beheld the system displaying 1.3 million brutal points, a look of conflict crossed his face. "I am merely 700,000 points shy of 1,000 consecutive draws. Should I proceed with the draw or not?" Yet, the mere sight of such a plethora of brutal points without utilization left him restless. Such inner turmoil. Suddenly, a thought struck him. "I am about to eliminate the Corpse King and regain control over the Corpse Clan. I can then dispatch troops to attack and amass more brutal points. Why linger in uncertainty? I shall indulge in 100 consecutive draws to satiate my craving. The system. I desire 100 consecutive draws." Knight Kuei boldly proclaimed to the system. "Understood. Initiating 100 consecutive draws. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. 1 upgrade opportunity for SSS grade cultivation technique." With the conclusion of the lottery, Knight Kuei stared blankly, utterly unable to comprehend the outcome. Alas, 3 hours spent bathing were in vain. With a soft sigh, Knight Kuei glanced at the inventory. 1 upgrade opportunity for SSS grade cultivation technique, as the name suggests. You may elevate one of your techniques to SSS grade quality. Please upgrade the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. Ding. Congratulations. The host's Dragon Elephant Prajna skill has been upgraded to Dragon Elephant Suppression skill. Dragon Elephant Suppression skill, a legendary technique capable of subduing the underworld, divided into 9 tiers. With each tier mastered, the practitioner gains 10-fold strength of the dragon and elephant. Ding. As the host's Dragon Elephant Prajna skill has already reached the 7th tier, it automatically transforms into the 2nd tier of Dragon Elephant Suppression skill. As the system's prompt resonated, Knight Kuei felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his body. Endowed with an unparalleled foundation, he now possessed 200 units of Dragon Elephant strength. That equates to 2 million pounds of force. Just at the 2nd tier, he had already surpassed the 13th tier of the original Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. Such terrifying prowess. Chapter 25. The Corpse Ancestor meets the Corpse King. Within the palace of the Corpse Domain's imperial city, the Corpse King sat upon a lofty throne, surveying his subordinates below. The Corpse King, adorned with a mane of white hair, possesses a medium stature and an unremarkable visage, yet his obsidian eyes seem to devour souls, instilling fear in all who dare to meet his gaze. Presently, a look of discontent graced his features as he spoke in a measured tone. Li Jiang and Yu Jiang are dead. What could be the reason for this? A shiver ran through the crowd, and no one dared to utter a word. Their faces reflecting sheer terror, for they discerned the Corpse King's ire. Casting a glance at his subordinates, the Corpse King fixed his gaze upon the foremost among them, saying, Yuan Mo, you may enlighten us, as it was you who orchestrated their deployment. Yuan Mo, the mightiest among the Corpse King's followers. Boasting SSS-level strength and serving as the supreme commander of the army, clasped his hands in reverence and spoke with calm assurance. I had merely intended for them to put on a show, a warning to the human race. However, I am baffled that an entire army of 100,000 has been annihilated. My subordinates are already investigating, and we shall soon uncover the truth. No need for further investigation, the Corpse King interjected, rising from his throne with an air of undeniable authority. Mobilize our forces and launch an assault on the human borders. And you shall lead the charge. Within a month, we must seize the human frontier. The assembly below regarded him with astonishment. Such a course of action seemed utterly futile. Should we not reconsider? This is far too reckless. Yuan Mo furrowed his brow, gazing up at the Corpse King. Without absolute certainty, would I make such arrangements? The Corpse King replied, his confidence radiating like a beacon. Yuan Mo paused, a flicker of realization dawning upon him as he questioned, Have you achieved a breakthrough? What? As the words of the nightmare demon echoed, all present in the palace displayed expressions of profound shock. The Corpse King shook his head with a light chuckle and spoke. Not yet, but we are nearing that point. I can now be regarded as a pseudo-SSS. Thus, it is time for our undead lineage to unify the world. Unify the world. Unify the world. With the Corpse King's proclamation, everyone in the palace erupted in fervent cheers. The Corpse King surveyed the crowd, nodding in satisfaction. After a millennium, he had finally approached that realm, which was no small feat. Once he had arranged his subordinates, the Corpse King made his way to his secluded retreat, a place where no one was permitted to tread, heavily guarded by elite forces. As he slowly opened the imposing bronze doors, he stepped inside. Upon entering, he approached a wooden chest and gently opened it, revealing a complete right leg enveloped in talisman paper. He chuckled. You all thought I was after the ancestor's head. Little did you know, I have already obtained his right leg. The Corpse King gazed at the ancestor's right leg with a grin. Initially, he had indeed intended to seize the ancestor's head, but soon after, he fortuitously discovered the location of the seal on the right leg, and thus devoted great effort to acquire it. His feigned interest in the ancestor's head was merely a ruse to deceive others. Otherwise, could he have been thwarted by the declining alchemy clan with his strength? Yet, he later deemed this endeavor insufficient and dispatched others to reclaim the ancestor's head. But there was no word from them. After a prolonged period of contemplation, he finally reached that realm, believing that it would not be long before he became a figure of reverence admired by thousands. Suddenly, as he was lost in thought, the bronze door behind him was forcefully thrown open. The Corpse King swiftly closed the wooden box and turned to face the entrance. The three brothers of the Lien family? He observed a young man entering slowly, accompanied by the three brothers, with a small golden dragon sleeping on his shoulder. Wait, this young man seemed familiar. And the dynamic displayed by the Lien brothers resembled that of master and servants. The Corpse King fixed his gaze upon the young man, and as he approached within 5 meters, his pupils contracted in shock. You are the ancestor of corpses? Indeed, although he had seen the ancestor only a few times. He had always held a keen interest in this former SSS being, often secretly observing his physical attributes. The behavior of the Lien brothers was telling. Their loyalty was solely to the ancestor of corpses. It was clear that the visitors were none other than the ancestor of corpses, Yi Kuei, and his companions. Upon entering the imperial city, Yi Kuei sensed his own attributes and wasted no time in approaching. However, upon discovering that his attributes were in the hands of the Corpse King, he was momentarily taken aback. Haha, I appreciate your efforts in locating a certain attribute for me. Yi Kuei stood before the Corpse King, looking down at him with a smile. Upon seeing your ancestor, why do you not kneel? In the presence of Yi Kuei, the Corpse King initially displayed fear in his eyes, but it quickly vanished, replaced by a glimmer of greed. What of the ancestor of corpses? He is merely a sealed being, currently unable to unleash his true power. While I have attained a pseudo-SSS strength and have no reason to fear him, Yi Kuei sensed the avarice emanating from his opponent and, with a disdainful smile, remarked, It seems you are exceedingly confident in your current abilities, aren't you? The Corpse King, unfazed, responded with a chuckle. Indeed. In this world, apart from the elusive Qilin Emperor, there is no one who can rival me. This includes you. How audacious. To speak such insolence before the ancestor of corpses. Upon the Corpse King's declaration, The three brothers of the Lien family immediately rebuked him. The reason your lineage has fallen is due to your rigidity. This world has always favored the capable. He no longer possesses the strength to dominate the Corpse clan as he once did. The Corpse King scoffed, indifferent, and pointed at Yikue. Your Majesty, what has transpired? At that moment, a multitude of formidable beings from the Corpse clan appeared at the entrance, having heard the resounding crash of the bronze door. Do you see only the Corpse King? Why do you not kneel before the ancestor of corpses? Lian Yu chastised the newcomers. The ancestor? The ancestor from a millennium ago? The crowd was momentarily taken aback. The commander of the Corpse army, Yanemo, furrowed his brow as he gazed at Yikue's silhouette. Are you the ancestor of corpses? Yikue slowly turned, casting a condescending glance upon them. Indeed, he bears the visage of the ancestor. I have seen him before. I recognize him. A trembling SS-level corpse warrior stammered. The crowd stood in shock, their hearts brimming with disbelief as they beheld Yikue. Inma furrowed his brow and inquired, Are you truly the ancestor of corpses? With an air of authority, Yikue responded, No one dares impersonate me. Inma paused momentarily, then glanced at the three brothers of the Lien family, his heart now assured of the truth. Inma pays his respects to the ancestor of corpses. He slightly bowed to Yikue, prompting those behind him to follow suit. Regardless of the circumstances, aligning oneself with Commander Inma was undoubtedly a wise choice. Chapter 26. The ancestor of corpses confronts the Corpse King. Everyone rise. There is no need for such formalities. Witnessing his subordinates bowing to Yikue, the Corpse King felt a surge of irritation. I am the current ruler of the Corpse clan. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Indeed, the Corpse King was the reigning authority, and he had long harbored ambitions regarding the ancestor's position, establishing an antagonistic relationship between them. Yet, the ancestor was an SSS powerhouse. Disrespecting him could lead to dire consequences, for it was said that the ancestor was a merciless and bloodthirsty figure. The onlookers stood in a state of confusion, unsure of how to proceed, frozen in place. Is merely bowing slightly before the ancestor all that is required? It seems necessary to enlighten you on the magnitude of my existence. Yikue spoke with a tone laden with discontent, channeling his full might. He unleashed a terrifying aura that swept across the entire imperial city, darkening the sky and stirring the winds. In that instant, all the members of the Corpse clan within the city found themselves prostrated on the ground, their eyes filled with dread. Those before Yikue trembled uncontrollably, collapsing to their knees, their faces nearly touching the earth. The SSS-class Nightmare Demon knelt on the ground, its head bowed, utterly astonished. It was inconceivable that the Corpse ancestor possessed such terrifying power, far beyond that of the Corpse King. How infuriating. At that moment, the Corpse King trembled as he too knelt, gritting his teeth in fury as he gazed at Yikue. Was he not still partially sealed? How could he exude such an overwhelming aura? Slowly, Yikue turned to face the Corpse King, a disdainful smile gracing his lips as he remarked, You are not even in my league. To me, you are merely a buffoon. A buffoon? The Corpse King trembled even more violently, Yikue's words striking deep into his soul. Once perched high above, he could not fathom being labeled a mere clown. This was unforgivable. What of the Corpse ancestor? What of being SSS? Even if it meant death, he would ensure the other party paid a price today. With a resounding boom, the Corpse King's own terrifying aura erupted forth. He shakily rose to his feet, a fierce grimace etched across his face as he glared at Yikue. I shall show you how I, the so-called buffoon, can tear you to shreds. His voice, filled with unbridled rage, and his bloodshot eyes, coupled with his trembling form, unmistakably conveyed that the Corpse King was engulfed in wrath. Yikue retracted his aura, the inhabitants of the imperial city instantly feeling a profound sense of relief. Nightmare demons, join me. Together, let us slay him. The Corpse King commanded his assembled subordinates. Though he was seething with rage, he had not yet lost his reason. The remnants of Yikue's earlier aura still instilled a sense of trepidation within him. He understood that alone, he could not hope to vanquish him. Thus, he resolved to unite the strength of his followers to annihilate him. The Nightmare Demon furrowed his brow and remarked, I regret to inform you that I cannot assist you in confronting the Corpse ancestor, nor will I lend my aid to the Corpse ancestor against you. One is the ruler of the Corpse clan from 10,000 years ago, and the other is the present ruler. Neither side offers any advantage to him. Thus he opts for neutrality. The formidable beings of the Corpse clan behind him showed no inclination to intervene, for they recognized the gravity of facing the Corpse ancestor. Moreover, they felt themselves unworthy to partake in the battle. Having witnessed the overwhelming aura of Nightshade, they believed that any rash action would only lead to their demise. Let them determine their own outcome. Ah, So you have chosen to disregard my commands. The Corpse King's countenance darkened ominously. Come forth, let me gauge your strength. Nightshade beckoned him with a mere flick of his finger. The Corpse King's eyes glinted coldly as a blood-red long knife materialized in his hand. Exuding a pungent scent of blood, the Corpse King's celestial-grade weapon, the Bloodslayer blade. We must retreat at once. Upon seeing the Corpse King wielding the Bloodslayer blade, the onlookers hastily withdrew, not wishing to become collateral damage. Nightshade felt a twinge of envy towards his adversary. He currently lacked a suitable weapon, as he preferred firearms, deeming standard ones beneath him, while celestial-grade ones were scarce. Above all, he yearned to reclaim his transcendent-grade weapon, the Ocean of Blood. The Corpse King raised his bloodied blade high and unleashed a downward strike towards Nightshade from afar, summoning forth a vast sea of blood that consumed all in its path, instantly engulfing Nightshade's figure. This was the Corpse King's most formidable technique. He unleashed it with full force, even surpassing his own limits. In the face of the Corpse Ancestor, he deemed it necessary to wager his very life. Fortunately, we fled with haste, or we would have been reduced to nothing more than scattered remains. Indeed, the Corpse King is a formidable entity. I wonder about the Corpse Progenitor. I presume he remains within the Blood Sea? Even an SSS-ranked individual would be instantly consumed by that crimson tide. The Corpse Progenitor's lack of evasion seems audacious in the extreme. The assembled crowd, having retreated to a safe distance, voiced their opinions. The three Lianyu brothers were among them. Lianyu scoffed, proclaiming, "Does he truly believe that mere blood sea can harm the Corpse Progenitor? Such a notion is utterly fanciful. Bide your time, and you shall witness." As they conversed, the blood sea gradually dissipated, revealing the scene within. Night Fiend's physical form was diminished to his head, right hand, and left leg. The blood sea had devoured the remainder of his S-ranked flesh. Heh, an impressive technique, Night Fiend remarked, chuckling as he regarded his diminished state. The Corpse King was taken aback, his expression contorted with curiosity as he beheld the head, hand, and leg. Night Fiend's right arm hovered in the air as he waved dismissively, saying, "Pay no mind to my present state. I shall soon reclaim my complete form." The Corpse King grinned, retorting, "Is that so? It seems I have a rather substantial opportunity to vanquish you." Observing Night Fiend's incomplete form, the Corpse King was emboldened. "I shall grant you a one-handed advantage." With those words, Night Fiend's right hand materialized behind the Corpse King, delivering a blow to his back. The Corpse King, enduring the searing pain, propelled himself into the sky. Night Fiend's right arm in close pursuit. The two engaged in a furious aerial battle, their energy waves devastating the landscape below. The sky was momentarily ablaze with blood-red light, then veiled in shadow, as the tumult of their battle stirred up a vortex larger than the imperial city below. A terrifying pressure emanated from the heavens, causing all within the imperial city to tremble in fear. How dreadful it was. Just one arm wielded such strength. One could only imagine the magnitude of the complete Corpse Ancestor. Thus, the Corpse Ancestor is the one capable of uniting our undead kin under one banner. The Corpse King cannot compare. Indeed, I share this sentiment. Witnessing the formidable power of Night Kuei, the assembly of undead warriors swiftly fell under his spell. Night Kuei glanced up at the sky before soaring towards the right leg claimed by the Corpse King. Unseal. Boom. At the moment the seal was broken, an overwhelming aura erupted forth, and soon both his right leg and the poised left leg ascended into the sky, heading towards the locus of battle. It would be prudent to resolve this matter swiftly. The world must remain oblivious to my awakening until the final sealing location is found. Night Kuei spoke calmly, his concern that those guarding his sealed domain might act unpredictably upon learning of his return. Until the last location is uncovered, he had no intention of revealing anything. As for the undead warriors, once the Corpse King was dealt with, he would ensure that they kept the information under wraps. Chapter 27. The commencement of battle in the sky. The Corpse King, bloodied and disheveled, struggled to fend off Night Kuei's relentless assault. "Brother, where are we?" The five-clawed golden dragon, Nightgeo, wobbled beside Night Kuei, groggily gazing at him. "Ah, Xiaojio has awakened. Perfect timing. Let us proceed to eliminate that wretched Corpse King." Night Kuei remarked with a cheerful smile. "The Corpse King? Is he the one plotting against my elder brother?" "Indeed. How? I shall devour him." With a resounding cry, Yijio transformed into a beam of golden light and soared above the Corpse King. The Corpse King glanced up. "What is that?" "Suck." Before he could discern what it was, darkness enveloped him, plunging him into utter oblivion. Yijio smacked his lips and reappeared before Night Kuei as a radiant golden light. "Brother, it is done," Yijio announced proudly, seeking recognition. "Haha, well done." Night Kuei's limbs returned, and he gently patted the top of Yijio's head. The onlooking clan of powerful undead were still in a state of bewilderment, gazing at the heavens. What transpired? Where's the Corpse King? I do not know. Just now, I saw a flash of golden light, and then the Corpse King vanished. A group of Na'vi simpletons. Lian Shui, overhearing their conversation, scoffed. The golden light just now was Lord Yijio. He has consumed the Corpse King. Follow me to pay homage to the ancestor of the undead. Lian Yu glanced at the crowd and, accompanied by his two younger brothers, soared towards Night Kuei. What should we do, Commander Yinimo? Yinimo also took flight toward Night Kuei, not glancing back as he declared, let us pay our respects to the ancestor of the undead. Soon, Night Kuei surveyed the throng of kneeling undead warriors before him and spoke solemnly. The fact of my awakening must not be leaked. You are to ensure complete confidentiality. Understood. Moreover, summon someone to bring forth the conservative faction's grievances. How can a single tribe be so divided into factions? Understood. Mobilize all forces to locate my sealed components. They must be found with utmost urgency. Once I reclaim all my parts, I shall fear no one in this world. Understood. Finally, immediately deploy a 1,000,000-strong army to assault the borders of the human realm. Pay no heed to anything else. Simply focus on the attack. Understood. Yekuei meticulously orchestrated 4 tasks, and his subordinates dared only to repeat the phrase understood, refraining from any further elaboration. Very well, you may rise. Proceed to execute the tasks I have assigned. Henceforth, this world shall belong to our undead clan. Yekuei grinned, exuding confidence as he regarded the assembly. Depart now. As his final words echoed, the formidable members of the undead clan hurriedly dispersed. This was the first task assigned by their progenitor, and it must be executed flawlessly. Once they had all departed, Yekuei chuckled to himself, anticipating the arrival of a wave of fierce points. At the borders of the human realm, Yekuei's aura suddenly erupted, sending nearby objects flying. A-class. He slowly opened his eyes, a smile gracing his features. His spirit soared as he ascended to A-class, with a plethora of fierce points on the horizon. With his current A-class strength, even SS-class foes would fall before him. Alas, an enemy attack. Everyone, prepare for battle immediately. At that moment, the alarm rang throughout the border city, startling the Night Fiend, who, with an excited smile, rushed outside. Upon his arrival at the city wall, he found it teeming with people, while nearly 2 to 3 million troops had gathered below. One must admit, the speed of this response was truly formidable. In such a brief span, such a vast force had assembled. All the human soldiers stood at the ready, their gazes fixed upon the approaching army, which too numbered in the millions. Standing atop the city wall, the human marshal Zhao Danyang addressed the distant forces with a grave tone. Night Fiend, are your undead preparing for a full-scale war against humanity? The Night Fiend was his longtime adversary. Their battles had persisted for centuries, remaining evenly matched. Zhao Danyang was well aware of the Night Fiend's cautious nature, so he pondered why he would suddenly lead an army to attack the border. Did he possess some form of absolute assurance? You have annihilated my 100,000 troops. This time, I shall personally command my forces to eradicate the entire border city. The Night Fiend replied in a low voice. Hearing this response, Zhao Danyang became even more convinced that there was a hidden scheme at play. He turned to the nearby Night Marauder and whispered, do not venture too deeply onto the battlefield. Maintain a heightened vigilance from the periphery to observe all changes. The Night Marauder furrowed his brow and inquired, why? I suspect there is some plot afoot, thus I need you to remain alert. Should you sense anything amiss, sound the retreat immediately. Zhao Danyang solemnly placed a hand on his shoulder. The Night Marauder was momentarily taken aback, then his expression hardened as he resolutely replied, understood. I shall not disappoint. Standing to the side, the Night Sovereign's lips twitched slightly as he observed the two, thinking to himself, you are overly cautious. After briefing the Night Madman, Zhao Danyang slowly ascended into the air, arms crossed. Before long, the Nightmare Demon, wielding a long spear, approached him. Zhao Danyang. Today we shall determine our victor. Why today? Zhao Danyang inquired softly, hoping to glean more from his adversary. The Nightmare Demon hesitated for a moment, quickly discerning the intent behind Zhao's question. With a bemused expression, he replied, do not worry, there are no ulterior motives. I simply wish to settle our score. Upon hearing this, Zhao Danyang grew even more vigilant. Was this truly about settling a score, or was it a prelude to an all-out war? Mobilizing 1,000,000 troops for such a purpose? Yet, he could not fathom what assurance the Nightmare Demon possessed to embolden such an action. With a chilling gaze, Zhao summoned a long spear into his grasp, pointing it menacingly at the Nightmare Demon. Then let us proceed. If he could not discern the truth, he would not dwell on it. He could only advance step by step. The nightmare demon regarded him solemnly, recognizing a foe who matched his strength. Had it not been for the orders from the corpse ancestor, he would never have risked leading an army into battle. Nonetheless, now that he was here, he resolved to fight with all his might. All troops, advance. He bellowed, and the undead legion surged forward, engaging Zhao Danyang in fierce combat. As the two clashed, the SS-level powerhouses from both sides ascended to the skies to engage in battle. Upon hearing the command to attack, the Night Sovereign leaped from the city walls, charging toward the undead with a trail of swirling dust behind him, leading the charge with fervor. What on earth is happening with that little son? He is about to unleash his formidable prowess once again. Is this the ruthless little tyrant capable of annihilating 100,000 troops single-handedly? The human warriors behind him gazed in astonishment as he recklessly ventured forth into the enemy ranks, completely severing ties with his comrades. Such audacity is truly astonishing. Chapter 28. The Ruthless Little Tyrant. Susanoo. As Ikue approached the front lines of the army, he immediately activated Susanoo. Gazing at the vast expanse filled with countless enemies, a grin of exhilaration spread across his face. Earth Explosion Star. Heavenly Obstruction Shock Star. With a mere thought, he conjured 4 colossal boulders of Earth Explosion Star, clearing entire regions with ease. Moments later, 4 meteors plummeted from the sky, obliterating yet more areas. The ground trembled violently, leaving the charging soldiers unsteady on their feet, their eyes wide with shock at the devastation wrought by Ikue. Isn't this a bit excessive? Truly, he is a merciless little tyrant. Gain 1,000,000 ruthlessness points. Ikue furrowed his brow and muttered to himself, why only 1,000,000? It seems many still do not perceive my ruthlessness. Thus, he resolved to press on. With that thought, he wielded his spear with relentless ferocity, sending foes flying before him. Yet, scarcely had he cleared the immediate vicinity when the advancing corpses filled the space once more, confronted with an overwhelming number of undead soldiers. Ikue continued to swing his spear tirelessly, seemingly undaunted by fatigue, bolstered by the power of the Jiuyang True Scripture and his own formidable physique. At that moment, the two factions clashed fiercely. However, due to the interference caused by Ikue, the Corpse Clan found themselves at a disadvantage. Zhao Danyang, how dare you allow an SS-level being to descend into the lower battlefield? Are you disregarding the rules? The Night Demon, as ablaze with fury, confronted Zhao Danyang as he witnessed Ikue wreaking havoc. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by the accusation, Zhao Danyang defended himself, asserting that Ikue was not SS level. Thus participating in the battle below was entirely justifiable. Ahem. I believe you are mistaken. He is not SS level, but merely B level. Zhao Danyang explained with utmost seriousness. Yet, he was mistaken. Ikue had just ascended to A level. B level? Are you jesting? Is the level of destruction he has caused achievable by a mere B level? Not even an S level could accomplish such feats. The Night Demon could hardly fathom Zhao Danyang's claims, feeling insulted by the implication. If you said he were S level, I might have entertained the notion, but B level? That is absurd. I am not sure how to articulate this, but he is indeed B level, Zhao Danyang stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. Honestly, had he not been acquainted with Ikue, he himself would have found it hard to believe that Ikue was merely B level. Very well, I shall summon a B level to confront him. The Night Demon gritted his teeth, emphasizing the term B level with palpable disdain. Kong Jiang, go and deal with that giant down below, he commanded, turning to one of his subordinates engaged in battle at a distance. Kong Jiang hesitated for a moment, but without further ado, he swiftly disengaged from his opponent and soared towards Ikue. You won't escape. The SS-level human warrior could not let him flee and immediately shouted, launching a fierce assault. Your next adversary is I. However, at that moment, he was intercepted by another formidable member of the Corpse Clan. The human powerhouse's expression turned grave, realizing that this Corpse Clan expert had been engaged in combat with his comrade. Could it be? He swiftly turned his gaze towards their previous battleground, only to witness his ally plummeting rapidly, covered in blood. Overwhelmed by fury, he roared, I shall obliterate you. With that, he launched an immediate assault, completely disregarding the retreating Kong general. Boom. With another strike, Ikue annihilated a large number of Corpse Clan members, once again raising his spear, poised to strike again. Suddenly, a terrifying force emanated from behind, sending Susanoo's immense form hurtling back hundreds of meters. What's happening? Ikue quickly rose to his feet, his gaze hardening as he saw an SS-ranked Corpse Clan powerhouse floating in midair, coldly observing him. Hey, couldn't bear to watch any longer, eh? Sending in an SS-ranked powerhouse. Ikue grinned, remaining unfazed. For an SS-ranked expert to disregard the rules and run rampant on a lower-level battlefield. How disgraceful. Kong General angrily rebuked Yikuei. I believe you're mistaken. I'm not an SS-ranked being. Yikuei said with a smile. Look, I cannot even fly. Kong General paused, slightly taken aback. Could it be that he was truly not SS-ranked? But the aura he exuded was undoubtedly that of an SS-ranked being. He gazed at the powerful Susanoo emanating a formidable aura, his confusion growing. Regardless of your rank, I shall slay you now. Too impatient to dwell on the matter any further, Kong General immediately attacked. Yikuei curled his lip and muttered, but I have no intention of killing you. Regardless of the circumstances, the opponent is now one of the formidable subordinates of another version of oneself. To slay him would be tantamount to harming oneself while benefiting another. The Air General's assault is exceedingly straightforward, as two enormous, semi-transparent fists manifest before him, relentlessly striking towards Yikuei. Though the fists are colossal, their speed is not to be underestimated. In a mere moment, they unleash over 100 blows. Each strike lands squarely upon the chest of the Susanoo, which now bears a faint crack. Yikuei smirks malevolently. Though I shall not take your life, I shall ensure your suffering. To dare show me disrespect warrants a fitting punishment. With a resounding boom, as the semi-transparent fists come crashing in once more, the Susanoo drives his long spear into the ground, meeting both fists head-on. The collision of four fists produces a thunderous sound, sending shockwaves that sweep away the surrounding soldiers. Impressive strength. The Air General's expression turns grave. The opponent's might exceeds expectations. His fists possess a force of at least 1,000,000 pounds, and yet, the opponent withstands the onslaught with unwavering resolve. Come, let us continue. Yikuei exclaims with exhilaration, eagerly initiating the offensive and engaging in a fierce exchange of blows with the opponent's ethereal fists. The grand spectacle of their battle exerts a profound influence over the entire battlefield. Wherever their conflict rages, devastation ensues, prompting both armies to instinctively retreat. As time progresses, the Air General perceives his arms growing exceedingly heavy, accompanied by waves of excruciating pain, causing his striking speed to wane. I shall no longer indulge you. Yikuei, an inexhaustible monstrosity, shows no signs of fatigue despite the prolonged engagement. Universal attraction. The void was abruptly torn asunder by a tremendous gravitational force, causing Kong to stagger. At that very moment, Susanoo's colossal fist descended upon his diminutive form. Boom. Had he missed? Nightshade voiced his confusion, utterly perplexed. Such an assault should not have gone astray. What was happening? How utterly disgraceful. You require my assistance. From a distance, a formidable undead warrior materialized beside Kong. The very one who had previously shielded him from the relentless pursuit of the human adversary. His appearance here signified that he had successfully dealt with that human foe. Caught off guard momentarily, Kong spoke in a low tone. Yet this reckless child is indeed formidable, and certainly not of SS rank. After such an extensive bout, he had discerned the truth, and having not seen Nightshade soar past, he could surmise that the opponent was not of SS caliber. Ah, so it was you who rescued him. Nightshade remarked disdainfully, casting an irritable glance at the two. Haha, I am Tu Hong. Chapter 29. Remnants of the God-slaying spear. Nightshade recognized him. Tu Hong was a prodigious talent among the undead, surpassing even the Night Madman, an SS rank. He was infinitely close to SSS rank. At present, Nightshade was not his match. It is nearly time. One more grand move should conclude this conflict. Do you wish to witness a meteor shower? Nightshade suddenly proclaimed inexplicably to the two. Tu Hong blinked in surprise, inquiring with curiosity, what meteor shower? With a mysterious smile, Nightshade replied, it is a meteor shower where countless meteors plummet from the sky. Super. Celestial Starquake. As Nightshade's voice faded, shadows emerged across the battlefield, revealing more than 10 meteors plummeting rapidly from the sky. Good heavens. That reckless child has gone mad. This is an indiscriminate assault. Help. In the midst of aerial combat, Zhao Danyang and the Nightmare Demon halted, their brows furrowing as they gazed at the descending meteors. We must neutralize the meteors first. Otherwise, both sides will suffer significant casualties. With resolve, the two launched their attacks against the meteors, shattering them almost instantaneously. The formidable power of their SSS rank was magnificently displayed at that moment. Huh. You truly are a vicious little brat. Tu Hong chuckled softly, his gaze icy as he regarded Nightshade. Those meteors were beyond his ability to intercept. Had Zhao Danyang and the Nightmare Demon not intervened, he too would have sustained severe injuries. Hey, it was merely a trivial display. Nightshade grinned widely. It seems I must swiftly deal with you. Otherwise, the situation may become perilous. Tu Hong's expression hardened, and he prepared to strike at Nightshade. Just then, a signal for retreat echoed from the rear of the Corpse clan, leaving everyone bewildered. Though confused, the Nightmare Demon immediately bellowed, "Retreat." The Corpse clan swiftly disengaged from their opponents, retreating to the rear. Reluctantly, Tu Hong cast one last glance at Nightshade before following suit. "Everyone, do not pursue. Be wary of falling into their trap." Zhao Danyang cautioned the eager human warriors, urging them to return to the city and report the casualties to him. Thus, an inexplicably chaotic battle came to an equally inexplicable end. "Marshal, I discerned no flaws in the adversary's approach." As Zhao Danyang soared back to the city wall, the Night Marauder approached him, having observed the battlefield from its periphery, his frustration mounting as he could only watch the valiant struggle unfold. Had I misjudged the situation? Zhao Danyang furrowed his brow, enveloped in profound doubt. "Never mind. I shall return to my command post and summon all SS-ranked warriors, including Knight Kuei." With that, Zhao Danyang promptly took flight towards the marshal's residence. Meanwhile, Knight Kuei stood upon the battlefield, his face alight with mirth, having just garnered an additional 4 million ferocity points from his last devastating move. Indeed, a bit of ruthlessness is essential. As the retreating undead legion withdrew, Tu Hong lamented to the Night Demon, "Why the sudden call to retreat? We were not at a disadvantage just moments ago." The Night Demon, unperturbed, replied, "Do not concern yourself with the reasons, simply comply, unless you wish to meet your demise." The retreat signal undoubtedly stemmed from the will of the Corpse ancestor, a command he dared not defy. Within the borders of the fortress, in the marshal's hall, Zhao Danyang occupied the foremost seat of authority, flanked on either side by a multitude of SS-ranked human champions. Knight Kuei was present as well, though he stood amongst them, resembling a defendant under interrogation. The Night Marauder, seated in the front row on the right, regarded him with a wry smile, shaking his head in disbelief. Zhao Danyang, with a grave expression, inquired, "Why did you employ a technique that blurs the line between friend and foe? Do you comprehend the catastrophic losses our warriors would suffer from the falling meteors?" Knight Kuei met Zhao Danyang's gaze resolutely and replied, "Once one steps onto the battlefield, one must be prepared to face the specter of death." With a sharp slap, Zhao Danyang struck the armrest of his chair, directing his ire towards Yi Kuei, exclaiming, "It depends on how one meets their demise. They may perish at the hands of the enemy, but they must never fall to their own kind. Let us deliberate on an appropriate punishment for him." Yi Kuei stood in silence, his demeanor tranquil. It was inherently flawed to place a child on the battlefield. Could one truly expect him to distinguish between foes and allies? A child is inclined only to pursue what they find entertaining. He should be reassigned to the Imperial Academy. This place does not require his presence. Had that meteorite not been intercepted, even 10 deaths would not suffice. The SS-level experts flanking him began to voice their opinions. Though they harbored grievances, none dared to propose a genuine punishment, for Yi Kuei was the scion of the Yi family, and his formidable prowess promised a future of unparalleled strength. It was unwise to provoke him. "Very well, return to the Imperial Academy." Zhao Danyang surveyed the assembly before addressing Yi Kuei in a solemn tone. "Farewell then." Yi Kuei responded briskly, waving his hand as he exited the marshal's residence. Such is the nature of youth, utterly oblivious to decorum. Once Yi Kuei departed, the others shook their heads in wry amusement. Having resolved the issue concerning Yi Kuei, it was time to report on the casualties. Zhao Danyang spoke with a heavy heart. As his words echoed, the atmosphere within the marshal's residence grew somber. "Allow me to speak," declared Yi Kuangtu, rising suddenly. Zhao Danyang nodded at him. The low-tier combat losses amounted to 500,000, with 13 S-rank and 2 SS-rank casualties. The somber voice of Knight Madman resonated, and the crowd displayed expressions of profound sorrow. How could 2 SS-rank warriors perish? In the past, even the loss of a single one was an exceedingly rare occurrence. Zhao Danyang furrowed his brow and inquired. Knight Madman cast a glance at him, forcing a bitter smile as he explained, "It is because I was stationed at the periphery of the battlefield by your arrangement and did not partake in the SS-level combat. Thus, there was no one to restrain Tu Hong, and both SS-rank warriors fell victim to him." Sighing deeply upon hearing this, Zhao Danyang's face was etched with grief. While they wore expressions of despair, Knight Kuei returned to his dwelling, his face alight with joy. He now possessed 6 million ruthless points. This allowed him to perform 3 consecutive 1,000 draws. 1,000 draws guaranteed a celestial-grade quality item, a thought that made one salivate. Let us initiate 1,000 draws for a trial run. System, commence the 1,000 draws. Acknowledged, host. Initiating 1,000 draws. Shards of the God-slaying spear. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Knight Kuei stared in astonishment at the lottery panel, his heart racing with shock. He recognized the words God-slaying spear, if it was indeed the spear from his memories. Even a mere shard of it would be an extraordinarily fearsome item. He quickly glanced at his inventory. Shard of the God-slaying spear. This is a fragment of the weapon belonging to the demon ancestor Lahu, which can be integrated into other weapons to enhance them. Should you gather all the shards, it shall be forged into the true God-slaying spear. Chapter 30. Encountering a robber amidst the rugged mountain path, a diminutive figure ambled leisurely, humming a tuneless melody, seemingly in high spirits. This was Yi Kuei, making his solitary return to the Imperial Academy. Though Yi Guangtu had intended to arrange for a retinue to escort him, Yi Kuei had declined the offer. The individuals he had selected were merely of A rank, which held no value against the formidable SS-ranked Yi Kuei. At that moment, Yi Kuei beamed with delight as he gazed at the 2 fragments of the God-slaying spear in his inventory. After obtaining 1 fragment through 1,000 consecutive draws, he attempted another round, resulting in yet another fragment alongside an opportunity to upgrade his SSS quality technique. Without hesitation, he upgraded the Nine Suns Scripture, transforming it into the Nine Suns Radiant Scripture. The Nine Suns Radiant Scripture, a legendary technique crafted by deities, which condenses 9 suns within one being, continuously providing boundless energy. It also enables the wielder to unleash the condensed suns to vanquish foes with unparalleled might, illuminating the world akin to the sun upon reaching full mastery. The scripture is classified into 9 tiers. Condensing 1 sun constitutes a tier. And since Yi Kuei transitioned directly from the original 9 sun scripture, he now possessed 2 blazing suns within him, having already attained the 2nd tier. As for the fragments of the God-slaying spear, he was eager to utilize them, aiming to enhance the earthly-grade spear bestowed upon him by Yi Chong Kong. However, the system promptly indicated that it could not be used, as his earthly-grade spear was not a weapon capable of growth. Knight Kuei felt no sense of loss, for he could bide his time until he reclaimed his supreme-tier weapon, thus enabling him to wield the remnants of the God-slaying spear. His supreme-tier weapon, a growth-type armament, was known as the Killing Demon Lance. This venture onto the battlefield had proved to be immensely fruitful, alas. He had been dispatched back to the Imperial Academy by Zhao Danong. Had he not been sent away, another war could have yielded even more brutal spoils. Nevertheless, he consoled himself with the thought that he had once again ascended to the position of ruler of the undead, and many opportunities lay ahead. Furthermore, returning to the Imperial Academy to reunite with his beloved wife also held its own charm. As Knight Kuei ambled along, lost in contemplation, he mused that in just 2 or 3 days, he would reach the Imperial Academy, pondering whether his wife's ranking had surpassed his own. Suddenly, a group of over a dozen men materialized before him, each exuding an intimidating aura. Knight Kuei furrowed his brow, recognizing their attire as somewhat familiar, as if he had encountered them before. This mountain is mine. This tree is mine. If you wish to pass through here, leave behind a toll. While Knight Kuei was deep in thought, one of the assailants spoke again. Robbing, are we? Knight Kuei was momentarily taken aback. Then his expression shifted to one of realization. He recalled that these ruffians bore a striking resemblance to the bandits he had previously encountered on his journey to the Imperial Academy. Evidently, they belonged to the same gang. What do you think a mere child could possess? Knight Kuei remarked, raising his hands in a gesture of indifference. Stop feigning ignorance. It is inherently unreasonable for a child to be wandering alone in such desolate wilderness. Moreover, given your extravagant attire, you must be the offspring of a significant power. You likely possess some degree of strength, which is why you dare to roam alone. At the forefront stood a slender young man, his eyes gleaming with a chilling coldness. Knowing this, why do you dare to come and rob me? Knight Kuei remarked with an unruffled smile. Huh, why should we not? We have successfully robbed numerous members of the 4 great families. The young man scoffed repeatedly. Oh, it appears you are not so simple after all. You dare to rob members of the 4 great families? Knight Kuei's interest was suddenly piqued, and he inquired eagerly. What is so remarkable about the 4 great families? They merely possess SSS-level powerhouses. Our chieftain is also an SSS-level powerhouse. The young man retorted disdainfully. A glimmer of insight flashed in Knight Kuei's eyes. Indeed, this band of robbers was no ordinary group, which explained their audacity to rob near the Imperial Academy. Do you know why I have divulged so much to you? The young man suddenly revealed a cruel smile. Because you were about to die. In his eyes, Knight Kuei, a mere child of 6 or 7 years, was nothing more than a lamb ready for slaughter. Despite the opponent's strength, he felt no fear, for he was an S-level speed enhancer. Given the child's age, no matter how exceptional his talent or abundant his resources, he could only reach a maximum of sea-level. Observing the young man's confident demeanor, Knight Kuei's lips curled into a slight smile as he asked, "In that case, could you enlighten me on the name of your organization?" The young man furrowed his brow in confusion, questioning why Knight Kuei could still smile. Did he possess some form of support? Indeed, he had heard that members of certain powerful factions often had strong protectors discreetly watching over them. Could that be a source of confidence? Upon contemplating this, the young man suddenly burst into laughter. If that were the case, it would be even better, for he coincidentally had an S-class powerhouse on his side. Curiously, they had just been preparing to return to their stronghold when they encountered an S-class expert who was also heading back, and soon after, they crossed paths with Yu Kuei. At that moment, the S-class powerhouse on his side was lurking in the shadows, observing. "Well, it's no harm in telling you," the young man declared with pride. "We are from the Demon Hand Village." Demon Hand Village? Never heard of it. Do you truly possess an SSS-class powerhouse? You must be boasting. Yu Kuei instantly lost interest, scoffing disdainfully at the other. You. The young man, witnessing the contempt that surfaced upon hearing his village's name, was immediately filled with rage. He bellowed at his subordinates, "Seize him. I want to execute him slowly, piece by piece." "Understood, boss." Following the command, a group of bandits surged forward with cruel smiles, eager to capture Yu Kuei. In their eyes, seizing a 6 or 7-year-old child was a trivial undertaking. Such an opportunity for display could not be missed. As the bandits charged towards him, Yu Kuei smiled faintly, raising his small hand toward them. Divine ruler's heavenly judgment. In an instant, all the assailants were sent flying dozens of meters away, lying motionless on the ground. They had all lost their life force. There Orga, the leading youth, stared at Yu Kuei with astonishment, his brows furrowed tightly together. Among his subordinates, there were 1 A-ranked and several B-ranked individuals. Yet they had all been effortlessly dispatched in a single encounter. It seemed he had underestimated this young child. The opponent must possess some extraordinary protective treasure. The thought of such a treasure caused the youth's eyes to gleam with excitement. Even now, he did not perceive Yu Kuei as particularly formidable. He chuckled to himself. "Now it's your turn." Yu Kuei stood there with an air of calm, softly speaking. "Do not assume that having defeated a few individuals assures your victory. I am S-ranked." The youth licked his lips, gazing at Yu Kuei like a famished wolf. Chapter 31. Aura. With the youth declaring his rank, he now stood before Yu Kuei, exhibiting the abilities of a speed-type Esper. Accompanying his declaration was the swift motion of his fist, aimed directly at Yu Kuei's head. Smack! Yu Kuei, with an impassive expression, raised his small hand and grasped the incoming fist, halting it merely an inch from his head, preventing any further advance. What? The youth looked on in disbelief. Although he had not exerted his full strength, such a blow should have been sufficient to incapacitate even an A-ranked opponent. Yet, this young child had easily caught it, and waves of excruciating pain radiated from his fist. Damn it! The youth swiftly lifted his right leg, aiming a kick at Yu Kuei. However, Yu Kuei was even quicker. He released the youth's fist and delivered a punch to his chest. Bang! The youth was immediately propelled backward, crashing into a large tree several dozen meters away before finally coming to a halt. Cough, cough. The young man spat blood, trembling as he rose to his feet, his face a portrait of terror. This child was truly formidable. Not only was his strength terrifying, but his speed surpassed that of this speed-enhanced individual. He was nothing short of a monster. How could such a small child possess such immense power? Was he perhaps a disguised SSS-level powerhouse? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Yu Kuei lifted his small foot and approached him step by step. With a thud, Yu Kuei halted a meter away, his voice cold and indifferent as he inquired, "How do you wish to perish?" The young man, gritting his teeth in defiance, glared at him and wiped the blood from his lips, his voice icy as he replied, "I concede that you are formidable. But do you truly believe you have me cornered?" In an instant, the young man unleashed his full speed ability, appearing to teleport behind Yu Kuei. "Die!" he shouted. Bang! The young man was sent flying once more, this time unable to rise, his body curled on the ground as he continued to spit blood. His eyes filled with sheer fright. Whoosh! Yu Kuei materialized beside him, raising his small foot to deliver a crushing blow to his head. Just as his foot was about to make contact, Yu Kuei furrowed his brow and swiftly retreated. Next to the young man stood a tall, imposing middle-aged man, clad in the same attire. He was an SSS-level powerhouse, his aggressive gaze scrutinizing Yi Kuei. Upon the man's arrival, Yi Kuei was struck with profound astonishment. It was not the man's strength that shocked him. An SSS-level individual had yet to earn that privilege. What truly astonished Yi Kuei was the unmistakable sensation of his own aura emanating from the stranger, a presence akin to that of the corpse ancestor. Yet, he was absolutely certain that he had never encountered this individual before. Thus, the only remaining possibility was that the aura of the corpse ancestor had been tainted on that elusive part. This middle-aged man must have had a close encounter with that very area, and it must have been recent. Suddenly, Yi Kuei erupted into a fit of mad laughter, his entire being quaking with joy. The man across from him looked on in confusion, utterly perplexed. Truly, it was as if he had traversed the world in vain, only to stumble upon his prize effortlessly. As the laughter subsided, Yi Kuei fixed his gaze upon the man, as if beholding a rare treasure. The man felt a wave of discomfort wash over him under such scrutiny and furrowed his brow, questioning, "What is wrong with your gaze?" Yi Kuei licked his lips and grinned widely. "You have encountered something truly terrifying recently, haven't you?" The middle-aged man shuddered inwardly, displaying a look of astonishment. It seemed he was aware of something. Indeed, just a few days prior, he had witnessed such a horrifying entity and was now preparing to return to the stronghold to confront it again. "It appeared that you have gleaned knowledge that you ought not to possess." The man's expression grew icy, a palpable intent to kill radiating from him. Undeterred, Yi Kuei maintained his unwavering gaze, determined not to let the man escape. If he could reclaim that part, only the portion from the Imperial Academy would remain. Moreover, it signified that upon recovering this fragment, he could proclaim his return to the world. "Take me to see it." Suddenly, Yi Kuei spoke up. The other party was momentarily taken aback, gazing at him in bewilderment. It was curious that this child dared to seek an encounter with something so fearsome. However, he would never consent to such a request, for leading the other to that destination would undoubtedly result in his demise. "If you wish for me to guide you, let us see if you can survive my grasp." The middle-aged man, unwilling to engage in further trivialities with Yi Kuei, materialized before him in an instant, wielding a long sword that had mysteriously appeared in his hand, swiftly slashing towards Yi Kuei's neck. The speed and force of this attack surpassed that of the earlier youth by countless magnitudes, as he was indeed an SS-class powerhouse. Boom! Just as the man believed he had succeeded, an immense force of repulsion sent him flying backwards. Susanoo. As the man soared through the air, Yi Kuei promptly activated Susanoo. For the opponent was also of SS class, and caution was paramount. Upon the manifestation of Susanoo, the man immediately felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. He quickly ascended into the sky, his expression grave as he fixated on the towering 100-meter giant. This oppressive aura was at least of SS-class caliber. With a serious demeanor, he raised his long sword and struck downwards towards Susanoo from a distance. A colossal dragon composed of lightning surged forth from the sword, charging directly at Yi Kuei. Susanoo did not flinch or evade. Instead, it countered with a powerful punch aimed at the lightning dragon. Boom! The lightning dragon dissipated, yet Susanoo remained unscathed. Universal attraction. A formidable force of attraction pulled the airborne man downward, and Susanoo unleashed a flurry of punches. Like a torrential downpour, fist rained down upon the man's position, instantly reducing the surrounding area to ruins. Cough. After the attack, the middle-aged man immediately soared into the air, his appearance disheveled, with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. What terrifying power! Were it not for the earth-grade armor he wore, he might have sustained severe injuries by now. He cast a fleeting glance at his armor, noticing several fine cracks marring its surface. If subjected to another ferocious assault like the previous one, it would undoubtedly fail to withstand the onslaught. The middle-aged man gazed apprehensively at Susanoo, the formidable giant, whose strength was not only terrifying but whose defenses were equally formidable. Remarkably, the lightning dragon had inflicted no damage whatsoever upon him. It seemed he had no choice but to employ that technique. "You are indeed powerful," the middle-aged man declared gravely, "yet I am no mere trivial opponent." Thunderous might. With a furious roar, he unleashed an overwhelming tempest of lightning from his being, enveloping an area of several miles. The savage bolts of electricity wreaked havoc upon all within their reach, obliterating both flora and fauna, transforming the once vibrant landscape into a charred wasteland in mere moments. Chapter 32. The daytime demon of the stronghold. After the storm of lightning, the middle-aged man remained vigilant, fixated on the motionless form of Susanoo. Surely, that must have resolved the matter, he uttered uncertainly, though he held great confidence in his recent strike. The memory of Nightshade's formidable defenses left him hesitant to fully assure himself of victory. The power was impressive. It felt as though he had received a full-body massage. An exquisite experience. Nightshade suddenly twisted his neck and stretched his arms, gazing with delight at the middle-aged man hovering in the air. What? A wave of humiliation surged within the middle-aged man. He was being treated as a mere masseur. This was utterly intolerable. Humph. Until we meet again. With a cold snort, the middle-aged man promptly turned and fled. Although he felt deeply aggrieved and reluctant, he realized that even his most formidable strike could not affect his opponent, rendering any further stay unnecessary. Moreover, the diminutive creature below seemed incapable of flight, thus his escape was assured. Nightshade smiled as he watched the figure of the middle-aged man diminish in size until it vanished completely. The next part is up to you. Nightshade murmured to himself before dispelling his Susanoo, continuing to hum a tuneless melody as he made his way toward the Imperial Academy. The middle-aged man, now flying far away, glanced back and noticed that Nightshade was not in pursuit, which elicited a sigh of relief. Indeed, he could not fly, making it impossible for him to catch up. Yet, he pondered, why did such a peculiar creature exist in this world? As he soared through the air, he furrowed his brow in contemplation. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of golden eyes watched him from a distance. The moment the ancestral aura was sensed, Nightshade had already set off in pursuit. Soon, Nightshade observed the middle-aged man entering a mountain peak, which housed a vast stronghold filled with densely packed structures and numerous individuals clad in attire similar to that of the middle-aged man. Third Master, you have returned. As the middle-aged man touched down, a young man swiftly approached him, his face etched with terror. The chief is furious. You must hurry. The youth trembled, as if he sensed an impending catastrophe. The middle-aged man, referred to as the third leader, visibly stiffened, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes before he feigned composure in his gaze. Rest assured, I have returned with a bounty of energy stones. The chief will surely calm down upon seeing them, he declared, hastening toward the innermost cave of the stronghold. With each step closer to the cave, the third leader's brow furrowed deeper. An ominous, malevolent energy emanated from within, and he sensed the owner of that power teetering on the brink of rage. The thought of the impending outburst sent a chill racing down his spine, prompting him to quicken his pace. He needed to deliver the energy stones before the explosion of fury ensued. The consequences would be dire. He vividly recalled the last time an outburst occurred. The stronghold had been devastated, blood flowing like rivers, with limbs scattered in the aftermath. Energy stones. Just as the third leader crossed the threshold of the cave, a roar reverberated throughout the stronghold, followed by an overwhelming aura of terror. All the bandits were seized by fear, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. The third leader quaked in fear and charged into the cave with all his might, shouting, "Chief, the energy stones are here. Please, quell your anger." With all his might, he surged forward, reaching the cave's end in an instant. Without uttering a word, he cast forth all the energy stones from his spatial ring. As the stones were released, the overwhelming aura gradually dissipated. Why were the energy stones delivered so late? At the cave's terminus sat a peculiar figure, neither fully human nor entirely ghostly. This man had disheveled hair, and the left side of his face bore the marks of recent burns, flesh and blood grotesquely mingled, while his eyes appeared as though they might fall from their sockets at any moment. Yet, the right side of his face remained unscathed, revealing a strikingly handsome visage when viewed from that angle. At this moment, he plunged his entire left arm into the heap of energy stones, which diminished rapidly. After approximately 3 minutes, the once mountainous pile of energy stones had entirely vanished, revealing his arm. It was a pale limb, adorned with golden runes, appearing more delicate than that of a woman. However, upon witnessing that arm, the third master trembled in sheer terror. You have yet to answer my question. A cold voice pierced the air, prompting the third master to stammer, I was delayed by an encounter with a formidable foe. Incompetent. The man glared coldly at him, then raised his left arm and waved it gently. Boom. The third master was forcefully hurled against the cave's rocky wall, causing the entire cavern to tremble. Cough, cough. It is my subordinate's ineptitude. The third master dared not express any dissatisfaction and hastily knelt in apology before the man. The man spoke indifferently, you may leave now. If you fail to deliver the energy stones punctually again, you shall no longer have a place in this world. Indeed, there shall never be a next time. The third master exited the cavern, overwhelmed by an intense sense of dread. After his departure, the man cast his gaze upon his left arm, gently caressing it with his right hand. Oh, demonic hand, were it not for you, I would have perished long ago. Not only did you save my life, but you also assisted me in avenging my enemies. The man found himself involuntarily reminiscing about his past. His name was Su Tianxie, the young master of a modest family, leading a carefree existence. However, 6 years prior, a terrifying aura erupted within his family's ancestral hall, accompanied by a black light that soared into the heavens. This ominous light was witnessed by many, leading to rampant speculation that his family harbored a heavenly-grade weapon. Prominent families in the vicinity quickly caught wind of the news and dispatched individuals to investigate. Initially, they approached with utmost politeness, while the family head, his father, remained utterly bewildered, lacking any understanding of the situation. He was only aware that beneath the Bai family's ancestral hall lay something passed down through generations. Yet its true nature remained a mystery. Upon receiving such a response, those eminent families insisted he excavate the artifact. His father resolutely declined. For the foremost family rule dictated that nothing buried beneath the ancestral hall should be unearthed. The prominent families, though disappointed, chose not to press further and left the Bai residents with a sense of regret. Who could have anticipated that they would dispatch a multitude of formidable warriors to assault the Bai family that very night? A mere small clan like the Bai family was utterly incapable of withstanding such an onslaught, and soon the entire estate was awash with blood. Chapter 33. The left arm Bai Tianxie stood in a state of utter devastation, his mind a blank canvas as he witnessed the chaos unfold. In a frenzy, he raced to the ancestral hall of the Bai family, determined to demolish the altar dedicated to their forebears. For the source of the calamity that plagued his family lay buried beneath. With fervor, he seized his weapon and began to excavate. Before long, he unearthed the object responsible for the annihilation of the Bai clan. It was a black wooden box, its surfaces adorned with talismans. With a surge of desperation, Bai Tianxie tore away one of the talismans, and an overwhelming aura of oppression emanated from the box. He was momentarily paralyzed by its formidable power. But the dire circumstances outside drove him into a frenzied state, compelling him to rip away every talisman in sight. He yearned to uncover the entity that had wrought such bloodshed upon his family. He understood that his own demise was imminent, yet he desired clarity in death. As he peeled away the last of the talismans, Bai Tianxie cautiously opened the box. Inside lay a left arm inscribed with golden incantations. The mere sight of it struck him with an overwhelming blow, making it difficult for him to breathe. The treasure lay within. He had to retrieve it at once. Meanwhile, the merciless assailants who had slaughtered the Bai family approached the ancestral hall. There was still one survivor. He was the last remnant of the Bai family. They must eliminate him swiftly. Boom. Upon overhearing their conversation, Bai Tianxie felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Is he the sole survivor of the Bai family? How did this transpire? The Bai family has done nothing to warrant such annihilation. Why? Is it due to our lack of formidable power? Indeed. Our insufficient might renders us vulnerable. I yearn for power, the kind that enables me to personally avenge my kin. At this moment, Bai Tianxie's desire for power erupted with unprecedented intensity. His fists clenched so tightly that his nails pierced his flesh, causing blood to drip incessantly. Perish! A middle-aged man bellowed as he brought his blade down upon him. Tianxie instinctively attempted to evade, but he was too slow. His entire left arm was severed and fell into the wooden crate. He actually dodged. The man sneered, launching another strike, too swift for Tianxie to react. Just as he believed he was about to meet his end, the left arm within the crate, adorned with golden inscriptions, intervened, blocking the fatal blow. To his astonishment, the arm then reattached itself to his severed limb. In that instant, he felt an overwhelming power surge through his body. He tested his strength with a punch. And with a single, effortless blow, he obliterated his adversaries into dust. He stared in disbelief, realizing that some of them were likely S-ranked. Bai Tianxie roared with laughter. His face contorted with mania, tears streaming down his cheeks. The Mu family, the Bai family, you shall pay in blood, Bai Tianxie exclaimed, his voice filled with rage. As he prepared to seek vengeance upon his adversary's family, he was suddenly struck by the realization that his body was withering away, his life force rapidly dissipating. He gazed in horror, his heart heavy with resentment. Why, having just acquired the means to exact revenge, must he face death? The energy stones. In his moment of despair, a voice echoed in his mind. He could not discern its origin, yet he felt compelled to follow its directive to the family asphalt. Subsequently, his left arm, seemingly possessed, began to consume the energy stones uncontrollably. Once he had devoured every last stone, he noticed the draining of his life force had ceased. It became clear to him that the price of wielding his left arm's power was his own life, yet the energy stones could serve as a substitute. As long as he possessed an ample supply of them, he could retain this formidable strength. Thereafter, he harnessed this newfound power to annihilate his enemies and seize their energy stones. In due course, he rallied a formidable band of brigands and established the Demon S-Hand stronghold, commanding them to procure energy stones on his behalf. 6 years slipped by in the blink of an eye. Bai Tianxia, reflecting on the passage of time, noted how he had transformed from an innocent youth into a merciless leader. Suddenly, as he pondered, his left arm began to tremble violently, as if attempting to detach itself from his body, leaving him utterly powerless to control it. What was happening? Bai Tianxia stared in astonishment at his left arm. This was the first occurrence of such a phenomenon in all these years, and he was engulfed in a wave of panic. He could not afford to lose this arm. Yet, to his dismay, the inscriptions on his left arm shimmered with light and then severed their connection with his body. Why? Why are you leaving me? Bai Tianxia suddenly erupted with anger, feeling as though he had been betrayed. Because it does not belong to you. A voice resonated within the cave, exuding an air of omnipotence. Bai Tianxia was momentarily taken aback, then hoarsely shouted, "Who?" As his words faded, Yi Kuei materialized within his sight. At that moment, Yi Kuei stood before him with complete limbs, resembling a normal human, yet his torso was eerily hollow. Bai Tianxia stared in disbelief. His gaze fixated on Yi Kuei's left arm, and he seethed. "Return my arm." "Heh, your arm?" Yi Kuei mocked. "This is the arm of my lineage." With that, his arm appeared before Bai Tianxia, gripping his neck and lifting him effortlessly, leaving him utterly defenseless. Yi Kuei scrutinized him, a gleam of curiosity in his eyes, as he exclaimed, "You are about to be assimilated by my left arm, aren't you? What are you now? A human? A corpse? Or perhaps corpse man would be more fitting." Bai Tianxia gazed at him in sheer terror, his mind racing in shock. Even without that left arm, he possessed SSS-level strength. Yet, as an SSS-level being, he was effortlessly lifted, as if his body were imprisoned, unable to even attempt to struggle. Moreover, upon hearing Yi Kuei's words, his astonishment deepened. The demonic hand that had accompanied him for 6 years truly belonged to this entity. According to the other party's words, he is a member of the corpse clan, and he himself has transformed into a half-corpse due to the influence of demonic forces. Who exactly is he among the powerful beings of the corpse clan? Could he possibly be the corpse king? "Are you the corpse king?" Bai Tianxia struggled to ask. Upon hearing his words, Yi Kuei paused for a moment and chuckled lightly. "You guessed wrong. Moreover, there is no longer a corpse king in this world. Who exactly are you?" Bai Tianxia could hardly fathom anyone in the corpse clan, aside from the corpse king, possessing such terrifying power. Wait, the other party just referred to himself as the ancestor. Could it be? Bai Tianxia gazed at him in disbelief, recalling an ancient legend that had been passed down through the ages. Chapter 34. Preparing for war, it seems you have caught on. Yi Kuei remarked with a gentle smile, observing the expressions of terror, shock, and disbelief on Bai Tianxia's face. You are? Gulped Bai Tianxia, unable to suppress the growing fear within him. In your current state, neither the human nor the corpse clan will accept you. Why not become a true member of the corpse clan? Yi Kuei grinned, seemingly seeking the other's opinion. Bai Tianxia was momentarily taken aback, revealing a look of astonishment. His mouth slightly agape, poised to speak. At that moment, Yi Kuei's other arm suddenly appeared before him, fingers together plunging into his heart. An inexplicable energy instantaneously filled his heart, rapidly spreading throughout his body. The immense pain compelled him to let out a blood-curdling scream. 5 minutes later, the anguished cries of Bai Tianxia subsided, and Yi Kuei released him. Gasping for breath, Bai Tianxia cast a wary glance at Yi Kuei. His previously grotesque visage now restored to its original form. Yi Kuei, observing the one-armed Bai Tianxia, remarked with satisfaction, "You have now become one of the undead. Return with me to the realm of the corpse clan." Bai Tianxia nodded, feeling an inexplicable sense of reverence towards Yi Kuei, even harboring an impulse to worship him. "Let us proceed." Yi Kuei waved his hand, and in an instant, the two vanished from the cavern, leaving the magic hand village to its own fate. He felt quite pleased, having not only reclaimed his left arm but also acquired a new SSS-level powerhouse for the undead clan. His ability to transform Bai Tianxia into one of the undead stemmed from the latter's inherent signs of transformation. Otherwise, even at his peak, it would have been exceedingly difficult for Yi Kuei to convert a member of the human race. Upon returning to the imperial city of the corpse clan, Yi Kuei immediately summoned all SSS-level and above undead warriors. With the last unknown fragment retrieved, only the torso from the Imperial Academy remained. There was no need for further concealment. In a few days, he would personally journey to the Imperial Academy to reclaim the final part of his body. The question of whether he could retrieve it never crossed Yukuei's mind. With his current strength, he could contend with even the Qilin Emperor, and besides, he had Xiaojiu, the immensely powerful five-clawed golden dragon, at his side. However, there remains one matter that weighs heavily on his mind, the enigmatic silver-haired youth who invited him back to the Imperial Academy. The individual exudes an air of mystery, coupled with formidable strength. Soon, all the powerful members of the undead clan hastened to arrive. Each one of the undead warriors in the palace displayed expressions of astonishment and exhilaration. They beheld Yi Kuei, who had regained his left arm. It appeared that the ancestor of the dead was preparing to announce his return to the world. "Brother, you've regained an arm. Why didn't you summon me when you went out?" The little golden dragon, Yi Jiu, darted before Yi Kuei, inspecting him from side to side, voicing his grievance. Observing the other's misty eyes, Yi Kuei helplessly replied, "Who told you to be asleep? But you could have awakened me." "Not necessary. Did you indulge in the flesh of the winged serpent alone?" Yi Kuei paused slightly, perplexed by the inquiry. "Why do you ask that? Didn't you consume the winged serpent's flesh when you retrieved your left leg last time? So, you must have done the same upon reclaiming your arm, right?" "You're overthinking it. Not every part of me is guarded by the winged serpent. Just as my right leg was obtained from the corpse king." Yi Kuei sighed with a wry smile, realizing his companion was simply being greedy. "Oh." The little golden dragon regarded him with skepticism. Yi Kuei then shifted his gaze downward, noticing that everyone had gathered, and ceased his conversation with the little dragon. "I believe you all can surmise the reason for my summoning you." Yi Kuei began with a beaming smile, evidently brimming with joy. "Let us celebrate the ancestor of the dead's triumphant return to this realm." As the voice of Night Kuei fell, the nightmare demon immediately knelt down, fervently exclaiming, "I congratulate the corpse ancestor for once again gracing the world." The powerful figures of the corpse clan standing behind the nightmare demon followed suit, kneeling and echoing his sentiments. A subtle smile played upon Night Kuei's lips as he whispered, "Prepare yourselves. In a few days, I shall reclaim the final fragment, and then we shall unleash war." Upon hearing Night Kuei's words, the assembly felt a surge of exhilaration. Their spirits ignited. With the corpse ancestor at our side, the human race may very well withstand our onslaught tonight. The nightmare demon proclaimed with unwavering confidence. "Indeed. The mere humans are but a trivial matter," he continued. "Perhaps when the corpse ancestor makes an appearance, they will surrender immediately." "Yes, yes. Haha." The occupants of the palace were equally enraptured, their voices rising in excitement. "Who said I would be attacking the human race?" At that moment, Night Kuei unexpectedly interjected. The assembly in the palace looked at him in bewilderment, their eyes filled with questions. "How can we wage a total war without attacking the humans?" Night Kuei grinned and replied, "Our target is the Beast Clan." "What? Our corpse clan originated from humans. As the saying goes, we are of the same root. Why harm one another so hastily? Yet, our two clans have always been at odds, while the Beast Clan has coexisted peacefully with us. Moreover, you were sealed by the human empress, were you not?" The nightmare demon cautiously posed his query. Night Kuei furrowed his brow, casting a cold gaze over the crowd below, and decisively stated, "I will attack whomever I choose. At your command." The nightmare demons immediately bowed their heads in trepidation, sensing that the Night Lord was somewhat displeased. It was a jest. After all, they still possessed a human identity, and in the future, they intended to dominate the entire human race using that identity. How could they possibly turn against themselves? Previously, it was due to the fact that the corpse ancestor, Night Lord, lacked a complete physical form and was compelled to sacrifice his own undead warriors to allow the human Night Lord to accumulate malevolent points. Once the corporeal form from the Imperial Academy was reclaimed, the corpse ancestor would possess a complete body and could freely amass malevolent points. Speaking of which, could both aspects of himself gain malevolent points? If that were the case, it would indeed be double the delight. He would have to test that once he regained his body. By the way, this is Bai Tianxie. He will henceforth stand as an equal to the nightmare demons in enmity. With a wave of his hand, the Night Lord summoned Bai Tianxie to his side. The crowd gasped in astonishment, casting their gazes towards the one-armed youth beside the Night Lord. It was evident that he was an SSS-class powerhouse, on par with the nightmare demons. When had the corpse clan produced another SSS-class powerhouse, and who was this one-armed warrior they had never encountered before? The Night Lord observed the assembled crowd and gently shook his head. Was it merely an SSS-class powerhouse? There was no need for such alarm. This highlighted the disparity between the corpse clan and the human clan. Originally, there had only been 3 SSS-class beings in the corpse clan, including the deceased corpse king. In contrast, Each of the 4 great families among the humans boasted one, along with the dean of the Imperial Academy and that enigmatic silver-haired youth. It was truly perplexing how the Corpse King once harbored such confidence in his ambition to annihilate the human clan. Chapter 35. Re-entering the Challenge Tower. As the undead prepared to wage war, a diminutive figure stood before the gates of the Human Empire Academy. "I, Hu Hongxi, have returned." Knight strutted in with an air of indifference. "Look, that little monster is back. Wow, it truly is him. I heard he single-handedly annihilated 100,000 undead at the border battlefield. How terrifying." Upon Knight's entrance into the academy, he immediately captivated the attention of all the students. Gained 10,000 brutality points. Knight paused momentarily, scratching his head and murmuring to himself, "It seems my reputation has spread far and wide. I must check the leaderboard to see if my little wife has surpassed me." With an unwavering gait, Knight made his way toward the leaderboard. As anticipated, his arrival sparked a commotion, with students whispering amongst themselves, "Alas, my damn charm." In a moment of self-admiration, Knight tossed his hair and shot a flirtatious glance at a distant young beauty. Suddenly, the crowd, once abuzz with chatter, fell into a stunned silence. "As long as you are not embarrassed, it is others who should feel awkward." Knight grinned and turned his gaze to the leaderboard. 9th place, Mu Yingling. "Oh, she has made it into the top 10. Truly worthy of being my wife. It seems I must step up my game. I cannot allow her to ride atop me." With that, Knight promptly entered the challenge tower, determined to clear all areas below SS rank, and perhaps even attempt the SSS rank. He has entered. I wonder if he can secure a place in the top 10? It seems quite challenging. Isn't Mu Yingling ranked 9th? They should be quite comparable. Come. Allow me to take the lead. Let us wager on whether Yikue can make it into the top 10. The odds are 1-to-1. I shall bet 10 gene of purple gold energy stones that he will rank within the top 10. Conversely, I will wager 50 gene that he will not. Alas, it is unfortunate that Yi Kuei, now within, remains unaware of the circumstances outside the tower. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly bet all his possessions on himself making it into the top 10. Let us test the power of the Jiuyang Yaoshi Jing. Yi Kuei gazed ahead at the densely packed E-rank ferocious beasts and casually unleashed 2 miniature suns. Upon their emergence, the terrifying heat instantaneously incinerated all E-rank beasts. I have yet to make a move. Yi Kuei looked somewhat astonished at the 2 miniature suns hovering midair. They appeared rather formidable. He had merely released the suns from within his body and had not even truly utilized them. Yet this area's E-rank beasts were already thoroughly roasted. Let us proceed to the next area. Yi Kuei swiftly arrived at the D-rank zone, yet regrettably, the situation mirrored that of the E-rank area. The moment the miniature suns appeared, all the ferocious beasts were annihilated. Upon reaching the C-rank zone, observing the beast writhing in agony beneath the sun, Yi Kuei curled his lip and remarked, "Boring." As his words fell, the 2 miniature suns radiated even more brilliance, and the anguished beasts were swiftly liberated. In the B-rank area, under the same resplendent light, this region was instantaneously cleared. In the A-class zone, Yi Kuei finally had the opportunity to wield the power of the sun in battle. 2 blazing suns darted through the throngs of ferocious beasts, reducing them to mere ashes in their wake. Yet, this was not quite satisfying enough. He ventured into the S-class zone, grinning widely as he proclaimed, "Golden Crow Evolution." The 2 suns blazed with renewed brilliance, transforming into 2 3-legged golden crows. With a gentle call, they launched an assault on the S-class beasts. These magnificent 3-legged golden crows moved with astonishing speed, leaving a trail of rainbow light as they deftly maneuvered through the horde of monsters. A mere touch of their sharp claws would cleave even the stoutest S-class beast in 2, while their fiery breath incinerated any foe it touched, reducing them to pools of crimson in an instant. Excellent, splendid. Yi Kuei beamed with satisfaction, quietly observing from a distance. Before long, the 2 3-legged golden crows soared above him, gently flapping their wings. The S-class zone had been entirely purged. Yi Kuei retracted one of the crows into his being, for he now intended to venture into the SS-class zone. The beasts there possessed a power far beyond that of the previous ones, and should both suns be unleashed, he would find himself devoid of a continuous energy source. Thus, he resolved to retain one for his own sustenance while unleashing the other to vanquish foes. Swiftly, he stepped into the SS-class zone, and the moment he entered, a barrage of energy attacks surged towards him. I shall not be sent flying like last time. With a thunderous rumble, Yi Kuei confidently laughed, clenching his fist against the oncoming assaults, effortlessly dispersing them. Susanoo. Upon the activation of Susanoo, Yikuei charged into the throng of ferocious beasts, wielding his spear with frenzied precision. At that moment, the three-legged golden crow also took flight. Yikuei unleashed the full potential of the Nine Suns Radiant Scripture and the Dragon Elephant Suppression Technique, transforming Susanoo into a colossal golden giant, each strike radiating blinding golden light. As he engaged in close combat, four black spheres materialized in the vicinity, their terrifying gravitational pull relentlessly drawing the beasts closer, swiftly coalescing into four immense rock orbs. Following the formation of these orbs, four meteors appeared in the sky, hurtling down upon the horde of beasts with alarming speed. With Yikuei's current prowess, he could effortlessly invoke the Earth Explosion Star and the Heaven Obstructing Star. Armed with the Nine Suns Radiant Scripture and the Dragon Elephant Suppression Technique, he feared neither excessive consumption of energy nor physical exhaustion. The entire SS-level area trembled from the moment Yikuei commenced his assault, only ceasing its quaking after the battle concluded, leaving the ground in a state of disarray. Yikuei stood in the center of the SS-level area, unfazed and composed, his spear in hand, with not a single beast remaining in sight. "Come back." He gently beckoned to the three-legged golden crow, which instantly transformed into a beam of rainbow light and darted into his body. Meanwhile, the leaderboard erupted in commotion, as all the students gazed in disbelief at the name occupying the 5th position. "Ouch! Why did you pinch me? I want to see if I'm dreaming." "Then why don't you pinch yourself? Don't mind those trivial details. Who would have thought this little creature could rank 5th? Are you insane? Does that mean he possesses SS-level strength? Oh heavens and earth, why must I coexist with such a monstrosity in this era? It is utterly disheartening. Do you think he stands a chance of breaking into the top 3? At this moment, a student quietly interjected. In an instant, countless pairs of eyes were fixated upon him, all displaying expressions of incredulity. What? What do you mean? He retorted defiantly to the crowd, asserting, "I firmly believe he can indeed secure a position in the top 3. Though his voice was loud, he felt a profound lack of conviction within. After all, those occupying the top 3 are entities capable of slaying even SSS-level beings. While Yikuei cannot be assessed by conventional standards, it is nearly impossible for him to defeat an SSS-level beast." The third-ranked Yikuei activated his Susanoo, entering the SSS zone with utmost vigilance. Why is it so quiet? He pondered, noticing that this area was markedly different from the previous ones. There were no beasts in sight upon entry. However, upon further reflection, Yikuei realized that the SSS zone harbored only 100 beasts, while each preceding zone contained approximately 5,000. They must be dispersed, and this area is indeed the largest. As Yikuei cautiously advanced deeper into the SSS zone, he remained acutely aware of his surroundings. Suddenly, a minuscule yet lethal strike surged towards him from the right, reaching him in the blink of an eye. Though diminutive, the strike emanated a cataclysmic aura, warping the space around it. "It's here." Yikuei reacted with remarkable speed, raising his long spear in his Susanoo to intercept the strike. Boom! At the moment of collision, a mushroom cloud erupted before him, causing Yikuei to stagger back 2 steps. Truly, it was an SSS-level entity, far beyond the capabilities of an SS-level counterpart. At that moment, a figure emerged before him, an anthropomorphic beast clad in pitch-black armor, wielding a colossal sword. Yikuei observed his opponent with curiosity, realizing that upon reaching the SSS level, these beasts could indeed assume a human form. How intriguing! With a whisper, Yikuei instantaneously appeared before the anthropomorphic beast, his spear thrusting forward with an unstoppable force. "Devour the sun," he declared, as the spearhead unleashed a surge of dark light, rendering the surrounding 10 miles shrouded in darkness. Yikuei furrowed his brow, sensing his spear collide with an impervious barrier, his hands vibrating from the impact. As the shroud dissipated, a semi-transparent light screen materialized before him, halting his spear. A manifestation of innate powers? He recognized that SSS-level beasts awaken their unique abilities, and it seemed this light screen was the embodiment of his opponent's talent. Such a formidable barrier, could your true form be that of a turtle? Yikuei smirked, though the creature, merely a construct of illusion, was devoid of thought and could not respond. Bang! At that moment, the light screen vanished, and the anthropomorphic beast struck at him with its sword. In less than a second, it unleashed a flurry of over 100 slashes. Observing the onslaught, Yikuei decisively positioned his spear horizontally before his chest. Boom! The overwhelming force propelled him over 100 meters away. The instant he landed, Yikuei pushed off the ground, and the colossal figure of Susanoo reappeared before the anthropomorphic beast once more. One strike may not suffice, so let us attempt several more. Nightshade fervently unleashed the technique Devour's Sun against the emerging luminous barrier. Although the impact was minimal, each successive assault upon the same point resulted in a slender crack appearing in the barrier. Now is the moment. At the instant the fissure manifested, Nightshade unleashed his full power, executing his most formidable maneuver, Devour Heaven. The surrounding elements seemed to freeze in time, forming a tableau. And then the spear in Nightshade's grasp slipped from his hand, effortlessly penetrating the barrier and the humanoid beast, soaring 1,000 meters before finally halting. Crack! Crack! In the wake of the spear's passage, cracks proliferated, akin to a shattering mirror. Nightshade, panting, beheld the disintegrating humanoid beast, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. Whoosh! At that moment, the spear returned to his hand, and the humanoid beast before him vanished entirely. Everything within the 1,000-meter trajectory of the spear had also disappeared, as though erased by an eraser. Even when confronting the weakest SSS class, one must exert their utmost. Facing the true SSS entities outside would only leave one with the option to flee. Alas, I am still too weak. Nightshade shook his head and sighed. Should others hear these words, they would undoubtedly erupt in frenzied indignation. Freak. A typical A-class would scarcely have a chance to escape when confronted with an SSS class. With a mere lift of a hand, an SSS could annihilate a multitude of A-class foes. After his lament, Nightshade prepared to venture deeper. Just as he lifted his foot, his body suddenly became rigid. He gazed at the myriad of swift attacks converging upon him, raised his middle finger, and exclaimed, "No sense of martial ethics." Boom. Goodness. What a shameless bunch, ganging up on a mere child. Just wait, I shall return. In a flash of vibrant colors, Yi Kuei's figure vanished, leaving behind a throng of over 10 SSS-grade humanoid beasts in his wake. Cursing under his breath, he exited the challenge tower and approached the leaderboard. As he emerged, the crowd outside stood in stunned silence, parting ways as he made his way to the rankings. Third place, Yi Kuei. He had successfully pushed his cousin, Yi Kuangtu, down to fourth. Quite impressive. Yi Kuei nodded in satisfaction, lifting his proud little head as he headed home. He could hardly contain his excitement to inform Mu Yingling, eager to witness her reaction upon realizing she had been surpassed by him once again. As Yi Kuei departed, a frenzy of discussions erupted at the leaderboard. Who would have thought he would rank third? Incredible. The Yi family is truly formidable. Not only is there the extraordinary talent of Yi Kuangtu, but now emerges the remarkable little monster, Yi Kuei. At this rate, it won't be long before Yi Kuei claims the top spot. Impressive. Humph. See, I told you he could make it into the top 3. The student who was previously regarded as a fool beamed with pride. The crowd immediately looked at him in admiration, wondering if he too was an influential figure, capable of predicting Yi Kuei's ascent to the top 3. Yingling. Is little Yingling there? As Night Kuei stepped into the palace, he bellowed at the top of his lungs. Whoosh. In response, a spatial slash greeted him. Wow. Another attempt on my husband's life. Why don't you perish on the battlefield? Mu Yingling materialized before him, her voice laced with fury, though a fleeting glimmer of joy danced in her eyes. Haven't you heard of my legendary feat of single-handedly facing 100,000 foes? Night Kuei crossed his arms and chuckled lightly. Such trifles on the border battlefield do not faze me. Then why have you returned early? Aren't the students still out on their training? Mu Yingling inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Ahem. Night Kuei cleared his throat, feigning seriousness. I returned because I found it rather dull there. There wasn't a worthy opponent in sight. He couldn't let her believe that he was sent back from the border battlefield in defeat. Is that so? Are you certain you weren't sent back by someone else? Mu Yingling regarded him with a half-smile. Night Kuei stammered, Ahaha. How could that possibly be? A moment of hesitation passed before he answered weakly, then quickly changed the subject. By the way, I have good news to share. What good news? I've climbed to third place on the leaderboard. Mu Yingling gasped, her anger momentarily forgotten. Hearing of his ranking, she promptly returned to the challenge tower, only to falter at the 5th position, just behind Night Kuangtu. You might as well concede. Victory is assured for me. You haven't yet reached first place. Don't speak too soon. Although Mu Yingling felt a twinge of indignation, her confidence remained unshaken. Her self-assurance was not unfounded. She was experiencing an unprecedented surge in her strength. Typically, the higher one ascends in rank, the slower the rate of advancement. However, she defied this trend, finding herself growing stronger at an accelerating pace. She was on the verge of breaking through to Class S, and once she attained that level, she was confident in her ability to challenge for the top spot on the leaderboard. I'm planning to return to the Yi residence. Would you care to join me? Night Kuei suddenly interjected. Mu Yingling rolled her eyes and retorted, "You can go to your home. Why should I accompany you? That will be your home as well. Go perish." With a casual flick, Night Kuei unleashed a spatial slash. Mu Yingling furrowed her brows. Although she had merely executed the spatial slash without intent, it still possessed considerable power, yet he effortlessly dispersed it with his bare hands. Now that was somewhat exaggerated. Noticing her expression, Night Kuei grinned mischievously. "Isn't my body remarkably strong? It will only become more formidable. You should brace yourself." "What kind of preparation?" Matters between spouses require no special preparation. You shameless rogue. Dimensional spatial slash. What the hell? Are you serious? A massive crescent-shaped energy manifested in the sky above the palace, descending swiftly. Alas, the youth of today, their minds are anything but pure. The dean materialized out of thin air before the two, raising his hand to disperse Mu Yingling's dimensional spatial slash in an instant. Night Kuei, taken aback, inquired, "Old man, what brings you here?" The dean remained silent and extended his right hand towards Yi Kuei. "What for?" "To borrow your armor." "What armor?" "The resplendent one that glistens with gold." "Oh, what is the matter?" "Return it. I lost it." "You." The dean glanced at the composed Yi Kuei and, with a slight curl of his lips, said, "Forget it. Consider it a gift. Come, dear, I present you with a splendid token." Just as the dean's words came to an end, a shimmering suit of armor appeared in Yi Kuei's hand, which he cheerfully handed to Mu Yingling. "Didn't you say it was lost?" "I thought it was lost, but it has suddenly reappeared." Mu Yingling disdainfully glanced at the armor and declared, "Such an unsightly thing. I refuse it." "What?" the dean exclaimed with excitement. "You dare to call such a magnificent armor unsightly? Truly, you lack appreciation." "Indeed, I find it quite unattractive as well," Yi Kuei said lightly before retracting the armor into his spatial necklace. The dean's lips twitched incessantly. "If you find it unattractive, why not return it? Are you planning to visit the Yi family?" After calming himself, the dean asked with seriousness. "Yes. Perfect. Inform the Yi family to prepare for war." The dean gazed heavily at Yi Kuei. "Prepare for what war?" Yi Kuei and Mu Yingling looked at him in confusion. "Our scouts have discovered significant movements from the Corpse clan. They are amassing forces, and I suspect they are preparing to launch an unprecedented large-scale assault against us." Upon hearing the words of the other party, Yi Kuei was momentarily taken aback. "Brother, I did not intend to launch an attack on the human race. I was merely preparing to strike against the Beast clan. You have misunderstood. Not only would I inform your Yi family, but I shall also notify the other 3 major families. This matter concerns the entirety of humanity. All must unite as one." Once the dean had finished speaking, the atmosphere grew suddenly heavy. Perhaps you are mistaken. They might merely be conducting a military parade," Yi Kuei murmured. Regardless of whether the speculation was accurate, it was imperative to remain vigilant. If caught off guard by the adversary, it could lead to dire consequences. It appeared the dean was convinced that the Corpse clan intended to assault the human race, and one could hardly blame him for such a belief, given the ongoing conflicts between the two factions. "Very well, I shall inform my father," Yi Kuei conceded helplessly. "I too shall return to the Mu family." At that moment, Mu Yingling also spoke up. Indeed, after the matters were discussed, the dean nodded and prepared to depart. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the heavens, and an overwhelming aura began to descend upon the Imperial Academy. "What is happening?" the dean exclaimed, rushing outside the palace to gaze upward. The sky above the academy had darkened, with countless ominous clouds swirling, gradually forming an immense vortex. The intensity of the aura grew stronger, striking even fear into the heart of the dean, an SSS-level powerhouse. At that moment, a mass of black demonic clouds surged toward the Imperial Academy, emanating the terrifying energy. "How dreadful! What is happening? I can no longer stand." The students within the Imperial Academy trembled as they gazed at the sky, many collapsing to the ground, overwhelmed by the sheer force. Deep within the academy, a silver-haired youth stared gravely at the quivering white sword and the impaled body. The surrounding space seemed to crumble, as if 2 unparalleled powerhouses were engaged in combat. Buzz! The sword flashed with a radiant white light, momentarily mending the disintegrating space, only to be shattered again by a wave of dark energy. Soon, the sword appeared to be grasped by an unseen hand, slowly withdrawing from the body. The silver-haired youth rushed forward, gripping the sword tightly and thrusting it forward with all his might. Just a moment after being pulled slightly out, the sword plunged back into the body, embedding itself even deeper than before. The silver-haired youth swiftly formed a complex hand seal, summoning a small silver-white array that materialized in his hands. Seal. He pressed the array onto the sword, which now anchored itself firmly in the body, no longer retreating. How swiftly he gathered the sealing points. However, you have yet to regain your SSS strength. I am not afraid. Though I am merely an SSS by the sheer force of others, I am still an SSS. The silver-haired youth smiled confidently, leaning back as he observed the outside. He had no immediate intention to intervene. He wished to see if his two disciples could withstand this former SSS. That aura? It feels so familiar. Mu Yingling stared blankly at the dark clouds approaching the Imperial Academy, murmuring to herself. Night Kuei cast a glance at her, a faint smile gracing his lips. Of course. He was familiar with it. How could one not be acquainted with something they had sealed themselves? Stay here and don't wander off. The dean shouted to Night Kuei and the others before soaring into the sky, heading towards the ominous dark cloud. Chapter 38. The frog at the bottom of the well. The dean swiftly ascended above the Imperial Academy, confronting the dark cloud from a distance. He was unaware of the entity's true nature, only able to perceive a swirling mass of pitch-black mist. You, the strongest among humans, are no match for me. A domineering voice emanated from the cloud, which gradually dissipated to reveal the scene within. You are. The dean gazed in horror at the bodiless corpse ancestor, a chill running down his spine. As the head of the Imperial Academy, he possessed knowledge of many secrets, and he had seen this visage in the Academy's records. This was an invincible being from 10,000 years ago, one who had instilled fear across the entire world. Perhaps now, few remembered him. He was the supreme ruler of the Corpse clan, the Corpse Ancestor. The dean understood why this entity had come to the Imperial Academy. It sought a part of its own remains that resided within. Clearly, this was the only fragment it had yet to reclaim. When had it awakened, and why had it left no trace of its return? At this moment, the dean's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. Will you surrender it willingly, or shall I be compelled to take it by force? Night Kuei looked down upon the entity, his tone icy and indifferent. The dean remained silent, the space around him trembling incessantly. Surrender willingly? Impossible. He would rather die than allow it to reclaim what was rightfully his. Moreover, the dean did not believe he would meet his demise, for he had a formidable ally, his master, an ancient creature whose age was as enigmatic as his power. It appeared that I must seize it myself. With a soft chuckle, Yi Kuei slowly delivered a punch towards the dean. This punch was executed with deliberate slowness, resembling an unremarkable strike, yet the dean sensed an imminent threat within it. Without further contemplation, he summoned all his strength to activate his spatial abilities and appeared behind Yi Kuei. To his astonishment, he found himself struck. How could this be? His fist had clearly aimed forward, while he had already positioned himself behind Yi Kuei. A sudden sweetness filled his throat as blood erupted from his mouth. The onlookers on the ground witnessed the battle unfold before their eyes. The dean was injured. He was the mightiest among humanity. How could such a simple maneuver have harmed him? What manner of creature was this being without a torso, and why had it suddenly appeared here? The swirling clouds of demonic energy surely heralded nothing good. The dean must endure, otherwise our fate would be dire. None were aware of Yi Kuei's true identity, and all gazed at the chaos above with trepidation. Shall we continue? Yi Kuei asked indifferently. This old fellow had shown some decency, even gifting him a gleaming suit of armor. If the adversary refrained from folly, he would let him be. Of course. The dean wiped the blood from his lips, his expression grave as he regarded Yi Kuei. Spatial confinement. As the words fell, the space around Yi Kuei was sealed, rendering everything there immobile. A black hole emerged. Upon successfully trapping his opponent, the dean immediately unleashed his full power. A colossal black hole manifested above Yi Kuei, swiftly engulfing him. After completing this action, the black hole began to shrink gradually. Was it truly resolved so effortlessly? I had anticipated something more formidable. A youth clad in white robes appeared beside the dean, speaking with a tone of disdain. Junior, do not underestimate them. After all, they are a formidable adversary from 10 millennia ago. The dean maintained a solemn expression. So what? Hasn't the issue been resolved now? The youth scoffed. Merely a hollow reputation, utterly dull. The dean furrowed his brow tightly. He did not believe that the corpse ancestor possessed such limited strength. Yet now, the black hole had vanished. Why had the black hole so effortlessly consumed the opponent, who seemed to offer no resistance? Roar. The dean has triumphed. Ha ha. I always knew the dean would emerge victorious. It seems that his earlier injury was merely a ruse to feign weakness. The strongest of the human race is not to be taken lightly. Once Yi Kuei was swallowed by the black hole, The overwhelming pressure he exuded dissipated, and the people on the ground instantly felt light and began to cheer exuberantly. It is not over yet. Mu Yingling spoke slowly. Yi Kuei looked at her in astonishment. Although his strength had not been restored, her perception was remarkably keen. I shall take my leave now. The young man beside the dean whispered something softly before preparing to leave. Suddenly, a myriad of spatial rifts appeared at the site of the black hole. Then, a head emerged from one of the fissures, followed by arms and legs. Where do you intend to go? Nightshade emerged unscathed from the rift, coldly gazing at the youth. He had overheard the latter's earlier remarks, daring to claim he was merely a figure of hollow reputation. How amusing. Let him experience the terror of the corpse ancestor. Oh, you are still alive. The young man, with a look of astonishment, squinted as he spoke. The dean was filled with shock. The fact that he could emerge from the black hole was utterly terrifying. You seem quite confident in yourself, Nightshade remarked indifferently. Against someone without a complete body like you. I am rather confident, the youth proclaimed with unwavering assurance. I am Xiao Siyuan. Dead men need not introduce themselves. Nightshade's voice resonated from behind Xiao Siyuan. Indeed, I ought not to divulge my name to the deceased. Xiao Siyuan replied coolly, and then several icy blades materialized behind him, each slicing through the air at a speed of hundreds of strikes per second. Boom. Suddenly, Xiao Siyuan was propelled like a cannonball, crashing into a hillside 1,000 meters away. Nightshade shook the ice shards from his head and turned to the dean. Bring that silver-haired youth out. The dean's pupils constricted, and a sense of panic surged within him. He was aware of the master's existence. If he knew and still dared to approach, did that imply he possessed the means to contend with the master? You need not trouble my master for dealing with you. Xiao Siyuan returned from 1,000 meters away, his eyes ablaze with fury as they fixated on Yi Kuei. With the surname Xiao and the affinity for ice, could he possibly be a member of the Xiao clan? It seems that the Xiao family and I are destined to be adversaries. Junior brother, do not act recklessly. Let us face him together. The dean interjected, noticing Xiao Siyuan's intent to confront Yi Kuei alone. No need. Xiao Siyuan retorted coldly, instantly appearing before Yi Kuei. Frozen world. An icy chill erupted from him, expanding relentlessly to 1,000-meter radius, freezing even the very fabric of space within that domain. The dean promptly retreated to a distance of 1,000 meters, regarding him with a grave expression. Truly a peerless prodigy, his strength has surpassed my own. Hell one is sufficient to deal with you. Xiao Siyuan scoffed at the frozen Yi Kuei, deriding him as a frog in a well. Boom. Yi Kuei suddenly unleashed an overwhelming aura, piercing through the clouds above. Allow me to show you what despair truly feels like. His voice, devoid of any emotion, sent a wave of alarm across Xiao Siyuan's face as he hastily retreated. Bang, bang, bang. Yet, as he fell back halfway, his body became uncontrollable, flailing about in the air. Blood poured from his mouth, showering the space around him. Meanwhile, Yi Kuei's arms had vanished from sight, for they were now relentlessly striking at Xiao Siyuan with an unfathomable speed, giving the impression that Xiao Siyuan was the one spiraling chaotically through the air. Junior brother, the dean exclaimed in surprise, immediately directing a colossal white energy sphere towards Yi Kuei. Do not interfere, he bellowed. In response, Yi Kuei roared at the energy sphere, causing it to dissipate instantly. The dean's body began to tremble uncontrollably. Was this truly the extent of his power? Had he merely been toying with him from the outset? Yi Kuei positioned his head protectively in front of the dean, his eyes fixed upon him with unwavering intensity, ready to eliminate him should he dare make another move. Enough. A soft voice resonated throughout the imperial city, halting Yi Kuei's assault. With his right arm still gripping Xiao Siyuan's neck, he returned to his original posture, observing the silver-haired youth beside the dean with a detached demeanor. Master. The dean immediately bowed to the youth. Upon his arrival, a sense of calm washed over him. The silver-haired youth nodded in acknowledgement before turning his gaze towards the bloodied Xiao Siyuan, whose body convulsed violently, appearing on the verge of expiration. Consider this a lesson, the silver-haired youth remarked softly. His delay in intervening was intended to test his disciple, particularly Xiao Siyuan, who had grown excessively arrogant. It was only through experiencing profound failure that he could truly mature. Release him, the silver-haired youth commanded, looking at Yi Kuei. Hey, it seems you and your disciple share an alarming resemblance. Yi Kuei replied with a menacing smile, licking his lips as he questioned. Who do you think you are? Do you truly believe you hold the upper hand? The silver-haired youth furrowed his brow and spoke in a deep voice. If it were the prime of your life, I would naturally be no match for you. However, the current you. He did not finish his sentence, but the implication was unmistakable. Heh, ha ha. Nightshade initially chuckled softly, but his laughter grew louder, resonating throughout the Imperial Academy. It appeared that after a millennium, people no longer feared me, the ancestor of corpses. Today, I shall allow the world to reacquaint themselves with my true self. His voice, laced with fury, stirred the nerves of the onlookers. Ancestor of corpses? What is that? All I know is the king of corpses. What nonsense about a millennium ago. I see. He is the ancestor of corpses. The progenitor of the undead, sealed by the empress of the void. What? The legendary ancestor from a millennium ago? How did he emerge? With the empress absent. Who can resist him? Chaos is about to ensue. Upon hearing Nightshade's words, the crowd initially appeared bewildered until someone recalled the legend, their faces instantly reflecting terror. The fabled ancestor of corpses was a bloodthirsty entity, one that could only be sealed by the empress and the mighty Kirin emperor. Now that he had re-emerged, how could they not feel fear? The silver-haired youth frowned as he regarded Nightshade, his figure suddenly vanishing, reappearing before Xiao Siyuan, raising his hand to pry Nightshade's grip apart. If you wish to save him, I will ensure he perishes before your very eyes. Boom. Just as the youth was about to make contact with Nightshade's arm, a burst of golden light erupted from his chest. The youth was instantly hurled away, a trickle of crimson flowing from the corner of his mouth. He gazed in astonishment ahead, where a diminutive dragon, resplendent in golden hues, was teasingly observing him. This was an entity of SSS caliber. He quickly deduced the gravity of the situation. Huh, do you still believe yourself to be in control? Nightshade mocked. With a sharp crack, he exerted force, snapping Xiao Siyuan's neck. You. The silver-haired youth seethed with rage, his eyes fixed on Nightshade, yet he dared not act recklessly. The lesson to be learned extends beyond your disciple. It encompasses you as well. Nightshade coldly looked down upon him. Ah, at last. I encounter someone with a modicum of strength. The little golden dragon, Night 9, chirped innocently. Are you pleased? Go on. Have some fun with him while I retrieve the final piece. Nightshade released the lifeless body of Xiao Siyuan, gently stroking the head of the little golden dragon. Very well. I hope he proves to be entertaining. With that, Night 9 appeared before the silver-haired youth, his large, watery dragon eyes fixed upon him. The silver-haired youth was taken aback. How swift. He had not even perceived how Night 9 had arrived before him, as if the dragon had always been present. Bang! In that moment of shock, Night 9 executed a sweeping tail strike, sending him flying. The silver-haired youth regained his composure, tenderly massaging his chest. This is insufficiently thrilling. Allow me to enlarge and play with you. The little dragon glanced at his tail and diminutive claws, a sudden spark of inspiration illuminating his expression. Nightshade watched as Night 9 transformed into a 10-meter-long creature, chuckling softly as he soared deeper into the Imperial Academy. Upon witnessing the situation, the dean promptly attempted to intervene. Do not go. Your presence would only lead to your demise. The silver-haired youth narrowly evaded the claws of Yi Jiao, hastily exclaiming. Xiao Siyuan had already fallen to his adversary, and he wished to spare the dean from a similar fate. Casting a glance at the retreating Yi Kuei, he could only silently pray that the Empress's transcendent divine sword would withstand him. Yet, deep down, he held little hope. Boom. He and Yi Jiao ascended to the clouded heights, where they engaged in battle, the sky ablaze with golden and silver light, leaving onlookers in a daze. Meanwhile, Yi Kuei made his way unimpeded to the depths of the Imperial Academy, his heart racing as he beheld his corporeal form, now fixated upon by the Empress's divine sword. Ahaha. After 10,000 years, I finally possess a complete body. Laughing, he swiftly grasped the hilt of the sword and yanked it forcefully. The divine sword trembled violently, desperately resisting his might. You still wish to seal my body? Dream on. With a tearing sound, the divine sword was yanked free by Yi Kuei. Unbound by the sword's suppression, his body erupted with black light, swiftly advancing towards Yi Kuei. At that moment, the sword in Yi Kuei's grip radiated a burst of white light, breaking free from his grasp and soaring away like a beam of light into the distance. Sensing something amiss, Mu Yingling turned her gaze to her right, only to be struck by a beam of white light piercing her brow before she could fully comprehend the situation. The human Yi Kuei cast her a fleeting glance before nonchalantly returning his attention to the sky. Chapter 40. The Empress's Strike Boom. From the depths of the Imperial Academy emanated an overwhelming force that seemed capable of annihilating the heavens and earth, causing all living beings within a 100-mile radius to be pressed to the ground. The sky once again grew heavy with dark clouds, completely obscuring the sunlight, plunging the world into an abyss of darkness. Suddenly, flashes of lightning illuminated the pitch-black landscape. Amidst the tumultuous clouds, a lone warrior and his dragon halted in their fierce struggle. Ha ha ha! My elder brother is about to arrive, cackled the five-clawed golden dragon, Yijio. Alas, my life is forfeit, lamented the silver-haired youth. Yet, they resumed their fierce combat. The ancestor of corpses, Yikuei, scrutinized his own body, a smile never leaving his face. There he stood, completely bare, his form adorned with shimmering golden inscriptions. He twisted his neck and stretched his limbs. Then with a flick of his hand, a black robe edged with gold materialized around him. He then lifted his foot, ascending step by step into the heavens. It appeared as though an invisible staircase lay beneath him, allowing for a steady ascent, each step transporting him 100 meters into the sky. The dean watched him approach with mounting anxiety. Yikuei paid no heed to him, continuing his ascent toward the clouds. He had reclaimed all his parts. It was time to show the arrogant silver-haired youth that no one could underestimate him. He was the supreme ancestor of corpses. Filled with dread, the dean worried for his master, who was already struggling against the dragon. With the ancestor now fully unleashed, there was no doubt he would prove to be an insurmountable foe. I cannot stand idly by. I must act. A determined light flickered in the dean's eyes as he rushed toward Yikuei, intent on shielding his master from the ancestor's wrath. As he approached, Yikuei cast a cold glance at the dean. The dean found himself suspended in midair, plummeting rapidly towards the ground. Move, move, he silently screamed. Yet his body remained unresponsive, as if ensnared in an invisible prison. As the ground loomed ever closer, a bitter smile crept across his face. Is this the true power of the corpse ancestor? With merely a glance, this SSS-class powerhouse was rendered immobile. Perhaps, in the eyes of the corpse ancestor, what was deemed an SSS-class powerhouse was merely a trifling insect. Little Nine, come back. Knight Kuei called softly from above the clouds, addressing Knight 9. Upon hearing the summons, the five-clawed golden dragon, Knight 9, swiftly abandoned its adversary and soared to Knight Kuei's side. Wow, is this the complete elder brother? Knight 9 circled around Knight Kuei, exclaiming in awe, incredible! I can sense a formidable threat emanating from him. With a light chuckle, Knight Kuei turned his gaze towards the silver-haired youth ahead, whose expression was steeped in gloom and despair. A mere small golden dragon was already a formidable opponent, and now with the arrival of the even more terrifying corpse ancestor, it seemed he was once again facing inevitable doom. The silver-haired youth mistook Knight 9's playful antics for a serious battle, believing himself to be the equal of his opponent, oblivious to the fact that Knight 9 had barely exerted any force, fearful of inadvertently delivering a fatal blow. I shall grant you an opportunity, Knight Kuei suddenly declared. The silver-haired youth regarded him with confusion, furrowing his brow and asking, what do you mean? I will remain still, granting you the chance to strike with all your might. The imposing Knight Kuei declared with great authority, his disdainful gaze looking down upon his opponent. What? The silver-haired youth felt a surge of anger. His teeth clenched as he glared at Knight Kuei. Never had he been so belittled, nor had anyone dared to treat him with such scorn. The dignity of being an SSS powerhouse was now trampled upon by his adversary. He acknowledged that he was not a match for Knight Kuei, yet he could not allow such condescension to go unchallenged. Let him pay for his arrogance. Since you have spoken thus, I shall comply with your wishes. The silver-haired youth sneered as he regarded Knight Kuei, his hands slightly apart as he rapidly gathered energy. The energy within a 100-mile radius surged fervently towards his palms, the clouds swirling violently, and a colossal vortex re-emerged in the sky. Roar! Moments later, the silver-haired youth ceased his energy accumulation, and his technique took shape. He now stood atop the head of a massive silver dragon, his hands resting behind him as he coldly regarded Knight Kuei. This silver dragon was a manifestation of all the energy he had gathered from the surrounding area, exuding an aura of ferocity. Prepare yourself. As his words fell, the silver dragon, with the silver-haired youth aboard, surged towards Knight Kuei. Observing the self-assured silver-haired youth, Knight Kuei remained calm and unperturbed. Roar! In less than a breath, the silver dragon had reached Knight Kuei, its enormous jaws opening wide to engulf him in an instant. The raging energy within the dragon unleashed upon Knight Kuei with a ferocity unmatched. 5 minutes later, as the silver dragon dissipated, the silver-haired youth gazed in astonishment at Knight Kuei. At that moment, Knight Kuei could not be said to be entirely unscathed. His hair was disheveled, a testament to the ferocity of the encounter. Is this truly your strongest strike? Knight Kuei scoffed with disdain. You lack the prowess of SSS, merely surpassing the pseudo-SSS by a slight margin. I am curious as to how you find yourself in such a predicament. Would you care to elaborate? Knight Kuei raised his hand to tidy his disheveled hair, while the miniaturized five-clawed golden dragon, Yijio, perched upon his shoulder. Both the man and the dragon gazed curiously at the silver-haired youth. The silver-haired youth paused momentarily, then coldly replied, "No. Then I shall continue until you speak." As Knight Kuei spoke, the silver-haired youth suddenly darted away, only to swiftly return. "Speak, will you?" Knight Kuei stood silently before him, while Yuji remained behind. It was Knight Kuei who had sent him flying, only for Yijio to bring him back. He had no strength to resist. "No," the silver-haired youth declared resolutely. He absolutely could not divulge the information. If the adversary were to discover it, that individual would be in peril. "Then let us persist," Knight Kuei remarked indifferently, and the silver-haired youth began to dart through the air like a ping-pong ball. Internally, he felt immense frustration. A dignified SSS powerhouse was now reduced to a mere plaything, tossed around at their whim, leading him to contemplate self-destruction. Yet, even that seemed beyond his reach. It felt as though his body was no longer his own. As Knight Kuei and the five-clawed golden dragon engaged in their playful duel, an overwhelming aura surged from the Imperial Academy, rivaling the intensity of Knight Kuei's earlier display. Humanity's Nightshade gazed in astonishment at Mu Yingling, who seemed transformed, emanating an ethereal aura, with a spectral figure materializing above her head. The Empress of the Void. Humanity's Nightshade stared, wide-eyed, at the apparition hovering above her. A resplendent, snow-white divine sword surged forth from Mu Yingling's brow, only to be grasped by the spectral figure of the Empress. The Empress slightly tilted her head towards the heavens, then indifferently raised the divine sword, swiftly cleaving downward towards the sky. A colossal slash manifested above, parting the clouds as if the very firmament were to be rent asunder. Chapter 41. The Beast Clan strikes back. The corpse ancestor Nightshade and the five-clawed golden dragon Knight 9 halted their dual assault, frowning as they beheld the self-tracking strike hurtling towards them. TCH. What is this spectral figure trying to prove? With a disdainful curl of his lip, he extended his right hand, reaching directly for the cleaving strike that had bisected the sky. Boom. The clouds above erupted violently, forming a gaping chasm thousands of meters wide. An invisible shockwave cascaded downwards, fracturing buildings beneath, with the weaker structures collapsing entirely. Moments later, the black void vanished, and the figures of the corpse ancestor Nightshade and his companions faded from sight. The sky returned to tranquility, and the oppressive aura weighing upon the populace dissipated. People rose in terror, utterly bewildered by the events that had just unfolded above them, as they had been compelled to bow low in submission to the overwhelming presence. Yet, an apocalyptic dread gripped their hearts, compelling them to fervently pray for the swift conclusion of this battle. Inside the Imperial Academy, Mu Yingling suddenly closed her eyes, gently tilting backward as she fell. A silver-haired youth abruptly materialized beside Mu Yingling, enveloping her petite form in his embrace. He appeared quite disheveled, with bruises adorning his face and dried traces of blood at the corners of his mouth. After casting a fleeting glance at Yi Kuei, he vanished with Mu Yingling in tow. Yi Kuei, momentarily taken aback, soon bellowed, "Return my wife. How dare he abduct my beloved? It seems my previous approach was far too lenient. Indeed, next time I shall ensure he is left incapacitated." As Yi Kuei pondered these thoughts, the principal, looking dust-covered and disheveled, approached him. "Ahem. You witnessed that just now, did you not?" The principal inquired, his eyes glinting with an enigmatic light. "Witness what?" Yi Kuei feigned ignorance. "Do not play coy. You must have seen Mu Yingling's transformation." The principal insisted. "No wonder Master said I lack the qualifications to be her teacher." He lamented, shaking his head repeatedly in disbelief. Then, with widened eyes, he regarded Yi Kuei, asking with a hint of excitement, "You're not some terrifying entity as well, are you?" Startled, Yi Kuei contemplated the possibility that the old man had discerned his true identity. Should he resort to silencing him? The principal suddenly shivered, scratching his head in confusion as he murmured, "Strange." He then fixed his gaze upon Yi Kuei with renewed seriousness. "Both you and Mu Yingling are remarkable beings. Given the circumstances, she is likely the reincarnation of the Empress. So, do you also possess some extraordinary identity?" "Indeed," Yi Kuei replied. The principal, his eyes sparkling with anticipation, Eagerly pressed, what identity might that be? Knight Kuei, brimming with pride, raised his head and declared, the young master of the Yi family, one of the 4 great families. The dean replied with a sigh. Never mind, I shall return to recuperate. I wonder if the corpse ancestor will make another appearance. That strike from the illusory empress should not have inflicted any harm upon him, right? Why did he leave? His demeanor seems to contradict historical accounts. Alas, my poor junior brother. The dean limped back to his palace, muttering incessantly. Not only did he find the situation perplexing, but the silver-haired youth felt the same. How could the corpse ancestor let him go? That recent slash from the empress should have posed no tangible threat to him. Shouldn't his nature dictate a bloodbath? What on earth am I thinking? Do I wish for the annihilation of the entire imperial city? Is the current situation not satisfactory? The silver-haired youth gazed blankly at Mu Yingling, who remained in a state of unconsciousness. Alas, I wonder if the corpse ancestor has discovered your true identity. Nevertheless, he is aware of your existence, so why does he remain indifferent? I truly cannot fathom his intentions. I hope you can swiftly return to your pinnacle and regain your memories. His face was etched with sorrow. Meanwhile, the imperial city was engulfed in an abyss of terror. What path must we, the human race, take? Must we simply await the corpse ancestor's return? When that time comes, rivers of blood will flow. Why has the corpse ancestor resurfaced? Why has the empress's seal been broken? From this moment forth, the entire world shall be engulfed in terror. The corpse ancestor, who had vanished millennia ago, has resurfaced, and presently, the human race lacks an entity akin to the Empress of the Void. They have already witnessed the dreadfulness of the corpse ancestor. Even the foremost human power, the head of the Imperial Academy, found himself utterly powerless against this formidable foe. Moreover, a subsequent figure, seemingly the true pinnacle of human strength, was also rendered helpless by a pet. How then shall the human race withstand the onslaught of the corpse ancestor? As the saying goes, some rejoice while others lament. The sentiments of the corpse clan starkly contrast with the sorrow of the humans. All members of the corpse clan are presently filled with exhilaration. The corpse ancestor has returned. The empress of humanity has perished, and the beast clan's Kirin emperor remains shrouded in concealment, presumably recuperating. Henceforth, this world shall undoubtedly bend to the will of the corpse clan. The corpse ancestor, Yi Kuei, gazed down at his palm, where a faint trace of blood marred his skin. He had not anticipated being wounded by an ethereal shadow. Yet, it was to be expected, for that shadow possessed the enhancement of a transcendent divine sword. It seems I must hasten to reclaim my weapon. Yi Kuei remarked with a wry smile and a shake of his head. Corpse ancestor, our forces have been fully assembled and are prepared to depart at any moment. Yanmok, Qiu Cheng, and Bai Tianxia knelt respectfully before Yi Kuei, lowering themselves on one knee. A glimmer of determination flickered in Yi Kuei's eyes as he solemnly addressed the trio. Each of you shall lead an army of 100 million. Dividing into 3 routes to simultaneously assault the Beast Clan. Understood. We shall depart at dawn. Understood. As the Night King orchestrated measures against the Beast tribe, a fierce battle raged at the border where humans and beasts converged. Why did the Beast tribe launch a sudden assault upon us? How infuriating. It appears they intend to mount a large-scale invasion of our human realm. Our forces here are simply insufficient to withstand such an onslaught. Within 2 days, we shall undoubtedly be overrun. Alas, our elite troops are stationed at the borders of the undead tribe. Who could have anticipated that the previously dormant beast tribe would strike without warning? Quickly, send word to the Imperial Academy and request reinforcements. Within the human fortress at the border, high-ranking officials were gathered, their faces etched with concern as they deliberated. This region had long enjoyed peace, having never experienced the ravages of war, leading to only a minimal allocation of troops, as if merely a token gesture. Yet today, the beast tribe, seemingly possessed, launched a silent yet aggressive offensive against them. With their already meager forces caught off guard, they suffered the loss of nearly half their strength. Ultimately, it was only through the valiant efforts of a few SS-level warriors that they managed to temporarily repel the attackers. However, they were acutely aware that the enemy would soon return. The opposing forces had not retreated but rather loomed ominously in the distance, their numbers steadily increasing. Chapter 42. Reinforcements what? The head of the Imperial Academy slammed his hand on the table in fury. The Beast Tribe has dared to strike against us? Who could have predicted that once the millennia-long pact expired, they would be so eager to turn their weapons upon our humankind? Moreover, the undead faction is currently gathering their forces. Could it be that they have colluded with the undead? Alas, even if they were united, Neither faction would be something our human race could withstand at this moment. Indeed, the undead have their patriarch, and the beast clan boasts the Chilean emperor, while we humans possess nothing. Sigh, could it truly be that the heavens wish to extinguish our race? The conference hall was enveloped in sorrow, every face etched with worry. Bang! The dean slammed his hand on the table once more, shouting furiously, "Silence! This is not the time for meaningless lamentations. We must devise a strategy to fend off the invasion of foreign entities. What of the patriarch of the undead? What of the Chilean emperor? Let us recall that over 10,000 years ago, we, too, were driven to the brink of extinction. Yet, did we not ultimately persevere? I firmly believe that we shall once again emerge from this dire predicament." The dean rose, delivering a fervent speech while scanning the room with determined eyes. He spoke the truth. Rather than wallowing in despair, we should take action and eliminate more foes. Our human race shall never yield. We must strive for self-improvement. We are the rightful rulers of this world, in the past and in the future. As if awakened by the dean's impassioned words, the powerful individuals of the Imperial Academy began to voice their resolve. The dean looked upon them with satisfaction and solemnly stated, "Now, you shall lead our warriors into battle against the foreign adversaries. I have already informed the various families, both large and small. As long as we stand united, we shall undoubtedly triumph over our foes. Indeed, in the realm of Night City, amidst the Night family grounds." Boom! With a single punch, Yi Kuei sent his father, Yi Zhanggu, flying, a triumphant grin plastered across his face. "You little rascal, can't you show some restraint? My arm feels as if it is about to break." Yi Zhanggu grumbled as he soared back toward Yi Kuei. It was you who instructed me to hold nothing back," Yi Kuei replied, casting a scornful glance in his direction. After the ancestor of corpses, Yi Kuei, reclaimed his corporeal form, he returned to the Night family. Yi Zhanggu, having heard of his son's exploits on the battlefield, approached with a skeptical attitude, insisting on testing his current prowess. He urged Yi Kuei to spare no effort, for otherwise, the evaluation would be futile. As an SS-class warrior, he possessed unwavering confidence. He believed that not even an A-class could inflict harm upon him, let alone an S-class. Ultimately, he was left astonished, nearly shaken in his indomitable martial spirit. To his disbelief, he found himself outmatched by Yi Kuei, although he had refrained from unleashing his full power. Neither had Yi Kuei. After 10 minutes of sparring, he had been sent flying numerous times. "You are truly a complete monstrosity," Yi Zhanggu exclaimed upon facing Yi Kuei, who claims their own son is a monster. "One cannot expect wisdom from a canine's mouth." Just as he finished speaking, Yi Kuei's mother, Meng Qingdai, rolled her eyes at her husband, reproaching him. Then how would you describe him?" she inquired with narrowed eyes, a smile gracing her lips. "Super invincible little darling," she declared with a playful kiss. After speaking, he planted a kiss on the little face of Yi Kuei. "Yi Kuei, Yi Zhanggu, is it truly appropriate to address a merciless little beast of slaughter on the battlefield in such a manner?" Just as the father and son exchanged bewildered glances, a high-ranking member of the Yi family hurried towards them. "Patriarch, individuals from the Imperial Academy have arrived, and they claim to bear urgent news." "Very well, I shall attend to them at once." Yi Zhanggu nodded at the messenger and then turned to Yi Kuei and her son, saying, "I will go meet with the representatives from the Imperial Academy." "All right, go ahead," Dream Qingdai softly replied. That evening, within the Yi family's council chamber, all high-ranking members of the Yi family convened. Presiding over the assembly was the venerable ancestor of the Yi family, with the small figure of Yi Kuei seated beside him. "Zhanggu, it is your turn to speak," the ancestor commanded, gazing intently at Yi Zhanggu. Yi Zhanggu nodded in acknowledgement, then rose with a grave demeanor to declare, "War is on the brink of eruption, a conflict that pertains to the fate of all humanity." "What?" At the conclusion of Yi Zhangji's pronouncement, the gathered members gasped in shock. "Surely, everyone is aware of the resurrection of the corpse ancestor?" "Indeed, but does that mean he intends to attack our kind?" Yi Zhanggu shook his head and continued, "No, the situation is far more dire than that. The corpse clan is currently amassing forces with insidious motives, while the beast clan has launched an offensive against us. Our borders are on the verge of collapse under their assault. The Imperial Academy suspects a collusion between the two clans." After Yi Zhanggu completed his remarks, the entire council chamber fell into an expectant silence, with everyone gazing at him in rapt attention. Thus, the Yi family must immediately proceed to offer our support. Do you believe we should head to the Beastman's border or the Undead's frontier? The Beastman's border. At the instant Yi Zhang's words resonated, Yi Kuei promptly interjected. Swish. All eyes turned towards Yi Kuei, intrigued. Why? Please elucidate. Inquired the elder of the Yi family, positioned beside him. Ahem. Yi Kuei cleared his throat, feigning solemnity as he stated. The undead are merely gathering their forces. It is uncertain whether they will indeed launch an offensive against humanity. In contrast, the Beastmen are already on the attack, hence I believe we should direct our efforts towards the Beastman's border. The assembly nodded in agreement, recognizing the soundness of Yi Kuei's reasoning. However, even though the undead had yet to strike, it was inevitable that they would await our actions, given the irreconcilable animosity between our factions. At this juncture, Yi Kuei's grandfather, Yi Changkong, voiced his thoughts. Regardless, I maintain that we must proceed to the Beastman's border. Ultimately, the Yi family, under Yi Kuei's compelling arguments, resolved to extend their support to the Beastman's border. The following day, outside Yi City, a multitude of warriors gathered, standing in orderly formation, with the upper echelons of the Yi family positioned at the forefront. Yi Zhang'a glanced back and, with a sweeping gesture, proclaimed, "Let us depart." Yi Kuei stood atop the city walls, watching the advancing army with a visage of helplessness. "Stop gazing, let us return." Dreaming Light Butterfly gently took his small hand and walked towards the Night family. "Why can't I go?" Night Kuei looked up at Dreaming Light Butterfly, his face filled with grievance. "What purpose does a child have on the battlefield? It is a perilous place, but I have been to the border battlefield. Who permitted you to venture to such a dangerous location?" It was my cousin, Night Madman. The next time I see him, I shall chastise him properly. How could he allow a child onto the battlefield? But I am quite formidable. Even my father cannot defeat me. Why am I not allowed to go? Because your father is an adult. You are but a child. But he cannot best me. He is an adult. You are a child. Night Kuei. Chapter 43. The war at the border adjoining the human and beast tribes. Within the human stronghold, a group of human warriors anxiously gazed upon the densely packed, seemingly endless army of beasts from atop the fortress walls. 2 days had elapsed since the first siege, and during this time, many human warriors had arrived to offer their support. Yet, their numbers were still insufficient compared to the beast army, and it appeared that the beast would launch another assault today. Alas, we can only fight to the death. If it were not for the need to remain vigilant against the undead, we would not find ourselves in such a passive position. There is little use in lamenting. Everyone should brace themselves, for the beasts are likely to attack soon. As they sighed in despair, a rhythmic sound of marching echoed from behind the stronghold. The crowd swiftly turned their gaze. Before them marched a colossal army of countless human warriors. It was the Yi family. The banner of the Yi clan fluttered proudly. Splendid. With the support of the Yi family, our defense is assured. I wonder if the SSS-level experts from the Yi family have arrived? Enough talk. Let us hasten to welcome them. The powerful individuals, filled with excitement, advanced towards the Yi family's army. "Halt!" called out Yi Zhang'a, raising his hand. "Yi family patriarch, I did not expect you to lead the charge personally." Upon reaching Yi Zhang'a, the assembled experts greeted him warmly. "Indeed, this matter pertains to the fate of our race. May I inquire if the SSS-level experts from the Yi family have arrived?" The crowd looked at Yi Zhang'a with eager anticipation. If there were an SSS-level expert among them, their confidence in holding the line would soar. Yi Zhang'a grinned, replying, "They have arrived." "Splendid. Where are they?" "Fear not. They remain concealed in the shadows," Yi Zhang'a said solemnly. "Now, please brief me on the situation here." "Very well, Patriarchy, this way please." Subsequently, Yi Zhang'a followed them into a council chamber. Enemy attack. Not long after they entered the chamber, a cacophony erupted outside. The powerful figures quickly ascended the city walls, witnessing the beast tribe advancing relentlessly towards them. "Prepare for battle," Yi Zhang'a shouted, leading the charge from the fortress towards the beast army, with the legion of human warriors rallying behind him. Roar. At that moment, a multitude of SS-level ferocious beasts emerged from the beast clan, roaring menacingly at Yi Zhang'a and his companions. The call to arms was clear. Words were unnecessary as the battle commenced. This was a clash between races, a fight to the death. SS-level warriors clashed in the skies above, while the ground troops engaged in fierce combat. The atmosphere was charged with murderous intent, transforming the once clear sky into a tempest of chaos. Black flame, Yi Zhang'a bellowed, wielding his spear with a sweeping motion, unleashing a torrent of black flames. Before him stood 5 formidable SS-level beast warriors, and he confronted them single-handedly. He was not alone. Other SS-level human warriors also battled against overwhelming odds, some facing 2, others 3 adversaries. Although the opposing SS-level warriors outnumbered them substantially, they did not falter, pouring every ounce of strength into their fight against the enemy. In mere moments, they bore numerous wounds, yet their eyes sparkled with an unprecedented determination. The ground battle was equally brutal, with the human forces vastly outnumbered by their foes. Under the weight of this numerical disadvantage, they began to retreat step by step. Too slow. A deep voice resonated across the battlefield. Suddenly, a towering figure adorned in crimson armor, crowned with a single horn, entered Yi Zhang's combat zone. He raised his fist and struck toward Yi Zhang from a distance. Boom! Yi Zhang braced himself, gripping his spear as he attempted to block the blow, only to be sent flying over 1,000 meters. Regaining his footing, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his hands trembling uncontrollably. How powerful! An SSS-level warrior. Oh! Upon witnessing that his strike had failed to vanquish his opponent, the horned giant displayed an expression of astonishment. He had surveyed the entire battlefield and discerned that Yi Zhang was the most formidable, standing his ground against 5 adversaries without faltering. Thus, he resolved to eliminate this formidable foe first. However, to his surprise, the opponent had withstood his punch, seemingly suffering only a minor injury. It became evident that this individual possessed SSS-grade potential, and upon reaching this conclusion, a fierce killing intent emanated from the horned giant's eyes. This human could not be spared. He must be eradicated. With this thought, he materialized behind Yi Zhang, 1,000 meters away. A sinister grin plastered across his face as he aimed a devastating blow at the latter's head. Yi Zhang sensed the terrifying attack approaching from behind, sending a chill racing down his spine. In that critical moment, the ancestral figure of the Yi family appeared, intercepting the lethal strike and sending the horned giant hurtling backward. What brings an SSS grade to metal in an SS grade battlefield? The ancestral figure mocked, hovering in the air. Haraha! It is a war of races now. Do you truly care about such trivial matters? The horned giant retorted, now 100 meters away, his grin menacing. As long as we can annihilate the enemy, that is all that matters. The ancestral figure furrowed his brow and spoke solemnly. Then let me become your opponent. No, no, no. The horned giant replied with a slight shake of his head, a smile stretching across his face. It is we who shall be your opponents. Swish. No sooner had the horned giant finished speaking than a colossal slash descended upon the ancestral figure from behind. With no time to ponder, the ancestral figure swiftly evaded to the right. The slash, however, struck directly upon the ranks of the human forces, shattering countless warriors into oblivion. In the eyes of the ancestral elder of the Yi family, a tempest of rage surged forth. It was utterly detestable that they dared to act recklessly against the feeble. What has become of us? A young man, clad in a flowing azure robe and wielding a long sword, appeared beside the imposing figure. Our sole objective is to eradicate the human race, the youth proclaimed with a chilling smile. Let us see if you possess the requisite strength. The ancestral elder of the Yi family unleashed a formidable aura, causing his garments to flutter violently. A dark golden heavenly spear materialized in his grasp as he raised it, directing it toward the 2 adversaries. Come forth and engage in battle. With a resounding boom, the elder and his opponents vanished from sight, leaving only the incessant emergence of spatial rifts in the sky. They were locked in a rapid exchange, each collision fracturing the very fabric of space. Yi Zhang's visage darkened, his grip on the spear tightening as veins bulged from his hand. Observing the elder single-handedly confronting 2 SSS-level Beast Clan warriors filled him with trepidation. Although the elder possessed extraordinary combat prowess, facing 2 SSS-level opponents simultaneously was a daunting challenge. Yi Zhang, not being of that exalted rank, was unaware of the vast chasm between their realms. He could only silently hope that the elder could withstand their onslaught. Recognizing his own inability to partake in such a high-stakes confrontation, he resolved to eliminate several SSS-level foes instead. With a steely glint in his eye, Yi Zhang once more brandished his spear and charged toward the battlefield. Chapter 44. Reinforcements of the human race. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air, a powerful presence descending from the heavens, and the entire battlefield fell into an abrupt silence. Both the human and beast factions lifted their gazes toward the sky above, The ancestral figure of the Yi family retreated somewhat awkwardly, while the two SSS-level beast warriors also found themselves stepping back continuously. Moments ago, they had unleashed their full power in a fierce clash, only to be repelled by the terrifying force of their confrontation. The Yi family ancestor, despite his solitary strength, ultimately found himself at a disadvantage against his formidable opponents. However, within the hearts of the two beast warriors retreating, there was an overwhelming sense of astonishment. They were taken aback by the Yi family ancestor's formidable prowess, which allowed him to stand toe-to-toe with them single-handedly. Indeed, humanity is an extraordinary race, seemingly endowed with exceptional talents, as throughout the ages, there have always been individuals of terrifying strength. The Empress of the Void from a millennium ago serves as a quintessential example. She single-handedly safeguarded the feeble human race of her time. After their clash, the Yi family ancestor and the beast warriors stood at a distance, neither side opting to strike again. As the three SSS-level warriors ceased their combat, the armies on the ground and the SSS-level warriors in the air also halted their movements. The humans, led by the Yi family ancestor, faced off against the beasts, who were commanded by the two SSS-level warriors. "Ancestor, are you unharmed?" Yu Zhang'a approached the Yi family ancestor and inquired solemnly. The Yi family ancestor cast a glance at him, noting that he was covered in blood, yet bore no injuries himself, indicating that the blood was, in fact, that of their enemies. With a satisfied nod and a confident smile, he remarked, "Though I may not be their match, they cannot do anything to me." His voice was not loud, yet it resonated across the battlefield, heard by the millions of soldiers present. The two formidable orc warriors across the way immediately wore expressions of displeasure. Despite their numerical advantage, they found themselves unable to overcome their opponent, leaving them with a rather bitter taste. "Huh, even if we cannot vanquish you, what of it?" sneered the orc clad in azure robes, casting a disdainful gaze upon the human forces below. "We can hold you at bay, and soon your human army shall be annihilated by our Orcish legion." As these words fell, the human side erupted in expressions of anger. He spoke the truth, under the overwhelming pressure of numbers. The humans were indeed no match for the orcs. "Qi Qingmong, why have you not yet captured the human stronghold? Your progress is far too slow." At that moment, a voice brimming with arrogance rang out. A young man clad in crimson armor appeared beside the two SSS-class orc warriors. With his arms crossed and an air of haughty confidence, he regarded the humans with disdain. "We pay our respects to His Highness, the Second Prince." Upon the young man's arrival, the two orc warriors immediately bowed in deference, and the orc army on the ground prostrated themselves in respect. The human side gazed in shock at the youth, to command such reverence, even from two SSS-class warriors, and to be addressed as the Second Prince. His identity was unmistakable. He was indeed a scion of the Qilin Emperor. "Why have you not yet breached their defenses?" the Second Prince inquired, casting a cold gaze upon the two. "It is because they possess a formidable SSS-class warrior, who has kept us occupied and unable to engage." Qingmong, the orc in azure robes, replied, his eyes filled with shame. "What utter incompetence!" The Second Prince of the Beast clan coldly uttered a remark before glancing towards the elder of the Yi family, disdain evident in his voice as he proclaimed, "Allow this prince to engage with you." The elder of the Yi family displayed a troubled expression. The Second Prince appeared formidable, and should he become ensnared by his opponent, the two SSS-class powerhouses would then be free to confront the others. The destructive force of SSS-class warriors is unfathomable, especially in tandem. Thus, the human faction would be in peril. "Come forth, I hope you can amuse this prince." The Second Prince of the Beast clan gradually soared to the center of the battlefield, arms crossed defiantly, as he gazed down upon the elder of the Yi family. "Be cautious," the elder warned the assembled human warriors before advancing towards the Second Prince. With a clang, a massive sword manifested in the hands of the Beast Prince, its blade wreathed in crimson flames. "I shall initiate the attack." As the declaration echoed, the Second Prince swiftly appeared before the elder of the Yi family, raising his colossal sword to deliver a rapid downward strike. The elder's gaze sharpened, raising his spear in defense. With a thunderous crash, the sword clashed against the spear, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that forced the elder to retreat several meters. Such immense strength. The offspring of the Qilin Emperor is indeed extraordinary. The elder regarded his opponent with a grave expression, his heart brimming with astonishment. "Impressive indeed," the Second Prince remarked, resting the sword upon his shoulder. "Come, test me with another strike." Suddenly, the massive sword of the Beast Prince transformed into a brilliant scarlet hue, and with a powerful swing, a roaring Qilin head formed of crimson flames surged towards the elder of the Yi family. Gripping his spear tightly, the elder thrust forward swiftly to meet the fiery beast's charge. Roar! A colossal dragon, forged from black flames, erupted from the spear, colliding instantaneously with the head of the Qilin beast. The heavens trembled with a thunderous roar as the sky was engulfed in shades of crimson and obsidian. The temperature within a 100-mile radius soared dramatically, causing nearby trees to wither and lose their vitality. Ha ha ha, splendid. The second prince of the Beast clan laughed heartily, clearly reveling in the chaos. Meanwhile, the heart of the Knight family's patriarch sank to the depths of despair. It was evident that the adversary had not exerted their full strength, while he had already given his all. The second prince was indeed formidable. The human warrior would soon falter. Let us commence our assault. With a grin, Qing Meng soared into the fray alongside Qi Shi, confronting the assembly of SS-level human warriors led by Yi Zhang'a. We shall swiftly send you on your way. As they approached, the Beast clan's army surged forward in a fierce charge. Such audacity! Faced with two SSS-level powerhouses, the human warriors found themselves utterly impotent. Despair clouded the faces of the SS-level warriors as they realized victory was beyond their grasp against such titans. Kill! Just as despair enveloped them, a cacophony of battle cries erupted from behind the human ranks. They hastily turned to see an immense army, numbering in the millions, advancing through a swirling cloud of dust. Our reinforcements have arrived. How marvelous! The warriors, including Yi Zhang'a, gazed with elation at the approaching human reinforcements. Ah, but will it make any difference? Qing Meng scoffed dismissively, stating, without SSS-level powerhouses, no matter how many come, it will be in vain. You shall still face defeat. He and his companion regarded the approaching human reinforcements with indifference. Is that so? An elder materialized before the two beast men, casting a cold gaze upon them. Headmaster, what brings you here? Knight Zhang'a and his companions were taken aback by the imposing figure that stood before them. Chapter 45. The Rise of the Undead, and I Am Not Alone. Beside the headmaster appeared a middle-aged man wielding a bronze great axe. This is an SSS-level powerhouse from the Wei family. Wonderful. Ha ha ha. Victory is ours. The moment the middle-aged man emerged, he was instantly recognized as Wei Long, the SSS-level powerhouse from the esteemed Wei family, renowned for his active presence among the elite. Following the appearance of the two human SSS-level warriors, a host of additional SSS-level fighters soared towards Knight Zhang'a and his group. Witnessing such formidable reinforcements, Knight Zhang'a's previously heavy heart was instantly lifted. In stark contrast, the expressions of the two beast men darkened severely. They had not anticipated the swift arrival of the human reinforcements in such great numbers. Did they not need to be wary of the undead? How audacious to mobilize such a multitude of SSS-level and above powerhouses all at once. With a thunderous roar, the elder from the Knight family was sent flying, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, his opponent, the second prince of the beast men, maintained an air of nonchalance. Old Knight, allow me to take over. The figure of the dean appeared beside the elder of the Yi family, softly speaking. You should join Wei Long in confronting those two SSS-level beast clan members. Upon seeing the dean's arrival, the elder of the Yi family felt a wave of reassurance. Thank you, he uttered before swiftly moving to Wei Long's side, confident that the dean's strength could undoubtedly handle the beast clan's second prince. It's quite a predicament, I assent to it, Wei Long remarked, teasingly observing the elder of the Yi family. If you were in my position, you would feel the same way. The elder of the Yi family replied solemnly, their strength is indeed formidable. It is no wonder they are the offspring of the Qilin emperor. Feeling previously restrained, he now sought to unleash his frustrations upon the two beast clan warriors. Casting a cold gaze at the two formidable opponents, the elder of the Yi family exchanged a brief glance with Wei Long before launching into action. Onward! Knight Zhang'a called out, and the assembly of human SSS-level warriors surged towards the beast clan's SSS-level fighters. At this juncture, both sides had matched their top-tier and lower-tier combatants, instilling a sense of confidence in Knight Zhang'a they would not be defeated. So, you are the so-called strongest of the human race. The beast clan's second prince observed the dean with a grave expression. He had just heard the human faction refer to the dean, knowing there was only one SSS-level warrior in their ranks designated as such. He sensed a palpable threat from the elder. This man was no ordinary foe. I am Yi Lang, the dean stated calmly, in stark contrast to the tension on the faces of his adversaries, exuding an air of composure. The title of the strongest warrior among the humans was not mere embellishment. Despite having been previously bested by the corpse ancestor Yi Kuei, which may have obscured his true strength, it was important to note that the corpse ancestor was an exceptionally monstrous entity. The dean possesses terrifying strength. Even among all SSS-class powerhouses, he has scarcely any rivals. The second prince of the beast clan, Yin Hong, tightly grips the hilt of his sword, watching the dean warily as he inquires, "Where is your weapon?" The dean shakes his head and replies, "I have no weapon." Upon hearing this, a surge of fury ignites within Yin Hong. How dare he belittle him by not even wielding a weapon? It is the first time the esteemed second prince of the beast clan has been so underestimated. Had the dean been aware of Yin Hong's thoughts, he would have vehemently protested his innocence. He truly possesses no weapon. He dismisses weapons of the heavenly rank and spatial type as beneath his notice, yet heavenly weapons are already scarce, and those of the spatial type are even more elusive, practically non-existent. Thus, he simply chooses not to wield a weapon, as his spatial abilities do not require such enhancement. Then I shall not hold back. Yin Hong's eyes blaze with fury as he fixates on the dean, his massive sword transforming into a brilliant crimson hue. He intends to make this old man aware of the consequences of underestimating him. Boom. Flames envelop Yin Hong as he suddenly appears before the dean, his red sword aimed directly at the dean's neck. Buzz. A piercing sound resonates as Yin Hong's sword abruptly halts, as if met with an immense resistance. Meanwhile, the dean has vanished from his sight. It is space. Yin Hong turns to look behind him, finding the dean calmly observing him. "Allow me to sever your space." Yin Hong bellows in anger, preparing to launch another attack on the dean. At that moment, a thunderous sound suddenly erupted from the right side of the battlefield, reminiscent of the march of 1,000 troops. The powerful beings in the sky turned their gazes in unison. A formidable army advanced rapidly toward their location, its numbers comparable to those of the previously arrived human reinforcements. Both the director and Yin Hong felt a jolt of alarm, each believing the other had summoned aid, as they were well aware that no reinforcements had been arranged for their side. Soon, the army reached the edge of the battlefield, standing in silence, allowing those in the sky to discern their identity. It was the army of the corpse clan. How did they arrive here? A wave of confusion washed over everyone. The director turned to Yin Hong and solemnly remarked, "You have indeed allied with them." Yin Hong, taken aback, pondered the nature of this alleged alliance, utterly clueless regarding the situation. Curse it. The corpse clan has truly allied with the beast clan. This alliance placed them at a significant disadvantage. The mood among the human warriors grew exceedingly grim. The addition of over 100 million corpse clan soldiers could undoubtedly shift the tide of battle in an instant. Given such a large scale, it was certain that an SSS-level leader was at the helm. Just then, a voice, imbued with an eerie malevolence, resonated through the air, and they beheld a one-armed youth leading a contingent of corpse clan warriors soaring above. The fighting in the sky came to an abrupt halt, both factions eyeing the newly emerged corpse clan with heightened vigilance. "I am Bai Tianxia, commander of the 3rd Legion of the corpse clan," announced the newcomer, introducing himself as he hovered at the periphery of the aerial battlefield. "What brings you here?" Yin Hong gazed solemnly at Bai Tianxia, sensing a threat from this formidable member of the corpse clan that rivaled that of the academy's principal. The principal furrowed his brow at Yin Hong, questioning whether he had misjudged the situation. Were they not allied? Or perhaps they were merely putting on a performance. With a devilish smile, Bai Tianxia declared, "Our corpse clan also intends to partake in this war." After uttering this statement, he turned to the principal with a grin and inquired, "Would you be interested in joining forces with us to annihilate the beast clan?" What? Both the human and beast clans exhibited expressions of disbelief. Why would he utter such words? The corpse clan and the human clan had always been sworn enemies, and now he proposed an alliance against the beast clan? Yin Hong's face darkened as he demanded, "What do you mean by that?" Bai Tianxia feigned a look of exasperation and slowly replied, "It is not my intention, but that of the ancestor of the corpse clan." Ancestor of the corpse clan? Once again, astonishment swept over both parties. Shouldn't the ancestor harbor a relentless desire to eradicate all humans, especially since he was sealed by the empress of the human clan? The situation appeared to be growing increasingly complex, and no matter how much they pondered, they could not fathom why the ancestor would act in such a manner. Chapter 46. Bai Tianxia and Bai Yin, the principal, and the other members of the human clan exchanged dubious glances. for this situation seemed as improbable as the sun rising in the west. Observing their skepticism, Bai Tianxia remained unfazed, chuckling lightly as he assured them, "Rest assured. The Corpse clan harbors no ulterior motives. We simply aim to assault the Beast clan. Moreover, I am not alone. There are 2 other SSS-level powerhouses currently engaged in battle against the Beast clan elsewhere, and they too will soon join the fray." Upon hearing the words of Bai Tianxia, Yin Hong's gaze turned icy. If the assertions made by the other party were indeed true, the Beast clan would find themselves in peril. No race could contend with 2 adversaries simultaneously. Should they only face one, the Beast clan would harbor no fear. After millennia of recuperation and growth, they stood stronger than any other race, while the other 2 had been embroiled in relentless conflict. Not to mention, their ranks boasted more SSS-level powerhouses than any other clan. Let us extend our early congratulations on your impending victory, Corpse clan, the dean remarked with a cheerful demeanor. Bai Tianxia shot him a sidelong glance, clearly skeptical of his words. "TCH. If you doubt me, allow my actions to serve as proof." With that, Bai Tianxia retrieved a blood-red blade from his spatial ring, pointing it at Yin Hong. "Once I eliminate the second prince of the Beast clan, you shall surely believe me." It appeared that Bai Tianxia was eager to ally with the human clan. If it were Inmo and Xiao Cheng, they would have shown no hesitation and launched an immediate assault on the Beast clan. This starkly illustrated the distinction between the Corpse clan and those who had transformed from the human clan. Bai Tianxia, originally human himself, still yearned for a coalition against the Beast clan. Such audacious claims. Yin Hong scoffed, his icy gaze fixed unwaveringly upon him. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, Bai Tianxia materialized before Yin Hong, the crimson blade clashing against the latter's crimson greatsword. Had they truly entered combat? Were his words, perhaps, grounded in reality? Yet, one must remain vigilant. It could all be an elaborate ruse. Let us observe how long they can sustain this performance and to what extent it will reach. Even though Bai Tianxia has already made his move, the human faction remains skeptical. They all quietly observe Bai Tianxia, while the Beast faction watches the duel between the 2. The 2 SSS-class strongmen of the Beast tribe dare not act recklessly, as they must remain vigilant against the humans. The Undead faction, having received no orders to attack, remains on standby. Thus, the entire battlefield is captivated by the clash between Bai Tianxia and Yin Hong. The 2 ascend to a height of 1,000 meters, engaging in fierce combat. Although Bai Tianxia possesses only one arm, it does not hinder his performance in the slightest. His attacks are both ferocious and enigmatic, slicing through space from various cunning angles, each strike aimed to be lethal. His assaults conceal a wild ferocity beneath their graceful exterior. Yin Hong grows increasingly frustrated as he battles. His opponent's elusive nature makes it exceedingly difficult to land a hit, while he must fully defend against every strike. If it were merely the unpredictable nature of the attacks, he would not be concerned. However, each time their forces collide, his opponent unexpectedly unleashes a powerful surge of strength that rivals his own. Infuriated, Yin Hong roars, igniting his great sword in searing flames as he cleaves toward Bai Tianxia. With a light chuckle, Bai Tianxia raises his blade to parry. Boom! As their weapons clash, a massive explosion of flames erupts, resembling a sun from afar. This does not appear to be mere theatrics. Indeed, it seems entirely genuine. As the 2 combatants engaged in a fierce and tumultuous struggle, the onlookers from the human faction were filled with astonishment and disbelief, beginning to entertain the words of Bai Tianxia. "You are formidable," Yin Hong remarked earnestly after forcing Bai Tianxia to retreat with a single strike. Bai Tianxia raised the blood-soaked blade in his hand, signaling for another encounter. This blood dagger, bestowed upon him by Yi Kuei, was originally the heavenly-grade weapon of the Corpse King. Yi Kuei held great expectations for Bai Tianxia, who had undergone a remarkable transformation, having assimilated half of his own arm and subsequently undergone complete metamorphosis. Furthermore, Yi Kuei discovered that Bai Tianxia possessed a notably intriguing identity. He could now be regarded as a rudimentary version of a little corpse ancestor, thus positioning him as the most potent force under Yi Kuei's command. "I shall unleash my true prowess." Yin Hong's eyes suddenly transformed into a vivid crimson, and red beast-like patterns appeared upon his visage. Without any forewarning, he brought down his great sword, enveloped in searing flames, with astonishing speed towards Bai Tianxia. Bai Tianxia hastily raised his blade to defend, successfully parrying the assault. But he felt a numbing tremor in his hand. "This is not yet over," Yin Hong intoned gravely, continuing to unleash a relentless barrage of sweeping strikes with his sword. imparting an overwhelming sense of invincibility. Gradually, Bai Tianxia sensed a creeping numbness in his arm. This could not continue. He had to disrupt his opponent's rhythm. As Yan Hong's great sword swung toward him once more, Bai Tianxia's gaze sharpened, and a surge of white flames erupted from his body. Daylight. The sky was suddenly engulfed in a blinding white haze, causing all observers to instantaneously lose their sight. Boom. In but a fleeting moment, clarity returned to their vision, revealing Yan Hong being violently hurled away, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Bai Tianxia stood silently, his gaze fixed upon his opponent. Injured. What transpired just now? I did not witness it. Nor did I. How formidable. The crowd gasped in astonishment, realizing that the one who had previously subdued the patriarch of the Yi family, Yan Hong, had sustained injuries, indicating that the SSS-class entity from the corpse clan was even more terrifying than anticipated. Amidst the collective shock, the patriarch of the Yi family felt his pupils constrict sharply, his eyes locked onto Bai Tianxia, his expression riddled with disbelief and astonishment, staring vacantly at the scene. Patriarch? Knight Zhanga, standing beside him, noticed the shift in his demeanor and softly called out. The white flames, a technique that had momentarily obscured their vision. Bai Tianxia. His surname is Bai? It is impossible. He cannot possibly belong to the corpse clan. There must be some mistake. It has to be a misunderstanding. Knight Zhanga gazed in astonishment at his patriarch, bewildered by what could have elicited such a reaction. Have you also considered that family? The dean suddenly appeared beside the Yi patriarch, speaking in a grave tone. The patriarch, taken aback, turned to the dean with a solemn nod, saying, Indeed. What family? Wei Long inquired with curiosity, while the other human cultivators displayed expressions of intrigue. The foremost family from 10,000 years ago. One of the 4 great generals under the empress, the Bai family. The dean spoke gravely, his eyes fixed intently on the distant figure of Bai Tianxia. According to the historical records of the Imperial Academy, the empress has 4 formidable generals, each possessing the unique ability of flame, albeit in varying colors: black flame, white flame, purple flame, and green flame. The powerful being from the corpse clan, who just appeared, seemed to wield the white flame. What? Why would a general's ability under the empress be utilized by a being of the corpse clan? Could it be? Upon the director's revelation, a chorus of astonished exclamations erupted from the gathered human warriors. Chapter 47. The emergence of the ancestor of the dead. As the crowd remained in shock, the elder of the Yi family spoke with measured calm. Our ancestor was one of the 4 great generals under the empress, belonging to the same lineage of powerful warriors. Thus, I possess a deep understanding of them. The general wielding the white flame bears the surname Bai, and the technique just executed by that corpse clan warrior, Bai Tianxia, is identical to the one documented in the records of the Yi family. This is why I am so astounded. With the elder's words, the human warriors were rendered speechless. Are you suggesting that this corpse clan warrior is a descendant of the Bai family? Yi Zhanga inquired in a low tone. Though uncertain, there exists a 90% likelihood. The elder of the Yi family replied with a slow shake of his head and a sigh. Instantly, all eyes turned toward Bai Tianxia, pondering whether he might indeed be a descendant of the Bai family. Yet, why was he associated with the corpse clan? As Bai Tianxia sensed the peculiar gazes from the human side, he furrowed his brow, noticing their expressions of shock and confusion directed at him. Perhaps it would be best to eliminate you first. Bai Tianxia cast a sidelong glance at Yan Hong and spoke softly. Yan Hong, with a cold gaze, retorted, Do you think you can eliminate me? You're overestimating your capabilities. Although you are indeed formidable, you have yet to reach the level required to kill me. Bai Tianxia remained silent, a terrifying aura gradually emanating from him, as white flames reappeared around his form. Yan Hong's expression grew serious as he unleashed his own power, continuously gathering strength. An unspoken consensus was reached between them. The outcome would be determined by the next strike. The resolution of their duel was imminent. Surely, Bai Tianxia would emerge victorious, for he had consistently held the upper hand. Yet, it was difficult to ascertain. The human faction observed intently, whispering amongst themselves, while the beast faction was rife with apprehension. Bai Tianxia's might had already been laid bare, and the odds of Yan Hong's defeat appeared exceedingly high. Should they intervene? Qing Meng turned to the nearby Qi Shi and inquired solemnly. Perhaps it is best not to intervene for now. The second prince's temperament would undoubtedly prohibit our interference. Let us observe the situation. Should the second prince find himself in peril, we shall act immediately. Agreed. At that moment, the 2 combatants surged to the pinnacle of their powers, their gazes locking in unison as their most potent strikes erupted forth. White Dragon, all beasts. Bai Tianxie raised his bloodied blade and swiftly slashed downward, unleashing a colossal dragon formed of white flames that roared into the air. Yan Hong, too, swung his great sword, conjuring a myriad of crimson flames that morphed into ferocious beasts charging toward the white dragon. A deafening roar filled the air as the white dragon collided with the horde of red beasts, igniting a fierce battle between the two formidable forces. The white dragon soared unrelentingly towards Yan Hong, as the fiery beasts formed by flames relentlessly gnawed at its massive body. The once mighty dragon began to diminish, and upon reaching Yan Hong, its original form had been reduced to half. However, the fiery beasts that had tormented the white dragon dissipated entirely. With a thunderous roar, the white dragon unleashed a fierce gust of wind that caused Yan Hong's garments to billow violently. Still reeling from the previous blow, he could only watch helplessly as the dragon opened its maw and prepared to engulf him. "Your Highness," roared the two powerful beast clan warriors, Qing Meng and Qi Shi, as they instantly surged towards Yan Hong. "Do not let him pass." The ancestors of the Yi family and Wei Long swiftly positioned themselves in their path. They were all too pleased with the prospect of the beast clan's second prince meeting his demise and would not allow these two warriors to intervene. "Despicable humans. Should anything happen to His Highness, you shall face the wrath of our emperor." Qing Meng and his companions shouted in desperation, unleashing their full strength in an attempt to break through. They had to reach Yan Hong. If he were to be slain, they would face the unrelenting fury of the Qilin emperor. Just then, the white dragon swallowed Yan Hong whole, and the searing white flames within began to corrode his very being. "Your Highness." Qing Meng and Qi Shi could only watch in despair, unable to breach the defenses of the Yi family ancestors. Boom. Just when everyone believed Yan Hong was destined for death, a sudden turn of events unfolded. As the immeasurable phantom of a Qilin ascended from Yan Hong's form, the white dragon forged from alabaster flames was instantly annihilated. The Qilin's spectral projection exuded an aura of cataclysmic proportions, causing hundreds of millions of soldiers from all three factions to prostrate themselves upon the earth. Even the SS-ranked powerhouses in the firmament plummeted to the ground, struggling to maintain their footing. That is, the Qilin Emperor? Nay, merely a specter. Yet such formidable power emanates from a mere apparition. Truly terrifying. The gargantuan Qilin phantom regarded Bai Tianxie with frigid indifference, as one might regard an insignificant ant. "To think that I would be compelled to invoke my imperial father's phantom to preserve my life." Yan Hong lamented, his voice tinged with despair, as he stood shielded by the Qilin's spectral form. His armor was now tattered and rent, his body extensively scorched. "Though this is not my desire, I must beseech you to meet your end." Yan Hong snarled, his gaze fixed upon Bai Tianxie, who stood serenely in the distance. He was a being of pride. Yet now he was forced to rely upon his father's phantom to vanquish his adversary, a circumstance that filled him with profound vexation. Under ordinary circumstances, he would never resort to employing the phantom to slay his opponent. Instead, he would retreat and challenge him at a later time, persevering until he could achieve victory through his own strength. However, the present situation was different. Since the Corpse Clan sought to assault their Beast Clan, he had no choice but to utilize his imperial father's phantom to eliminate this formidable Corpse Clan warrior. With a resounding roar that echoed through the heavens, the colossal Qilin phantom opened its cavernous maw and lunged at Bai Tianxie. Bai Tianxie remained motionless, appearing to onlookers as though he were paralyzed by fear. Yet his countenance betrayed no hint of trepidation. Instead, a disdainful smile played upon his lips. When all believed that the day would bring about the demise of the dark forces, a sudden change unfolded. The entire world was engulfed in an impenetrable darkness, and an aura more terrifying than that of the Kirin's ethereal form emerged. The once formidable SS-ranked warriors found themselves crushed to the ground, helpless. Only those of SSS rank could barely maintain their stance, yet even they succumbed to the oppressive force, unable to take flight. Yizhan stood out amidst the chaos, perplexed by the sight of his fallen comrades. What had befallen them? Though the pressure instilled a sense of dread within him, it did not seem as terrifying as he had imagined. With a resounding crash, the dark veil dissipated, and the towering Kirin apparition erupted into brilliance. A figure, exuding an overwhelming presence, stood before the day's Dark Lord, emanating the very terror that had subdued the battlefield. Bow to the corpse ancestor. At that moment, billions of undead knelt in unison, displaying profound reverence towards the figure in the sky. The corpse. Ancestor. Why had he manifested here, and in his true form? The headmaster gazed in horror at the figure, his mind flooded with haunting memories of past encounters. Chapter 48. Sudden Wealth. And the Kirin Emperor Yukui hovered silently in the air, surveying the battlefield below. As he appeared, Yanhong was engulfed by a wave of despair. The being before him was of the same caliber as his father, and should he choose to strike, Yanhong knew his fate was sealed. First, I shall annihilate your 200 million beast warriors, and then I will seek the Kirin Emperor, Yukui stated flatly. His gaze fixed upon the fallen beast army. As the gaze of Night Kuei fell upon the beast horde, a chill ran down the spines of all the beast men, as if they sensed their imminent demise. Death. With a gentle wave of his hand, a black blade, slicing through the entirety of the battlefield, manifested before the beast army. In an instant, this blade flickered and reappeared at the rear of the beast ranks. Splatter, splatter, splatter. The black blade gradually faded from view, leaving the beastmen's faces awash with terror as their bodies appeared to split into two halves. A deluge of blood flowed forth, instantaneously staining the earth crimson. Gulp. The human side was filled with the sound of nervous swallowing, their eyes wide with horror as they beheld the scene. A staggering 200 million beasts, annihilated in but a single strike. How terrifying. How brutal. Acquired 30 billion brutality points. The system notification echoed, and a gleeful smile spread across Night Kuei's face. Bliss. Indeed, it is only through the identity of the corpse ancestor that one can achieve such overnight riches. This was merely the beginning. The surge of brutality points would continue unabated. 100 million draws yielding 20 billion. Surely, it must result in unparalleled quality. Lost in thought, Night Kuei nearly drooled. Yet, he swiftly reined in his emotions. As the corpse ancestor, he must not lose composure. How could he be so ecstatic? Truly a being with a bloodthirsty nature. Smiling even after extinguishing so many lives. Although they were his foes, the visual impact was simply too horrifying. Acquired 10 billion brutality points. A mere smile had garnered him another 10 billion brutality points. Night Kuei paused momentarily. Again? Hadn't he just received a reward? He cast a perplexed gaze, bewildered by the sudden influx of another billion. You. The airborne Yanhong trembled incessantly, his countenance a mixture of dread and animosity. Yukui remarked, his expression impassive as he turned his attention to the figure. I almost forgot, there's still one more. Upon realizing that he had become the focal point of Yikui's attention, Yanhong's tremors intensified. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Yukui slowly glided toward his quarry. Don't come any closer. Yanhong shrieked, retreating in haste. Let's begin settling the score from 10,000 years ago, starting with you. Yukui seized Yanhong's right arm and, with a forceful tug, tore it asunder. Ah! Yanhong cried out in agony as his entire right arm was severed. He spun around, desperate to flee, only to find himself paralyzed. Yukui then grasped his left arm, and despair washed over Yanhong's face. Enough! A furious voice echoed from afar, just as Yukui prepared to tear away his left arm as well. Yukui chuckled softly, and with a swift, forceful motion, he ripped away the arm. Oh! A radiant attack, like a miniature sun, hurtled toward him. Yukui, unfazed, casually discarded Yanhong's arm and met the oncoming assault with a deliberate punch. Bang! The attack dissipated upon impact, and Yanhong vanished from sight. I thought you would remain hidden within the 10,000 mountains indefinitely, but here you are, Kirin Emperor. The Night Lord scoffed as he gazed ahead, where two figures emerged. One was the armless Yanhong, and the other, a middle-aged man who bore a striking resemblance to Yanhong. This imposing figure possessed a mane of red hair and a flame mark upon his brow, clad in a suit of red and white armor. At that moment, he held Yanhong aloft with one hand. He was none other than the Kirin Emperor, the sovereign of the beastmen. Initially, he had no intention of revealing himself, believing that his kin could undoubtedly triumph over the human race. However, the ensuing events were utterly unforeseen. First, Yanhong was compelled to invoke his shadow for survival, and then the corpse ancestor made a sudden appearance. Fortunately, Yanhong had summoned his shadow, or he would have remained oblivious to the corpse ancestor's presence. He could sense everything transpiring on the other end of the shadow. Thus he hastened his arrival at full speed the instant the corpse ancestor manifested. Kirin Emperor? What is happening today? Two invincible powerhouses from a millennium ago have materialized here. What shall we do? All the members of the human faction trembled in fear for those two could effortlessly obliterate them. Why must they turn their wrath upon my kin? The Kirin Emperor fixed a cold stare upon the Night Lord, demanding an explanation. No particular reason, merely a sudden whim. The Night Lord replied with a grin. A sudden whim, you say? Then allow me to eradicate your army of the dead. The Kirin Emperor retorted icily. He did not believe the Night Lord's words. There must be some underlying motive behind the assault on the beast men. Perhaps it was due to the events a millennium ago when he and the Empress had conspired to seal him away. You cannot achieve that. Yi Kuei shook his head lightly, a faint smile gracing his lips as he spoke. The Kirin Emperor furrowed his brow. The other's words rang true. His presence indeed rendered him incapable of action. How shameless it was for one in his position, as a leader of his kind, to strike against the weak. Yet, do not the beast tribes also engage in such conduct, preying upon the vulnerable? Yi Kuei regarded him with disdain, having observed the unfolding events closely. Just moments ago, an SSS-class powerhouse from the beast tribe had brazenly attacked Yi Zhanghe, who, despite everything, was the father of his human identity. Anger simmered within him. Your emergence is fortuitous. I need not venture into the depths of the 10,000 great mountains to find you. Upon concluding his words, Yi Kuei unleashed an overwhelming aura that shook the very ground, beckoning the Kirin Emperor with a gesture. The Kirin Emperor, with a grave expression, fixed his gaze upon him. Realizing that Yi Kuei had indeed come seeking vengeance for events from a millennium ago. Yet, if the Empress Kongming had sealed him, why had he not targeted the human race? If conflict is desired, then let it be so. Does the noble leader of the beast tribe fear you? With that thought, the Kirin Emperor safely placed the fiery Hong in a secure location before confronting Yi Kuei from a distance. Ascend to the skies. Very well. As the words fell, their figures vanished in an instant. Should they engage in battle here, the aftermath would spell disaster for both his own corpse tribe and the human race. All would be swept away in the tempest of their conflict. Furthermore, the Kirin Emperor wished to avoid aerial combat near the ground, for his son remained present. The destructive force of SSS was akin to a natural disaster, and surely, Yanhong would perish beneath the fallout of their clash. Chapter 49. Inevitable victory. Ascending to an altitude of 10,000 meters, Yi Kuei launched the first assault. With his right hand raised, he pushed forward, causing an immense black sphere of energy to materialize above his head, shattering the surrounding space. He hurled the energy sphere toward the Qilin Emperor, which swiftly approached him, accompanied by a colossal rift in space. With a ferocious roar, the Qilin Emperor clenched his fists and propelled them forward. A deafening boom echoed as the black energy sphere detonated, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that swept his crimson hair back. At that moment, Yi Kuei appeared behind him, his golden runes flickering, delivering a heavy punch upon his armor. The dreadful gust generated by this strike dispersed all the clouds before the Qilin Emperor, leaving behind a vast vacuum. Have you not eaten? Despite such a formidable blow, the Qilin Emperor mockingly retorted as if unscathed. Yi Kuei furrowed his brow, noticing the sudden surge of red light emanating from the opponent's armor, accompanied by an intense heat radiating from his fist. Instinctively, Yi Kuei recoiled, narrowing his eyes at the adversary. Ha, have you forgotten? The Qilin Emperor turned to face him, laughing maniacally. My transcendent tier armor. The Beast Emperor battle armor. Without the slaughtering demon spear, you cannot breach my defenses. His voice exuded unwavering confidence. Even without the slaughtering demon spear, I can still shatter your defenses. With a cold snort, Yi Kuei instantaneously reappeared before the Qilin Emperor, delivering another powerful punch. This time, the Kirin Emperor refrained from allowing his fist to strike himself. Instead, he raised his fist to clash with Yi Kuei. With a thunderous boom, the moment their fists collided, black and red light illuminated the entire sky. The Kirin Emperor furrowed his brow and retreated a few meters. In terms of offense, he indeed fell short of his opponent, yet when it came to defense, no one in this world could rival his formidable fortitude. His Beast Emperor battle armor possessed an indomitable strength. Aside from the fearsome slaughter magic spear, nothing could penetrate his defenses. Only the slaughter magic spear posed a genuine threat to him. If his opponent wielded it, he might truly meet his match. However, that spear could never reappear. An object that could threaten him would never be allowed to manifest again in this world. A subtle smile played upon the Kirin Emperor's lips. You seem quite confident, Yi Kuei remarked coldly, noticing the smile on his opponent's face. I hold considerable faith in my defenses against one who cannot even breach them. The Kirin Emperor teased, gazing at him with a playful glint. Let us await the outcome, Yi Kuei declared before launching another assault. The Kirin Emperor, adorned with a self-assured smile, deftly parried his strikes. The two engaged in a rapid exchange, their movements accelerating to a point where their figures became indistinguishable, leaving only the bursts of black and red light dancing in the air. Below, the Serpent Clan and the Human Clan gazed up at the sky in stunned silence. Although they could not see the combatants, they could feel the overwhelming pressure emanating from 10,000 meters above. Despite the vast distance, an overwhelming sense of suffocation enveloped them. If a battle were to unfold at an altitude of 1,000 meters, the oppressive aura emanating from the two combatants could very well extinguish their lives. Who do you think would emerge victorious? Wei Long suddenly inquired. The surrounding crowd paused momentarily, their brows furrowed in contemplation. Uncertain, yet, regardless of who triumphs, it seems that none shall benefit us. Ideally, they would suffer mutual destruction. Should we consider retreating now? Futile, for if they truly intend to strike against us, escape would be in vain regardless of our location. Yi Zhanggu unexpectedly interjected. I would prefer for the corpse ancestor to prevail. Huh. The crowd regarded him with puzzled expressions. As you observed earlier, the corpse ancestor's demeanor suggests he would not turn against us. Indeed, Zhanggu makes a valid point. The dean nodded in agreement. He sensed something peculiar about the corpse ancestor. Both during the last incident when the Imperial Academy reclaimed his body and during the recent annihilation of the beast horde, it appeared that the corpse ancestor harbored no animosity towards the human race. What could be the reason? Could it be that millennia of confinement have altered his perspective? Surely, the victor will be the corpse ancestor. While they were lost in speculation, Bai Tianxie suddenly approached the human powerhouses. The assembly regarded him curiously, their expressions betraying a hesitation to voice their thoughts. Bai Tianxie scrutinized the group, convinced they had inquiries lingering on the tip of their tongues. Are you so certain? The dean murmured. Bai Tianxie flashed a grin. Have you forgotten about the little golden dragon the corpse ancestor took to the Imperial Academy? Indeed, the dean, as if awakening from a dream, realized that the corpse ancestor had accomplices. How could two SSS beings possibly lose to just one SSS? Chapter 50. After the battle. High above in the sky, the Kirin Emperor stared in bewilderment at the golden dragon that was threatening him. Just moments ago, while engaged in combat with the corpse ancestor Yi Kuei, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his groin. Glancing down, he discovered a gleaming golden claw attempting to seize him in a most inappropriate manner. Fortunately, he was clad in the formidable beast emperor armor, or the consequences would have been dire. He could hardly fathom that an SSS superpower would resort to such despicable tactics. Truly a display of utter depravity and shamelessness. The Kirin Emperor, still feeling a chill of dread, cast another wary glance at his groin before addressing Yi Kuei in a grave tone. So, you do have allies. As he spoke, his mind was awash with confusion. When had another SSS entity emerged in this world? This was simply inconceivable. As an SSS being himself, the Kirin Emperor was acutely aware that after he and the Empress, along with the corpse ancestor, there should be no possibility of anyone surpassing the SSS threshold. Little did he know that the five-clawed golden dragon, Yi Jiao, was not of this world. Yi Kuei, ignoring the Kirin Emperor, turned to the five-clawed golden dragon, Yi Jiao, and exclaimed, "Let us engage in some delightful dueling." Yea. Upon hearing this, Yi Jiao burst forth with exuberant cheers, as though he had just encountered something immensely entertaining. Delightful dueling? Meanwhile, the Kirin Emperor could only furrow his brow in confusion, observing them both. Bang! As the Kirin Emperor pondered the essence of joyous doubles, a sudden impact jolted him from behind, propelling him uncontrollably forward. Before he could regain his balance, a powerful force hurled him back along the same trajectory. This relentless exchange transformed the Kirin Emperor into a mere ping-pong ball, mercilessly struck by Yi Kuei and the five-clawed golden dragon. Backhand smash, spin serve, indomitable strike. The five-clawed golden dragon incessantly lashed out with its tail while vociferously exclaiming, "Enough!" The Kirin Emperor bellowed in fury, unleashing a formidable aura that allowed him to break free from their onslaught. His hair disheveled and his eyes ablaze with intense rage, he breathed heavily. Remarkably, this tortoise shell proved quite resilient. After enduring such relentless blows, it had merely disarranged his hairstyle. Yi Kuei, observing the unscathed Kirin Emperor, could not help but exclaim in astonishment, "Truly formidable. The humiliation I just endured shall be repaid 100-fold." With a roar, the Kirin Emperor unveiled his towering form. His body enveloped in crimson scales, surrounded by searing flames, exuding copious amounts of heated air. Do you think growing larger is advantageous? The five-clawed golden dragon, Yu-Gi-Oh, scoffed at the Kirin Emperor. I can grow larger too. Upon finishing his statement, the golden-scaled dragon's body rapidly expanded, soon surpassing the Kirin Emperor's towering stature. With a self-satisfied glance at the Kirin Emperor, the five-clawed golden dragon turned to Yi Kuei and asked, Brother, do you not think I am larger than him? Knight Kuei nodded affirmatively and remarked, Indeed, I am larger and longer than him. Haraha, I knew he could not surpass me. Well, the true battle begins now. As they conversed, the sky abruptly transformed into a deep crimson, and an endless torrent of flames surged towards them. Boom! The five-clawed golden dragon opened its mouth wide and forcefully inhaled, devouring all the flames. The taste was rather mediocre. After smacking his lips in evaluation, he swiftly approached the position of the Kirin Emperor, grasping the opponent's Kirin horn with his powerful claws and hurling it outward with great effort. A colossal black blade struck the Kirin Emperor's body with a piercing sound. Roar! The Kirin Emperor let out a painful roar. Although the black blade had not penetrated the scales formed by his beastly armor, he still felt the sting of pain. With furious eyes, he glared at Knight Kuei, beams of crimson light shooting from his gaze. Knight Kuei raised his right hand, fingers splayed, and a black wall materialized before him. Boom! The crimson beams were entirely thwarted by the black barrier. Roar! As the Kirin Emperor prepared to launch another attack, he suddenly felt a constricting grip around his body. The five-clawed golden dragon had ensnared him, tightening its hold and inflicting anguish. Moreover, his Kirin horn was seized, rendering him unable to turn and bite the dragon. Bang! 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 As he found himself powerless against the five-clawed golden dragon, Knight Kuei unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes upon his head. The Kirin Emperor felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and with a final wail, he retreated, transforming into a beam of crimson light and fleeing into the distance. He had escaped. He found himself utterly powerless against two adversaries. Although he was clad in the Beast Emperor's armor, which temporarily thwarted their efforts to breach his defenses, he knew that, given enough time, they would inevitably succeed. He dared not take that risk. Did he escape? Knight Kuei pondered uncertainly. Shall we pursue him? Forget it. We'll deal with him another time, Knight Kuei replied, shaking his head. Even if they caught up, killing the opponent would prove exceedingly difficult. He reluctantly acknowledged that he was unable to penetrate the defenses of the Kirin Emperor. It was evident that he needed to swiftly reclaim his slaughtering demon spear. Casting a glance in the direction where the Kirin Emperor had vanished, Knight Kuei took to the skies with the five-clawed golden dragon, Yu-Gi-Oh, descending towards the ground. Look, he is back. The human army below collectively gazed skyward, spotting a small dark figure rapidly approaching. It's the corpse ancestor. Has he triumphed? What about the Kirin Emperor? Knight Kuei swiftly hovered above the crowd, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Where is the Kirin Emperor's son? The onlookers paused momentarily, then hurriedly glanced at Yanhong's previous location, only to find it deserted. He must have seized the opportunity to flee while everyone was focused on your battle, Bai Tianxie remarked slowly. Truly, like father, like son. I'll leave this to you. I'm off to visit the nightmare demons, Knight Kuei declared before vanishing into thin air with the five-clawed golden dragon, Yu-Gi-Oh. Bai Tianxie surveyed the human powerhouses before also ascending towards the ranks of the corpse army. Wait, the elder of the Knight family called out urgently. Is there something amiss? During the day, Bai Tianxie looked back at the other person with confusion. The patriarch of the Yi family spoke in a deep voice. You are a descendant of the Bai clan, are you not? Bai Tianxie stared blankly at him, his brow furrowing tightly. Isn't it obvious? My surname is Bai. Could I possibly be a descendant of the Yi family? What I mean is, the human Bai clan. And what of it? What if I am? What if I am not? Bai Tianxie replied, his expression somewhat unnatural. Witnessing such a reaction from him, the patriarch of the Yi family and the other powerful beings of the human race could essentially confirm that Bai Tianxie was indeed a descendant of the human Bai clan. The patriarch of the Yi family exclaimed excitedly, Do you know the origins of the Bai clan? How did you become one of the undead? Your existence is nothing short of a disgrace to the Bai clan. Chapter 51. Million Draws Boom. Bai Tianxie suddenly unleashed a terrifying aura. His gaze icy as he fixed it upon the patriarch of the Yi family. I have no desire to know the past history of the Bai clan, nor am I interested in it. And you, an outsider who knows nothing, what qualifications do you have to judge me? Do you comprehend what I have endured? Do you understand what the Bai clan is like now? With each word he spoke, his aura intensified, until by the time he finished, it had become so overwhelming that the patriarch of the Yi family felt discomfort. Before the patriarch could utter another word, Bai Tianxia interrupted him. The human Bai clan has long since vanished from this world. Casting a cold glance at the patriarch of the Yi family and the powerful beings behind him, Bai Tianxia immediately turned and returned to the ranks of the undead army. Old Yi, you have acted rashly. At this moment, the dean approached the venerable ancestor of the Yi family, gently patting him on the shoulder. Alas, the elder of the Yi family cast a despondent glance towards the undead clan, lamenting the fact that, as a family of one of the four great warriors, he found it exceedingly difficult to accept that one of their own had succumbed to the undead, now serving as their commander. I comprehend your sentiments, the dean spoke earnestly. Although he is transformed into an undead, he does not harbor any hostility towards the human race. His metamorphosis into the undead must have been out of sheer necessity. The elder of the Yi family sighed once more, pondering, what did he mean when he mentioned that the Bai family has vanished from this world? I shall dispatch someone to investigate upon my return. The dean furrowed his brow, casting a glance at the slowly retreating undead army. While the undead commander, Yi Kuei, was tirelessly engaged in the tumult of 3 legions, the human Yi Kuei was leisurely enjoying afternoon tea. He was currently a guest at the home of Mu Yingling. As Meng Qingdai had taken him out to lift his spirits, noticing his melancholic demeanor for not being able to accompany the battle. Aunt Xia, your pastries are simply delightful. Yi Kuei exclaimed, his sparkling eyes fixed on Zhao Yunxia, radiating an adorable charm. If you like them, indulge a bit more. If there's not enough, I can have someone prepare more for you to take home. Zhao Yunxia reached out to gently pinch Yi Kuei's cheek, smiling brightly. However, Yi Kuei shook his head. Adopting a serious expression, they won't taste the same if taken home. This prompted puzzled looks from Zhao Yunxia, Meng Qidai, and Mu Yingling simultaneously. Night Spectre gazed at Mu Yingling with a genial smile, remarking, it tastes exquisite because the one I cherish is by my side. The 3 ladies, each a vision of beauty, were momentarily taken aback, staring at him in a daze. Then you must visit the Mu residence often, Zhao Yunxia chuckled, attempting to ease the slight awkwardness. I shall come whenever little Yingling is here. Otherwise, I shall refrain. You hold little Yingling in high regard, do you not? Indeed, I adore her immensely. Then, Zhao Yunxiao mused, observing Night Spectre's exquisitely sculpted features, envisioning the handsome gentleman he would undoubtedly become. The future head of the Night family, and considering that Meng Qingdai was her dearest friend, and Night Spectre himself held such affection for Yingling. A decision rapidly formed in her mind. Before she could voice her resolution, Night Spectre interjected, then, why not betroth little Yingling to me? Mu Yingling could not help but spew the tea she had just imbibed. An excellent notion. No sooner had Night Spectre's words left his lips than Meng Qingdai applauded in agreement. Hiki, you two are practically celestial beings, a match made in heaven. I, for one, do not object to this union. Zhao Yunxiao exclaimed with a radiant smile. I object. Mu Yingling, who had remained silent until now, glared at the trio. Her cheeks flushed with indignation. Why do you object? Do you find some inadequacy in me? Tell me, and I shall amend it. Night Spectre immediately adopted a look of utter desolation. Mu Yingling's lips twitched incessantly. Were one unfamiliar with Night Spectre's true nature, they would undoubtedly be deceived by his masterful performance. We are far too young to discuss such matters. It is not premature. It is merely an engagement, not a marriage. Indeed, Yingling, a boy as exceptional as Yi Kuei, should promptly settle his marriage arrangements, lest he be snatched away by another. Mu Yingling gazed at her mother and Meng Qingdai, exasperated. Let us discuss this later. But you must agree to finalize the engagement. I'm tired and shall retire to my room for some rest. Disinterested in further conversation, Mu Yingling huffed and turned on her heel to leave. Alas, it seems that Yingling will find it quite challenging to become my daughter-in-law. After her departure, Meng Qingdai sighed. Not necessarily. Zhao Yunxiao interjected with a cheerful tone. I believe there is potential between them. What do you mean by that? Both Meng Qingdai and Yi Kuei fixed their gazes upon her intently. Yingling is my daughter. I know her character exceedingly well. She appears indifferent to everything. Yet she reveals genuine emotions only for things she truly cares about. Hence, judging by her earlier reaction, it seems she is rather concerned. Perhaps her shyness stems from being a girl. Zhao Yunxiao articulated her analysis confidently to Yi Kuei and his mother. Is that so? It is indeed the case. How wonderful. We have a chance to become in-laws. Meng Qingdai joyfully engaged in conversation with Zhao Yunxia, discussing matters such as dowries and wedding arrangements, even contemplating their grandson's name. I shall take a stroll. Yi Kuei, uninterested in their chatter, uttered a brief remark before departing. Alone in the courtyard of the Mu family, I casually found a spot to sit. Knight Kuei's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the myriad of fierce points, saliva unwittingly dribbling down. 1,000,000 consecutive draws. The quality of the Tao. He could hardly contain his eagerness for the lottery. Perhaps it would be wiser to first test the waters with 1,000 draws. Ultimately, he restrained himself from the temptation of 1,000,000 draws. System, initiate 1,000 consecutive draws for me. Knight Kuei commanded the system with his unapologetically extravagant tone. Understood, host. 1,000 consecutive draws initiated. Fragment of the God-slaying spear. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. So bleak? Just a fragment of the God-slaying spear? Knight Kuei furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the results. However, he soon transformed his frown into a beaming smile. Fortunately, he began with 1,000 draws to gauge his luck. Despite this unfortunate outcome, he believed his next attempt would yield bountiful rewards. Knight Kuei rubbed his hands together, his voice slightly trembling as he declared, System, proceed with 1,000,000 consecutive draws. Understood, host. 1,000,000 consecutive draws initiated. Beginner Breakthrough Pill 999, Intermediate Breakthrough Pill 99, Advanced Breakthrough Pill 9, Divine Beast Evolution Pill 1, Refined Demon Pot, Replica. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Chaos Tree Seed 1. Chapter 52. The overbearing Chaos Tree Seed. Knight Kuei was rendered speechless. His eyes fixated on the Chaos Tree Seed at the end of the list. Although he was still unaware of the purpose of the Chaos Tree Seed, the mere mention of its name conjured images of something extraordinarily powerful. Anything bearing the name Chaos surely could not be trivial. Yi Kuei quickly glanced at the system's inventory. Bypassing the breakthrough pills. Divine Beast Evolution Pill. This is a potion crafted from an abundance of rare materials collected by a supreme being, capable of elevating divine beasts to higher realms. Could it not allow the 5-clawed golden dragon to evolve into a 6-clawed golden dragon? Indeed. Upon hearing the system's affirmation, Yi Kuei's smile widened, revealing his teeth. Turning to the next item, he read, Demon Refinement Cauldron, replica, one of the 10 ancient artifacts, possessing unfathomable power. Said to create all things, while also wielding astonishing destructive capabilities. It contains a peculiar space, vast enough to seemingly encompass the universe, capable of absorbing various demons and refining them into diverse creatures, though this is merely a replica, wielding only 1/10 of the original's power. After finishing the description of the Demon Refinement Cauldron, Yi Kuei hastily wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. The 10 ancient artifacts of your. Even a mere replica is formidable. Steady, steady. He had yet to examine the Chaos Tree Seed. Given the system's tendencies, the later lottery items are typically more impressive. Yi Kuei adjusted his posture and took a deep breath before turning his attention to the description of the Chaos Tree Seed. Chaos Tree Seed. This is a seed capable of growing into a chaos tree. The chaos tree stands as the singular entity within the universe, and as it flourishes, the world it anchors will similarly evolve, ultimately ascending to the pinnacle of chaos-level realms. Possessing a chaos tree equates to possessing an entire chaotic world. The master of the chaos tree shall wield dominion over all within this chaotic domain. System. 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 I've heard you. There's no need to shout so many times. May I pose a question? If I were to plant the seed of the chaos tree in this world, would that mean this world entirely becomes my private possession? Indeed. How long would it take to mature into a chaos-level realm? Under normal conditions, it would require 100 million epochs. How long is that? One epoch spans 129,600 years. Goodness. How much? Knight Kuei abruptly rose, unable to restrain the surge of his own aura. Please, host, do not be agitated. There is an alternative method to expedite the growth of the chaos tree. Knight Kuei gradually reined in his aura, grumbling, hurry and tell me. The host can traverse to other worlds to plunder their essence, providing nourishment for the chaos tree, thus allowing it to grow rapidly. Now that sounds more acceptable. Knight Kuei begrudgingly acquiesced to this plan. How do I reach other worlds? I can hardly contain my eagerness. Let's discuss that later. With your current strength, venturing into other worlds would render you akin to cannon fodder, let alone plundering. Merely surviving would be a remarkable feat. The frigid icy rain relentlessly lashes against my face, while the system's cold and merciless words repeatedly assault the fragile psyche of Yi Kuei. Are you attempting to deceive me? I am an invincible entity of SSS rank, accompanied by a 5-clawed golden dragon. The system retorts, should the host wish for death, I shall not impede you. The barriers of this world can be shattered at this very moment. Yi Kuei remains silent. I recommend that the host promptly sow the seed of the chaos tree. This will fortify your world and rapidly enhance your power. Once I plant the seed, this world will belong to me, correct? Only after the seed germinates will this world truly be yours. How do I plant it? Simply utilize it. Is it truly that simple? Then I shall proceed. As Yi Kuei's voice falls, the chaos tree seed vanishes from the system's inventory. In an instant, Yi Kuei's vision is transported to an ethereal realm. The moment the chaos tree seed arrives in this space, a cataclysmic energy descends upon it. Yet, the seed remains unscathed, floating serenely. Soon after, Yi Kuei senses an emotion rife with anger and tinged with fear permeating the space. A more terrifying energy than before continuously strikes the chaos tree seed, but it remains utterly unharmed. The chaotic and void-like energy within this realm churns violently, as the chaos tree seed drifts like a lone boat upon a tumultuous sea. The seed of the chaos tree suddenly erupted in a dazzling radiance, causing the rampant energies in the space to vanish without a trace, restoring tranquility. At that moment, an overwhelming sense of dread intensified, as Yi Kuei seemed to perceive a quivering figure cowering in a corner. A trembling mass of ethereal gas materialized before the chaos tree seed, which began to absorb it relentlessly until it was entirely consumed. The seed appeared satiated, floating serenely in the void. Yi Kuei stared in astonishment at this spectacle, and through his connection to the chaos tree seed, he discerned that the ethereal gas represented the will of this world. Thus, upon the emergence of the chaos tree seed, the world Eswa was engulfed by fury, desiring to expel the seed. However, in stark contrast, it found itself begrudgingly devoured by the supreme existence of the chaos tree seed. In this manner, the chaos tree seed audaciously usurped the dominion of the world S will. Haha, soon this world shall be mine. Once I grow more powerful, I shall venture into other realms to plunder their essence. The title of the master of the chaos world, how splendid! Yi Kuei murmured to himself in exhilaration. Just then, hurried footsteps approached. A middle-aged man, accompanied by several others, swiftly arrived before Yi Kuei. He was Mu Jianxiao, the father of Mu Yingling. What has transpired? Yi Kuei blinked in confusion and inquired, what is happening? We sensed a tremendous surge of power emanating from here, so we came to investigate. As Mu Jianxiao's words fell, Yi Kuei was momentarily taken aback, realizing that his impulsive display of momentum had startled them. Uncle Mu, I apologize. I was momentarily overwhelmed by my feelings and inadvertently unleashed my aura. Yi Kuei said, feeling slightly embarrassed, for this was his future father-in-law, and he wished to leave a good impression. That formidable aura was emitted by you. Mu Jianxiao and the others behind him gazed at Yi Kuei in astonishment. It was equivalent to an SS-level aura, one that even Mu Jianxiao, an SS-level powerhouse, found somewhat alarming. Chapter 53. A single strike. Yi Kuei and Mu Jianxiao strolled towards Zhao Yunxiao and her companions, engaging in light-hearted conversation. Upon discovering that the aura which had startled him was indeed unleashed by Yi Kuei, Mu Jianxiao initially felt astonished and skeptical. However, when Yi Kuei demonstrated his aura directly before him, Mu Jianxiao could no longer doubt. During their conversation, Yi Kuei subtly hinted at his affection for Mu Yingling. Mu Jianxiao, being astute, quickly grasped the underlying meaning and readily assured Yi Kuei that he would assist him in winning Mu Yingling's heart, encouraging him to have faith. Mu Jianxiao was thoroughly pleased with Yi Kuei, the heir to the Yi family, possessing SS-level strength at such a tender age. And with his current appearance foreshadowing a handsome man in the future, he eagerly wished for Mu Yingling to become Yi Kuei's wife. Alas, both were still too young, otherwise he would have wished for their immediate union. Thus, the aforementioned situation ensued. Zhao Yunxia and Ming Qingdai looked on in surprise, sensing that the two appeared akin to a father-in-law and son-in-law. However, one is in their 40s while the other is merely a child, which seems rather peculiar. You both appear to have quite a rapport, don't you? Zhao Yunxiao remarked softly. Haraha. Of course, both Xiao Kuei and I are erudite individuals, so we naturally get along splendidly, Mu Jianxiao said with a broad smile, seated beside his wife. Zhao Yunxia. Meng Qidai. By the way, where is Yingling? She has returned to her room. This little girl shouldn't be hiding away while we have guests. Mu Jianxia reproached, then stood up to head outside. I will go fetch her. You all should take a stroll outside. Staying at home is rather dreary. With that, he briskly departed. Meng Qidai smiled warmly at Yi Kuei, raising an eyebrow as if to say, well done, you certainly have a knack for this. Yi Kuei returned a smug expression, confident in their plan. First, win over your parents, and then the rest will be effortlessly managed. Hee, I truly am a genius. Before long, Mu Jianxiao returned with the reluctant Mu Yingling in tow, repeatedly instructing her to be a gracious host to their guest, Yi Kuei. Thus, the two adults and two children ventured outside the Mu residence, engaging in cheerful banter as they strolled down the street. Why are you so quiet? Yi Kuei asked, taking a bite of a candied hawthorn and gazing cheerfully at Mu Yingling beside him. You are shameless. How am I shameless? You are the one who has manipulated my parents. I did not. This was all orchestrated by your father. Yi Kuei feigned innocence. Humph. Mu Yingling scoffed, turning her head away to avoid looking at Yi Kuei. As they walked ahead, Meng Qidai and the others kept a watchful eye on the two individuals behind them. They noticed that Mu Yingling seemed to be in a bad mood, and exchanged knowing glances while stifling their laughter. It's been a while. Shall we head back? Zhao Yunxiao inquired of her companions. Absolutely. Mu Yingling eagerly responded. Yes, after walking for so long. I feel a bit weary, Meng Qidai remarked, gently patting Yi Kuei's little head. Just as they were about to return to the Mu residence, an abrupt chill enveloped the air, sending a shiver down their spines. Yi Kuei squinted at the source of the coldness behind them, sensing an ominous presence. What a coincidence to encounter you here. A chilling voice echoed as a young man approached them slowly. Xiaohan. The newcomer was none other than Xiaohan, who had nearly clashed with Yi Kuei at the Imperial Academy. Who is this person? Meng Qidai asked softly, sensing the hostility emanating from him. He's from the Xiao family. I inadvertently crippled his younger brother, and it seems he seeks vengeance. Yi Kuei shrugged nonchalantly. Zhao Yunxia frowned slightly and addressed Xiaohan. Haha, what brings you here, young Master Xiao? As a member of one of the four great families, it was best for the Mu family to avoid conflict if possible. Ignoring Zhao Yunxia, Xiaohan fixated on Yi Kuei, his voice dripping with malice. With Yi Kuang too absent this time, who do you think will protect you? I intend to make you experience that same suffering. He and Xiao Li are full-blooded brothers, yet Knight Kuei has suffered such indignity at his hands. How could he possibly let this transgression slide? Knight Kuei paused momentarily, gazing at him with a peculiar expression. What emboldened him to utter such brazen words? Was he unaware that I currently hold the third position on the leaderboard? Did he truly believe that he, having fallen to the 10th rank, could triumph over me? Not only Knight Kuei felt strange, even Mu Yingling, standing nearby, regarded Xiaohan with a look of bewilderment. Sensing their odd stares, Xiaohan furrowed his brow, filled with confusion. Why were they looking at him in such a manner? At that moment, Meng Qidai stepped forward abruptly, positioning herself protectively in front of Knight Kuei. Her voice cold as she declared, You would do well to think twice before acting rashly. Our Knight family fears not the Xiao family. Well said. Just as you claim, our Xiao family harbors no fear of your Knight family. Xiaohan's gaze turned frigid as dozens of ice lotuses materialized beside him, swirling around him in a mesmerizing dance. The temperature in the vicinity plummeted once more, causing the people on the street to flee to a safe distance, watching in trepidation. Hey, isn't that the second young master of the Xiao family? Indeed, it is him. I've heard he possesses extraordinary talent and has now become an SS-level powerhouse. What of it? How shameless to bully women and children. Shoo, keep your voice down. If he hears you, it will be disastrous. Quiet. Look, they are about to fight. Those hiding in the distance pointed and whispered about Knight Kuei and his companions. Knight Kuei stared, captivated, at the silhouette shielding him, his heart swelling with emotion. This is the essence of maternal love, as she springs into action at the first sign of danger to her child. However, Yi Kuei finds it somewhat amusing. Does she truly believe that someone of her prowess would fear Xiaohan? Even her father, Yi Zhangge, is no longer a match for him. In silence, Xiaohan launched his assault, summoning dozens of ice lotuses that appeared before Meng Qidai in an instant. The disparity in their strengths left Meng Qidai momentarily unable to react. Yet, her gaze remained resolute. Even if she were at a disadvantage, she would not budge an inch. For Yi Kuei stood behind her, with a sudden chill in her eyes, Yi Kuei flickered to the forefront of Meng Qingdai. With a resounding boom, a single punch shattered all the ice lotuses. The powerful gust created by her strike forced Xiaohan backward, sending bricks flying from the street and cracking nearby buildings. Yi Kuei had now mastered the third level of the dragon elephant suppression technique, wielding an immense force of 300 dragon elephants, equivalent to 3 million pounds. How is this possible? Xiaohan stared in disbelief, questioning whether he was trapped in a dream. So effortlessly had she neutralized his attack, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of pressure. Chapter 54. Another waste. Yi Kuei slowly withdrew her fist and turned to Meng Qingdai with a smile, saying, "In truth, I can protect you." Meng Qingdai paused, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, and she affectionately patted Yi Kuei's head. "My goodness, that child is incredibly formidable. A true monster. To possess such power at such a young age. It seems the second young master of the Shao family is in for a challenge. Who allowed him to bully women and children? He has certainly met his match." Upon witnessing Yi Kuei shatter the street with a single punch, gasps of astonishment filled the air. "Leave the rest to me." With a cheerful smile directed at Meng Qingdai, Yi Kuei offered her a reassuring glance before turning to face Xiaohan. The moment he pivoted, his expression darkened ominously. This man had the audacity to lay hands on her mother. He must be made to suffer beyond imagination. Yi Kuei advanced step by step toward Xiaohan, his entire aura erupting. Those watching from a distance suddenly felt a constriction in their breath. Fear etched on their faces as they beheld the slowly approaching figure of Yi Kuei. That diminutive silhouette was profoundly terrifying. "Since you have long sought vengeance for your brother, I shall ensure you meet a fate akin to his." As Yi Kuei stood before Xiaohan, a radiant smile graced his face. Yet Xiaohan felt an icy chill that penetrated to the bone, far colder than his ice lotus, prompting him to involuntarily take a step back. "Do not think you are assured of victory," Xiaohan shouted, his visage contorted with rage as he unleashed a surge of cold air, dense clusters of ice lotuses materializing around Yi Kuei. To be intimidated by a mere child was a disgrace. A glint of cold light flickered in his eyes as he propelled himself backward, extending his right hand and forming a fist. "Ice storm." With the declaration, the ice lotuses surrounding Yi Kuei shone brightly before erupting in a spectacular explosion. Boom. The surrounding structures were instantly shattered by the force of the blast. A mushroom cloud slowly rising in the aftermath. Meng Qingdai watched in horror at the explosion site, her face awash with concern. "Do not worry. Such an attack cannot harm him." Observing her anxious demeanor, Mu Yingling offered words of solace. When the ice lotus materialized, Mu Yingling had utilized her spatial abilities to withdraw her mother and Meng Qingdai to a safe distance, lest they be caught in the crossfire. "Heh. Succumbing to this move will assuredly seal your fate. You overestimate your chances." "What?" Xiaohan turned around in astonishment, only to find Yi Kuei walking expressionlessly behind him. "Become like your brother," Yi Kuei uttered nonchalantly before delivering a swift kick to Xiaohan's groin. "Ah!" Xiaohan immediately erupted in a heart-wrenching scream. Collapsing to the ground, his body contorted, his legs clamped together. Distant males shuddered at the sight, instinctively shielding their nether regions. Having completed his action, Yi Kuei passed by him, whispering, "If there is a next time, I will kill you." Yi Kuei was unwilling to commit murder in his mother's presence, and thus merely crippled Xiaohan. However, such a fate might be more cruel than death itself. "All right, it's settled." Yi Kuei approached the three women, clapping his hands and chuckling. Mu Yingling's lips twitched slightly, wondering if he harbored a penchant for groin kicks, given his previous assault on Shaoli. Is this course of action without repercussions? Zhao Yunxia cast a worried glance at the still agonizing Xiaohan in the distance. After all, he was the young master of the Shao family, and this action seemed excessive. Yi Kuei shrugged, stating, "The die is cast, there is no turning back. Moreover, regarding the insignificant Shao family, I do not hold them in high regard." Yi Kuei scoffed derisively, declaring that should the Shao family dare to cause trouble again, he would annihilate them under the guise of the corpse ancestor. "Rest assured, our Yi family is one of the 4 great clans. We have no cause to fear them." At this moment, Meng Qingdai also interjected, expressing her thoughts. Zhao Yunxia cast a glance at the mother and son, pondering, "While you may not fear the Shao family, we, the Mu family, certainly do. One cannot help but wonder if the Shao family would retaliate against us. Nevertheless, it is too late for regrets. Let us return." Zhao Yunxia forced a wry smile. Seemingly perceiving her concerns, Meng Qingdai gently grasped her hand and reassured her, saying, "Do not worry. Should the Xiao family dare to trouble the Mu family, we will certainly intervene. My future daughter-in-law is still with the Mu family." Upon hearing her words, Zhao Yunxiao felt a sense of relief wash over her. That night, in the study of the Xiao family patriarch, Xiao Han stood there, his face contorted with hatred, his legs trembling incessantly, still feeling waves of excruciating pain. The head of the Xiao family, Xiao Fengyu, regarded him with an impassive expression and inquired, "What do you intend to do?" Xiao Han's eyes radiated a fierce killing intent as he coldly replied, "Kill him." Suddenly, Xiao Fengyu delivered a resounding slap across his face, softly asking, "Do you understand why I struck you?" Xiao Han stared blankly at his father, utterly bewildered. He could not fathom why his father would reprimand him. Was it truly wrong to seek vengeance? Xiao Fengyu gazed at his stunned son, disappointment evident as he shook his head and spoke. "Your third uncle, Xiao Siyuan, has been slain by the corpse ancestor. He was the sole SSS-level powerhouse of our Xiao family, the very anchor that secured our position among the four great families. Yet he is no more, and now our clan lacks any SSS-level strength, while the Yi family possesses it. Do you truly believe that our Xiao family can rival the Yi family in its current state?" It was not that he did not wish for vengeance for his son. Rather, he was unable to act. As the family head, he bore the weight of numerous considerations, and he could not jeopardize the entire clan for personal sentiments. Xiao Han stared at him blankly, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. "Ah, I see now. You are fearful of the Yi family SSS-level powerhouse. He is currently engaged in battle against the Beast clan at the borders. What is there to fear? He may very well perish on the battlefield." With a sharp crack, Xiao Fengyu struck again, fury etched upon his countenance. "Do you understand the gravity of your words? The war against the Beast clan concerns the entirety of humanity. Should the Yi family's SSS-level powerhouse fall to the Beasts, it would represent a tremendous loss for our race. We may quarrel amongst ourselves, engage in petty squabbles, but there are appropriate times for such things. At this moment, you dare to entertain thoughts of our SSS-level warriors meeting their demise? The number of SSS-level powerhouses among humanity must not dwindle. Each loss is a burden too great for us to bear. You have disappointed me gravely." Xiao Han gazed in astonishment at his father, unable to fathom that the typically ruthless man would utter such words. "Go back and take good care of yourself. Use this time to reflect on the shortcomings of your past methods." Xiao Fengyu gestured for him to return. Chapter 55. The world begins to change, fearing that the Xiao family might take action against the Mu family. Yi Kuei and Meng Qingdai lingered at the Mu residence for 5 days before preparing to depart. However, they were mistaken. The Xiao family remained entirely silent. Hand in hand with Meng Qingdai, Yi Kuei turned back to glance at Mu Yingling, his heart heavy. "If you are reluctant to leave, you might as well stay at the Mu residence." Meng Qingdia's voice carried a hint of jealousy, evoking a bittersweet sensation. "Haha, are you feeling envious? How amusing that you would be jealous of your own daughter-in-law." Yi Kuei teased her with a playful grin. Thud. Meng Qingdai gently tapped his forehead and glared at him. "Hurry back. There's no need for so much chatter." Yi Kuei fell silent, thinking to himself, "You were the one who started this conversation." In the corpse domain royal city, the corpse ancestor Yi Kuei toyed with a golden elixir in his hand. The five-clawed golden dragon, Yujio, fixated his gaze on the elixir, drooling profusely. The war with the Beast tribe had come to a temporary halt. Yi Kuei had annihilated 200 million beast soldiers at the human border, then proceeded to confront Yan Mo and Xiao Cheng, effortlessly dispatching the enemy with a mere wave of his hand. Yan Mo and his companions were left in stunned silence. With Yi Kuei's intervention, it seemed that their massive army was rendered utterly ineffective, leaving them feeling quite dejected. Not only were they disheartened, but so was Yi Kuei. He had surprisingly failed to acquire any points for ferocity. However, upon witnessing the fervent gazes of the undead army directed at him, he understood. They did not perceive themselves as cruel. In the eyes of the undead populace, he was akin to a divine being. No matter his actions, their reverence for him remained unshaken. Since he could not garner points for ferocity among his subjects, there was little reason to persist, and thus, Yi Kuei returned to the imperial city. "Would you like some?" Yi Kuei teased, tossing the elixir playfully before him. The five-clawed golden dragon eagerly nodded, swallowing hard. "Do you know what this is?" "Delicious." Yi Kuei realized that the creature was utterly oblivious to the nature of the elixir. Yet the fragrant aroma had certainly piqued its interest. "This is a divine beast evolution elixir. It can elevate you to a higher echelon." Oh, then quickly let me have it." Yi Kuei's lips twitched in exasperation. It seemed the dragon had not truly absorbed his words. Here, take it. Growing weary of further dialogue, Yi Kuei tossed the divine beast evolution elixir to the dragon. As the elixir floated through the air, the five-clawed golden dragon, Yi Jiao, opened its mouth wide, swiftly swallowing the elixir with an ungraceful gulp. Gulps. Brother, do you have any more? I devoured it too quickly and couldn't savor the flavor. Yi Jiao eagerly looked at Yi Kuei, anticipation evident in its eyes. Do you think this is cabbage? It cost me 2 billion to procure. Yi Kuei retorted sharply, tapping the dragon's head in annoyance. Oh! Yi Jiao wore an expression of disappointment, his eyes constantly glancing towards Yi Kuei, as if he found it hard to believe, suspecting that Yi Kuei was deceiving him. At that moment, Yi Jiaolong's eyes suddenly widened, and he exclaimed to Yi Kuei, I suddenly feel an intense heat. We must ascend to a higher altitude immediately. Without hesitation, Yi Kuei took him soaring to a height of 1,000 meters. The evolution of such exceptional quality should indeed create a tremendous upheaval. Perhaps the entire imperial city would be reduced to ruins during the process. It's getting hotter. What should I do? Am I destined to perish? Oh no. I can't bear to part with my elder brother. Suddenly, Yi Jiao transformed into a colossal dragon, casting a golden hue over the entire imperial city below. The undead citizens within the city raised their heads to gaze skyward. Is that not a pet of the ancestor of the undead? Yes. It is Lord Yi Jiao. What is he doing? Is there an enemy approaching? It cannot be. With the ancestor present, who would dare to cause trouble? Then, a resounding dragon's roar erupted, shaking the very heavens and earth, reverberating throughout the entire realm of the undead, reaching even the borders of the human territories. Zhao Danyang, engaged in discussion with his generals, felt a sudden tremor course through his body. He promptly led the officers out of the conference hall, and they all gazed up at the sky. The atmosphere had transformed into a brilliant golden expanse, as if the earth itself were draped in a veil of gold. What is happening? Such overwhelming pressure. The roar is emanating from the realm of the undead. From such a distance, its presence is palpable, indicating the emergence of a remarkable entity. The resounding dragon's roar persisted for half an hour before ceasing, and the sky regained its azure expanse adorned with white clouds. Nightshade gazed blankly at the colossal egg before him, struggling to come to terms with the situation. How did it revert to an egg? System, what is transpiring? It has entered a state of dormant evolution upon emerging from its shell. It shall be a six-clawed golden dragon. You failed to mention that evolution necessitates dormancy? You did not inquire? Nightshade. Very well then. How long until it hatches? At the earliest, a year or two. At the latest, several centuries. Alas! Nightshade stared speechlessly at the resplendent golden dragon egg. He had originally intended to seek out the Qilin Emperor with Night 9 in due course. Now, it seems, the plan must be abandoned, for he alone is no match for the Qilin Emperor's formidable defenses. Alas! My slaughtering demon spear. Wherefore art thou? With the slaughtering demon spear in hand, he could undoubtedly breach the Qilin Emperor's defenses with ease. However, for reasons unknown, he is unable to establish contact with the slaughtering demon spear. This is highly unusual, as he and the slaughtering demon spear should be able to sense each other, regardless of the distance, for it is his innate weapon of war. There is but one explanation for this predicament. Someone has sealed away his slaughtering demon spear, severing his connection to it. Only two individuals possess the power to seal the slaughtering demon spear, the Void Empress and the Qilin Emperor. The Empress of the Void is unlikely. It is more probable that it is the Qilin Emperor. Do you think sealing my demonic spear will keep you safe? Once I master the art of the demon refining cauldron, I shall refine you. After muttering to himself in the air, Yi Kuei returned to the palace with the dragon egg. As he arrived, a series of thunderous roars echoed, and the ground trembled incessantly while dark clouds engulfed the sky. Once Yi Kuei secured the dragon egg, he ascended once more to gaze down upon the earth. The corpse ancestor. Bai Tianxie and the other powerful members of the corpse clan gathered around him. They sensed an odd phenomenon. The ground appeared to be expanding without any visible cracks. The entire world watched in astonishment as two individuals, once standing closely together, began to drift apart, with houses that were once adjacent suddenly separating, creating a vast alleyway between them. The world is expanding. Yi Kuei spoke solemnly. This is all caused by the seed of the chaos tree. Though it is merely a seed, it is sufficient to elevate the realm of this world significantly. Chapter 56. The Advancement of the World Boom. A sudden roar reverberated through the sky, followed by a thick fog enveloping the entire realm. What is happening? I don't know, but my body feels unprecedentedly invigorated. Do you feel the same? I do. At that moment, creatures across the globe sensed a transformation within themselves, whether they were animals or plants, sentient or not. I feel as though I am on the verge of a breakthrough. Amidst the assemblage of formidable undead warriors standing behind Yi Kuei, a voice suddenly called out. The crowd turned their gaze to discover it was the prodigious talent of the undead, Tu Hong. His body trembled incessantly, and his aura surged with remarkable intensity. With a thunderous roar, as his momentum reached the pinnacle of SS level, a sudden explosion of power erupted forth, sending the nearby undead warriors hurtling away. This was an aura of SSS level. He had indeed achieved a breakthrough. I sensed a rise in my own realm as well, though it did not reach the threshold of a true breakthrough. Me too. Me too. The intensity of Tu Hong's aura continued to escalate, maintaining its peak for a full minute before it finally subsided. Once he reined in his energy, Tu Hong, brimming with excitement, declared, I have ascended to SSS level. We see it, we see it. The gathered undead warriors gazed at him with envy. How does it feel? Yi Kuei approached Tu Hong, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Reporting to the ancestor of the undead, I feel extraordinary, like never before. Ha ha. Splendid, splendid. May I inquire, ancestor, why did I experience such an abrupt breakthrough? I had believed it would take at least another decade for me to reach this level. As Tu Hong posed his query, the surrounding undead warriors also turned their attention to Yi Kuei, because the world is evolving. Do you see the mist? This is no ordinary fog. It is an ethereal vapor formed by the convergence of celestial energy. Thus, hasten to absorb and cultivate, for this opportunity shall soon vanish. What? Upon hearing these words, the crowd promptly descended to the ground, sitting cross-legged as they fervently absorbed the ethereal essence of heaven and earth. After delivering his proclamation, Yi Kuei also exerted himself in the air, drawing in the spiritual energy with tremendous force, creating a colossal vortex in the sky. Half an hour later, all the mist dissipated, and the onlookers opened their eyes in unison. Boom. At that moment, a suffocating pressure descended from the heavens, followed by an overwhelming aura that swept across the entire realm of the dead. In an instant, all the inhabitants of the corpse domain fell prostrate, motionless upon the ground, their bodies trembling incessantly, their eyes alight with fervor. This aura was terrifying, yet they felt no fear, for they recognized it as the presence of the Supreme Being. Yi Kuei, with closed eyes, slightly lifted his head in the sky, his arms commanding the energies, dancing wildly. Is this the realm beyond SSS? Truly, it is an enchanting and formidable power. Yi Kuei's lips parted as he murmured softly to the heavens. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and two beams of dark light shot forth, piercing through the clouds above. Retracting his gaze, Yi Kuei looked down upon the multitude of mighty beings from the corpse clan, a distinct smile gracing his face. Congratulations to the ancestor of the dead for achieving a breakthrough. Congratulations to the ancestor of the dead for achieving a breakthrough. The crowd on the ground knelt in excitement, calling out to the sky. Upon hearing their shouts, the entire populace of the royal city of the corpse clan also knelt, echoing their cries to the heavens. Ha! Arise! Yi Kuei laughed heartily, reveling in his joy. As his voice echoed, everyone immediately rose, eager to soar behind him. However, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. The assembly of SS-level warriors stood frozen in place, their expressions a mix of bewilderment and panic. Meanwhile, the SSS-level beings hovered in midair, gazing at them with confusion. Why can't I ascend? Neither can I. What is happening? Despite my enhanced cultivation, I am unable to fly. Amidst their disarray, Yi Kuei descended before them. There is no need for alarm. This is due to the fortification of the world, which has rendered your aerial abilities ineffective. Once you reach the SSS level, you shall once again take to the skies. Yi Kuei elucidated patiently. Ah, so that is the case. I feared something was amiss with my body. The legion of undead warriors exhaled a collective sigh of relief. From this day forth, the world would undergo a significant transformation. The once rare SSS-level warriors would proliferate. Even the SSS tier would witness a notable increase. This world has experienced a remarkable elevation. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth has intensified considerably, and the fabric of space has become much more solidified, hence the inability of SS-level warriors to soar. The previous instances where SSS beings could effortlessly rend the very fabric of space would no longer occur. Yi Kuei returned to the palace, where the three brothers of the Lien family knelt respectfully before him. It was you, the Lien family, who safeguarded me during my slumber. And I have vowed to restore you as the foremost family of the undead." Knight Kuei gazed at the three individuals before him and spoke with a calm demeanor. "It is our duty as the Lin family to guard the corpse ancestor. We seek no reward for our efforts." Upon hearing Knight Kuei's words, the trio simultaneously trembled with excitement, their faces illuminated with fervor. Yet, this exhilaration was swiftly overshadowed by a sense of helplessness. Even if the corpse ancestor were to bestow upon them the title of the foremost family, they felt unworthy of it. Setting aside other considerations, all three were merely at the SS level, lacking the requisite qualification. "I understand your concerns." Knight Kuei seemed to penetrate their thoughts, a light chuckle escaping his lips. "I can elevate all three of you to the SSS level instantaneously." "What?" They stared at Knight Kuei in astonishment. Could it be that they had misheard? It was not surprising that they would think this way, despite viewing Knight Kuei as an invincible entity. It seemed implausible that he could facilitate such a rapid ascension to SSS level for three individuals. While others may find it impossible, that does not apply to me. Knight Kuei declared confidently, producing 3 elixirs in his hand. "These are advanced breakthrough pills. I possess a total of 9. And having observed that the Lin brothers have reached a bottleneck at the SS level, I intend for you to consume these breakthrough pills, which carry no adverse effects." With that, Knight Kuei tossed the breakthrough pills, which landed before the Lin brothers. Without uttering a word, they swallowed them eagerly. Boom! 3 surges of SSS-level aura erupted simultaneously, leaving the Lin brothers in awe as they gazed at Knight Kuei. In their hearts, they collectively mused, "The corpse ancestor is truly an omnipotent being." Knight Kuei looked at them with satisfaction. In truth, they would reach the SSS level within a few years without the need for breakthrough elixirs, as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had become significantly more abundant. At this very moment, it was not only the undead clan experiencing a surge in realms. Similar occurrences were manifesting across the globe. Some formidable SSS-level warriors had just ascended to the SSSS level with the arrival of the mist-like spiritual energy. Figures such as Yi Zhang'a and Yi Quantu had also achieved the SSSS rank. Henceforth, the pinnacle of combat power in this world would no longer be SSS, but rather transcend to realms beyond SSS, akin to Knight Kuei's current level. Chapter 57, Breakthroughs Galore Boom. One of the 4 great families, the Shao clan, suddenly erupted with an overwhelming aura, drawing the attention of those nearby. What a formidable presence! It seems someone from the Shao family has made a breakthrough. Such an extraordinary display cannot be attributed to a mere breakthrough. Could it be that they have ascended to the SSS level? It is indeed possible. Stirred by the aura, people began to speculate. Meanwhile, the Shao family was enveloped in jubilation, as their second young master, Shao Han, had just ascended to the SSS level. Upon completing his breakthrough, Shao Han immediately made his way to his father, Shao Fengyu's study. Radiating confidence, he gazed at his father with a smile and proclaimed, "Now the Shao family boasts an SSS-level warrior. We need no longer fear the Yi family." Brimming with self-assurance, his thoughts inevitably turned to Knight Kuei. Throughout his recuperation, thoughts of vengeance had occupied his mind incessantly. Yet he could only brood, for without Shao Fengyu's assistance, he lacked the capability to confront the matter himself. However, it seemed that destiny had heard his unyielding spirit, for his cultivation speed suddenly surged. Particularly during the recent moment when the mist enveloped him, he felt his prowess ascend like a rocket. Today, he effortlessly broke through to the SSS level, instilling him with newfound confidence to contend with Yi Kuei. Shao Fengyu fixed his gaze upon him and inquired gravely, "Are you truly determined to exact this vengeance?" "Haha, if you were in my position, you would feel the same." Shao Han responded with a hearty laugh, his voice laced with fervor. This grievance was far greater than that of a stolen beloved. How could he possibly refrain from retaliation? "You are now an SSS-level powerhouse. You can seek retribution on your own accord. I shall not impede you," Shao Fengyu stated calmly. He understood Shao Han's sentiments. If Shao Han did not release this pent-up anger, it would undoubtedly consume him. Moreover, he currently lacked the means to restrain someone who had attained the SSS level. Then does the Shao family support my endeavors? Shao Han sought to ascertain the family's stance, particularly that of his father. Shao Fengyu slowly shook his head, replying, "This is your own affair. Do not involve the Shao family." With a soft chuckle, Shao Han turned away but paused at the threshold of the study to declare, "Then in the future, should the Shao family encounter difficulties, do not seek my aid." With that, he strode away briskly. Shao Fengyu gazed vacantly at the doorway, murmuring to himself, "As the head of the Shao family, I indeed cannot offer you my support. Yet as your father, I shall forever stand by you. Knight Zhang, feeling a mix of frustration and concern, observed his son. Following the complete annihilation of the Beast clan by the ancestral figure, Yi Kuei, he had returned to Night City with half of his soldiers. While the elder of the Yi family and the remaining troops remained on the border, vigilant against another Beast clan assault. He had recently attained the SSS rank due to the surge of spiritual energy during the world's ascension. Eager to test his newfound power, he sought out Yi Kuei for a sparring match. Ostensibly a friendly contest, it was, in truth, a quest for redemption. As a father, how could he possibly be outmatched by his son, especially one who had only just turned 7? Yet, reality proved to be exceptionally harsh. Despite his ascension to the SSS level, he found himself unable to prevail against Yi Kuei. This was not solely due to his own advancement. Yi Kuei had also experienced a significant breakthrough, achieving the S grade and mastering the 4th layer of the Dragon Elephant Suppression technique, alongside the 3rd layer of the 9 Suns Radiant Scripture. Faced with Yi Kuei's tremendous strength, equivalent to 400,000 pounds, and the 3 suns condensed within him, victory seemed utterly unattainable. Could you perhaps show me some leniency? After all, I am your father. Knight Zhang sighed, brushing off the dust from his attire. His expression one of exasperation. Yi Kuei shrugged nonchalantly, replying, well, I suppose I could hold back a bit next time. Forget it, there won't be a next time. I have no desire to spar with you any longer. Knight Zhang approached Yi Kuei, glaring intensely at him. By the way, please summon your mother and grandfather. I have something for them. What is it? Why is there nothing for me? Upon hearing this, Yi Zhanggu instantly became displeased. You don't need it. Why wouldn't I need it? How would you know if you haven't given me anything? Oh, why are you so talkative? I'll just go find them myself. Yi Kuei retorted with a roll of his eyes. Half an hour later, Meng Qingdai and Yi Changkong looked at Yi Kuei with curiosity. Is something the matter? Yi Changkong asked softly. He said he has something to give you. Yi Zhanggu interjected eagerly. Oh, little Kuei has something to gift us? How thoughtful. Meng Qingdai exclaimed, playfully pinching Yi Kuei's cheek. Yi Changkong then turned to Yi Zhanggu and inquired, but why do you seem so unhappy? Because he said it's for you, not for me. Oh, I see. Then why are you still here if it doesn't involve you? I just want to see if it's all right. All right. After saying this, Yi Changkong smiled and turned to Yi Kuei, asking, what are you going to give to Grandpa? Yi Kuei, holding a pill in his hand, presented it to the two. This is a breakthrough pill. It can help you transcend your current realm. There are no side effects, so hurry and take it. Yi Kuei had noticed that both of them had reached a bottleneck in their levels due to world advancement. Thus, he offered them the breakthrough pill. What kind of pill is this? Is it really that miraculous? Just taking it will allow us to break through? Yi Changkong bombarded him with a series of questions. This is known as the advanced breakthrough pill, and it is not something that can be consumed by just anyone to achieve a breakthrough. It is effective only when one has reached a bottleneck in their realm. Yi Kuei explained this to them in a clear voice. Is that true? Let me give it a try. Meng Qingdai exclaimed, and without hesitation, she swallowed the breakthrough pill. Boom. Suddenly, she transcended to SS rank without any prior indication. Everyone present, except for Yi Kuei, was left astounded, particularly Meng Qingdai, who had actually been skeptical of Yi Kuei's words, only took the pill out of affection for him. She never expected to truly break through, and astonishingly, she experienced no discomfort, as if it was a natural progression. I shall give it a try as well. Upon witnessing his daughter-in-law's breakthrough, Yi Changkong eagerly consumed the breakthrough pill. Undoubtedly, he too achieved a breakthrough. It was so abrupt, so casual, as if it were a mere game. You are indeed my wonderful grandson, Yi Changkong exclaimed, embracing Yi Kuei with excitement. Ahem. Yi Zhang coughed twice, looking at Yi Kuei with anticipation. I know what you wish to say, but I truly cannot assist you. We shall see when you reach the SSS rank bottleneck. Yi Kuei raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness, indicating that he was unable to help. He spoke the truth. The breakthrough pill could only be effective when one reached a bottleneck in their realm. Furthermore, he currently possessed no elixirs to facilitate a breakthrough for SSS ranks. Perhaps he would acquire one in a future lottery. Let me calculate. There are now 3 SSS ranks in the Yi family, including the ancestor, Zhanggu, and myself. Our family is indeed the foremost family, Yi Changkong said joyfully, filled with excitement. Not quite. We must also include the formidable little creature, Xiao Kuei, possessing SSS level strength. Yi Zhanggu interjected to correct his father's words. Chapter 58, Annihilation and Father. Xiao Kuei, Who provided you with these elixirs? Meng Qingdai inquired, gazing curiously at Yi Kuei. Ah, the dean gave them to me. Does the dean possess alchemical skills? I am uncertain about that. Hey, why bother with such details? Remember to ask the dean for more when you next encounter him, Yi Chongkong said with a carefree smile. While the Yi Kuei family enjoyed their harmonious moment, a young man radiating an icy aura strode through the streets of Night City, causing those around him to hastily retreat. He was Xiao Han. After leaving the Xiao family, he hurriedly made his way to Night City. He had also learned that the SSS-level powerhouse of the Yi family was still at the border and had not yet returned. With his own SSS-level strength, he was confident that no one in the Yi family could thwart him at this moment. Xiao Han arrived at the Yi family estate with unwavering confidence, a cold smirk gracing his lips, and a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloping the entire Yi family. The jovial Yi Kuei family suddenly furrowed their brows, directing their attention toward the entrance of the family estate. What a dense aura of killing intent. And it is aimed at my Yi family. Who could it be? Yi Kuei's expression darkened as he strode toward the entrance, his voice steady as he declared, I warned you that if you dared to cause trouble again, I would end you. It seems you have disregarded my words. He had already sensed the identity of the source of the earlier murderous intent. Xiao Kuei was furious. As the night stretched on, Yi Kuei, observing the solitary figure of Yi Zhangge stepping out, spoke in a deep voice, let us go and discover who it is. Yi Zhangge glanced at his father before hastily following Yi Kuei. Upon arriving at the source of the murderous intent, Yi Kuei coldly regarded Xiao Han, who stood arrogantly at the entrance. Surrounding Xiao Han lay numerous members of the Yi family, all devoid of life. Are you seeking your own demise? Yi Kuei's voice, frigid as ice, sent a shiver through Xiao Han's heart, followed swiftly by a surge of indignation. How could he, now an SSS level, be intimidated by a mere utterance? The aura of death once again erupted from him. This individual had planted an indelible shadow in his mind, and only by eliminating him could he hope to emerge from its grasp. What audacity! Xiao Han refrained from further words, allowing his SSS-level presence to rise, filling the area with a multitude of ice lotuses. The temperature plummeted, and a thick layer of ice enveloped the surroundings. Ah, so you've broken through to SSS level. No wonder you dare to brazenly seek vengeance against the Yi family. He scoffed. To have the audacity to slay so many from the Yi clan. Even 1,000 deaths would not suffice as recompense. Yi Kuei cast a glance at the fallen family members, a potent aura emanating from him, more formidable than Xiao Han's. At that very moment, as Yi Kuei unleashed his power, Xiao Han found himself involuntarily stepping back, astonished. How is this possible? He exclaimed in disbelief. You can unleash an SSS-level aura. What a fuss over nothing. Yi Kuei retorted with a dismissive smile, gradually advancing towards him. Xiao Han glared menacingly at him, exclaiming, You are not truly SSS class. You merely possess the ability to unleash SSS class momentum. You cannot possibly comprehend the terror of an SSS. With a thunderous command, Xiao Han shouted, Explode. Night Kuei halted his advance. Just as the radiant ice lotuses were on the verge of detonation, vast swathes of black flames erupted, enveloping the ice lotuses entirely. Under the searing heat of these dark flames, the ice lotuses melted away instantaneously. Night Zhanggu and Night Chongkong approached Night Kuei, both emanating the same SSS class aura, their gazes icy as they regarded Xiao Han. You too. Xiao Han was utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? Wasn't there only one SSS class individual stationed at the border from the Night family? How could two suddenly appear? Was SSS class as common as cabbage? He had come brimming with confidence to exact his vengeance, yet before he could even commence, his resolve began to waver. This was not how things were supposed to unfold. Observing Xiao Han's astonishment, Night Kuei seemed to discern his thoughts and mockingly remarked, Did you believe that SSS class individuals are still as rare as they once were? How naive. While they may not be as ubiquitous as cabbage, they are no longer as elusive as before. Panic surged within Xiao Han. He did not believe he could contend with two SSS-class formidable opponents alongside that little monster. Night Kuei, seeing their determination to not let him escape, he realized he had no choice but to employ some tactics for a temporary retreat. Preserving his life was paramount. I never imagined the Night family had concealed such depth. Xiao Han was mistaken, believing that the Yi family had always possessed 3 SSS-level powerhouses, unaware that the 2 individuals before him had only recently achieved their breakthroughs. However, their desire to retain him was insufficient. After declaring this, Xiao Han soared into the air, an intense chill emanating from his being, as countless ice lotuses filled the entirety of the Yi family's grounds. With a mere thought, the entire Yi family would cease to exist. He doubted that they would prioritize his retention over the survival of their clan. Observing the smug expression on Xiaohan's face, Yi Kuei's eyes gleamed with an icy intensity. Let me demonstrate what true annihilation looks like. Boom. A massive crater formed where Yi Kuei had once stood, the sound reverberating in the air as he suddenly materialized before Xiaohan. Xiaohan was utterly unprepared, unable to even display a look of terror before Yi Kuei's fist sent him flying several thousand meters away. In that instant, Xiaohan's ice lotuses were also consumed by the black flames unleashed by Yi Zhan and his son. Boom. Xiaohan's body collided violently with a mountain, causing the entire peak to tremble violently. Yi Kuei descended to the ground, propelling himself forward with a powerful push of his legs, moving at a velocity surpassing the speed of sound towards Xiaohan's location. At this moment, Xiaohan lay immobilized among the rubble, despairingly watching as Yi Kuei's diminutive figure loomed larger and larger. He could not fathom what manner of monster Yi Kuei was, clearly not even SSS level, yet rendering him utterly defenseless. He knew that in the next moment, he would meet his demise, and in despair, he closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. Drip. However, the death he awaited did not arrive. Instead, he heard a sound akin to water droplets. He opened his eyes in bewilderment, only to find a towering figure blocking his view. Father? Xiaohan spoke with disbelief. Yi Kuei gazed in astonishment at Xiaofengyu, who had just shielded him from a lethal blow at a critical moment with his own body. Yi Kuei's hand was embedded in Xiaofengyu's chest, blood continuously dripping onto the ground. With a soft gasp, Yi Kuei withdrew his hand, and Xiaofengyu swayed for a moment before collapsing backward. Father! Xiaohan suddenly stood up in utter despair, embracing Xiaofengyu. As he looked down at his father in his arms, tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. He could not comprehend why his father was here. He could not fathom why his father would take that fatal blow for him. Was his father not supposed to be unsupportive? Xiaofengyu gazed at his sorrowful son and weakly said, I am no longer the head of the Xiao family. I am merely a father. Chapter 59. The Lung family and the shadow Xiaofengyu? Yi Zhanga and Yi Chongkong had also arrived, staring in shock at the sight of Xiaofengyu in Xiaohan's embrace. Can you spare my son? Xiaofengyu pleaded with Yi Kuei and his companions. I will trade my life for his. He had 5 sons in total. His eldest had passed away prematurely, and among the remaining 4, only Xiaohan was not a scoundrel. He had always cherished Xiaohan deeply, though he had never shown it. He would gladly sacrifice his own life to save his son. Upon hearing his father's words, Xiaohan was momentarily stunned, tightening his grip around his father. Knight Kuei furrowed his brow lightly, then shook his head and said, No, I have stated that if he seeks trouble again, I will kill him. One must not go back on their word. Brother Yi, I implore you, Xiaofengyu said, shifting his gaze to Yi Zhanga when Knight Kuei remained unyielding. I am on the brink of death, and this is the final request of a dying man. Yi Zhanga's brow furrowed tightly as he glanced at Knight Kuei, and softly responded, Xiao Kuei, now it is a matter of life for a life. Perhaps we should just let it be. Although their bond was not deep, they were both fathers, and Yi Zhanga could empathize with Xiaofengyu's sentiments. Absolutely not. Knight Kuei's tone was unwavering. Suddenly, Xiaohan erupted into laughter, his chuckle escalating from a whisper to a roar. Do not flatter yourself. I have no need for your pleas on my behalf. I shall return the blow you just took from me. With that, Xiaohan's expression twisted into a grotesque mask, his hands pressing firmly against Xiaofengyu's wound. Ah, he roared, channeling all his remaining strength and life force violently into Xiaofengyu. Stop. Xiaofengyu gazed at him in disbelief, desperate to intervene, but lacking the strength to do so. Knight Kuei and the others silently observed the unfolding scene. Moments later, Xiaohan's hair turned white, his visage aging drastically, and he became utterly still. Boom. An SSS-level aura erupted from Xiaofengyu, who then embraced Xiaohan. As he looked at his deceased son, tears welled in Xiaofengyu's eyes. Will you seek vengeance for your son? Knight Kuei asked, observing the heartbroken Xiaofengyu. The other party paid him no heed, remaining motionless in Su Hanyu's embrace. Let us go, Yi Kuei murmured softly before turning to leave. After exchanging a profound glance with Su Fengyu, Yi Zhanga and Yi Chongkong followed suit. If the roles were reversed, I too would behave like Su Fengyu. Surely every father would act in such a manner. Catching up with Yi Kuei, Yi Zhanga spoke in a low voice. You won't have to endure such experiences. Yi Kuei cast him a sidelong glance and replied slowly. Soon, the group returned to the Yi residence. Meng Qingdai, observing the somber atmosphere among them, inquired, "What has transpired?" Yi Zhang'a recounted the earlier events to her. Alas, Meng Qingdai sighed upon hearing this. "I shall return to the Imperial Academy tomorrow." Noticing the collective sighs, Yi Kuei suddenly interjected, "What do you need to go to the Imperial Academy for? With your current prowess, there is no necessity for that." The three of them looked at him in confusion. "To seize the top spot on the leaderboard, I cannot allow myself to be outdone by my own wife." After the world's advancement, Mu Yingling must have experienced significant breakthroughs. If she were to challenge the tower now, she might very well ascend to the top. Thus, Yi Kuei resolved to claim the #1 position first. "Oh, very well, pursue whatever pleases you," Yi Zhang'a casually remarked. With Yi Kuei's current strength, they were all quite assured. The following day, Yi Kuei set forth alone towards the Imperial Academy. In the northernmost region of the human territory lies the Long family, one of the 4 great families. Despite being one of the 4, the Long family remains remarkably low-key and is the most enigmatic among them. The Cold family strictly prohibits any outsiders from entering, and no one knows the circumstances within. At this moment, the head of the Cold family, Long Zhongyuan, ventured alone to the back mountains, where a vast cave entrance awaited him. He strode briskly inside. Upon entering the cavern, he approached a mirror. "Master." As the head of the Cold family, he unexpectedly knelt before the mirror, addressing it with utmost reverence. "Why has the passage not yet opened?" A vague, shadowy figure suddenly materialized within the mirror, emanating an eerily cold voice. At the sound, Long Zhongyuan involuntarily trembled. Despite the shadow's lack of any tangible presence, he was engulfed by a profound fear, as if every cell in his body quaked in terror. With palpable anxiety, he stammered. It was nearly successful, but for some unknown reason, the barriers of the world have suddenly reinforced. So, how much longer must we wait? The emotionless voice resonated once again from the mirror. "Rest assured, Master. Although the world's barriers have strengthened, the cultivation speed of our clan members has also surged dramatically. I believe the passage will soon be opened." A cold sweat dripped from Long Zhongyuan's brow as he bowed his head, trembling with trepidation. Cultivation speed surging? Barriers reinforced? The shadow in the mirror seemed to ponder something. Suddenly becoming agitated, and urgently inquired, "Has the area of the world increased?" Long Zhongyuan was momentarily taken aback and cautiously remarked, "It must be because on the day the barriers were reinforced, everything on the ground was moved a considerable distance away, and there was that pervasive mist enveloping the entire world. It has advanced. I never expected this world to have ascended. We must hasten to open the passage. No matter the means, you must expedite the opening of the passage. Otherwise," with a face full of terror, Long Zhongyuan responded, "Yes. I will spare no effort to open the passage as swiftly as possible." "Good." The shadow grunted softly before vanishing from the mirror. Trembling, Long Zhongyuan rose and walked towards the cave entrance. Given the current strength of the Long family, it would be quite challenging to swiftly open the passage. It seems this is the only way. With a steely gaze, Long Zhongyuan quickened his pace. Chapter 60. A new gamble. Yi Kuei looked around in confusion at the tranquil Imperial Academy. He had been in the academy for several minutes now, and along his path, he had yet to encounter a single soul. How strange. This shouldn't be the case. Where has everyone gone? Yi Kuei muttered to himself as he made his way toward the challenge tower. Upon nearing the vicinity of the tower, he suddenly heard a cacophony of astonished exclamations. "Wow! Incredible! They've actually reached 3rd place. How quickly they climbed to 3rd place after just entering. Truly deserving of being one of the dual anomalies of the Imperial Academy." What are the dual anomalies of the Imperial Academy? Are you a newcomer? Indeed, my dear brother, I am but a newcomer. Pray, enlighten me on the nature of the Imperial Academy's twin monsters. Ahem, heed my words. The so-called Imperial Academy's twin monsters refer to the 2 most formidable lesser creatures within our esteemed institution, collectively known as the Imperial Academy's twin monsters. Indeed, I wholeheartedly concur. I have ventured into the challenge tower myself, yet I could not even surpass the A-grade zone. Knight Kuei hastily approached the challenge tower, where he beheld a throng of individuals, each fervently engaged in animated discussions. No wonder no one was seen. They were all gathered here. "Ah, brother, what are all these people doing here?" Knight Kuei inquired, tapping the thigh of a youth at the edge of the crowd, his stature being rather diminutive. "The lesser monster, Mu Yingling, is currently inside the tower." The youth replied without turning his head. "Alas, I have been outpaced. Knight Kuei exclaimed with excitement, forcibly carving a path through the densely packed crowd. Who pushed me? No shoving. There is no room left. Ouch, be gentler. You're hurting me. The crowd responded with silence. In an instant, Knight Kuei's petite figure darted into the challenge tower. Ah, that seemed to be one of the twin monsters. Did it not? It appears to be that little creature of Knight Kuei. Oh, this is bound to be entertaining. Come, come. Allow me to serve as the bookmaker. Let us wager on which of the two lesser monsters will achieve the higher rank. Upon realizing that Knight Kuei had entered the challenge tower, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of excitement. Time is of the essence. With unparalleled speed, the formidable Knight Kuei set out to eliminate all the ferocious beasts within this realm. Upon entering the challenge tower, he unleashed 3 suns and surged toward the advanced zones. As he advanced, the beasts in the lower tiers were effortlessly vanquished by the radiant suns, requiring no effort on his part. Upon reaching the S-tier zone, he invoked the power of Susanoo, summoning a meteor shower to rain down from the heavens. Thunderous roars echoed as the S-tier zone was swiftly cleared. He then proceeded to the SS-tier zone, unleashing a barrage of celestial strikes and earth-shattering blasts. The 3 suns transformed into golden crows, swiftly eradicating the remaining beasts. In a matter of moments, the SS-tier zone was also cleansed. As he stepped into the SSS-tier zone, Knight Kuei proclaimed his return with fervor. Determined to reclaim his honor after being overwhelmed by a horde of SSS-tier beasts in a prior encounter. This time, he refrained from retracting the golden crows into his being. Instead, he commanded them to disperse and annihilate the foes. With the colossal presence of Susanoo supporting him, Knight Kuei relentlessly advanced, dispatching the weakest SSS-tier beasts with swift precision. With a powerful thrust, his spear pierced the last beast, and in an instant, Knight Kuei vanished within the challenge tower. He was truly a monster among monsters. An unparalleled force. Upon his emergence, his name ascended to the pinnacle of the leaderboard, astonishing all the students present. Not only had he surpassed Mu Yingling, but he had also claimed the coveted first position. Seeing his name at the top, Knight Kuei exhaled a sigh of relief, accompanied by a triumphant chuckle. Ah, but I have 3 golden crows to assist me. How could I not be swift? Knight Kuei remained steadfastly in place, patiently awaiting Mu Yingling's emergence. At last, after 2 minutes, Mu Yingling appeared, staring blankly at Knight Kuei. What on earth is this rascal doing here? Ah, you've worked hard. How are the results? Knight Kuei grinned at her. Something feels amiss. Could it be? Mu Yingling hastily glanced at the leaderboard. First place. Knight Kuei second place. Mu Yingling third place. Lung Linglong fourth place. Lung Qiushui fifth place. Yiquan to you. When did you enter? Mu Yingling exclaimed. Her face clouded with frustration as she looked at Knight Kuei. She had been contemplating stealthily seizing the top rank, only to discover that Knight Kuei had also come to challenge the tower today. Had she known, she would have arrived earlier in the past few days. I came only after you entered, Knight Kuei replied, a smug expression on his face as he raised an eyebrow. Mu Yingling gazed at him in astonishment. He had entered after her yet emerged before her. She had cleared all the ferocious beasts, and his first rank implied he had done the same. In a shorter time no less. Alas, Mu Yingling suddenly felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. Do not wear such a sorrowful expression. It is merely a competition, devoid of any stakes. Knight Kuei chuckled, eyeing her with amusement. If you wish to reclaim victory, we can engage in another contest. Very well. Mu Yingling quickly responded. However, this time there shall be stakes. What stakes? If you lose, you must become my husband. Knight Kuei replied with a mischievous grin. Mu Yingling furrowed her brows and spoke. What if you lose? Do as you please. Observing the self-assured Yi Kuei, Mu Yingling felt a sudden pang of anxiety. Yet, upon a moment's reflection, she swiftly acquiesced. She had begun to awaken certain memories, realizing that she was the reincarnation of the Void Empress. Surely, the illustrious Empress would not fear you. Upon her agreement, Yi Kuei revealed a mischievous grin, triumphant in his scheme. What shall we compete in this time? Mu Yingling glanced around at the surrounding students, each one straining to listen to their exchange. With a furrowed brow, she activated her spatial abilities, transporting both of them to an isolated location. Let us see who can defeat the corpse ancestor first. How does that sound? Yi Kuei maintained his playful demeanor, as if vanquishing the corpse ancestor were a trivial task. Mu Yingling was taken aback, staring at him in astonishment. That seems rather distant, doesn't it? She could not fathom why Yi Kuei would propose such a wager, even if she regained the powers of the Void Empress. She had little confidence in defeating the corpse ancestor. What? Are you afraid? Yi Kuei looked at her with disdain. as if to say, I misjudged you. You cannot even face this challenge. Seeing his expression ignited Mu Yingling's fury. A competition it shall be. Who dares to back down? All right, it is settled then. Yi Kuei, reveling in his mirth, thought to himself, defeating himself would be a matter of mere moments. At this moment, Mu Yingling felt no apprehension. If even her former self-strength could not vanquish the corpse ancestor, then surely Yi Kuei would be incapable of defeating him as well. At best, they would reach a stalemate. Each harbored their own secret calculations. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, she softly declared before vanishing. What a rare encounter, and yet she departs just like that. Yi Kuei scoffed. Let us see how I shall deal with you in the future. Chapter 61. The sacrifice. Mu Yingling arrived before a secluded pavilion deep within the Imperial Academy, inhaling deeply before stepping inside. Sister, a silver-haired youth joyfully called out to her. Mu Yingling stood there, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. This silver-haired youth, named Kong Yifei, had been addressing her as sister ever since she awoke from her previous fainting spell. She had regained fragments of her past life memories and understood that the sister he referred to was actually the Empress of the Void, while she herself was currently Mu Yingling. With an awkward expression, she replied, I am not your sister, and it feels rather odd for someone of your age to call me sister as if I were a child. You feel that way because you have not fully awakened your past memories yet. However, it is of no consequence. One day, you will return to your former self. What did you summon me for? Mu Yingling inquired, eager to steer the conversation away from that topic. Kong Yifei's expression grew slightly serious as he said, The Kirin Emperor has contacted me. He wishes to join forces against the corpse ancestor. And then, Mu Yingling expressed her confusion, questioning the purpose of discussing such matters with a mere child. I merely wish to hear your perspective. She insisted. I have no opinion. You may decide for yourself. Kong Yifei replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. I anticipated you would say that, yet I still feel compelled to share. He was met with her rejection. Oh. Mu Yingling responded softly, a single word that echoed in the air. Kong Yifei gazed at her, his eyes filled with nostalgia. He pondered when his sister might truly return. For the current Mu Yingling treated him as if he were a stranger. Is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave, she said, blinking her eyes. Nothing more. Then I shall depart. With a heavy heart, Mu Yingling exited the loft. In the Cold family's domain, two exquisitely beautiful women, identical in appearance, stood in shock at the scene before them. A massive altar loomed, where members of the Cold clan ascended one after another, only to be devoured. This was not a voluntary act. They were coerced to approach the altar, each one pleading desperately, yet their cries fell on deaf ears. The altar mercilessly consumed them, leaving not a trace behind. Ling Long, why must our father do this? A trembling voice emerged from one of the women. I do not know, Zhou Shui. The one known as Ling Long replied, shaking her head. I am frightened. Shall we return to the Imperial Academy? Yes. Let us inform father and then return to the Imperial Academy, came the response, uncertain of whether their father would acquiesce. The two individuals before him were none other than the top-ranked twins of the Imperial Academy, Lang Ling Long and Long Zhou Shui. Since childhood, they had harbored a profound fear of their father, though they could not bear to witness their kin being consumed by the altar. The command of their father rendered them mute. With trepidation, they approached their father, Long Zhongyuan. Is there something you wish to discuss? Long Zhongyuan asked, casting a sidelong glance at them. Feigning composure, Long Ling Long replied, We wish to return to the Imperial Academy. Absolutely not. The moment her words fell, Long Zhongyuan's voice erupted with authority. The sisters exchanged stunned glances, too intimidated to speak. Why? Long Ling Long finally mustered the courage to inquire. With narrowed eyes, Long Zhongyuan regarded them solemnly, stating, Because this is a critical juncture for the Long family's fate. You must remain within the family. Now return to your rooms. Do you understand? He commanded coldly, causing them to flinch in fear. Faced with their father's displeasure, they dared not linger. Long Ling Long grasped Long Qiushui's hand, and together they turned to depart. They had always complied with their father's wishes, never daring to defy him. Despite their formidable strength now, the fear instilled in them since childhood remained unchanged. As Long Zhongyuan watched the retreating figures of his daughters, a flicker of determination crossed his eyes. Should the entire clan prove insufficient as a sacrifice, he would be compelled to offer his own daughters. Save for himself. Cold Ling Long and her sister possessed the highest concentration of blood purity within the Cold family. The master had promised that upon opening the passageway, he would become the sovereign of this world. To realize this ambition, He had relentlessly sought to unlock the gateway. Therefore, his earlier pronouncements regarding the Cold family's destiny were mere fabrications, pertaining solely to his aspirations. Upon returning to their chambers, the sisters sat in silence, facing each other. After a prolonged 10 minutes, Cold Linglong, with a determined clench of her teeth, seized Cold Xiushui's hand. "Let us flee back to the Imperial Academy." Cold Xiushui regarded her sister with astonishment, her countenance betraying her trepidation. "If father were to recapture us," she trailed off, knowing full well that her sister comprehended her unspoken fears. "If we remain, our fate shall mirror those of our kin. I refuse to perish in such a manner." But there are no buts. Remaining here guarantees our demise. Why not seize a chance, however slim? We must defy father this time. I have no desire to die, and even less to see you meet your end. Cold Linglong's tears welled uncontrollably. Cold Xiushui stared at her sister, ever mindful of Cold Linglong's protective nature. "Very well. Let us escape back to the Imperial Academy. Indeed, once we arrive at the Academy, we shall be safe. Father would never dare to forcibly intrude upon its grounds. Let us depart this evening." Once the two had reached a consensus, they commenced preparations for their clandestine escape. In the stillness of the night, the slender figures of the sisters, Cold Linglong, stealthily slipped out of the Cold residence. Upon exiting, they surged forth with remarkable speed, racing towards the distant horizon. Not a moment could they afford to halt, for they must reach the Imperial Academy with utmost urgency. Meanwhile, as the sisters fled towards their destination, Cold Zhongyuan entered their empty chamber. Observing the desolate space, his countenance darkened, and his body quaked with fury. "Very well. Excellent." With a thunderous roar, Cold Zhongyuan obliterated the entire room and swiftly took to the skies. He could surmise with near certainty where the Cold sisters intended to go, aside from the Imperial Academy. They had no other refuge. Only the Academy could offer them sanctuary. Chapter 62, The Monster? The diminutive figures of Yi Kuei and Mu Yingling traversed an obscure path. Yi Kuei noted that the other seemed somewhat peculiar, her delicate features often betraying a look of inner turmoil. "Are you facing some sort of difficulty?" "No. It certainly appears so. Speak your mind, and perhaps I can be of assistance." I said no. "Then why do you persist in wearing such a troubled expression?" At Yi Kuei's inquiry, Mu Yingling paused, her gaze sharpening with newfound seriousness. "If you were to find yourself harboring memories that do not belong to you, what would you do?" Yi Kuei was taken aback, filled with astonishment. It seemed she had begun to awaken some vestiges of her past life. He cast a fleeting glance at the other party, adopting a nonchalant demeanor as he remarked, "What else can be done? We shall simply go with the flow." Mu Yingling gazed at him in silence, realizing her inquiry was futile. Suddenly, a deafening noise erupted, prompting both to turn their attention towards the source. Two identical young women were frantically running towards them, pursued relentlessly by a middle-aged man hovering in the air behind them. "Xiushui, you go ahead. I will hold our father off." "No, we must leave together. I cannot abandon you." "Don't be foolish. If we stay, we will both be captured by father. The only option is for you to seek assistance from the Imperial Academy." As they ran, their exchange continued. Long Xiushui cast a determined glance at her companion. "You have protected me all my life. Allow me to protect you this time." With that, she abruptly halted her flight, and, with all her strength, pushed Lung Linglong away, resolutely turning to face their pursuing father. "Xiushui." The taken-aback Lung Linglong was thrust away, her face awash with panic as she cried out. She could not fathom that Xiushui would act in such a manner. "No, I cannot allow her to confront father alone." Resolute, Lung Linglong propelled herself swiftly back towards Lung Xiushui. Yi Kuei stood in stunned silence, observing the unfolding drama. Just moments ago, Lung Linglong had been thrust before him, only to turn around and dash back. Should I intervene? Mu Yingling furrowed her brow, watching the scene unfold in the distance, where the Lung sisters had already fallen into the clutches of Lung Zhongyuan. "Why aren't you fleeing?" "I will not abandon you." They leaned on one another, their expressions laden with despair. Night Kuei nodded at Mu Yingling. "Let us rescue her first and see what the situation is. However, if they offer themselves to you, don't get jealous." "Pa, who would be jealous?" Mu Yingling scoffed, surveying Night Kuei with disdain. "And just based on your petite frame?" TSK. Night Kuei was momentarily taken aback, gazing at her in astonishment. "Wife, you've become quite wicked." Meanwhile, at a distance, Lung Zhongyuan stood with his arms crossed, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded his daughters, who were supporting each other. You truly have the audacity to defy my orders. This is your first act of rebellion, and it shall be your last." Upon hearing his words, the sisters shuddered, sharing a sorrowful smile. Hey, hey, hey. A grown man bullying two little girls, do you have no shame? With an air of unyielding confidence, Knight Kuei strode towards them, exuding an undeniable presence. Lung Zhongyuan stared at him, bewildered. What is this little brat-ass issue, acting so arrogantly? Speak, what is going on? Reaching the side of the Lung sisters, Knight Kuei assumed a commanding demeanor, inquiring about their plight. Lung Zhongyuan's gaze turned icy as he raised his hand, launching an attack at Knight Kuei. He would not show mercy simply because the opponent was a child. Seeing their father strike at Knight Kuei, the Lang sisters immediately shut their eyes, unwilling to witness the delicate child being reduced to mere pulp. Slap. Knight Kuei EFF to realize that a mere casual strike could effortlessly obliterate an S-rank adversary is remarkable. Yet, this child has managed to disperse it with ease. Quite impressive. At this moment, the sisters, Cold Ling Long, opened their eyes and, upon seeing Yi Kuei still present, could not help but display expressions of confusion. The indomitable little iron fist. Just as Cold Zhongyuan was engulfed in astonishment, Yi Kuei materialized before him, a delicate, fair fist gently landing upon his chest. Bang! Cold Zhongyuan was propelled away like a cannonball. Meanwhile, the Cold Linglong sisters gaped in disbelief, their mouths forming an O shape, their eyes wide with shock. This is the consequence of ambushing me. Yi Kuei turned his gaze towards the Cold Linglong sisters and inquired, "What is the matter?" The sisters, awakening from their astonishment, began to scrutinize Yi Kuei closely. Perhaps this child could assist them. They exchanged a knowing glance. "He is our father, and he intends to kill us. Please, help us." Cold Linglong spoke up. "What? A father seeks to slay his daughters?" Mu Yingling approached, her eyes filled with disbelief as she gazed at the two. Another child? Observing Yi Kuei and Mu Yingling standing together, the Cold Linglong sisters couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "What a pair of golden boy and jade girl." Boom. At that moment, Cold Zhongyuan returned, brandishing a long sword and launching an attack towards Yi Kuei and the others from afar. It's evident he is not a benevolent character," Yi Kuei remarked as he unleashed a punch, a terrifying gust of force emanating from his small fist. Boom. Cold Zhongyuan's strike was immediately shattered. Quite skillful. Cold Zhongyuan hovered in midair, looking down upon Yi Kuei. "I loathe being observed in such a manner." Knight Kuei's expression darkened. He had always looked down upon others. When had it become their turn to gaze upon him with such disdain? Boom. In the instant Knight Kuei finished speaking, Lung Zhongyuan plummeted into the ground with a look of terror etched across his face. He found himself half kneeling in a deep crater, every part of his body aching. Such swiftness, such terrifying strength. This mere child possessed SSS-level power and surpassed him. Cough, cough. Long Zhongyuan cleared his throat a few times and slowly rose to his feet. Who would have thought that a child could wield such formidable might? I admit that in my current state, I am no match for you. But should I become serious, you would only await your demise. Therefore, I implore you not to meddle in matters that do not concern you." Although Knight Kuei was undeniably powerful, Lang Zhongyuan felt unperturbed, for his greatest strength remained untapped. However, he hesitated to unleash that power, wary of further complications. He chuckled softly, declaring, "Today, I am resolute in my interference." Knight Kuei regarded his adversary with a cold smile. Lung Zhongyuan fixed his gaze intently on him, speaking in a frigid tone, "You shall come to regret this." With that, a dark mist began to rise from him, enveloping him in its shroud, obscuring his form from the onlookers. Knight Kuei watched with keen interest. His opponent was undoubtedly preparing a significant move, yet he refrained from interrupting. Boom. The black mist suddenly erupted, exuding an aura of extreme malevolence. "What the hell? You're transforming." Knight Kuei was taken aback as he beheld the astonishing transformation of Lung Zhongyuan, who had drastically changed in appearance. Two curved horns sprouted from his head, and his entire body was shrouded in emerald scales. His hands and feet transformed into claws, and a barbed tail unfurled from his back. Chapter 63. Alliance. Lung Zhongyuan's crimson eyes fixated intently on Yi Kuei. He was reluctant to wield the powers bestowed upon him by his master. Yet he realized that without them, swiftly overcoming his opponent would prove challenging. He had to conclude the battle expeditiously to avoid prolonged complications. As Lung Zhongyuan transformed, a sense of gravity descended upon Yi Kuei. The current incarnation of Lung Zhongyuan reminded him eerily of that silver-haired youth from the Imperial Academy. With his present strength, he possessed little confidence in defeating his adversary. However, his opponent should not entertain the notion of easily vanquishing him. Huh, how grotesque. Yi Kuei regarded him with evident disdain. Boom. In an instant, Long Zhongyuan erupted forward, arriving before him and striking with a clawed fist aimed directly at his visage. Yi Kuei, quick to respond, brought his arms together to shield himself. When the fist collided with his arms, he felt as though he had been struck by a speeding locomotive, hurtling through the air. Maintaining his defensive posture, he landed firmly, a glint of determination igniting in his eyes. Susanoo. Boom. A colossal shell of Susanoo enveloped Yi Kuei instantly. The disparity in speed and strength between them was now starkly apparent. Once Susanoo took form, Long Zhongyuan reappeared before him, launching another punch without hesitation. You think I fear strength? Yi Kuei bellowed, and the massive fist of Susanoo met Long Zhongyuan's blow with unparalleled force. Neither party held back, delivering their utmost strike. Boom. A powerful shockwave erupted from the point of collision, and the ground beneath was instantly compressed into a massive circular pit several dozen meters wide. Cold Zhongyuan furrowed his brow, astonished that his opponent could withstand his punch. Let me share the joy of whack-a-mole with you. At that moment, one of Susanoo's hands suddenly grasped the opponent's tail, leaving no room for reaction, and relentlessly swung the adversary towards the ground. Left, right, and behind, it continued to swing, creating a cacophony of rumbling as the earth trembled violently, with pits appearing one after another. Just as Knight Kuei prepared to lift the opponent once more to slam them into the ground, Cold Zhongyuan seized the opportunity to unleash two dark azure beams from his hands towards Susanoo's head. Boom. Susanoo's head was knocked askew, momentarily halting its actions. Seizing this chance, Cold Zhongyuan broke free from the restraints. I shall tear you to shreds, he roared, advancing towards Knight Kuei and unleashing a flurry of punches. Knight Kuei, undeterred, engaged in a fierce confrontation. As the two clashed violently, the surrounding space began to tremble. How terrifying. I never imagined my father could be so formidable. That little boy must be even more fearsome. Such an assault, we probably couldn't withstand even a single blow. The Cold sisters, Ling Long and Ling Xue, stared in shock at the battling duo, unable to suppress their astonishment. Mu Yingling cast a glance at the two before frowning at Knight Kuei. She could sense the immense strength of Cold Zhongyuan. It seemed Knight Kuei was in grave trouble. Earth Explosion Star. With a powerful punch that sent his opponent flying, Yi Kuei immediately unleashed the Earth Explosion Star. The formidable gravitational force swiftly drew Long Zhongyuan towards it, ensnaring him within a multitude of rocks and soil. Before long, an immense boulder floated midair. Have we won? Whispered Lung Qiushui. It's not that simple, murmured Mu Yingling. As if to validate her words, the boulder suddenly trembled violently, and Long Zhongyuan forcibly extricated himself from layers of earth. Bang! Upon emerging from the boulder, he kicked it fiercely, sending the massive rock hurtling towards Yi Kuei. Shinra Tensei. The boulder halted 10 meters away before plummeting to the ground. The two stared intently at each other, having recognized the other's formidable strength, neither rushing to strike. At that moment, a flash of white light appeared at Mu Yingling's forehead, materializing into an entirely white divine sword in her grasp. Dimensional Space Slash. A colossal crescent-shaped strike erupted from her sword, soaring towards Long Zhongyuan at an astonishing speed. Boom. Long Zhongyuan swiftly twisted his body, his tail sweeping horizontally to intercept the strike. The attack was dissipated by his tail, yet the form of Susanoo had already materialized before him. With fingers interlocked, it descended upon Long Zhongyuan's head. Boom. Another resounding crash ensued, burying Long Zhongyuan deep into the earth. Yi Kuei looked down at Mu Yingling, now at the feet of Susanoo, and chuckled. We seem to be in perfect sync. Truly, we share a telepathic bond. Enough banter. He will be emerging soon. Mu Yingling shot him an irritated glance, then warily focused on the deep chasm ahead. Are children nowadays truly this formidable? Lung Linglong turned to her sister, but the latter remained silent, staring blankly at Yi Kuei and his companions. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, Long Zhongyuan burst forth, his furious gaze sweeping back and forth between Yi Kuei and Mu Yingling. Indeed, he was a tough opponent. Mu Yingling nodded in agreement. Hey, do you believe in light? Yi Kuei asked abruptly. Long Zhongyuan paused momentarily, then coldly replied, I believe in strength. Then allow me to demonstrate the power of light. Yi Kuei proclaimed. Wife, let us go. After his command, he immediately summoned the solar power within him, with each hand of his Susanoo conjuring a glowing sphere radiating an intense heat. In an instant, Mu Yingling unleashed a flurry of slashes. Lung Zhongyuan met the oncoming strikes with his claws, matching the number of energy claw marks with the slashes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Meanwhile, Yi Kuei remained relentless, his Susanoo's hands continuously producing luminous spheres, resembling a pitcher as he hurled them at Lung Zhongyuan. The multitude of glowing orbs left Lung Zhongyuan with no avenue for escape, forcing him to shield his head with his arms. Enduring the impact of the spheres upon his form, a series of explosive sounds erupted, enveloping the area around Lung Zhongyuan in a cloud of dust. In perfect synchrony, Mu Yingling executed her ultimate technique, the superdimensional space slash. A grand, exaggerated crescent-shaped strike cleaved through the ground, advancing towards Lung Zhongyuan. In a fleeting moment, he, who had already been overwhelmed, was struck with a deep wound, a long gash extending from his right shoulder to his left waist. A cry of pain escaped his lips as he unleashed a dark azure beam. Boom! Night Kuei and Mu Yingling swiftly evaded the attack. While the two managed to dodge, Lung Zhongyuan chose to flee. He had no other option, for he was utterly helpless against Night Kuei and his companion. Most critically, he could barely maintain his current form. Should he revert from this state, defeat was inevitable. Reluctantly casting a glance at the distant Lung Linglong sisters, he hurriedly retreated. Where did they go? Could they have fled? Night Kuei displayed an expression of astonishment. Lung Zhongyuan's figure had vanished, leaving behind a battlefield in ruins. United, a couple's resolve can sever gold. Night Kuei, having dispelled the Susanoo, approached Mu Yingling with a grin. Mu Yingling rolled her eyes in exasperation. She had almost developed an immunity to Night Kuei's banter and now found herself disinclined to engage. Chapter 64. The Azure Demon Realm. Who are you? Why are you being pursued by your own father? After Lung Zhongyuan's departure, Night Kuei approached the Lung Linglong sisters, scrutinizing them. I am Lung Linglong. I am Lung Qiushui. Both introduced themselves promptly, wary of any negligence after witnessing Night Kuei's formidable power. After all, he was their savior. Such familiar names. They are the very names that once held the first and second ranks. Mu Yingling cast a disdainful glance at Night Kuei. The Lung family is one of the 4 great clans, is it not? Why is your father hunting you? As the saying goes, even a tiger does not consume its own cubs. The sisters of the Lung family exchanged glances, hesitatingly articulating, because he desires to become the sovereign of this world. Yi Kuei paused momentarily. To aspire to dominion over this realm meant competing for his sustenance. He must be eliminated. Do you truly believe that by slaying you, he can ascend to the throne of this world? Mu Yingling furrowed her brows lightly. The Lung sisters appeared torn, their expressions betraying a mix of anxiety as they regarded Yi Kuei and his companion. Speak freely. At this juncture, what is there to fear? Yi Kuei's words resonated, causing the Lung sisters to stiffen. Indeed, what was there to dread at this point? Subsequently, they began to recount the entire saga of the Lung family. It was revealed that the Lung family had ascended to the ranks of the 4 great families due to the assistance of a terrifying entity from beyond. This being bestowed upon the Lung clan immense power, rendering them formidable. The recent transformation of Lung Zhongyuan's appearance was a direct consequence of harnessing this entity's strength. However, the bestowal of such power was not without ulterior motives. The Lung family was required to assist this being in opening a portal to the world, thereby granting it passage into their realm. The Lung family had been diligently working towards this end. Yet, inexplicably, Lung Zhongyuan suddenly sought to sacrifice clan members to expedite the portal's opening. Given that the Lung family bore the essence of the entity within them, the sacrifice of their own would accelerate the process. The Lung sisters, unwilling to face such a fate, fled, leading to their encounter with Yi Kuei. To open a portal to another world? Isn't the entity that bestows power upon the Lung family from this world? After listening, Yi Kuei furrowed his brow and inquired in a low voice. It seems to be someone from the Qingmo realm. If he possesses the ability to empower the Lung family to such an extent, he must also be extraordinarily formidable himself. Why does he not open the portal himself? While it is challenging to open a passage from the outside, it would be considerably easier from within. What does this have to do with your father becoming the sovereign of this world? That external entity stated that once your father opens the portal, he would be granted dominion over this realm. Fool. Yi Kuei could not help but exclaim in exasperation. I wonder what Lung Zhongyuan is thinking. Even a simpleton could discern that he is being deceived. Given that this external power has an interest in our world and has persistently sought to breach the barrier, Is it truly plausible that he would allow him to ascend as the sovereign? It is conceivable that once the portal opens, he would eliminate him instead. However, the mere fact that an external power is eyeing our world warrants a closer examination of this so-called Qingmo realm. If it proves to be overwhelmingly strong, we must thwart their ambitions. If not, it may very well become my first world to plunder the essence. Will you both also transform into grotesque monsters like Lung Zhongyuan? Yikuei suddenly regarded the two with disdain. What kind of look is that? The Lung sisters exchanged glances, bewildered. No, only our father would become like that. Long Ling Long retorted with a hint of irritation. Women are most sensitive to the notion of ugliness. How could Yikuei dare to question whether they might transform into such hideous beings? Let us report this matter to the Imperial Academy. This is an incursion from the outside world. At this moment, the previously silent Mu Yingling finally spoke. Indeed, we must swiftly inform the Academy. The portal is on the verge of opening. Cold Ling Long appeared anxious. The members of the Cold family are nearly all sacrificed. We must act quickly to stop it. Yikuei's eyes glinted with determination. It would be prudent for the Academy to first investigate the situation. Let us return to the Academy without delay. The Dean, Yi Lang, regarded Yikuei and the others with a grave expression, having just been informed of the events in the Azure Demon realm. An incursion from the outside world is no trivial matter. It is far more terrifying than the racial wars within our realm. Are you certain of the veracity of this information? The Dean scrutinized the Cold sisters. Absolutely. Upon hearing their firm affirmation, the Dean's countenance darkened. No wonder the Cold family has remained so discreet, forbidding any outsiders from entering their territory. It appears they have allied themselves with the outside world. If this is indeed true, we are in serious trouble. The Dean furrowed his brow. A look of deep concern etched upon his face. Whoever dares to invade our world must be from a formidable Azure Demon realm. We must immediately proceed to the Cold family to prevent them from opening the portal. After finishing his statement, the Dean vanished before the group using his spatial ability. He was heading to report to the silver-haired youth, Kong Yifei, who resided deep within the academy. The following day, far to the north, in the Cold family's ancestral grounds, Cold Zhongyuan, with a grim expression, cast the last of his kin into the altar. After the final member was consumed, the altar emitted waves of azure light, and the space around it began to twist and contort, as though something were relentlessly battering against the fabric of reality. The distortion of space maintained its tumult for a moment before reverting to tranquility. Alas, it was still insufficient. Just a fraction more. If I could offer the two of them as a sacrifice, it would surely suffice. Those insufferable little wretches have thwarted my grand plans. At this moment, Cold Zhongyuan's face was shrouded in darkness, his expression one of clenched teeth and fury. Come to the altar. Suddenly, a voice resonated within his mind. It was the master. Cold Zhongyuan's countenance turned to one of terror. Could it be that he desires me to sacrifice myself? No, absolutely not. Master, rest assured, I shall expedite the opening of the passage. Grant me but one more day. He resolved to forcefully invade the Imperial Academy to retrieve the sisters, for this was now his only viable option. Come to the altar. The voice echoed once again, incessantly reverberating in his mind. Cold Zhongyuan clutched his head in anguish, thrashing about, his body retreating incessantly. Ah, no. Suddenly, he knelt, raising his head to cry out. Come to the altar. Cold Zhongyuan staggered to his feet, his eyes devoid of focus, taking faltering steps towards the altar. No. No. As he walked, he unconsciously repeated the words no. Step. At last, he reached the altar. To be able to sacrifice oneself to open the passage for our Azure Demon realm is indeed an honor. With the utterance of an emotionless voice, the altar erupted in a surge of azure light, and Cold Zhongyuan's form gradually faded into obscurity beneath its luminescence. Chapter 65, My World. Untainted, a colossal azure beam of light shot upwards from the Cold family altar, piercing the heavens. The inhabitants of the northern region collectively raised their gazes towards the phenomenon. What could it possibly be? An inexplicable chill coursed through their hearts at the sight of that cerulean glow. That location must be the Cold family, right? As the crowd murmured among themselves, a group of individuals stood 1,000 meters away from the Cold family estate, led by the esteemed director, who was accompanied by a cohort of formidable practitioners from the Imperial Academy. They had arrived a moment too late. The director, his expression grave, fixated on the distant azure beam, then turned to address the gathered assembly. Let us proceed at full speed. With that, he surged forward towards the Cold family. And within mere moments, The powerful practitioners followed suit, arriving swiftly. Among the ranks were Yu Kuei and Mu Yingling, both wearing expressions laden with concern. Hadn't the Cold Sisters claimed that the ritual would not be completed so soon? Even if Cold Zhongyuan were to offer all his kin as sacrifices, a brief interval would still be necessary. This urgency to sacrifice his two daughters to expedite the opening of the portal puzzled them. Why were the Cold Sisters not yet sacrificed, yet the gateway seemed to be manifesting so rapidly? They remained oblivious to the fact that Cold Zhongyuan had been forsaken, designated as the final offering. Look, something is emerging. Just as Yu Kuei pondered these thoughts, a practitioner from the Imperial Academy pointed towards the altar, calling out loudly. Instantly, all eyes turned in that direction. Within the azure beam, shadowy figures began to materialize, gradually increasing in number as time progressed, until they nearly filled the entire shaft of light. The onlookers from the Imperial Academy felt an ever-deepening weight in their hearts as the shadows multiplied before them. Prepare for battle. The dean stared gravely at the shadows, sensing multiple formidable presences among them that rivaled his own. Haha. Is this the world that our king spoke of, just recently ascended? A raucous laughter erupted from within the luminous column, followed by the emergence of a creature covered in azure scales, adorned with twin horns and a lengthy tail. As it stepped forth, the shadows within the column began to emerge one after another, all resembling one another save for their eyes, which varied in shades of green, blue, and violet. What a terrifying sense of oppression. As the horde of monsters exited the column, the hearts of the Imperial Academy's members plummeted. The first to emerge, the azure-scaled creature, fixed its gaze upon the Academy's crowd and grinned widely, revealing its razor-sharp fangs. Are you here to welcome our arrival? Who are you? The dean tensed, warily observing the creature. The monster blinked its violet eyes and replied, We are the vanguard of the Azure Demon Realm, and this place shall become our hunting ground. At this, the violet-eyed creature licked its lips, revealing a bloodthirsty grin. I wonder what the prey of this world tastes like. Let us begin with you. Children, advance. With a mere wave of its hand, the violet-eyed creature commanded its minions to pounce upon the members of the Imperial Academy. It deemed further negotiation unnecessary. They were merely food. Do not underestimate us. We are the strongest academy of the human race. The audacity of the adversary to regard them as mere prey was utterly infuriating. In an instant, a fierce battle erupted between the two sides. However, the members of the Imperial Academy swiftly came to a harrowing realization. These monsters were far more formidable than they had anticipated, possessing impenetrable scales, terrifying strength, and astonishing speed. In just a brief moment, the Imperial Academy suffered significant casualties. The headmaster found himself besieged by two blue-eyed creatures, appearing exceedingly distressed. A glance across the battlefield revealed that nearly all of his comrades were being overwhelmingly subdued by the enemy, filling him with dread. If this continued, they would soon face total annihilation. Yet, not everyone was being overwhelmed. Nightshade and Mu Yingling were faring quite differently. The two were each engaged with a blue-eyed monster, forcing their opponents to retreat step by step. From a distance, a purple-eyed creature observed the spectacle with keen interest. The comparison between a newly ascended lower realm and one that had evolved for millennia was starkly pronounced. Nevertheless, those two youngsters seemed rather exceptional. A flash of purple light flickered in the creature's eyes as it fixated intently on Nightshade and Mu Yingling. The clash of the two factions resonated with the intensity of a 1,000-strong army, instilling terror in the onlookers from afar. While they could not perceive the specifics of the confrontation, the palpable waves of energy stirred a profound sense of trepidation within them. On the battlefield, the headmaster was sent flying by the tail of a blue-eyed monster, and in that moment of vulnerability, another creature seized the opportunity to approach him. Its razor-sharp claws lunged toward his head. This was dire. The headmaster's heart raced with alarm. Boom. At the moment of his shock, a colossal fist propelled the creature before him into the air. The dean focused his gaze and realized it was Yekawei. What a disheveled sight. Yekawei's Susanoo held a lifeless creature in its left hand, smiling at the dean. Indeed, quite the predicament. With a ripple in the fabric of space, Mu Yingling appeared atop Susanoo's shoulder, wielding a bloody divine sword. You all. The dean gazed at them in astonishment. Fully aware of the formidable strength of the blue-eyed monsters, yet these two managed to dispatch their foe with remarkable swiftness. Quickly, eliminate these two grotesque beings and assist the others. Yekawei grinned, aiming at a distant blue-eyed creature, and hurled the corpse in his grasp like a cannonball. Bang! The distant creature was obliterated by its own kind. Whoosh! At that moment, a strike imbued with spatial energy descended upon the creature. Roar! The monster let out a pained howl. Die! Yekue's Susanoo thrust its spear forward with great speed, the creature's eyes wide with terror as the spearhead loomed larger. Clang! Just then, the previously passive purple-eyed monster extended a hand, effortlessly blocking Yekue's spear. The wind howled. At the instant the spear was halted, Yekue called out to Mu Yingling atop Susanoo's shoulder. He was acutely aware that this purple-eyed creature was beyond their capabilities. Susanoo leaped back 100 meters. I had no intention of intervening. The purple-eyed monster's eyes everyone, retreat. The dean shouted from beneath the feet of Susanoo, urging the members of the Imperial Academy. Upon hearing the dean's command, the crowd hastily abandoned their adversaries and withdrew, while the monsters remained still, standing quietly behind the purple-eyed creature. The dean cast a fleeting glance at the gathered individuals, his countenance instantly laden with sorrow. In mere moments, the number had dwindled by half. I have now resolved to deal with you myself, the purple-eyed monster declared coldly, unleashing a terrifying aura that rendered the powerful members of the Imperial Academy unable to lift their heads. Once I have eliminated you, I shall expand the passage from within the world, allowing my king to lead his army to this realm. The thought alone was exhilarating, a freshly ascended hunting ground. The dean gritted his teeth, struggling against the overwhelming pressure emanating from the creature, while self-reproach began to gnaw at his conscience. It was all his fault for being overly arrogant, insisting that his master need not come. The mere force of this monster's presence was enough to immobilize them, testifying to its formidable strength. Despair began to take root within him. Nightshade cast a glance at the despondent dean, the corners of his lips curling into a calm and composed smile. At that moment, an even more terrifying aura descended from the heavens. My world shall not be tainted by anyone. A voice, imbued with dominance and authority, resonated throughout the northern region. Chapter 66, The Blue Demon King. All eyes turned skyward as the corpse ancestor, Nightshade, descended slowly. The pupils of the purple-eyed monster contracted sharply, filled with astonishment. How could there exist a being surpassing him in this world? How could such a powerful entity manifest in a newly ascended realm? According to common reasoning, it is improbable for a newly advanced world to harbor a powerhouse like Yekue, unless the worlds will extend special favor to a particular individual, which could make such a phenomenon conceivable. However, the will of this world has already been absorbed by the seed of the Chaos Tree, whose master is none other than Yekue himself. If not him, then whom? Thus, Yekue will perpetually remain the strongest in this realm, an existence that cannot be surpassed. Once the seed of chaos germinates, this world will truly and completely belong to him, allowing him to wield the power of the world against his adversaries. The purple-eyed creature is entirely oblivious to the essence of Yekue, rendering him utterly astonished. The sudden emergence of the corpse ancestor, Yi, instills in him a profound lack of confidence. The purple-eyed creature's gaze sharpens as he warily addresses Yekue. I never expected such a formidable being to exist in this world. Yet even you cannot thwart the invasion of our Qingmo realm, for our king is far more powerful than you. I see your extraordinary strength. Why not pledge your allegiance to our king? Boom. A dreadful pressure descended, abruptly silencing the purple-eyed creature, with blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. Yekue cast a dismissive glance at the array of monsters from the Qingmo realm and spoke calmly, I shall seek him out. As his words echoed, the creatures behind the purple-eyed monsters swiftly lost their life force, collapsing one by one to the ground. Hearing the sounds of their demise, he needed not turn around to comprehend the unfolding events, his heart gripped by sheer terror. This individual is so domineering, with a mere word. He has annihilated all his subordinates. You still fail to grasp the might of our king. Do not speak of my king. Even the two commanders of the Blue Demon Realm possess strength akin to yours. At this moment, the violet-eyed creature is engulfed in fear, desperately invoking the formidable beings of the Blue Demon Realm to bolster its courage and simultaneously intimidate its adversary. The members of the Imperial Academy are also gripped by profound trepidation, apprehensive that the ancestor of corpses might suddenly unleash his wrath upon them. Yet, despite the depth of their fear, they remain silent and motionless. Just moments ago, the aforementioned violet-eyed creature uttered a few words before the ancestor of corpses annihilated a legion of its subordinates. On the shoulder of Susanoo stands Mu Yingling, trembling uncontrollably, her gaze fixed intently on the ancestor of corpses, Yekue, while her divine sword emits a low hum. She experiences an overwhelming urge to strike at the ancestor. Yet this impulse does not originate from her. It is instigated by the Empress of the Void. She grits her teeth, striving to suppress this compelling urge. Should she indeed act against the ancestor, not only would she face certain death, but everyone present would perish because of her. She must absolutely contain this. Is that so? Then I truly look forward to it. Yikuei remarks, extending his right hand toward the violet-eyed creature, which drifts toward him without resistance. The reason Yikuei refrains from slaying it is that he seeks to extract valuable information about the blue demon realm from this leading creature, as the saying goes. Knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in every battle. As the violet-eyed creature floats before Yikuei, its eyes are filled with terror, feeling as though its body no longer belongs to it, devoid of any control. Let me glimpse the nature of the blue demon realm. The ancestor of corpses, Yikuei, gently places his hand upon the creature's head, which can only watch helplessly as the hand, adorned with golden inscriptions, descends. As Nikuei's hand made contact with the crown of the purple-eyed creature, its body trembled violently, and its eyes became vacant and devoid of life. Nikuei delved into the depths of its mind, sifting through its memories. The Azure Demon Realm is a lower-tier world, perpetually engaged in the invasion of others. Their methods of incursion are notoriously brutal, systematically annihilating all living beings within the targeted realm. Worlds are hierarchically classified as unranked, lower, middle, and upper tiers. It is said that above the upper tier lie even more formidable realms, though their existence remains uncertain to him. The combat prowess of the Azure Demon Realm far surpasses that of Nikuei's world, by countless magnitudes, whether in low-tier or high-tier capabilities. Their classification of realms differs entirely from that of Nikuei's world. Classifications below S rank are uniformly categorized as postnatal tiers, divided into 9 grades. The S rank represents the early stages of the innate realm, while SS denotes the mid-stage, and SSS the latter stage, culminating in SSS, which signifies the pinnacle of innate perfection. The subsequent realm following SSS is the spirit tier, which is further divided into early, mid, late stages, and ultimate perfection. Currently, Nikuei resides in the early stage of the spirit tier, sharing his realm with 2 others of similar standing. The sovereign of the Azure Demon Realm is known as the Azure Demon King, a fearsome entity rumored to embody the ultimate perfection of the spirit tier. The Azure Demon Realm itself was meticulously crafted by the Azure Demon King. It was once nameless, merely an unranked world, until the arrival of the Azure Demon King, who began the relentless creation of his progeny, eradicating all indigenous beings in the process. After conquering the entire world and renaming it the Azure Demon Realm, the Azure Demon King commenced an unrelenting quest to seek out other realms, dispatching his minions to plunder. In a mere span of several millennia, the Azure Demon Realm transformed from a world devoid of hierarchy into one of inferior status. The Azure Demon King harbored a great desire for the newly ascended world of Nikuei and his companions. If he could seize this realm, the Azure Demon Realm would ascend once more. However, despite Nikuei's world being freshly elevated, it remained on par with the Azure Demon Realm, limiting their ability to send forth numerous or formidable warriors. Thus, they could only initially dispatch the purple-eyed creature, intending to fully open the passage from within the world, allowing the Azure Demon King to lead his legions into the fray. In truth, even without anyone to facilitate the opening from within, the Azure Demon Realm could eventually breach the passage from the outside. As the 2 worlds had already established a connection, it merely required a bit of time. Now I understand. Both the human Nikuei and the corpse ancestor Nikuei exclaimed simultaneously. It seemed that a war with the Azure Demon Realm was inevitable. However, they could buy some time and must strive to fortify their world before the passage was completely opened. As Nikuei delved into the memories of the purple-eyed creature, a vague figure in the Azure Demon Realm suddenly stiffened, emanating boundless fury as it extended an arm shrouded in dark azure mist toward the passage's location. With a thunderous roar, an overwhelming force erupted from the altar as a colossal arm enveloped in dark azure mist struck toward the corpse ancestor Nikuei. In that instant, all present, save for the human Nikuei, were forced to the ground. Mu Yingling knelt on the shoulder of Susanoo, her eyes wide with terror as she beheld the monstrous arm. What manner of existence is this? A mere arm dares to extinguish my life. Such presumption. The furnace of demons. The ancestor of corpses, Yikuei, sensed a life-threatening peril emanating from within and, without a moment's hesitation, summoned a replica of the furnace of demons to shield himself. Boom. Upon contact with the furnace, the arm left a few drops of eerie azure blood before swiftly retreating back to the altar, vanishing from sight. A celestial artifact. A voice filled with astonishment echoed from the altar. In no more than a decade, this artifact and this world shall belong to me. Just wait. As the last words faded, the azure beam of light from the altar also dissipated, restoring tranquility to the surroundings. TCH. Yikuei scoffed disdainfully, curling his lip. Anyone can boast. Give me a little more time, and I shall seek you out without your invitation. You two shall wait. Chapter 67. Summoning and interrogation. Hey, gather all humans of S rank and above. After the passage closed, Yi Kuei materialized before the dean, his tone brooking no argument. The dean, taken aback, asked in confusion, why? Yi Kuei shot him a look of incredulity. Did you not hear? In no more than a decade, the Azure Demon Realm will invade once more. And it will be a large-scale incursion. Do you not think we ought to hold a meeting? Oh, very well. The dean nodded repeatedly, appearing submissive. His thoughts racing. You are powerful, so your word is law. Nevertheless, he recognized the necessity of such a gathering. What about the Beast Clan? I shall inform them. In 10 days, we will convene a grand council at the junction of the 3 clans. After the voice faded, the corpse ancestor Yi Kuei vanished without a trace. We should return to the Imperial Academy. The corpse ancestor was correct. At this moment, the entire world must unite to confront the external invasion. Once Yi Kuei departed, the dean immediately shed his timid demeanor, assuming an imposing presence. At his command, a multitude of formidable warriors bore their fallen comrades and advanced towards the Imperial Academy. My dear, you seem quite off, remarked Yi Kuei, observing the pensive expression of Mu Yingling amid the returning procession. The corpse ancestor is exceedingly powerful, Mu Yingling exclaimed in awe. Through the memories of the Void Empress, she surmised that the corpse ancestor Yi Kuei had possibly transcended the SSS rank, reaching an unprecedented realm. While the strength of the corpse ancestor was of little concern to her personally, the awakening of those memories seemed to tug at her spirit, filling her with a sense of dissatisfaction. Consequently, she felt her thoughts were in disarray, akin to a split personality. A glimmer of insight flashed in Yi Kuei's eyes, followed by a playful grin. I understand now. Mu Yingling looked at him in confusion. Understand what? Are you worried that the corpse ancestor is too powerful for us to defeat? Are you afraid you won't have a chance to be my wife? Yi Kuei smirked mischievously. Rest assured, there is no stipulation that we must vanquish the corpse ancestor to wed. So, hee. That's not what I meant. Mu Yingling responded, exasperation evident on her face. How about we return and finalize our marriage arrangements? That way, you need not worry. Begone. Who would wish to become engaged to you? Mu Yingling shot him a fierce glare before turning on her heel and striding forward. Sighing, she pondered whether possessing 2 distinct memories might lead to a fracturing of her personality. Night Kuei watched her retreating figure and couldn't help but voice his disdain. The ancestral corpse, Night Kuei, appeared within the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains, arms crossed as he gazed down upon the colossal palace perched atop the mountain. Perhaps he could ascertain whether the slaughtering demon spear had been sealed by the Qilin Emperor. After muttering to himself, Night Kuei abruptly unleashed his formidable aura. Instantly, a searing presence responded from below as the Qilin Emperor emerged, trailing a long plume of flames before him. What do you mean by that? The Qilin Emperor scanned his surroundings, seemingly in search of something. No need to look around. Xiao Jiao has not come. It is merely I, Night Kuei reassured him. Knowing well what the Emperor sought, I have matters to discuss with you. We have nothing to discuss. Are you certain you do not wish to listen? I have no desire to hear. With a thunderous surge, Night Kuei instantly suppressed the initial stage of the spirit realm aura. What of it now? Do you wish to listen? The Qilin Emperor's eyes widened in terror, the overwhelming aura causing every cell in his body to tremble. How has he become so powerful all of a sudden? Were you not at SSS? Night Kuei teased him with a knowing glance. Did you not feel it? What kind of realm is this, and how does it feel? The Qilin Emperor gazed at him with a face full of yearning. Let us not digress. Let us address the matter at hand. A foreign realm seeks to invade our world. In 10 days, a global conference will convene at the intersection of the 3 clans. All S rank and above from our 3 races must arrive punctually. The human clan has already received notification from the Imperial Academy. An invasion from another world? The Kirin Emperor was momentarily taken aback, then scoffed disdainfully. Let them come. They shall not return. What need have we for a conference? The Beast Clan can handle it. Observing the Kirin Emperor's arrogant demeanor, Yi Kuei's gaze grew icy. Do you truly believe you can best me now? You cannot. He candidly acknowledged this truth. The opposing side boasts 2 formidable warriors of equal strength to mine, alongside one who surpasses me. There are even more like you among the SSS ranks. Do you still think the Beast Clan can withstand such an onslaught? Upon hearing Yi Kuei's words, the Kirin Emperor was struck with disbelief, then regarded him with skepticism. Surely. You jest? My heavens, if their claims hold true, even if the entire world unites, we would stand no chance. Do I appear to be jesting? Yi Kuei intoned gravely. Seeing the gravity etched upon the Kirin Emperor's face, he began to believe. Very well, the Beast Clan shall attend punctually. Yi Kuei nodded, continuing to hover in the air. Observing him with an impassive demeanor, The Kirin Emperor inquired, puzzled. I understand now. You may leave. Is my slaughtering demon gun in your possession? Yikuei replied calmly, as if discussing a matter of little consequence. The Kirin Emperor responded nonchalantly, it is not. The demon refining pot. As the voice of the Kirin Emperor resonated, he was instantly drawn into an ancient vessel. Upon entering, he discovered a realm of his own. While he was engulfed in astonishment, the voice of Yikuei echoed through the space. Confess, where is my slaughtering demon spear? I assure you, it is not here. The Kirin Emperor feigned innocence, resembling a wronged and noble soul. Is that so? Then I shall refine you. With these words, the Kirin Emperor was enveloped in flames. The heat was not intense. Rather, it was oddly comforting. Just as he pondered this phenomenon, his pupils dilated as he sensed his vital essence rapidly depleting. He attempted to extinguish the flames. Yet no method proved effective, not even his beast emperor armor could shield him. Transforming into a colossal Kirin, he darted through the vessel's realm, crashing against mountains and rolling upon the ground. Yet, the situation remained unchanged. His enormous eyes were filled with terror. He believed himself to be a master of fire, yet found himself utterly powerless against these seemingly temperate flames. Can we speak now? Yikuei's voice resounded once more, and the flames surrounding the Kirin Emperor dissipated. Why are you so certain it is I? The Kirin Emperor was left bewildered, questioning how the other party could firmly believe he had concealed the demon spear. Speak. For if you do not, the opportunity will vanish. The flames reappeared, this time not clinging to the Kirin Emperor but hovering before him. The Kirin Emperor's heart trembled, his body involuntarily quaking with an unmistakable fear of the flames. Chapter 68. The Ancient Double Pupils. The flames slowly drifted towards the Kirin Emperor, who retreated incessantly, resembling a bullied little wife. I say, the Kirin Emperor cried out in panic. His fear was genuine, a profound terror emanating from the depths of his being. He acutely sensed everything slipping away from him, and this sensation was utterly horrifying. Speak. Release me, and I shall take you to it. Very well, replied Yikuei, confident that even if he were freed, he could not escape. Upon his release, the Kirin Emperor cast a wary glance at the alchemical vessel that hovered silently in the air. Follow me. He then turned and soared towards a great mountain, with Yikuei closely trailing behind. Soon, he led Yikuei into the mountain's interior, where the air was ablaze with fiery light, illuminating the otherwise impenetrable space. A long spear, exuding malevolence, was ensnared by dozens of chains adorned with flickering talismans. The spear's shaft was entirely black, crowned with a blood-red tip. Upon Yikuei's arrival, the spear trembled violently, as if yearning to break free from its shackles. You are indeed formidable, Yikuei remarked coldly, casting a sidelong glance at the Kirin Emperor. Break. Yikuei extended his right hand and softly commanded towards the spear. With a resounding clang, all the chains shattered, and the spear, now unbound, swiftly found its way into Yikuei's grasp. He gently caressed the spear before, without warning, thrusting it upwards with a sudden ferocity. A scarlet beam of light erupted from the muzzle, piercing through the mountains and soaring towards the heavens. Indeed, it is worthy of being my fated weapon, Nightshade remarked with a beaming smile directed at the slaughtering demon spear. It seemed as though the weapon acknowledged his praise, responding with a jubilant resonance. Remember, in 10 days, at the confluence of the 3 clans. With this parting phrase, Nightshade vanished before the eyes of the Kirin Emperor. Huh, he didn't trouble me? The Kirin Emperor scratched his head in confusion. Nightshade returned to the Corpse Clan's imperial city, wielding the slaughtering demon spear, and promptly entrusted the matters of the World Assembly to the 3 brothers of the Lien family, instructing them to arrange and relay the necessary information. He then sat alone upon the throne, his eyes shimmering with a flickering light. In the face of the formidable Azure Demon Realm and its sovereign, thorough preparation was imperative. Currently, he had sufficient points for 1,000,000 consecutive draws, and thus he intended to expend them to acquire a reward of supreme quality. However, before that, he decided to upgrade the slaughtering demon spear. With a sense of excitement, Nightshade melded 2 fragments of the god-slaying spear into the slaughtering demon spear. Suddenly, the slaughtering demon spear slipped from his grasp, soaring into the sky. High above, it vibrated incessantly, sending deep, resonant echoes throughout the entire imperial city. Soon after, the slaughtering demon spear erupted with a dark radiance that obscured the sun, plunging the entire imperial city into an abyss of darkness. What is happening? Why has it suddenly turned dark? And what were those booming sounds just now? The inhabitants of the imperial city were engulfed in bewilderment. At that moment, a terrifying aura, thick with the scent of blood, enveloped the imperial city, causing all its inhabitants to freeze in place. Cold sweat drenched their garments, and they dared not move. As a chilling sense of impending doom gripped their hearts, as if the slightest motion would lead to their demise, the darkness soon dissipated, and the imperial city was once again illuminated, yet the fear lingering in the hearts of the undead citizens refused to abate. It was merely the advancement of my slaughtering magic spear. There is no need for alarm. The voice of Yikue resonated throughout the imperial city, finally allowing everyone to relax. It was, after all, the slaughtering magic spear of the ancestor of the undead. No wonder it exuded such a terrifying might. Gazing at the slaughtering magic spear now returned to his grasp, Yikue felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. The spear had undergone a slight transformation. A black dragon now coiled around its dark shaft. You must have evolved into a spiritual weapon. A faint hum emanated from the slaughtering magic spear, responding to Yikue's words. Ha ha ha. Splendid. Next comes the million draws. System, initiate the million draws. Understood. Host. Million draws commencing. High-level breakthrough pill 18. Celestial beans 10. 1 opportunity for martial arts fusion. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Ancient reincarnation eye. Upon witnessing the final prize of the draw, Yikue trembled involuntarily, his gaze immediately shifting to the system's inventory. Xiando, a miraculous sustenance. Consuming a single bean can stave off hunger for 10 days, endowing one with regenerative prowess. As long as life persists, it facilitates the swift restoration of vitality and energy, returning the body to its optimal state in remarkably brief time, almost instantaneously. Opportunity for technique fusion. This allows the amalgamation of 2 martial arts, enhancing their quality. Indeed, both rewards are exceedingly practical. The fusion opportunity shall enable the unification of the Dragon Elephant Town prison technique and the 9 Suns radiant scripture. Now, let us turn our attention to the legendary Ancient Heavy Eyes. Knight gazed with luminous eyes at the item description. Ancient Heavy Eyes. This pair of eyes possesses terrifying power. Capable of apocalyptic destruction, the wielder must inevitably ascend to become a great emperor. The heavy-eyed one can emit divine light from their pupils, which may manifest as a dark light of annihilation or as divine radiance embodying the dual energies of yin and yang. When necessary, these primal forces can be transformed into weapons. The pupils can release life essence, enabling the recovery of injuries through the absorption of this essence, though this process requires time. The power of the heavy eyes also grants insight into an enemy's techniques, breaking down their weaknesses. Into the heavy-eyed one, the enemy's movements appear exceedingly sluggish. Furthermore, the heavy-eyed one possesses certain soft control skills, capable of rendering the world chaotic, thereby restricting the enemy's actions. Essentially, it can induce deceleration. The heavy eyes also possess a degree of creativity. They can shape a divine armor according to the user's needs, enhancing defensive capabilities without the burden of carrying it. The profound mysteries of the heavy eyes can even carve out new realms, creating a small world to ensnare foes, while the heavy-eyed one can traverse freely in and out. Wow, a fortune has been made. The quality of the Tao level is indeed extraordinary. Even the introduction is so lengthy. System, hasten to grant me the use of the ancient reincarnation eyes. Yikue eagerly anticipates experiencing these Tao level eyes. As you wish. Suddenly, Yikue feels a sharp pain in his eyes and hastily closes them. Then, a cool sensation emanates from his eyes, and he slowly opens them. At that moment, a wave of invisible energy radiates from his gaze, instantly spreading throughout the world. The people feel a sudden, inexplicable pressure in their chests, as if they cannot breathe, but this sensation vanishes in a mere moment, as the corpse ancestor Yikue merges with the ancient reincarnation eyes. The human Yikue also fuses the Dragon Elephant Suppression technique with the 9 Suns Radiance Scripture. The Dragon Elephant 9 Suns Suppression Scripture, a legendary technique capable of guarding a realm, divided into 9 levels. Each level mastered grants 100 Dragon Elephant powers, condensing a black sun within oneself. At its pinnacle, one can wield 900 Dragon Elephant powers and condense 9 black suns. Chapter 69. Who agrees? Who disagrees? The human Yikue clenched his small fist, feeling the power of the first level of the Dragon Elephant 9 Suns Suppression Scripture. Following the fusion of the techniques, it automatically transformed into a realm of mastery, providing a physical enhancement. He now possesses 1,000 Dragon Elephant powers, equating to 10 million pounds of strength. Excellent. The human Yikue, sensing the power within him, bears an eager expression. Suddenly, he unleashes a punch towards the distant mountains of his clan's territory, and the force of 10 million pounds obliterates the small hill there. What has occurred? The silhouette of Yuzhanga appeared beside him, inquiring in a low voice. It's nothing. I experienced a breakthrough in my cultivation and inadvertently blasted open a small mountain. Yu Zhang gazed at the hillside that had been demolished, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. How could I have had another breakthrough? It is so embarrassing to be outdone by my own son. Sighing, Yu Zhang turned and departed, shaking his head in dismay. At that moment, numerous members of the Yi family arrived, having undoubtedly heard the commotion that had unfolded. Yu Zhang walked past them, seemingly oblivious. What is the matter with the family head? I don't know. He appears to be quite shaken. The family members exchanged puzzled glances regarding Yi Zhang's demeanor. 10 days swiftly passed, and at the juncture of the three clans, a multitude of figures filled the area. Each possessed S-rank strength. At the forefront of the human faction stood Kong Fei, leaning back with his hands clasped. Leading the Beast clan was the Kirin Emperor, flanked by a horde of fearsome beasts of various shapes. The Corpse clan was represented by Tianxia and several SSS-class powerhouses. Where is the Corpse ancestor? Why has he not yet arrived? The Kirin Emperor expressed his dissatisfaction as he glanced towards the Corpse clan. Must he make everyone wait for him? The assembly had been initiated by the Corpse ancestor, yet his absence was conspicuous. Not only was the Kirin Emperor displeased, but even the human faction felt a sense of discontent. What on earth is going on with the Corpse ancestor? Kong Yifei directed his gaze towards Bai Tianxia, who shrugged helplessly in response. I have no idea. They truly were unaware of what the Corpse ancestor was occupied with. If he doesn't arrive soon, we shall not wait any longer. Let us commence our discussions. The Emperor Qilin, with an air of impatience, inquired, Are you in such a hurry? No sooner had his voice faded than the voice of Yi Kuei resonated from the heavens. All present instinctively raised their gaze skyward. Yi Kuei stood majestically in the air, a subtle smirk gracing his lips, his golden, heavy-lidded eyes sweeping over the formidable figures of the three clans below. Every warrior caught in the gaze of Yi Kuei instinctively lowered their heads, their expressions marred by fear. What was the nature of those eyes? They were utterly terrifying. No one dared to meet his gaze. Yi Kuei gradually descended before the Corpse clan, his expression inscrutable as he regarded the Emperor Qilin. It seems you harbor considerable discontent towards me? The Emperor Qilin stiffened, a chill coursing down his spine, and forced a disconcerting smile as he replied. How could that be? I merely expressed concern upon noticing your absence. Very well, let us commence our discussions, Yi Kuei stated languidly. The Emperor Qilin and Kong Yifei exchanged a fleeting glance, their minds awash with astonishment and disbelief. It appeared that the ancestor of the Corpse clan had grown even stronger. This defied logic. While they remained stagnant, their opponents surged forward as if propelled by a rocket. Both men marveled inwardly. Surely, everyone is aware of the impending invasion from another realm. As Yi Kuei's words echoed, a consensus of nods arose from the assembly. The strength of their adversary was beyond comprehension, thus we are on the brink of an intense wave of cultivation. However, without witnessing the might of the other realm firsthand, it is challenging to evoke a sense of urgency. Hence, I intend to enhance the populace's enthusiasm for cultivation through the incentive of rewards. With each breakthrough into a new realm, one is entitled to the corresponding rewards, and naturally, these rewards must be abundant. What are your thoughts? After expressing his ideas, Yi Kuei quietly observed the crowd. This proposal is quite commendable. I am on the verge of a breakthrough. Does that mean rewards will soon be mine? However, who will be responsible for providing these rewards? Kong Yifei furrowed his brows as he gazed at the animated discussions among the people and gently remarked, Yet, in the face of the entire world, where would such resources come from to reward the populace? Furthermore, it is likely that the otherworldly invasion will occur within a few years. Even with relentless cultivation in such a brief period, significant results may not be achieved, right? Indeed. As Kong Yifei's words settled, the discussions began to wane. Yi Kuei smiled with confidence and replied, Rest assured, as long as everyone dedicates themselves to diligent cultivation, substantial progress can surely be attained in a short span of time. Our world is anything but ordinary. This is a realm where the seeds of the chaos tree have taken root, far surpassing other worlds of similar caliber. Following the world's ascension, the seeds of the chaos tree have continually enhanced its essence. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is gradually elevating, and the constitutions of various beings within this world are progressively improving. All of this is transpiring unbeknownst to us. A world blessed by the chaos tree will always be the strongest among its peers, rivaling even those of a higher tier. Kong Yifei and the Qilin Emperor gazed at him in astonishment, pondering the source of his unwavering confidence. And what are the rewards? The Qilin Emperor inquired. He chuckled. Fear not, for I possess ample rewards to distribute. What? The individuals at the juncture exclaimed in unison. Did he just refer to me? Could it be that all the breakthrough rewards are provided by him? This is a matter involving the entire world. Just imagine the staggering quantity. How could he possibly possess such an abundance to bestow upon humanity? Nightshade spoke with such confidence for a reason. His recent tardiness was due to preparations for these very items. Although his ferocity falls short of the 20 billion threshold for a million draws, he can still engage in numerous 10 draws and 100 draws. While he may no longer regard these rewards after savoring the sweetness of transcendent quality, they are indeed highly coveted by others. Furthermore, with the world advancing, the veins of energy stones will increase dramatically, ensuring he possesses sufficient rewards for the breakthroughs of humanity. Do you truly have the means? The Kirin Emperor swallowed hard, astonished by the wealth of the corpse ancestor. If the corpse ancestor has enough rewards, that would be most advantageous. Kong Yifei nodded at Nightshade. Then it is settled. Let us discuss the details of the breakthrough rewards. And one more matter. Nightshade interjected, his voice resonating once more. The Blue Demon Realm is ruled by a Blue Demon King. Our world, too, requires a similar figure to maintain order. The individual worthy of this role in our realm is none other than myself. Henceforth, I shall be the sovereign of this world. Who is in favor? Who is opposed? Upon concluding his declaration, Nightshade unleashed his formidable aura, pressing down upon all the S-rank and above powerhouses, including the Kirin Emperor and Kong Yifei. They all fell to their knees, overwhelmed by an oppressive force. How terrifying! How could he possess such strength? Is he aiming for world domination? This must be the true intention behind his gathering of all S-rank individuals. No wonder he is willing to spend his own fortune. Yet, he indeed possesses such qualifications. Chapter 70. Unification. Yikuei surveyed the surroundings and, upon noticing the silence, broke into a grin and declared, "Very well, since no one speaks. We shall henceforth be the supreme rulers of this world." The Kirin Emperor parted his lips, preparing to voice his thoughts. Boom. The oppressive force bearing down upon him surged dramatically, rendering him unable to utter a word. Yikuei approached the Kirin Emperor, looking down at him with an indifferent gaze. "Surely, you wouldn't make any foolish decisions?" As his words echoed, the pressure on the Kirin Emperor vanished, allowing him to speak. He understood Yikuei's intent in dispersing the oppressive force. He wished for him to initiate his submission. Should he fail to comply, a great terror would undoubtedly befall him. Trembling, the Kirin Emperor proclaimed, "I, Yanlin, am willing to bow in submission to the corpse ancestor. I shall lead the way." Excellent. Those who recognize the times are indeed wise. Yikuei nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze toward Kong Yifei. "And you?" Kong Yifei's body stiffened, and he hesitantly raised his eyes to meet Yikuei's, filled with a struggle. Yikuei furrowed his brow, and the previously dissipated pressure reasserted itself, bearing down upon the human side. Kong Yifei's heart quaked at that moment, and he hastily declared, "I, Kong Yifei, am also willing to bow in submission to the corpse ancestor. I shall lead the way." As the words fell, Night Lord withdrew all his imposing aura, slowly ascending into the air to survey all present. "We are willing to revere the corpse ancestor as our leader. We are willing to revere the corpse ancestor as our leader." At that moment, all S-rank powerhouses raised their voices in unison towards Night Lord in the sky, whether out of genuine reverence or mere pretense. On the human side, Night Lord felt an intense awkwardness, proclaiming such words to himself. He cast a sidelong glance at Mu Yingling beside him, discovering her in a state of dejection. Had she been disheartened by the corpse ancestor's might? Ha ha ha. Splendid. The laughter of corpse ancestor Night Lord resonated through the air, his satisfaction evident as he regarded the compliant crowd. "Now, let us arrange for the establishment of the imperial city here. This shall become the imperial city of the entire world," he commanded. "You are to return and prepare, mobilizing the strength of the world to construct the imperial city within a month." Yes, everyone responded with utmost reverence. Before such a corpse ancestor, no one dared to entertain thoughts of rebellion. Furthermore, the corpse ancestor would serve as the greatest bastion against external invasions, a notion that allowed the crowd to begrudgingly accept their fate. Yet, they perhaps remained unaware that deep within their hearts, they were acknowledging Night Lord as the sovereign of this realm. This was the influence of the Chaos Tree Seed, which continually shaped the thoughts of the populace. Thus, while it seemed that Night Lord's unification of the world was a simple feat, in truth, it was indeed rather straightforward. After all, S-rank powerhouses from both factions pledged their allegiance to Night Lord. Those below S-rank naturally followed suit. At long last, the world has come to possess a true sovereign. A month later, at the very heart of the world, precisely at the confluence of the three races, a magnificent and awe-inspiring imperial city arose from the ground. The construction of this regal edifice necessitated the involvement of even SSS-level powerhouses to complete it within a mere month. Once the palace was established, the formidable Knight Kuei took residence within its grand halls. Within the imperial city, the three races coexist, divided into three distinct zones, with the architectural styles of the human and undead regions bearing striking similarities. In contrast, the Beastmen's area is steeped in a primal essence, as they have yet to reach the SSS level and thus cannot assume human forms, rendering human architecture unsuitable for their needs. A prominent structure within the imperial city serves as a bustling hub of activity, with individuals perpetually entering and exiting. This venue is the Breakthrough Exchange, where all who have transcended their realms among the three races may claim their hard-earned rewards. These rewards include energy stones, elixirs, weaponry, and cultivation techniques. The entire world has plunged into a fervent wave of cultivation, as everyone strives to hasten their breakthroughs and obtain their accolades. With the invincible Knight Kuei as a looming presence, although the three races remain adversarial, they dare not engage in open conflict. As time progresses, the combat prowess of the world escalates at an unprecedented rate. In the first year, the number of SSS-level beings increased by 5, while the SS level saw dozens added to their ranks. In the second year, the SSS level surged by another 9, and over 100 SS-level individuals emerged. The third year heralded an epic breakthrough, with the human prodigy Knight Kuei achieving SSS status at the tender age of 10. In the fourth year, the human Mu Yingling followed suit, attaining SSS status shortly after Knight Kuei. By the fifth year, the esteemed head of the Human Academy, Yi Lang, rose to SSS status, alongside the Beastman's Great Prince Yanmia and the Undead by Tianxia, both of whom also reached SSS status. As time passed, the world observed a remarkable acceleration in the pace of cultivation. What once required a year for a breakthrough could now be achieved in roughly a month. People found their minds considerably clearer, and their physical prowess greatly enhanced. In the sixth year, a significant event transpired. The human cultivator Mu Yingling challenged the world as sovereign, the corpse ancestor, only to be defeated in a single strike. In truth, the world had become quite peaceful, with the three races gradually embracing one another over time. However, the memories of the Void Empress lingered within Mu Yingling, seemingly harboring an indelible obsession with defeating the corpse ancestor. In the seventh year, the Knight family, once one of the four prominent human clans, unexpectedly welcomed three SSS powerhouses, Yi Zhanghe, Yi Kuangtu, and the patriarch of the Knight family, along with Yi Kuei, totaling 4 SSS individuals. This once revered clan ascended to become the foremost family in the world that year, earning the title of the leading family from the corpse ancestor himself, a designation no one dared to contest. By the 8th year, the corpse clans Yan Mo and Shou Cheng both achieved breakthroughs to SSS, while the wife of the beast clan's Qilin Emperor, Hu Ho, also reached SSS. In the 9th year, the corpse clan S2 Hong and the human cultivator Xiaofeng Yu attained SSS status. Yi Kuei was notably astonished by Xiaofeng Yu's breakthrough, as he was aware that the latter's innate talent was not particularly remarkable, yet he had unexpectedly transcended to SSS. A decade had swiftly elapsed, and the world was no longer dominated by SSS-level cultivators. Now, only those of SSS status possessed the qualifications to command the realm. As time has progressed, humanity has come to realize that the world has attained a state of stability, and the pace of cultivation has also found equilibrium. The populace has wholeheartedly acknowledged the corpse ancestor as the sovereign of this realm. Today, the entire world resonates with jubilant cheers, for the human Knight Kuei has transcended to an SSS rank, achieving the same status as the corpse ancestor, an existence at the spirit tier. Over the past decade, the corpse ancestor has revealed the circumstances of the Azure Demon realm. Faced with 3 formidable spirit tier beings in the Azure Demon realm, humanity has often felt powerless, as they possessed only the corpse ancestor at the spirit tier against their 3. Now, with the emergence of Knight Kuei as a spirit tier, they find a newfound sense of assurance. Chapter 71. Imminent confrontation above the clouds. 2 ethereal figures stand, one male and one female. The man possesses a strikingly handsome visage, adorned in a white brocade robe embroidered with golden patterns, a purple ribbon cinching his waist, and flowing hair framing his face, complemented by captivating golden eyes. The woman boasts a porcelain complexion resembling an egg, with phoenix eyes that shine like stars, her lustrous hair cascading down her back. She wears a gown of moonlight satin, akin to a celestial maiden descending from the heavens. Who are you now? The man inquired, his lips parting to reveal a voice rich with magnetism. The woman paused momentarily, delicately tucking a strand of her long hair behind her ear as she gazed at him. Who do you think I am? Mu Yingling. Haha, that's not entirely accurate. I am now a completely renewed Mu Yingling. These two individuals are Knight Kuei and Mu Yingling, who have matured over the span of 10 years. Mu Yingling has fully awakened the memories of the Empress of the Void, prompting Knight Kuei to pose such a question. You are indeed Mu Yingling. Knight Kuei gazed earnestly at his companion, his eyes brimming with undeniable conviction. Mu Yingling stared at him in a daze, and suddenly, a mysterious smile graced her lips as she declared, You think I am who I am? Indeed, I am. You are my wife, he asserted. Mu Yingling looked at him, speechless, bemused by how he had swiftly transformed from a serious demeanor to one of shameless audacity. I speak sincerely. Do you truly wish to be my wife? Knight Kuei resumed his serious expression, his gaze fixed intently upon her. Mu Yingling appeared torn, caught between words unspoken. As the Empress of the Void, she was proud and had never contemplated becoming anyone's wife, for no one had ever captured her interest. The reason no one had ensnared her affections was her unparalleled strength. No one could subdue her. However, Knight Kuei was an exception, consistently maintaining an advantageous position over her. She had often felt the impulse to acquiesce to him. Perhaps having a shoulder to lean on would not be so bad, yet the time was not right. An invasion from another realm loomed imminent. She resolved to address the matter after the crisis had been averted. Mu Yingling softly spoke, her eyes unwaveringly fixed on Knight Kuei. Very well. If after we resolve the impending invasion you still do not agree, then, hee. Knight Kuei suddenly broke into a mischievous grin, surveying Mu Yingling with a playful glint in his eyes. What will you do then? Forcefully pursue you. With that, before she could finish, Knight Kuei had already soared into the distance, his voice echoing in the air. Incorrigible scoundrel. With a delicate blush gracing her cheeks, Mu Yingling brandished her divine sword, fiercely striking toward Yi Kuei's retreating figure. Sensing the perilous slash approaching from behind, Yi Kuei turned with a subtle gesture, causing the attack to vanish without a trace. The potency of the spirit realm is indeed formidable. After Mu Yingling sighed, she soared in the direction of Yi Kuei. The two engaged in a spirited chase, swiftly returning to the imperial city, which stood majestically at the center of the world. Xiao Kuei and the others had arrived, playfully exchanging banter. How enviable! How wonderful it is to be young. Within the imperial city, Yi Kuei's family gazed upward, observing the rapid descent of Yi Kuei and Mu Yingling. With a firm landing, Yi Kuei looked at them with curiosity, inquiring, What brings you all here? At that moment, Yu Zhanga, Yi Kuang-tu, Yu Changkong, and the patriarch of the Yi family were present. As was customary, both his father and grandfather were engrossed in their cultivation, acutely aware of the formidable power of the Qingmo realm. At this juncture, Mu Yingling also landed beside Yi Kuei, having quelled her fierce demeanor, presenting a tranquil facade that starkly contrasted with her earlier pursuit of him. Yu Zhanga, with a grave expression, addressed him. Our kin have relayed news of disturbances in the passageway. We are preparing to confront the corpse ancestor. Upon hearing his father's words, a glint of determination flickered in Yi Kuei's eyes. It is about time. Then you should go ahead, he urged. Aren't you coming? No. Yi Kuei replied with a slight grimace. To face oneself alongside you all, while pretending, is truly unbearable. War is imminent. After Yu Zhanga and the others departed, Mu Yingling spoke in a hushed tone. Knight Kuei nodded slightly and remarked calmly, If it were 10 years ago, we would undoubtedly face defeat. However, that is no longer the case. Mu Yingling gazed at him in astonishment, sensing a profound confidence emanating from him. Knight Kuei's assurance was not unfounded. He possessed both the determination and strength to confront the realm of the blue demons, whether as the ancestor of corpses or as a human. Knight Kuei was an extraordinary entity. The ancestor of corpses wielded the ancient, formidable Eye of Destruction, a power he had mastered over the past decade. The human Knight Kuei had cultivated the Dragon Elephant 9 Sun suppression to the 6th level, and with the enhancement of his unparalleled foundation, he commanded a terrifying force of 60 million pounds. Furthermore, the 6 black suns within him were equally formidable. Even opponents of the same rank would fall swiftly before him. In truth, even if the blue demon realm did not invade, he was already prepared to launch an offensive. The following day, the world's sovereign issued a summons, and all gathered towards the original Cold family estate. The human Knight Kuei stood silently in midair, observing the distant space tremble as if something colossal were colliding within. Do you think we can prevail? Surely, we must be able to. We have 2 spirit ranks, yet they seem to possess 3. Can victory be quantified by numbers? Have you forgotten that Knight Kuei has always excelled in overcoming challenges beyond his rank? He could single-handedly confront 10 foes. Oh, your reasoning is quite compelling. The first arrivals engaged in fervent discussions regarding the impending invasion from another realm. As time passed, more and more individuals arrived. A tide so vast that it seemed endless, each one bracing themselves for the impending confrontation. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Azure Demon Realm, countless soldiers gathered, each adorned with expressions of excitement and bloodlust. The Azure Demon King stood at the forefront, enveloped in a shroud of dark azure mist that obscured his visage. Suddenly, 2 beams of dark azure light shot forth from the mist, which writhed and churned, exuding an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. Soon, I shall return. Once the Azure Demon Realm ascends to a mid-tier world, I shall once again step into that realm. A trembling voice emanated from the mist, brimming with excitement, anticipation, and longing. He hailed from an immensely powerful world, rich in spiritual essence, abundant in rare treasures, and rife with opportunities. The Azure Demon King yearned to return to his original world, yet he was unable to do so, for he had been exiled to this realm. Only by elevating the Azure Demon Realm to a mid-tier world could he reclaim his former existence, otherwise, death awaited him. Thus, he had relentlessly invaded other worlds, striving to expedite the ascension of the Azure Demon Realm. After such a prolonged exile, my brothers must have become extraordinarily powerful. If it weren't for this wretched place, my cultivation would undoubtedly surpass the pinnacle of the spirit realm. However, I shall catch up, for I will return bearing a celestial artifact. Chapter 72. The War of Two Realms. Crack. The fabric of space continuously fractured, a colossal rift slowly forming, with azure light streaming forth from its depths. It is coming. A glint of brilliance flashed in Yikuei's eyes as he spoke in a solemn tone. Countless warriors behind him anxiously awaited the arrival of the monstrous beings from the Blue Demon Realm. Suddenly, a tremor shook the very earth, and an innumerable swarm of shadowy figures surged forth from the colossal rift in space. In the blink of an eye, the number of creatures emerging from the fissure rivaled the military strength of this realm. The 2 armies stood at a distance, the forces of the 3 clans bracing for a formidable confrontation, while the army of the Blue Demon Realm radiated fervent enthusiasm. At the forefront stood 2 terrifying creatures with piercing blue eyes, coldly surveying the assembled forces of the 3 clans, their expressions replete with disdain. Such futile resistance. Wouldn't you agree, Wolf? Indeed, Hound. The 2 beings conversed nonchalantly, completely dismissive of the sheer might of over 10 billion troops from the 3 clans. How infuriatingly arrogant. The human Nightshade chuckled derisively, casting a glance at the 2 blue-eyed monsters. Oh, are you the spirit rank that our king spoke of? TSK. Just look at his delicate skin. He must be exceptionally tender. Let us tear him apart and divide him between us. A splendid idea. The 2 creatures, intrigued, turned their attention towards Nightshade, their gazes appraising him with an air of condescension. Nightshade's expression hardened as he softly retorted, a splendid idea indeed. I shall rend you both in twain shortly. Heh, are you angered? A voice echoed behind Nightshade, and a glinting claw lunged menacingly towards the nape of his neck. I am indeed angered. The claw pierced through Nightshade's form, revealing nothing but an afterimage. The true Nightshade had already repositioned himself behind the creature. So, I bid you farewell. With that, a resounding explosion ensued. The might of 60 million pounds erupted in an instant, as a fist, imbued with the force to shatter space, struck the back of the creature that had ambushed him. The monster was sent hurtling away, colliding with the ranks of the Qingmo Realm's army, reducing a swath of its creatures to mere fragments. Whoosh! Before Yikuei could retract his fist, a piercing sound cut through the air from his right. A cerulean tail struck him fiercely, sending him soaring. Excellent! After a preliminary skirmish, both sides had gleaned an understanding of each other's strength. To the skies. With that command, Yikuei and the 2 monsters ascended into the heavens. Attack! This seemed to serve as a signal, for as they soared into the clouds, both armies launched their charge. The war had officially commenced. In the sky and on the ground, all were engaged in a desperate struggle. The coalition of 3 races understood that there was no retreat. They could only fight to the bitter end. They had prepared themselves for the possibility of death, willing to sacrifice their lives if it meant preserving their world. However, after some time in battle, the allied forces realized they might not need to perish. The might of the Qingmo realm appeared less formidable than they had anticipated. In truth, it was not that the Qingmo realm's strength had diminished. Rather, the 3 races had grown stronger. Had they faced the Qingmo invasion a decade prior, they would have undoubtedly been swiftly routed. Over the span of 10 years, this world had undergone a profound transformation. With their combat capabilities now on par with the Qingmo realm, this was the terrifying potential of a world nurtured by the Chaos Tree. The allied forces grew ever bolder with each clash, as if invigorated by a potent elixir. Conversely, the creatures of the Qingmo realm became increasingly alarmed. Their experience was utterly unlike what they had envisioned. Moreover, it was their first encounter with such a situation. In their previous invasions of other worlds, they had found success with remarkable ease, as the Dark Demon King typically targeted only the weaker realms. Who could have anticipated that this particular world would grow so formidable in a mere decade? In the lofty skies, Mu Yingling wielded a divine sword with exquisite grace. Her movements fluid and elegant. With each swing, she unleashed slashing strikes imbued with spatial fluctuations. These strikes did not follow a linear trajectory at times. They would materialize unexpectedly from behind, and at other times, they would emerge from her left side. This was a manifestation of Mu Yingling's spatial abilities, allowing her to teleport her attacks at will. Her adversaries numbered 3, yet even against such odds, they found themselves beleaguered and overwhelmed. In another arena of battle, the undead entity by Tianxie and the human warrior Yuzhanga joined forces to confront 2 monstrous foes. The conflagration of black and white flames ignited the surrounding air, scorching it with their intensity. Although the two had not previously collaborated, they exhibited an astonishing synergy. The black and white flames appeared as if they were always meant to be united, their combined power multiplying several times over. Ha ha ha. The historical records of our clan were indeed accurate. The black flame and the white day complement each other perfectly. Yuzhanga exclaimed, casting an excited glance at Bai Tianxie, who remained silent in response. Meanwhile, Kong Yifei and the Qilin Emperor each faced off against their respective monsters, though their circumstances differed significantly. Kong Yifei struggled to hold his ground, while the Qilin Emperor pressed the attack, as the disparity in their strengths was evident. Although the Qilin Emperor was perceived as a younger brother in the eyes of Yi Kuei, he had once stood on par with the likes of the ancestor of the undead and the empress a millennium ago. Suddenly, Kong Yifei was struck and sent flying. As 2 monsters pursued him, intent on delivering a fatal blow, a cunning smile crept across Kong Yifei's face, as if a scheme had come to fruition. At that moment, a ripple in space heralded the appearance of Dean Yi Lang behind the monsters. Space was sealed. Caught off guard, the 2 creatures froze momentarily. In an instant, a slender silver dragon pierced through one of their bodies. Well done. Kong Yifei gave the Dean a thumbs up. Kiki. The Dean scratched the back of his head, feeling a touch embarrassed by the praise from his disciple, which made the old man slightly bashful. Continue to traverse the battlefield and assist others, Kong Yifei declared, then swiftly attacked the remaining monster. Now, in a one-on-one confrontation, he was entirely confident of vanquishing his foe. With a surge of spatial energy, the Dean vanished from sight. His mission was to navigate the battlefield using his spatial abilities, providing continuous support and launching surprise attacks. Amidst his relentless disruptions, the strength of the powerful beings from the Qingmo realm surged, as they now had to divide their focus to guard against the Dean's ambushes. In the sky, formidable warriors fell one after another, their lifeless bodies plummeting to the ground, some belonging to the 3 clans. Others from the Qingmo realm, while a rain of blood began to pour from the heavens. Though the ground battles lacked the dramatic flair of those above, they were far more brutal. As the conflict raged on, the earth transformed into a sea of blood, strewn with the corpses of fallen warriors, who fought valiantly atop the bodies of their comrades. Boom. At that moment, a blinding black light erupted from the clouds above, revealing 5 colossal black suns that loomed ominously in the sky. 5 black suns emitted a terrifying heat, clearing the clouds within a radius of thousands of miles above the sky. Night Kuei, brimming with battle fervor, gazed ahead at the 2 spirit-tier monsters. Chapter 73, The Corpse Ancestor and the Demon King. Suddenly, Night Kuei grinned, exclaiming, "The warm-up is over." As his voice resonated, the pupils of the 2 spirit-tier monsters constricted. A warm-up? They had just fought with all their might, yet the opponent claimed that was merely a warm-up. They acknowledged Night Kuei's formidable strength. But that intense battle could not possibly have been just a prelude. Evolution. Night Kuei intoned solemnly, and the 5 black suns erupted with a surge of dark light. He released 4 of the suns from within, retaining 1 to supply energy. As the dark light dissipated, the suns transformed into 5 3-legged golden crows radiating black luminescence. Upon the emergence of the golden crows, a tremor coursed through the hearts of the spirit-tier monsters. They sensed that each golden crow possessed an approaching spirit-tier prowess. Facing Night Kuei alone was already a significant challenge. Now, 5 golden crows appeared. What were they thinking? As they pondered silently, Knight Kuei's voice echoed from behind. Not good. In an instant of distraction, Knight Kuei seized the opportunity, and the two spirit tier monsters swiftly separated to evade. Boom. They narrowly dodged Knight Kuei's attack. But just as they exhaled in relief, a wave of heat surged towards them. Sizzle. Before they could react, a beam of dark light swept past them. A large patch of their azure scales fell away, revealing deep claw marks, blood oozing continuously from their wounds. What terrifying speed! The Golden Crows were renowned for their swiftness. And indeed they were fast. They exchanged terrified glances, simultaneously exclaiming, "Retreat." Before the echoes of their voices faded, they had already begun their descent towards the ground. Could they possibly escape? Knight's Despair scoffed derisively. Weren't you just intent on tearing me apart? Whoosh. 5 Golden Crows transformed into black beams of light, swiftly catching up to them. Faced with the terrifying speed of the Golden Crows, escape was utterly impossible. The two spirit tier monsters, their faces contorted in rage, turned to confront the incoming black beams with their own attack. 2 streaks of azure energy surged forth, aimed at the black beams. However, just as they were about to collide, the black beams deftly veered to the side, flawlessly evading their assault. How infuriating. The 5 strands of black light relentlessly pierced through them, and in no time, they were left battered and bruised. The azure scales adorning their bodies had nearly vanished, leaving them in a gruesome state. I shall send you on your way. Knight's Despair materialized before one of the spirit tier monsters, his fist radiating dark energy, aimed directly at the creature's head. Boom. With a resounding crash, the spirit tier monster's head was brutally shattered by Knight's Despair, transforming it into a headless corpse that plummeted rapidly. No. The other spirit tier monster cried out in anguish at the sight of the falling headless body. Cease your lamentations. It is time for you to join him. How could one conspire without the presence of the other? Knight's Despair grinned wickedly as he approached the other monster, unleashing a flurry of punches that rained down like a tempest upon his opponent. Bang, bang, bang. The ethereal creature was tossed about like a mere plaything by the Night Sovereign, its body battered and bruised by the relentless assault of the Golden Crow. Now rendered utterly defenseless, it stood no chance of retaliation. With a swift motion, the Night Sovereign plunged his right hand deep into the creature's chest, bringing this fierce confrontation to a swift conclusion. Let me see what your heart looks like, he declared, withdrawing his hand to reveal a still-beating heart clasped tightly within his grip. The ethereal beast, its eyes wide with terror, plummeted to the ground. Nothing remarkable, he remarked dismissively, before tossing the heart behind him, as the two creatures fell lifelessly. A surge of unbridled fury erupted from the Azure Demon King at the passage connecting to the Azure Demon realm. Curse it! 2 ethereal beings have perished, he bellowed, launching a frenzied assault upon the barrier that stood in his way. This translucent membrane was the sole obstacle to his wrath, trembling under the immense force of his strikes. With a resounding crash, the membrane finally succumbed to his relentless onslaught, shattering into fragments. Ha ha! The Azure Demon King laughed maniacally, transforming into a beam of deep azure light that surged into the passage. With a thunderous roar, a wave of overwhelming pressure emanated from the vast rift in space, silencing the battlefield. All combat ceased as fear gripped the hearts of the fighters. Tremble in terror, despair and hopelessness. I shall fill this world with despair. As the proclamation echoed, a swirling mass of deep azure mist slowly emerged from the rift. A pair of eyes, glowing with an ominous azure radiance, surveyed the battlefield with disdain. Incompetent fools! As the battlefield situation became clear, the cold voice of the Azure Demon King echoed once more. It was infuriating that his formidable army had yet to subdue the enemy, and that a stalemate had emerged. However, it no longer mattered. His descent had already sealed their fates. Upon the emergence of the spatial rift created by the Azure Demon King, all the creatures of the Azure Demon realm fell to their knees in terror, paralyzed in place. The armies of the 3 clans slowly retreated, although the enemy remained motionless. They dared not strike. An instinctive fear gripped them, a premonition that any act of aggression would lead to their immediate demise. Yi Kuei stepped forward, squinting at the swirling mass of dark azure mist. The Azure Demon King regarded Yi Kuei with a hint of surprise, inquiring, "Are you not the spirit tier entity from last time?" Yi Kuei responded with a grin. "Is there a problem?" The Azure Demon King slowly articulated, "Have you been hiding? Futile. For I will unearth him." Yi Kuei erupted into laughter as if he had heard the most absurd jest. "What are you laughing at?" the Azure Demon King demanded coldly. "He laughs at your arrogance." The figure of the corpse ancestor, Yi Kuei, materialized beside the human Yi Kuei, standing in solidarity. It was the corpse ancestor. With his appearance, the morale of the 3-clan army stabilized. Yi Kuei had previously managed to confront 2 spirit tier creatures alone, with the addition of the corpse ancestor, a dominator of this realm. Victory seemed attainable. The corpse ancestor's golden, heavy eyes slowly turned towards the dark azure mist, and he spoke with indifference. "Are you ashamed to reveal yourself?" As the sound descended, the radiance of the dual-colored pupils flickered, and the mist surrounding the Azure Demon King dissipated in an instant. The Azure Demon King, astonished, gazed at the corpse ancestor, realizing that he could effortlessly pierce through his mist, a remarkable feat. However, upon beholding the lofty golden pupils, an involuntary shiver coursed through him. As if a grave terror were about to descend, he quickly averted his gaze. The Azure Demon King was profoundly shaken, unable to look directly. What could those eyes possibly signify? It appeared that this invasion would prove exceedingly arduous, and he was aware that the opponent possessed a celestial artifact. "I had thought you would be as grotesque as the others," the corpse ancestor spoke slowly. With the mist's disappearance, the Azure Demon King's visage was revealed. A stark contrast to what many had envisioned. He possessed a human-like appearance. His face was strikingly handsome yet chilling, adorned with long, dark azure hair and matching eyes. Draped in a pitch-black robe, a cold glint flashed in the Azure Demon King's eyes as he softly declared, "They are merely tools I have created. Do not conflate them with my being." Hee. The corpse ancestor chuckled lightly, remaining silent. "It's up to you." The nearby human, Yikue, remarked with a smile. "What?" The armies of the three clans were taken aback by Yikue's words. Was it not the plan for the two to join forces against the Azure Demon King? Chapter 74. The might of the dual-colored pupils. The human Yikue gradually retreated to a distance among the three clan-strong warriors, observing with a composed demeanor. "Are you intending to face me alone?" The Azure Demon King calmly regarded the corpse ancestor. "Nevertheless, it matters not. Whether one or two, the outcome will be the same. Reveal your celestial artifact." "As you wish." The corpse ancestor does not overestimate his abilities, for the disparity in realms between the two is evident. The slaughtering demon spear materialized in his grasp. This is not the same one as before. The Azure Demon King gazed at his opponent in utter astonishment. He had been wounded by that artifact previously, leaving a deep impression, and it was certainly not this one. Moreover, this spear does not truly qualify as a celestial artifact. It can only be deemed a quasi-celestial artifact. How could such a multitude of celestial artifacts exist in a newly ascended world? Such treasures are rare even in his original realm. No matter how hard he pondered, he could not comprehend it. The Azure Demon King stared at the corpse ancestor with gleaming eyes, nearly drooling. If he could eliminate his opponent, he would acquire both a celestial artifact and a quasi-celestial artifact. The corpse ancestor, seemingly oblivious to his gaze, spoke indifferently. "Do you desire it? If so, come and take it." "Ha. Then I shall not hold back." The Azure Demon King grinned widely, and a slender sword appeared in his hand, exuding an aura that rivaled the slaughtering demon spear. This too is a quasi-celestial artifact, a gift from his father. Upon witnessing the opponent unveil his weapon, Yikue interjected once more. "Shall we engage in battle in the clouds?" "There is no need for such formality," the Azure Demon King replied coldly. The reason his opponent suggested fighting aloft was primarily to avoid collateral damage, but he was utterly indifferent. To him, the armies of the three clans and even his own kin were but mere ants. Their demise meant nothing. The corpse ancestor furrowed his brow slightly. The powerful beings of the three clans behind him were the foundation for future conquests in other realms and must not be caught in the fray. As he contemplated, a thought crossed his mind, and a colossal vessel, exuding an ancient aura, materialized above the heads of the three clans' army. A resonant hum filled the air as the demon refining cauldron unleashed an extravagant luminescent barrier, enveloping the entire army. "What is this?" "I do not know. It must be a means of protection employed by our ancestor of corpses. Who would have imagined that the ancestor of corpses possesses such benevolence?" The three clans' army engaged in animated discussions, gesturing towards the shimmering barrier, while the ancestor of corpses unexpectedly transformed in their minds into a figure of compassion. "It is truly a waste to utilize a celestial artifact to shield mere ants." The Azure Demon King sighed, shaking his head. "Against you. It would make no difference whether celestial artifacts were employed or not." The ancestor of corpses, Yikue, spoke the truth. For his most formidable asset at present was the ancient heavy eye. How lamentable it is that you do not grasp the chasm between the initial stage of the spirit realm and the great perfection. The Azure Demon King murmured softly, then slowly raised his slender sword, directing it at the ancestor of corpses. Whoosh! A streak of deep azure light, moving with such swiftness that it was nearly imperceptible, shot forth, arriving instantaneously before the ancestor of corpses. The corners of the ancestor's mouth turned upwards. An attack invisible to others was clearly discernible to him through his heavy eye. He merely tilted his head slightly, allowing the deep azure beam to zip past his ear and collide with the barrier projected by the demon refining cauldron. Boom! A thunderous impact resonated. Yet the barrier remained unscathed, not even vibrating minutely. Initially astonished that the ancestor of corpses had evaded his attack, the Azure Demon King then greedily fixated on the demon refining cauldron. The power of this celestial artifact exceeds imagination. It is undoubtedly among the elite even within the realm of celestial artifacts. It seems you truly have a fondness for my demon refining cauldron. Oh, is its name the demon refining pot? Indeed, quite remarkable. The Azure Demon King remained silent, unleashing a barrage of over 100 strikes towards the corpse ancestor. A dense swarm of dark azure beams surged forth. The corpse ancestor's eyes widened slightly, and with a flash of his dual pupils, he emitted 2 beams of divine light. Thunderous roars ensued. To the astonishment of the Azure Demon King, all his attacks were effortlessly obliterated by those mere 2 beams of divine radiance. Now it is my turn to strike. As the Azure Demon King stood in shock, the voice of the corpse ancestor echoed, "Devour the sun." The slaughtering demon's spear lunged forth with the ferocity of a tempest, its tip erupting with a black light that eclipsed the very sun, leaving all present with the sensation that it had been devoured. A mere parlor trick. The Azure Demon King's lips parted slightly, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. As the spear tip approached perilously close, he swiftly raised his sword to parry. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The brilliance of the corpse ancestor's dual pupils flickered, and the Azure Demon King suddenly perceived that his movements had slowed considerably. What is happening? His heart raced with disbelief once more. With a swift sound, he abandoned the notion of blocking with his sword and desperately contorted his body, narrowly evading the slaughtering demon's spear. Nonetheless, his shoulder was grazed, leaving a small wound. The Azure Demon King cast a glance at the minuscule trickle of blood on his shoulder, his eyes ablaze with fury. To be wounded by one at the initial stage of the spirit realm, what a disgrace. Yet, what followed was an even more humiliating turn of events. After the first strike missed its mark, the corpse ancestor swiftly launched a second attack. Devour the moon. The spear, initially thrusting forward, suddenly transformed its trajectory, gripped firmly by the corpse ancestor, sweeping outwards. A crescent-shaped wave of energy surged towards the Azure Demon King at close range. The opponent hastily raised his sword before him. With a thunderous roar, a terrifying shockwave propelled the Azure Demon King backwards, injuring not only him but also the formidable army of the Azure Demon realm behind him. As the Azure Demon King was sent flying, the sanguine ancestor's slaughtering spear slipped from his grasp, shattering the very fabric of space as it approached him. The Azure Demon King's pupils contracted in fear as he realized the deadly spear was now mere moments from him, leaving him little room to evade. With a furious roar, he twisted his body at the last possible moment, narrowly avoiding a fatal strike. The spear pierced through his left shoulder before promptly returning to the sanguine ancestor's hand. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. Just moments ago, the seemingly invincible Azure Demon King had been pierced by the sanguine ancestor's weapon. It was utterly unfathomable. That technique seems familiar. You employed it before, did you not? Night Marauder inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Night Sovereign. I taught him that. Night Sovereign replied, a curious sensation washing over him. For some reason, I feel a peculiar resemblance between you and the sanguine ancestor. Though your appearances differ, there is an undeniable similarity. Indeed, especially in your eyes. Night Marauder remarked. Upon hearing this, Mu Yingling chimed in. So you feel that way too. I thought I was the only one. The surrounding elites from the 3 clans began to voice their agreement. Night Sovereign sighed. Forget it. No need to explain. The more I elaborate, the more likely I am to slip up. I will tear you into pieces. The Azure Demon King suddenly unleashed a thunderous roar, his eyes ablaze with fury as if he could devour the corpse ancestor whole. Come forth. The corpse ancestor's dual pupils shimmered with a terrifying light, and the primal power transformed into several golden war spears, hovering silently above his head. Chapter 75. The Ferocious Points of the Night Emperor. Abruptly, an excited shout rang out from the crowd, and the entire army of the 3 clans fell into a sudden silence. This was swiftly followed by an earth-shattering chorus of cries, Night Emperor! Night Emperor! Night Emperor! Night Kuei was momentarily taken aback. gazing at the fervent army of the three clans, a subtle smile gracing his lips. His strength and merits had garnered unanimous recognition, and everyone was eager to bestow upon him the title of emperor. Mu Yingling observed Knight Kuei with a complex expression. She, the empress from a millennium ago, felt a sense of generational shift. Yet, now he was honored with the title of emperor, a status that seemed quite befitting. Oh dear, what am I thinking about? Mu Yingling abruptly shook her head, her cheeks flushing, her enchanting eyes fixated on Knight Kuei, reminiscent of a lovesick maiden. As the army of the three clans celebrated their victory in battle, the corpse ancestor, Knight Kuei, arrived at the Azure Demon realm. Knight Kuei furrowed his brow, surveying the desolate world. Apart from the scattered azure-scaled monsters, no other beings existed. What could the Azure Demon King be thinking to allow his world to descend into such a state? It seemed he cared not at all. This puzzled Knight Kuei, for as the sovereign of a realm, should one not aspire for their world to flourish and become ever more complete? Never mind, first, let us eliminate the Azure Demon King, then we shall plunder the essence of the world. After whispering this thought, Yi Kuei swiftly took to the skies, heading towards the distance. At this moment, the Azure Demon King had entered a palace, the sole structure in this realm. In a state of terror, he approached a formation and immediately drew his sword, allowing his blood to flow freely into the array. There was no time to waste. He had to return now, or he would be killed without mercy. Returning offered at least a glimmer of hope. Surely, his father would not be so heartless. He could sense that Yi Kuei had already infiltrated the Azure Demon realm, and it would not be long before the latter came knocking. At that point, his doom would be sealed. Rather than face such a fate, he would gamble everything to return to his original world. Hurry, hurry. The Azure Demon King anxiously gazed at the array, which flickered with radiant light. I have found you. At that moment, Yi Kuei's voice resonated behind him. The Azure Demon King turned around, his eyes wide with fear, only to find Yi Kuei, arms crossed, regarding him with a teasing gaze akin to that of a cat observing its prey. What do you want? The Azure Demon King posed a rather foolish question. Yi Kuei chuckled lightly, responding, of course, I intend to kill you. What else could it be? As Yi Kuei's words echoed, a chill enveloped the Azure Demon King, rendering him icy to the core. You cannot kill me, he suddenly shouted, slowly retreating towards the center of the formation. A glint of keen interest sparkled in Yi Kuei's eyes as he observed the array. He sensed a faint trace of spatial energy. Could it be that the Azure Demon King sought to escape through this formation? Perhaps we should first dismantle the formation, just to be safe. The primordial power of the dual-eyed entity manifested several battle spears, launching a direct assault on the Azure Demon King, who, already gravely injured, was swiftly sent flying. Knight Kuei thrust the slaughtering lance fiercely at the formation. No. The Azure Demon King cried out in desperation, yet the slaughtering lance showed no signs of halting. Boom. In the face of Knight Kuei's thunderous strike, the radiant formation shattered into countless fragments. No. At that moment of destruction, the Azure Demon King shouted in despair. Return. Knight Kuei softly commanded, and all the battle spears returned to hover quietly above his head. Where do you think you are going? Knight Kuei advanced step by step toward the Azure Demon King, speaking as he approached. The Azure Demon King, watching him draw closer, retreated nervously and stammered. You cannot kill me. If you do, it will bring devastation upon your world. Oh. Knight Kuei halted his advance, intrigued by the claim. Why do you say that? Seeing Knight Kuei stop, the Azure Demon King hastily explained, My father is a sovereign lord. If you kill me, he will undoubtedly annihilate you and your world. Knight Kuei paused, slightly taken aback, and inquired, What is a sovereign lord? As the words fell, the Azure Demon King also froze, staring at him in bewilderment. Is he jesting with me? A person of such high standing is asking me what a sovereign lord is? However, upon observing Knight Kuei's expression, he realized that the latter did not appear to be joking. Could it be that he truly does not know? A sovereign lord is the ruler of a sacred realm, capable of obliterating worlds of this lower order with ease. Thus, you cannot slay me. The Azure Demon King, uncertain whether his opponent was genuinely oblivious, hastily interjected. Oh, you possess a formidable father, yet why do you appear so feeble? Knight Kuei taunted, gazing at him with a mischievous glint. The Azure Demon King found himself momentarily speechless, at a loss for words. The very reason he had been banished to this realm was his utter ineptitude. He had to elevate this world to a medium level to prove his worthiness to return to his original domain. Thus, he had devoted himself solely to progression. neglecting the stewardship of this world, which had consequently fallen into desolation. However, he could never allow his adversary to uncover this truth, for such knowledge would undoubtedly lead to his demise, as he was merely a discarded being at present. With a hint of trepidation, the Azure Demon King asserted, "It is precisely because my strength is insufficient that I ventured out to hone my skills." Is that so? Knight Kuei observed the flicker of evasion in his gaze, aware that he was concealing something. Yet, we are now adversaries. Even should I spare you, you would likely seek vengeance later. Therefore, I conclude that it would be far safer to eliminate you. Knight Kuei gently caressed the murderer's magic spear, a smile gracing his lips. Should you take my life, my sovereign father would certainly learn of it. The terror of the Holy Lord cannot be measured by ordinary standards. If you spare me, I shall harbor no ill will. The Azure Demon King cautiously regarded Knight Kuei, his body trembling incessantly. Look at you, so pitiful. Just a moment ago, you were quite arrogant. Knight Kuei sneered derisively at him. Upon witnessing the disheveled appearance of the Azure Demon King, Yi Kuei instantly dismissed his words. If he truly had such a formidable father, why did he possess no celestial artifacts? Only a mere quasi-celestial sword? One would expect him to be equipped with at least some means of self-preservation during his endeavors. Contemplating this, Yi Kuei's eyes brimmed with murderous intent as he tightened his grip on the slaughtering demon spear. Perceiving the unmasked malice emanating from Yi Kuei, the Azure Demon King hastily cautioned, "Consider the consequences of attempting to kill me." "Oh, I am well aware," Yi Kuei replied with a grin, as the war spear above his head soared forth, unleashing twin beams of annihilating light. Boom! The terrifying assault reduced the entire palace to rubble, and the Azure Demon King was obliterated alongside it. "So what if you're the Holy Master? I shall reach that pinnacle myself one day," Yi Kuei declared with confidence. Although he was unfamiliar with the true power of the Holy Master, he was unwavering in his belief that, with the aid of the system, he would undoubtedly ascend to such heights, or even surpass them. In that very moment of the Azure Demon King's demise, in a nebulous realm, a towering figure slowly opened his eyes and coldly remarked, "Waste." Chapter 76. Night Emperor, Holy Master. Following the emergence of the war spear, a profound sense of peril surged within the Azure Demon King's heart. His fury was swiftly extinguished, replaced by a grave expression as he fixed his gaze upon the corpse ancestor. Simultaneously, a wave of confusion washed over him. How could someone at the initial stage of the spirit realm possess not one, but two celestial artifacts, and instill such a sense of danger within him? Particularly those eyes. They struck him with a terror surpassing that which he experienced in the presence of his own father, in a newly ascended lower realm. It is inconceivable for such an individual to exist, unless he, like himself, hails from another world and is likely a key-nurtured figure of a formidable power. Those two celestial artifacts were indeed bestowed upon him by his faction. Upon this realization, the Dark Demon King suddenly displayed a look of enlightenment. "You cannot possibly be from this world," he proclaimed with certainty. Hearing his words, the corpse ancestor felt a jolt within. He had unwittingly revealed that he was not of this realm. It seemed the other party was not as straightforward as he had initially assumed. Thus, the Dark Demon King's wild conjecture turned out to be somewhat accurate, even if it diverged significantly from his actual thoughts. Indeed, the Night Quake was not from this world. Observing the astonishment on the corpse ancestor's face, the Dark Demon King grew even more convinced of his theory. "I perceive your extraordinary combat prowess, coupled with the bestowal of two celestial artifacts. Your standing must be quite esteemed, I presume? Pray tell, from which world do you hail? Which power do you represent?" The Dark Demon King mused aloud. Since the other was a figure of considerable influence from another world, it seemed prudent to avoid inciting animosity. The underlying truth was his own fear of death, as a lingering sense of imminent danger clung to him. "I hail from the Flowery World, the Explosive Sky Gang," the corpse ancestor declared nonsensically. "Flowery World? Explosive Sky Gang?" The Dark Demon King's face was a canvas of confusion, as the name sounded rather ostentatious. "Why inquire so much? Let us battle," the corpse ancestor said impatiently, bewildered by the other's incessant questioning. With that, as the last words left the corpse ancestor's lips, a war spear forged from the primal force surged forth towards the Dark Demon King. The Azure Demon King, his fury escalating, swiftly brandished his sword, creating a cacophony of clashing sounds as his slender blade struck against the war spears. However, a wave of despair washed over him. Although these spears were not celestial weapons, their might was formidable. It felt as though each spear was wielded by an unseen hand, dancing with relentless precision, leaving him momentarily flustered. The corpse ancestor let out a soft chuckle and appeared before the Azure Demon King in an instant, delivering a powerful thrust that sent the latter reeling. Such audacity! The Azure Demon King retaliated with a sweeping strike, only to be repelled by multiple spears. Then, a colossal dark azure phantom surged forth from him, towering over 100,000 zhong, resembling those monstrous creatures with azure scales. The phantom loomed over the corpse ancestor, emanating a terrifying aura that caused the very fabric of space to tremble. Perish! The gigantic phantom raised its arm, casting a shadow over half the sky as it descended upon the corpse ancestor. The latter's gaze turned icy as he slowly lifted his head to meet the descending arm. His dual pupils radiated a dazzling light, revealing a tremor of annihilating darkness within his eyes. Boom! The destructive force of the dark light erupted from his gaze, shattering the surrounding space. The dark energy obliterated the colossal arm and surged onward with relentless momentum, fracturing the entire phantom in an instant. Yet, it did not end there. After dismantling the phantom, the dark light shot skyward, creating a vast rift that connected to the very heavens. With a sudden gasp, the Azure Demon King spewed forth blood, his expression a mixture of shock and terror as he beheld the corpse ancestor. The ephemeral shadow that had just appeared was his most formidable technique, channeling the entirety of his strength, yet it was utterly vanquished by two beams of dark light emitted from his opponent's gaze. This was a reality he found difficult to fathom. The corpse ancestor slowly withdrew his gaze, the destructive power in his eyes dissipating as he regarded the Azure Demon King with serene composure. At the moment the corpse ancestor looked his way, the Azure Demon King felt a shiver run through him. Those eyes were filled with indifference, as if they were the very eyes of the divine, presiding over all existence. No, this cannot continue. The Azure Demon King's eyes turned cold, and he swiftly darted towards the passage connecting to the Azure Demon realm. He was fleeing. At the instant he made his move, the monstrous army of the Azure Demon realm surged forward, as if driven mad by the loss of reason, launching themselves at the corpse ancestor. You cannot escape. The corpse ancestor cast a glance at the location of the passage, then regarded the throng of monsters with an air of detachment. Suddenly, his eyes flashed with brilliance, and the entire world seemed to dissolve into a blinding white haze. Thud! 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 The monstrous army continued to collapse to the ground, as a mere glance resulted in half of them losing their lives. The remainder is yours to handle, the corpse ancestor remarked before swiftly shooting forth, disappearing into the passage in an instant. How ruthlessly ferocious. There were millions of monsters, among which a significant number were rated SS. Indeed, it is exceedingly brutal, yet I find it exhilarating. Fortunately, the corpse ancestor is on our side, otherwise, gulp. The armies of the three tribes involuntarily swallowed hard, acquired 15 billion points of ferocity. The system's prompt sounded, and both the corpse ancestor Yi Kuei and the human Yi Kuei shared a grin. The Dark Demon King is indeed a benevolent soul, aware that he has not yet amassed sufficient malevolence, and has taken the initiative to bestow upon him a gift. However, it seems insufficient. Perhaps another round could be in order. Nightshade turned to the assembled forces of the three clans, a smile gracing his lips as he proclaimed, "Let us gather to witness the meteor shower." His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly among the ranks, eliciting expressions of confusion from the collective. Yet, those few familiar with Nightshade's tendencies felt their lips twitch. He was about to unleash a devastating onslaught. With a resounding rumble, countless meteors plummeted from the heavens, launching indiscriminate attacks that engulfed the entire battlefield. The earth trembled violently, akin to a seismic quake, as anguished cries arose from the monstrous army. Meanwhile, the forces of the three clans, shielded by the protective aura of the demon refining cauldron, beheld this magnificent meteor shower in awe. Boom! As the final meteor struck, the earth ceased its violent shuddering. The three clans hurriedly turned their gaze to the monstrous army, only to behold a scene of utter devastation. The landscape was marred by craters and strewn with remnants of meteoric debris, countless severed limbs littering their view. The already diminished monstrous army, ravaged by the corpse ancestor, was entirely obliterated by Nightshade's meteor shower. Gulp! The sound of swallowed breath echoed from the ranks of the three clans. Indeed, he remains as ruthless as ever. Fortunately, Nightshade is on our side. Acquired 5 billion points of malevolence. Why so little? Just moments ago, the corpse ancestor had amassed 15 billion points. System? Ding. The system has detected a loophole. The host simultaneously acquired malevolence points from two identities within the same group of individuals. The brutal points that should have been deducted this time will be issued with a discount, considering it is a flaw within the system itself. Now that the issue has been rectified, there will no longer be occurrences of receiving double brutal points. The vexatious system, return to me my double joy. Chapter 77, The Huaxia Realm Stands Him? Yikue suddenly felt a pang of unease, his brows knitting together in a puzzled expression. It was as if someone were observing him, yet he could not discern the source. Never mind, let us first seize the world's essence from the Qingmo realm. System. How does one go about plundering the world's essence? Ding. The host can contact the seed of the chaos tree. It will instruct you on the procedure. Upon hearing the system's response, Yikue promptly communicated with the seed of the chaos tree. In truth, there was no need for Yikue to take any action. The chaos tree seed could autonomously extract the world's essence from the Qingmo realm. However, there were two methods. One was to devour all the essence of the Qingmo realm completely, leading to its utter annihilation. The other was to merge the Qingmo realm with Yikue's own world. The former was preferable. The desolate Qingmo realm held no value for merging. Yikue swiftly made his decision and contacted the Chaos Tree Seed to initiate the plunder. As the Chaos Tree Seed began to extract the essence, the Qingmo realm emitted a wail of despair. The might of the Chaos Tree Seed was beyond the capacity of the Qingmo realm to resist. Furthermore, as the vanquished sighed, the Qingmo realm was in an exceedingly vulnerable state. Knight Kuei gazed upon the sorrowful realm of the blue demons, murmuring to himself, the law of the jungle, where the weak are devoured by the strong, remains an unchanging truth. Perhaps one day, I too shall become another's sustenance. Yet, I refuse to be reduced to mere prey. Thus, I must incessantly grow stronger, relentlessly seize what I desire. This is merely the beginning. After uttering these contemplative words, Knight Kuei swiftly soared towards the passage, for this world was steadily descending into chaos. On the other side of the passage, the forces of the three clans observed with palpable tension. Although the corpse ancestor was in pursuit of the Blue Demon King, a lingering anxiety shadowed them until a resolution was reached. Whoosh! The figure of the corpse ancestor, Knight Kuei, emerged from the passage, casting a disdainful gaze upon the assembled armies. With his lips parting slightly, he proclaimed, "The realm of the blue demons has ceased to exist." Harnessing the power of the Chaos Tree Seed, his voice resonated throughout the entire world, reaching even those beings who were not present on the battlefield. Suddenly, the world fell into a profound silence, as if all living things were frozen in time. This stillness was soon shattered by an eruption of jubilant cheers. Long live the corpse ancestor! The crisis that had haunted the hearts of all for a decade had finally been dispelled, leaving many with tears of joy. "Return to the imperial city," commanded the corpse ancestor, Knight Kuei, with a grand wave of his hand, addressing the armies of the three clans with an air of authority. "At your command," came the resounding reply that soared to the heavens. Their respect for the corpse ancestor, the hero who had saved the world, was sincere and profound. Among them were the Kirin Emperor, Kong Yifei, and the reincarnated Empress Mu Yingling. Regardless of past grievances, in this moment, all animosity seemed to dissolve into the ether. The three clans' army returned triumphantly to the royal city, awaiting in serene anticipation, while the corpse ancestor Yikue stood atop the city walls, surveying them. This victory shall serve as the cornerstone of a new world. Our realm shall relentlessly ascend to greater heights. Henceforth, our imperative is to proactively invade other worlds. Let us fortify our domain. Rather than remaining passive, it is far more prudent to strike first. Only by becoming the strongest shall we fear no adversary. As the words of the corpse ancestor resonated, the three clans' army fell momentarily silent. To invade other worlds? Was the implication that perpetual warfare lay ahead? Was such a course truly necessary? At that moment, the human knight Kuei gracefully alighted upon the city walls, standing shoulder to shoulder with the corpse ancestor. Indeed, the corpse ancestor spoke truthfully. Only by strengthening our world can we repel incursions from other realms, just as the recent invasion from the Qingmo realm occurred. Why did they choose to invade us? It was because they perceived us as weak, emboldening their aggression. Had we been formidable from the outset, would they have dared to entertain such notions? The law of the jungle remains unchanged. The weak are preyed upon by the strong. After the human knight Kuei's declaration, the three clans' army was once again struck by contemplation. Indeed, had we been superior to the Qingmo realm from the beginning, they would have never dared to launch an invasion. The cosmos surely harbors more than just the Qingmao realm. Perhaps a more powerful world may soon set its sights upon us, leaving us vulnerable and at their mercy. The corpse ancestor Yikue scanned the assembly, his voice resonating with gravity. Do you wish to be hunters or prey? Hunters. The three clans' army responded without hesitation. What is the hunter to do? Hunt. Yikue nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, the entire world suddenly shook. What is happening? Is there another invasion from another realm? Concerned expressions spread across the faces of the people. There is no need for alarm. Our world is growing stronger. Yikue proclaimed with a smile, his voice resonating throughout the realm. Upon hearing his words, the populace collectively sighed in relief. As the tremors subsided, the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth noticeably thickened, and the expanse of the world expanded, albeit less dramatically than during the previous ascension. In a secluded space at the edge of the world, terrifying energy churned restlessly. Even Yikue dared not approach it. The seed of the chaos tree trembled slightly, and a slender crack began to form. Soon, a tender green sprout emerged from the seed. With a resonant hum, the space filled with chaotic power. The small green sprout swayed continuously, as if proclaiming its exuberance. At that moment, both Yikues were momentarily taken aback. They realized they could now observe every corner of the world at will, possessing an intimate understanding of all within it. The power of the world also enveloped them, bringing an unparalleled sense of comfort. Suddenly, two formidable auras erupted skyward from the walls of the imperial city, causing the three clans' army and the people within the city to kneel in submission. Under the baptism of the world's power, both Yikues simultaneously broke through to the mid-stage of the spirit realm. The kneeling crowd was left astonished, their eyes brimming with excitement. The corpse ancestor and the Night Emperor had ascended. Their world shall become even more formidable. Ha ha. After a fit of wild laughter, Yikue reigned in his imposing presence, casting a dual gaze upon the vast armies of the three clans below. It is time for our world to bear a name. Henceforth, this realm shall be known as Huaxia. As Yikue's voice resonated, every living being in the world silently echoed the two characters, Huaxia. At that moment, Yikue's voice rang out once more. From this day forward, the Huaxia realm shall be jointly governed by me and the Night Emperor. Mu Yingling shall reign as the king of the human race. The Qilin Emperor shall preside over the Beast Clan. Wei Tianxia shall rule as the king of the undead. The Huaxia realm is established. Chapter 78. The Great Competition and Engagement. In the first year of Huaxia's establishment, it was a momentous occasion. Today marks a special day in the imperial city at the heart of the world. The atmosphere is vibrant and bustling, with a colossal arena standing proudly at the center. Surrounding the arena is a throng of excited individuals from the three clans. On the stage, two figures are engaged in a rapid exchange of blows, while the crowd erupts in cheers and encouragement. This is the grand competition decreed by Yikue, held once every decade, and this year marks its inaugural session. Having unified the world, he feared that the absence of conflict might lead the populace to neglect their cultivation. Thus, he sought to foster an atmosphere of rivalry. In addition to rewards for breakthroughs, he introduced this grand competition among the three clans. The existence of such a competition implies rankings, and no race desires to be relegated to the last position. He also apportioned the world's resources into three parts. The first place shall receive the most, the second place slightly less, and the third place the least. Thus, whether for the sake of ranking or resources, they are all earnest in their approach to the grand tournament of the three clans, dedicating themselves to rigorous training. Each individual harbors the aspiration to bring glory to their race, showcasing their prowess on the arena. There exists the possibility that they may catch the attention of the two world sovereigns and be taken as disciples. The tournament is straightforward, categorized by realms. Each realm constitutes a group, with Yikue having realigned the realms of the Huaxia realm to mirror that of the Qingmao realm. The postnatal stages from 1st to 9th rank, the innate stages of initial, middle, late phases, and the great perfection, along with the spiritual stages of initial, middle, late phases, and the great perfection. The postnatal stages form one group, the innate stages form another, and the spiritual stages constitute yet another. However, currently, there are only two Yikue at the spiritual stage, hence no participants from that tier for the time being. The corpse ancestor and the Night Emperor sit quietly upon their elevated thrones, observing the grand tournament of the three clans. The monarchs of the three clans sit beneath them, barred from participating. At this moment, the decisive clash within the innate realm unfolds, featuring the corpse clan's Tu Hong against the human clan's Yuquang Tu. Their battle is intensely fierce, with the arena saturated in terrifying energy. Yet, no energy escapes the confines of the arena. for it is surrounded by a barrier crafted by Yi Kuei utilizing the power of the world, which even those at the spiritual stage find challenging to breach. Who do you think will emerge victorious? The Qilin Emperor, Yanlin, turned to the two beside him. Mu Yingling replied calmly, Tu Hong. Yanlin, taken aback, inquired, why do you not let Kong Yifei take the stage? If he were to compete, victory in the innate realm would undoubtedly belong to him. She seeks to hone the younger generation. Bai Tianxia subtly cast a glance at Mu Yingling. Mu Yingling remained silent, tacitly acquiescing. Yanlin gazed deeply at her. It was widely known that Mu Yingling was the reincarnation of the Empress of the Void. The formidable nature of her being was no mere coincidence. Whether it was her self-sacrifice to seal the corpse ancestor millennia ago or her current decision to relinquish the top position for the sake of honing her kin. Such acts necessitated immense courage. A resounding crash echoed from the arena, followed by the sight of Yi Kuangtu sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. Tu Hong was not in much better condition, trembling as he stood a short distance away, equally breathless. I concede, Yi Kuangtu declared decisively. Applause erupted from the audience as they applauded the thrilling battle, regardless of their respective races. The corpse ancestor rose and casually waved his hand, dissipating the barriers surrounding the arena. In the competition of the innate realm, Tu Hong of the corpse clan claimed first place, followed by Yi Kuangtu of the human clan in second, and Yin Mia of the beast clan in third. In the contest of the acquired realm, Minghua of the human clan secured first place, with Huxing of the beast clan in second, and Inya of the beast clan in third. The scores of the innate realm outweighed those of the acquired realm. Thus the rankings for this tri-clan competition were first for the corpse clan, second for the human clan, and third for the beast clan. Indeed, the primary focus of the competition was the rankings of the higher realm. Even though the corpse clan had no one in the top 3 of the acquired realm, Tu Hong's success in the innate realm granted them the top position. Naturally, had the top 3 in the acquired realm been all from the human clan, the first place would have been rightfully theirs. The reward for the first place in the innate realm was a heavenly grade weapon, while the first place in the acquired realm received an earthly grade weapon. The rewards for breaking through beyond the top 10 in the two realms have doubled. Oh, how marvelous. It turns out there are rewards. Those are heavenly tier weapons. How enviable. I must strive diligently as well, even if I do not attain first place. Securing a position within the top 10 would still allow me to claim double the breakthrough rewards. Observing the crowd captivated by the allure of the rewards, Yi Kuei revealed a satisfied smile. With a staggering 20 billion ferocity points, those rewards posed no challenge for him. As long as he could elevate the fervor for cultivation among the populace, he was willing to offer abundant rewards in return. Thus, the grand competition among the 3 clans came to an end. Applause erupted once more. The corpse ancestor raised his hand, gently signaling for silence, and the applause ceased instantly, with the crowd gazing at him in anticipation. Today is a momentous occasion, not only marking the inaugural competition among the 3 clans but also the joyous day for our Night Emperor. As the words of the corpse ancestor resonated, confusion spread among the onlookers. For today, the Night Emperor is to be betrothed to the human clan's king, Mu Yingling. Wow! The audience surrounding the arena gasped in astonishment. Engaging in hushed conversations. Silence. Let us now bear witness to the betrothal of the Night Emperor and Mu Yingling. With the corpse ancestor's declaration complete, an extraordinary hush enveloped the arena, all eyes fixated upon the Night Emperor and Mu Yingling. The Night Emperor's lips curled into a faint smile as he slowly approached Mu Yingling, who, blushing, gazed up at him, her delicate hands unsure of where to rest. Regarding the matter of betrothal, Yi Kuei had indeed discussed it with the other party, who had readily consented. As Yi Kuei gazed upon the delicate and lovely Mu Yingling, a swell of pride surged within him. After over a decade of strategic efforts, he had finally won her heart. Today, let everyone bear witness to our union, Yi Kuei proclaimed with a beaming smile. A radiant light then appeared in his hands, drawing the attention of all present. Buzz. With a resounding echo, a suit of pristine white armor materialized in Yi Kuei's grasp. He extended the shimmering artifact toward Mu Yingling and declared, "This white phoenix battle armor is my betrothal gift." Mu Yingling stared in astonishment at the armor, sensing its nature as a rare treasure, exuding an aura even more formidable than her celestial-grade divine sword. Of course, this was a quasi-immortal weapon, a prize Yi Kuei had won through a lottery. "Is this truly for me?" Mu Yingling inquired softly. "Absolutely." Upon Yi Kuei's affirmation, Mu Yingling gradually accepted the armor, her beautiful eyes sparkling with joy. "How enviable! That armor is extraordinary." Naturally, anything presented by the Night Emperor is bound to be a masterpiece. "Oh, If only the Night Emperor would take notice of me. Pa, you? Have you even looked in the mirror? How could you compare to the former empress of the current king of humanity? Thus, the inaugural competition among the three clans concluded amidst an atmosphere of celebration. Chapter 79. In the intermediate world, the six-clawed golden dragon following their betrothal. Yu Kuei and Mu Yingling arrived at the Yi family home, where both families gathered to fervently discuss the date of their impending union. The sudden betrothal of Yi Kuei and Mu Yingling has sparked discontent, with both families' elders seemingly oblivious to the arrangement. Moreover, they have yet to set a date for the wedding, rendering the engagement rather questionable. The two can only stand in silence, subjected to their elders' reproaches, devoid of any semblance of dominion or authority. At that moment, Yi Kuei was momentarily taken aback as a glimmer of insight flickered in his eyes. The Chaos Tree had contacted him. He had tasked the Chaos Tree with probing into other realms, and after a year, it had finally unearthed a medium world. However, the thought of venturing into this medium world with his current strength was akin to courting death. In such a realm, while the spirit level may not be easily subjugated, it certainly does not signify true power. Only after he had genuinely mastered his own world did he comprehend the formidable nature of medium worlds. They were beyond the comparison of any inferior realm. Perhaps only the long-evolved Huaxia world, nurtured over countless years, could rival it. The Blue Demon King's ambition to elevate the Blue Demon realm by annexing an inferior world was indeed laughable. Alas, it would be prudent to forego any thoughts of the medium world for now. He was not yet worthy of such an endeavor. He could only continue his explorations. With a heavy heart, Yi Kuei sighed in disappointment. Just then, a beam of golden light erupted from deep within the palace, soaring towards the heavens. Accompanying this spectacle was a resounding dragon's roar that reverberated throughout the realm, unleashing an overwhelming pressure. All living beings turned in terror to gaze upon the celestial golden light. Yi Kuei was initially startled, but soon his excitement propelled him towards the depths of the palace. It appeared that Xiao Zhou's evolution had reached completion. As Yi Kuei approached the location where the golden light erupted, an overwhelming pressure enveloped him, causing considerable discomfort. Were it not for his bond with Xiao Zhou, he might have been forced to the ground by such fearsome might. Could it be that Xiao Zhou has transcended the spirit tier? Yi Kuei gazed blankly at the radiant glow. Suddenly, a resounding dragon's roar echoed throughout the world, and the sky transformed into a brilliant gold. The earth cloaked in a veil of shimmering light. A colossal figure emerged in the golden-lit sky, estimated to be several 100,000 zhang tall. Thunderous roars resonated as the gigantic silhouette traversed through the clouds. Moments later, the golden light dissipated, revealing the true form of the figure, a six-clawed golden dragon. Its immense body weaving through the clouds, emanating an aura of terrifying dominance. Xiao Zhou. Yi Kuei's thoughts stirred, and his voice reverberated within the dragon's mind. Big brother. The six-clawed golden dragon's eyes sparkled with joy as it swiftly turned its gaze towards Yi Kuei in the imperial palace, then propelled its massive form towards the palace. Stop. Your colossal body will devastate this place. Yi Kuei exclaimed urgently to deter the dragon. Yu Jiu paused momentarily, then with a flash of golden light, it shot directly to the spot before Yi Kuei. Boom. The golden light struck the ground, erupting in a blinding radiance, causing Yi Kuei to instinctively shut his eyes. When he opened them again, he was left utterly astonished at what lay before him. Just 5 meters ahead stood a delicately crafted little girl, appearing to be around 7 or 8 years old. She possessed golden hair and eyes, adorned with 2 petite dragon horns atop her head, and was now gazing at Yi Kuei with palpable excitement. What truly left Yi Kuei in a state of astonishment was not the peculiarities surrounding him, but rather the fact that the other party stood before him in utter nudity, completely bare. Elder brother, the little girl chirped, her tiny feet scampering towards Yi Kuei. The utterance of elder brother snapped Yi Kuei back to reality, prompting him to hastily respond, Xiao Zhou, please put on some clothes first. Why should I wear clothes? I have always been without them. Xiao Zhou halted before Yi Kuei, biting her finger and innocently inquiring. Ahem. When you take on human form, it is imperative to wear clothing. Your body should not be exposed to others. Oh. Xiao Zhou still appeared perplexed, yet she complied with his instructions. With a flick of her hand, a delicate golden dress materialized upon her. Is it acceptable now? Observing the now dressed Xiao Zhou, Yi Kuei couldn't help but marvel inwardly. What a stunning little loli. Yes, that will suffice. Remember, whenever you transform into human form, you must wear clothing. Yi Kuei reiterated gravely, his tone imbued with seriousness. All right, I understand. Xiao Zhou pouted in response. Noting her apparent displeasure, Yi Kuei sought to clarify. You are a girl. It is improper for others to see your body indiscriminately. But what if someone does see me? Eliminate them. A glint of ferocity flashed in Yikue's eyes as he stated emphatically. But didn't elder brother just see me? What should we do now? Xiaojio furrowed her brow. Her face contorted in a dilemma. Elder brother does not count. Splendid. That means I need not kill elder brother. Knight Kue, did you truly intend to kill me just now? By the way, what realm do you currently occupy? Little Gio, biting her finger, replied, according to the memories of my inheritance, I am at the pinnacle of the primordial stage. Is the primordial stage above the spiritual stage? Yes, indeed. Little Gio nodded vigorously. After the spiritual stage comes the primordial stage, and beyond that lies the honored stage. Beyond that, I am uncertain. The inherited memories did not elaborate. Knight Kue pondered deeply, realizing from her words that there are indeed realms higher than the honored stage. In that case, the spiritual stage seems rather insignificant. Suddenly, Knight Kue fixed his gaze upon Little Gio and earnestly inquired, what is your combat prowess? Can you contend with the honored stage? As an ancient divine beast, the future nine-clawed ancestral dragon, surely your power surpasses your current realm, right? It should be possible, although I have not fought against the honored stage. So I am not entirely sure, Little Gio replied with uncertainty. A smile crept upon Knight Kue's lips as he made a decision in his heart. He resolved to take Little Gio to that intermediate world to explore the situation. With Little Gio, the primordial stage pinnacle six-clawed golden dragon. Alongside his own 200 billion fierce points, surely they could ensure their safety. With that thought, Knight Kue cheerfully suggested, how about I take you to another world for some fun? He looked rather like a mischievous uncle trying to lure a little girl. Little Gio's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, yay, let's go to another world to find delicious food. Indeed, Knight Kue gently patted her little head. Soon, Yikue led Xiaojio to the space where the chaotic tree resided. Wow, this little sprout appears incredibly delectable. Xiaojio's lips suddenly dripped with a glimmering golden nectar. The chaotic tree trembled slightly, slowly retreating from their proximity. Both were undeveloped beings of the Tao level, and Xiaojio posed a significant threat to the chaotic tree. Thud. Yikue gently tapped Xiaojio's head and said, the chaotic tree is not for consumption. It is your companion. Oh. Xiaojio, disappointed, wiped away the golden nectar at the corner of her mouth, yet her gaze remained fixated on the chaotic tree. Chapter 80. Kindred Spirits? Yikue looked at Xiaojio, the glutton, with exasperation. In her eyes, it seemed as though everything was fair game for consumption. Do not entertain thoughts of devouring the chaotic tree. Moreover, it is not easily provoked. I advise you to keep your desires in check. Observing the little eyes darting about, Yikue issued a reluctant warning. His words held truth. Should Xiaojio confront the chaotic tree, it would lead to mutual destruction. This was still an undeveloped chaotic tree, if it were to fully mature. Even the nine-clawed ancestor dragon would not stand a chance against it. The chaotic tree embodied the power equivalent to that of a chaotic world. A thought both daunting and profound. Understood. Xiaojio waved her hand dismissively. She, too, could sense the chaotic tree's formidable strength and acknowledged its bond with Yikue. Yet the crystalline droplet continued to escape her lips uncontrollably. Yikue chuckled softly, shaking his head, and chose to ignore Xiaojio, establishing a mental connection with the chaotic tree to open a passage. The chaotic tree responded to him, revealing that the passage would only remain open for an instant, necessitating their swift passage at that very moment. It was not that the chaotic tree was incapable of sustaining the passage. Rather, the concern lay in the fact that the opposite side was a medium world, where the location of the Huaxia realm could easily be divulged. Hence, the chaotic tree would only open a diminutive passage and would promptly close it before being detected. For otherwise, the Huaxia realm would be in peril. Very well, you may open it. Knight Kue nodded, gesturing for the chaotic tree to unveil the passage. With a hum, a portal with a diameter of 5 meters materialized, and without hesitation, Knight Kue seized Little Gio and rushed inside. Upon their entry, the chaotic tree swiftly sealed the passage. Oh, so this is the medium world? Knight Kue mused, surveying his surroundings with curiosity. The spiritual energy in the air is exceptionally dense. He and Little Gio found themselves in a remote mountain, quietly observing their environment. Suddenly, Knight Kue froze. He realized he had lost all contact with Knight Emperor of the Huaxia realm. System, you are currently situated in 2 distinct worlds, and the passage has been closed. Thus, communication is, of course, impossible. If contact were possible, that would indeed be peculiar. Well, it's fine if we cannot communicate, after all. With Knight Emperor present, nothing too alarming should arise, right? By the way, he should be able to reach you through the system, correct? Affirmative. Then why not facilitate communication for me in the interim? Suddenly, a roar echoed, followed by the sounds of a fierce battle. Let us investigate. Knight Kuei and the six-clawed golden dragon, Knight Jiao, swiftly made their way toward the source of the commotion. Three elegantly dressed youths were besieging a 7- or 8-year-old boy. Yet, the boy exhibited remarkable prowess, skillfully maneuvering amidst his three attackers, his petite figure deftly weaving between them. All four individuals were at the mid-stage of innate talent. Knight Kuei, observing the fierce skirmish, quietly spoke. He sensed an inexplicably strange aura emanating from the young boy, akin to that of a kindred spirit. Yet he felt a sense of repulsion. Why did he feel this way? There was undoubtedly something amiss with the boy. He would capture him later for further examination. Roar. Just as Knight Kuei pondered, a fierce growl erupted. The boy opened his mouth, revealing two elongated fangs, and bellowed at the three youths. You wretched beasts, dare you resist? Prepare to meet your demise. The three youths exchanged glances, nodding in unison, before simultaneously drawing their long swords and pricking their fingers, allowing blood to drip onto the blades. Swiftly, the three swords suddenly radiated a blinding light, rushing towards the boy with the speed of lightning. The boy, undeterred, raised his fist to meet the oncoming blades. With a thunderous crash, he was sent flying over 100 meters, crashing through a row of sturdy trees, while the swords clattered to the ground. Indeed, these creatures possessed bodies as tough as steel, managing to withstand our assault with bare hands. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been pierced through in an instant. Let us depart. Although he withstood our attack, he surely did not emerge unscathed. Seizing this opportunity, the three began to retrieve their swords and walked slowly towards the boy. The young boy, his mouth smeared with blood, regarded the three approaching figures with a cold, unwavering gaze. Fear was absent from his demeanor, replaced instead by an indomitable spirit of defiance. Die! The trio of youths stood before him, simultaneously thrusting their swords forward. The boy let out a fierce roar, his face contorted in rage as he raised his fist to strike at his adversaries. It appeared that action was imminent. Otherwise, the boy would surely perish. As a voice echoed in the air, Nightshade materialized between the two parties. With a graceful flick of his wrist, he sent the three youths hurtling away while, with the other hand, he leisurely grasped the boy's fist. Who are you? The sudden appearance of Nightshade left both the youths and the boy filled with questions, and their recent encounter had made it evident that Nightshade possessed formidable strength. Pleased to disregard the three, Nightshade turned his full attention to the boy, scrutinizing him intently. The boy furrowed his brow, attempting to retreat, yet found himself firmly ensnared by the stranger's grip, unable to break free despite his efforts. I understand now. In this close proximity, Nightshade finally comprehended the source of his earlier sensation. This boy was indeed of the undead, albeit of a different kind than his own. It was akin to the distinctions made between different ethnicities in a past life. Hey, we're asking you a question. Don't meddle in our affairs. We are from the Sword Origin sect. That boy in your grasp is a man-eating monster. Nightshade slowly turned his gaze towards the trio, a grin spreading across his face as he replied, I, too, am a man-eating monster. What? With a sudden flourish of his hand, Knight Kuei summoned three headless corpses before the bewildered trio. You must sense it as well. We are of the same kind, he remarked, casting a cheerful glance at the young boy. The boy nodded slightly, acknowledging his understanding. Thud, are you incapable of speech? The six-clawed golden dragon materialized beside the boy, delivering a hefty tap to his head. The boy remained transfixed, gazing at the exquisite little girl beside him, utterly motionless. I'm speaking to you, Xiaojiao huffed, arms akimbo, her impatience palpable. Why yes. Since Xiaojiao's appearance, the boy's attention had been entirely captivated by her, his eyes radiating admiration. Knight Kuei's lips twitched slightly. It seemed as though the little boy was utterly enchanted by Xiaojiao. How precocious children are nowadays. What is your name? Knight Kuei inquired. Yet the boy paid him no heed. Knight Kuei cast an awkward glance at Xiaojiao, who instantly grasped the situation. Hey, my brother is asking for your name. Oh, I am Jiangcheng. Chapter 81. The Realm of Illusions Within a Grand City. Knight Kuei strolled through the streets with the two little ones, his gaze frequently shifting towards one young boy, filled with an air of vigilance akin to that of a ferocious beast guarding its territory. Through their interactions, Knight Kuei had developed a profound curiosity about the undead of this world. Young Jiangcheng shared all that he knew, though it was more accurate to say he conveyed this information to Knight Jiao. Whenever Yu Jiao inquires, the other party reveals all without reservation, leaving no detail unspoken. Yi Kuei finds himself perplexed. It seems that the other truly harbors a deep affection for Xiao Jiu, as if he would unhesitatingly sacrifice himself for her. Regarding Jiang Cheng, Yi Kuei has occasionally been overtaken by the urge to eliminate him. However, he possesses a unique identity, being the son of the king of the Corpse clan in the illusionary divine realm. This realm is the very name of their world. Jiang Cheng had stealthily ventured out for amusement, driven by hunger to feed on human blood, only to find himself pursued by 3 youths dedicated to exorcising malevolence. Yi Kuei perceives the Corpse clan of the illusionary divine realm as akin to zombies, who seek to quench their hunger by consuming blood. Yet, these are merely the lesser beings of their kind. Once they ascend to the spirit realm, the necessity for blood diminishes significantly. Nevertheless, the allure of blood, especially human blood, is irresistible, even for those of higher realms, as it can hasten their strength. The illusionary divine realm is teeming with diverse races, with thousands of clans of varying sizes. Among these, the most formidable is the human clan, followed by the demon and devil clans, with the Corpse clan trailing behind. The human clan boasts 3 unparalleled masters at the pinnacle of the supreme realm, while each of the other 3 clans has 1. Consequently, the demon, devil, and Corpse clans often find themselves allied, as they would otherwise be unable to withstand the might of the human clan, which has long viewed the eradication of these malevolent entities as its sacred duty. Generally, members of the 3 clans seldom appear within human territories, for discovery leads to relentless pursuit. Yi Kuei and his companions now find themselves in a human city, yet they stroll boldly down the streets. As the revered ancestor of the undead in the realm of Huaxia, Yi Kuei possesses formidable strength at the mid-level of the spiritual tier, remaining undetected as long as he does not choose to reveal his identity. Although Jiang Cheng is merely at the mid-level of congenital strength, his potent bloodline enables him to match Yi Kuei's prowess. As for the 6-clawed golden dragon, Xiao Jiu, despite sporting 2 diminutive horns atop her head, in this world teeming with diverse races and appearances, few pay heed to her small dragon horns. Do not gaze at me. Xiao Jiu glared fiercely at Jiang Cheng. He, however, merely smiled foolishly and continued to fixate on her. Brother, he keeps staring at me. Shall we eliminate him? Xiao Jiu tugged at Yi Kuei's garment, her voice endearing. We shall refrain from killing him for the time being. We will dispose of him once he no longer holds any value, Yi Kuei replied. And when might that be? She inquired. That is uncertain. Yi Kuei chuckled lightly, shaking his head. While we cannot kill him just yet, you are permitted to strike him, as long as he does not perish. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jiu's eyes sparkled with delight, and she turned her gaze towards Jiang Cheng. He, however, looked at the duo with incredulity, pondering whether it was truly appropriate for them to discuss my potential demise right in front of me. When Xiao Jiu's attention shifted back to him, he couldn't help but shiver involuntarily. Yi Kuei cast a disdainful glance at him, thinking, how dare you provoke my little Jiu? I shall allow her to pummel you into a state of utter helplessness. How fragrant. Xiao Jiu's little nose twitched, her eyes gleaming as she peered toward a nearby tavern. Indeed, it smells delightful. Let us go and sample it, Yi Kuei gently remarked, affectionately ruffling Xiao Jiu's small head. He had mentioned that they would seek out delicious food, and he must not break that promise. Soon, the 3 entered the tavern, where Yi Jiu eagerly ordered an extravagant array of dishes, nearly overwhelming the table. The flavors are delightful, Yi Kuei remarked after sampling a few bites. What can a corpse like you discern from human food? Jiang Cheng scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Yi Kuei. Due to Yi Jiu's connection with the 6-clawed golden dragon, he harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Yi Kuei. Furthermore, as a member of the undead, Yi Kuei showed him no respect, despite being the son of the Corpse King. Alas, Yi Kuei's prowess surpassed his own, leaving Jiang Cheng powerless to confront him. Nevertheless, he considered himself a prodigy among the undead and believed that it would not be long before he reached Yi Kuei's level of strength, after which he would defeat him and win Yi Jiu's affection. Simultaneously, he was perplexed as to why Yi Kuei showed no reverence towards him, the Corpse King's son, and seemed rather ignorant of the world around them. Oh, you cannot taste the flavors? Yi Kuei inquired with curiosity. Are you able to discern what it tastes like? Jiang Cheng retorted. Then what do you think is the most delectable food? Without a doubt, it is fresh blood. Not only is it the most exquisite sustenance, but it is also our sole source of nourishment. A glimmer of intrigue sparkled in Yi Kuei's eyes. It seemed that the food for the undead in the illusionary divine realm was solely limited to blood. Burp, delicious, Yi Jiu exclaimed, clearly satisfied. What a refined little girl. A sultry voice chimed in, followed by the graceful approach of a captivating woman towards Yi Kuei and the others. The trio turned to behold her, noting her revealing attire, draped only by a sheer veil. Wow, how beautiful! How wonderful it would be to have her as a wife. Do you have a death wish? One glance at her countenance is enough to discern her affiliation with the Joyous Union sect. Do you desire to be drained of your vital essence? If I could experience carnal ecstasy with her, even death would be a worthy price. Indeed. After the woman's arrival, every man in the tavern stared unblinkingly at her, their gazes entirely captivated. I shall take this little girl, the woman declared as she approached Knight Wraith and his companions, her voice alluring and captivating. She possessed unwavering confidence that they would concur without hesitation, as no man could withstand her allure. From the instant she beheld the young girl, she harbored intentions of accepting her as a disciple. Possessing unparalleled beauty at such a tender age, she would undoubtedly become a ravishing enchantress capable of toppling empires. Such an individual would be exceptionally well suited for induction into the Joyous Union sect. Without even resorting to seductive arts, she could drive all men to utter infatuation. Knight Wraith tilted his head, teasingly inquiring, "And what sum are you offering?" The woman paused momentarily, gazing at him in astonishment. Could it be that she had failed to bewitch him with her seductive arts? Her brow furrowed slightly as she directed her gaze towards his eyes, preparing to unleash her seductive powers directly upon Knight Wraith. However, upon beholding Knight Wraith's eyes, she suddenly emitted a piercing shriek. Clutching her head with both hands and shaking it wildly, "What have you done to her?" Jiangxing inquired, casting a perplexed glance at Knight Wraith. Knight Wraith protested, asserting that he had done nothing. It was she who had attempted to seduce him, only to be wounded by the dual pupils. He bore no responsibility in the matter. Who? The shriek subsided, and the woman gasped for breath, casting a lingering glance of trepidation at Knight Wraith, though this time she dared not meet his gaze directly. The earlier encounter was truly terrifying. She believed for a moment that her life was at stake. What was the meaning behind those eyes? She felt as though she had blasphemed a deity of lofty stature and was being punished for her audacity. This man was undoubtedly no ordinary individual. It was I who had overstepped. My sincerest apologies. The woman slightly bowed in deference to Yi Kuei, expressing her regret for the earlier offense, before turning to leave. You have yet to disclose the price. At that moment, Yi Kuei's voice resonated in the air. Chapter 82. The Hahuan sect. Yi Kuei had no intention of letting the woman from the Hahuan sect escape unscathed. How dare she cast her ambitions upon Yijio? He was already irked by Jiang Qing's designs on her. This was merely one of the reasons. Another was Yi Kuei's desire to claim the Hahuan sect for himself. The name itself suggested the nature of the sect, which likely had numerous old connections. Yi Kuei intended to transform the Hahuan sect into his eyes and ears, gathering information from the illusionary divine realm. However, he was uncertain of the sect's strength. Did they possess any esteemed ranks? If they were merely at the initial stage of the esteemed rank, he believed Yijio could handle it. Upon hearing Yi Kuei's words, the woman halted, turning back with a look of confusion. Are you truly planning to sell her to me? Absolutely. Yi Kuei replied with unwavering certainty, simultaneously establishing a mental link with Yijio to relay his scheme. Yijio's face lit up with excitement, as if she had stumbled upon something extraordinarily delightful. You scoundrel! What are you planning? However, Jiang Cheng, upon hearing this, was incensed. He jumped to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Yi Kuei in outrage. You beast! How could you think of selling Yijio? As he spoke, Jiang Cheng's tone shifted, and he whispered, if anyone is to sell, it should be to me. She certainly cannot match my wealth. So, what is your asking price? I shall not sell to you. My intention is to sell to her, Yi Kuei remarked, pointing at the woman with a nonchalant expression. Yu Jiangcheng glared at him, his teeth clenched and fists tightly balled, exuding an air of impending confrontation. The woman from the Hahuan sect, with a glint in her eye, smiled and proposed, I offer 5,000 pounds of purple gold spirit stones. What say you? With that, she playfully tossed her hair in Yi Kuei's direction. Deal. Yi Kuei replied promptly, nudging Knight 9 toward the woman, as if fearing she might change her mind. The woman regarded Yi Kuei with confusion. Had she misjudged the situation? Was her assumption incorrect regarding the strength of her adversary? Perhaps it meant she could simply seize the girl and depart. However, considering the mere 5,000 purple gold spirit stones, it seemed a bargain not worth risking. If her opponent truly possessed formidable strength, the consequences could be dire. With a beaming smile, The Hahuan sect woman handed over the 5,000 pounds of purple gold spirit stones to Yi Kuei and, without a backward glance, led Night Nine away. Do not leave. Jiangxing bellowed, preparing to dash forward to reclaim Night Nine. Bang! Yi Kuei swiftly delivered a gentle punch, rendering Jiangxing unconscious. He could not allow him to thwart his plans. If Jiangxing intervened, it would undoubtedly expose the identity of the corpse clan. So he had to deny him the opportunity to act. The woman from the Hahuan sect, accompanied by the silent Night Nine, arrived before a towering mountain. Vast in its expanse, dwarfing even the imperial city of Huaxia. From this moment onward, you shall be my disciple, Chen Lingling, she declared, gazing down at Night Nine. I am an outer elder of the Hahuan sect, which resides atop that mountain. Among the human race, our Hahuan sect holds a distinguished position, boasting a formidable early-stage master. Thus, it is indeed a tremendous honor for you to become a disciple of the Hahuan sect. Chen Lingling enthusiastically extolled the virtues of her sect. Yet Yi Jiao remained silent, her small face betraying a visage of excitement. Chen Lingling furrowed her brow, sensing something peculiar about Yi Jiao. It was not that she appeared despondent from being sold, as her evident excitement suggested otherwise. Yet, if she felt such elation, why the persistent silence? Could she be mute? Tentatively, Chen Lingling inquired, "What is your name?" Yi Jiao, came the clear and melodious reply, prompting a sigh of relief from Chen Lingling. As long as she was not mute, that was sufficient. Come, follow me. With that, Chen Lingling took the lead, and Yi Jiao followed closely behind. After they had ventured some distance, two figures, one large and one small, emerged at their previous location. What are you trying to achieve? Jiangxing queried. Perplexed as he regarded Yi Kuei, he could not fathom the latter's intentions. Why sell Yi Jiao to someone from the Hahuan sect only to follow afterward? You will know soon enough, Yi Kuei replied coolly, leaving those words hanging in the air before making his way towards the mountaintop. Jiangxing, observing this, hurried to catch up. In no time, they arrived at the summit, where a series of edifices stood, yet their path was obstructed by a barrier. This must be the barrier set by a formidable master of the Hahuan sect, and it is impossible for us to break through. Jiangxing furrowed his brows and tapped the barrier with his hand, speaking in a deep voice. What shall we do now? Yi Jiao must have been taken inside. Do you even know what the Hahuan sect truly is? Yi Jiao will be led astray. Oh, return my innocent Yi Jiao. Yi Kuei shot him an exasperated glance. How do you perceive Yi Jiao's strength? I have no idea. Jiangxing blinked in response. It seems he is unaware of Yi Jiao's true capabilities. Even if she is of the respected tier, Yi Jiao can hold her ground. So, why are you fretting over nothing? Bang. Yi Kuei playfully delivered a light smack to his head. Are you deceiving a child? Jiangxing rubbed his head. Disbelief etched on his face. It is no wonder he doubts it. After all, given Yi Jiao's age, which is similar to his own, how could she possibly possess the strength of a respected tier? He himself, a super genius, is merely at the mid-stage of innate talent. And it will take considerable time for him to reach the respected tier. Boom. At that moment, a tremendous noise erupted from within the barrier, causing the entire mountain to tremble slightly. Yi Jiao glared angrily ahead, where a man was embedded in the rock wall. Just moments ago, this man had attempted to remove her clothing. How could this be permissible? Her elder brother had explicitly told her not to let anyone see her body. Therefore, she unleashed a punch that sent him crashing into the rock wall, seemingly beyond recovery. What transpired? Chen Lingling swiftly approached Yi Jiao and inquired. He was trying to take off my clothes. Yi Jiao fumed, pointing at the person embedded in the wall. Chen Lingling stared in utter shock at the lifeless disciple of the Hahuan sect. This disciple was one she had dispatched to train Yi Jiao, and she could hardly believe he had been killed. Slowly shifting her gaze towards Yi Jiao, she incredulously inquired, "Was it you? Are there others here?" Yi Jiao responded with a look of utter disdain. A jolt of alarm coursed through Chen Lingling. The fact that the other party could slay her entrusted disciple signified considerable strength, yet she had sensed nothing. Such a situation could arise from only two possibilities. Either the individual possessed strength far surpassing her own, or they wielded a concealed treasure of extraordinary capability. Whichever the case, it indicated that the intruder harbored ulterior motives for entering the Hahuan sect. No wonder that man sold Yi Jiao to her for 5,000 purple gold spiritual stones. No wonder she had always perceived something peculiar about Yi Jiao. In an instant, a myriad of thoughts flooded her mind. She quickly leaped back, warily fixing her gaze on Yi Jiao as she demanded, "What brings you to the Hahuan sect?" Yi Jiao momentarily paused, then exclaimed with excitement, "My brother instructed me to infiltrate and cause a ruckus." Just as her words fell, The voice of Yi Kuei resonated in her mind. You may act now. Chapter 83. Late stage of the battle origin realm. What happened? What's going on? While Yujio was conversing, a group of scantily clad disciples from the Hohuan sect arrived. The earlier commotion had stirred the entire sect. Observing the increasing number of Hohuan disciples, a joyful smile spread across Yujio's face as she declared, I am about to begin. Boom. A terrifying aura erupted from the diminutive figure of Yujio, sending the surrounding disciples flying. Qin Lingling gritted her teeth. Bracing herself against the overwhelming force, her face etched with fear as she gazed at her opponent. How frightening. Such might she had only felt from the ancestral figure. Right. Let us allow my elder brother to enter first. After leaving a remark, Yujio appeared before Yi Kuei, raising her small fist and striking fiercely at the barrier that obstructed Yi Kuei. Boom. The barrier shook violently, yet it remained unbroken. Ah, how incredibly sturdy. A few more punches. Yujio glanced at the barrier in astonishment before unleashing a flurry of blows. Boom, boom, boom. Crack, crack, crack. The sounds of shattering echoed as the barrier finally succumbed to Yujio's relentless assault. Yi Kuei entered with a cheerful smile, while Jiangcheng stood dumbfounded, replaying the scene of Yujio's frenzied attack in his mind. It was terrifying. So ferocious. But I like it. Jiangcheng's eyes sparkled as he approached Yujio, only to be unexpectedly sent flying by a single punch. My elder brother said we can't kill, but we can strike. Yujio chuckled, observing Jiangcheng as he tumbled away. Jiangcheng, who are you, daring to intrude upon my Hohuan sect? At that moment, a throng of Hohuan sect disciples rushed in, encircling them tightly. A captivating woman exuding the aura of a late-stage Yuan realm stood at the forefront. Casting a cold gaze upon them, Yi Kuei remained calm and collected, responding, I mean no harm. I merely wish for your Hohuan sect to serve me. Arrogant. Unaware of the vastness of the heavens and the earth. Do you think our Hohuan sect resembles those feeble sects? Eliminate them and feed them to the dogs. No. I intend to drain this man completely. Despite his arrogance, his appearance is truly captivating. Indeed, let us drain him dry. Ah, shall we take turns? He. Upon Night Kuei's words, the disciples of the Hohuan sect instantly erupted in furious rebuke, subsequently shifting to a more exhilarating topic. Their laughter blooming like vibrant flowers. Night Kuei's gaze gradually turned cold. What a repugnant group of women. Silence. The alluring woman at the forefront commanded sharply. And all the Hohuan sect disciples immediately fell silent, gazing at her with a mixture of awe and respect. You must be the leader of the Hohuan sect. Am I correct? Night Kuei observed her with keen interest. The woman's curvaceous figure, delicate skin, and the alluring aura she exuded resembled that of a perfectly ripened peach. As the woman narrowed her eyes, two beams of crimson light shot directly towards Night Kuei's own. Ah, undoubtedly, like Qin Lingling, she too was afflicted by the heavy eyes. Letting out a painful scream. Sect leader. Sect leader. The disciples below anxiously called out. I am fine. A slightly weakened voice emerged. As the leader of the Hohuan sect fixed a grave stare upon Night Kuei. It seems I have quite the advantage over your Hohuan sect. Night Kuei chuckled lightly. The primary method of combat for the Hohuan sect is through enchantment, yet it proves utterly ineffective against Night Kuei, who possesses the heavy eyes. Everyone, refrain from employing enchantment techniques against him. His eyes harbor something strange. Let me see what justifies your attempt to enlist the support of the Hui sect. Whoosh. Several floating ribbons shot forth in an instant, heading straight for Yi Kuei. She had learned her lesson and would not employ her seductive arts against him again. So be it. The slaughtering demon spear manifested in Yi Kuei's grasp, a sinister smile adorning his face as he swept it through the approaching ribbons. Boom. The ribbons were entirely repelled, with two of them already showing signs of damage. That spear is a celestial artifact. An incredulous voice echoed. The leader of the Hui sect utterly astonished. To think it is a celestial artifact. There are only a handful of such treasures in the illusory divine realm. Barely enough to count on two hands, mostly wielded by those at the peak of the revered realm. Just moments ago, the aura he had unleashed was merely that of the mid-spiritual stage, and he exuded the presence of the undead. How dare you, a member of the undead, entertain the notion of compelling the Hui sect to serve you? What a farce. Whether it is indeed a farce will soon be revealed. Yi Kuei tightened his grip on the slaughtering demon spear, which he had reforged with several fragments of the god-slaying spear, transforming it into a true celestial artifact. With so many ferocious points amassed, how could he not draw the lottery? He merely refrained from conducting 1,000,000 consecutive draws. Everyone, attack together. The opponent wields a celestial artifact and appears extraordinarily formidable, while her most potent offensive means is rendered ineffective. She commanded all disciples to encircle the foe, determined not to let him escape. The demon refining cauldron. Emitting an ancient aura, the cauldron appeared in midair, its powerful suction instantly drawing all disciples of the Hui sect below the elemental stage into its world. The 5 early-stage Yuan realm cultivators gazed in astonishment at the floating demon-slaying pot. Another celestial artifact. Good heavens! What kind of entity is their opponent to possess 2 celestial artifacts? They believed that 5 early-stage Yuan realm cultivators could easily subdue him. The leader of the Huan sect exclaimed, a greedy desire rising within her. If they could eliminate him, those 2 celestial artifacts would belong to the Huan sect. At that moment, the Huan sect would ascend to the status of a first-rate sect. However, they seemed unaware that the true terror did not lie in the celestial artifacts, but rather in the 6-clawed golden dragon, Yijio. Xiaojiao, go and subdue those 4 early-stage Yuan realm cultivators. I will confront this late-stage one. Understood, big brother. Yijio lightly nodded, and after a few flickers of her figure, all 4 early-stage Yuan realm cultivators fell to the ground, incapacitated. You all. The leader of the Huan sect looked on in horror at this scene. This little girl is simply terrifying. Could she be at the Zun realm? Hey, focus. I'm going in. Boom. Yikue instantly appeared before the opponent, raising his spear and striking down with great force. The opponent hastily dodged, but the ground was rent asunder by the lethal spear's might. Whoosh. After evading Yikue's strike, the opponent's flowing ribbon swiftly ensnared the lethal spear and yanked it with great force. Yikue was sent flying uncontrollably toward the opponent. At that moment, Yikue's heavy eyes flashed, and several golden battle halberds materialized out of thin air, swiftly attacking the opponent. Seeing the halberds approach, the opponent immediately released the ribbons and retreated to a distance. Yet, the halberds relentlessly pursued, leaving the opponent no choice but to wield the ribbons in defense. Devour the sun. Nightshade seized the opportune moment, thrusting the demonic spear with an astonishing swiftness. Boom. The opponent hastily retracted all the floating ribbons, encasing herself within a spherical shield. Cough, cough. Although the ribbons provided some defense, the immense destructive force still inflicted injuries upon her. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of her mouth as she glared defiantly at Nightshade. If she were to employ her enchanting techniques, she possessed absolute confidence in her ability to vanquish her adversary, regardless of the opponent wielding a celestial artifact. It was utterly unexpected that she would sustain injuries from someone of merely mid-spiritual rank. Nevertheless, the opponent was indeed formidable, had it been a typical mid-spiritual rank individual. Even with a celestial artifact, it would have been impossible to harm her. Chapter 84, Control over the Huan sect. Nightshade sheathed the demonic spear, crossing her arms as she regarded the leader of the Huan sect with an air of calm. What is your name? None of your business. Of course. It is my concern, for henceforth, you shall be my subordinate. Humph. I would rather die than become a pawn of the Corpse clan. The leader of the Huan sect glared at Nightshade, her voice resolute and unwavering. Well said. Following the leader's declaration, a melodious voice resonated through the air. From the distance, a figure even more alluring than the leader descended gracefully. Ancestor. Nightshade's gaze shifted to the ancestor of the Huan sect. To be referred to as an ancestor, one must possess at least a millennium of age, yet she appeared more youthful than many a blooming maiden, impeccably preserved. The ancestor of the Huan sect landed softly, her large, sparkling almond-shaped eyes fixed upon Nightshade. A mere Corpse clan seeks to subdue my Huan sect? What a monumental jest. Indeed, that may not be the case. A cryptic smile graced the face of Yikue. Then let us see you try. The ancestor of the Huan sect shifted her gaze to Yijio, recognizing that this young girl was the pivotal figure. Little Jio, it is your turn to take action. Yikue, aware of the formidable disparity between them in the esteemed realm, dared not to underestimate the situation and directly called upon Yijio. Boom. A terrifying aura emanated from the ancestor of the Huan sect, causing the clouds above to churn violently. The 6-clawed golden dragon, Yijio, approached her opponent with measured steps, unfazed by the overwhelming pressure. A sudden sense of crisis surged within the ancestor of the Huan sect. Bang! In that instant, Yijio appeared before her, delivering an uppercut that struck the opponent's pristine chin, sending her soaring into the sky, 1,000 meters high. How swift! The ancestor steadied herself in the air, her expression a mixture of shock and gravity. This little girl, though only at the perfected Yuan stage, exhibited power rivaling that of the initial stage of the esteemed realm. And that Corpse tribe member, who had just triumphed over a late Yuan stage opponent while at the mid-spirit stage. Are they all monsters? What am I thinking? Yi Jiao's melodious voice rang out from behind the ancestor, followed by a piercing roar. Clang! A quasi-immortal sword materialized in the ancestor's hand, and without a moment's hesitation, she swung it backward. Ding! The sword clashed with a delicate little fist, unleashing an invisible force that erupted around them, creating numerous tiny spatial rifts. Ouch, that hurts terribly. After retreating 10 meters, Yi Jiao lifted her small hand, which had just been grazed by a long sword, revealing a faint scratch. She puffed her cheeks and blew gently on her little hand. The ancestor of the Hehuan sect was utterly astonished. Her quasi-immortal weapon had merely left a light mark on her opponent's hand. The resilience of that flesh was astonishing, tightening her grip on the long sword. She narrowed her eyes and unleashed a beam of red light directly at Yi Jiao. Upon noticing the incoming attack, Yi Jiao hastily ceased her blowing and extended her small hand to swat at the crimson beam. The ancestor's eyes gleamed with intensity as Yi Jiao suddenly found herself in a moment of bewilderment. Boom! The space before her shattered as her tiny hand struck. Yet she furrowed her brow, for she had failed to hit her adversary. At that instant, an overwhelming threat surged from behind. Boom! The ancestor thrust her sword into Yi Jiao's back with one hand. However, her pupils constricted as disbelief washed over her face. This was her full-powered strike, executed without reservation. Even an opponent of the same initial rank would surely be pierced through by her sword. Yet now, she felt as though her blade had struck a wall of bronze and iron, and her hand was left tingling from the recoil. A monster. Ah, it hurts. Yi Jiao glared fiercely at her opponent, her anger palpable as she exclaimed, I am angry. An intense feeling of unease surged within her. The ancestor of the Hehuan sect braced herself with utmost seriousness. A thunderous dragon-esque roar echoed as Yi Jiao transformed into her true form. Although she did not reveal her full dragon body, instead manifesting a colossal dragon figure. The venerable ancestor of the Hehuan sect gazed in astonishment at the towering golden dragon. An overwhelming aura of power surging towards her. Could it be the legendary golden dragon? Or perhaps the six-clawed golden dragon? No wonder its physical strength was so terrifying. It was indeed the mythical divine dragon. In the realm of the illusory gods, tales of dragons existed. Yet none had ever laid eyes upon one. They only understood that divine dragons were formidable beings of extraordinary combat prowess. Within the same realm of power, a divine dragon could contend against 10 or even 100 foes, while the golden dragon stood as the most noble and powerful of its kind. Boom! Just as she was reeling from shock, a resplendent golden tail lashed against her with such swiftness that she could barely react. The ancestor of the Hehuan sect was hurled at supersonic speed into a nearby mountain. The entire mountain trembled violently, a massive fissure splitting it cleanly in two. Disheveled, the ancestor emerged from the chasm, swiftly brandishing her sword towards the colossal form of Night Nine. A flurry of sword energy descended upon Night Nine's dragon body, causing her to grimace in pain. With a fierce glare from her dragon eyes, terrifying golden energy began to coalesce within her maw. A chill ran down the ancestor's spine as she beheld the formidable energy gathering at the dragon's mouth. If struck, it could spell her demise. Once the energy reached its peak, a blinding golden light erupted from the dragon's mouth. In that fleeting moment, the ancestor unleashed her full charm technique against Night Nine. As the golden energy shot forth, Night Nine's dragon head tilted slightly, indicating that the ancestor's enchantment had taken effect. Rumbling, a colossal beam of golden energy erupted from the dragon's mouth, piercing through several mountains in its path. Although the attack had shifted, the ancestor of the Hehuan sect remained affected, with half of her garments completely torn, swaying unsteadily in the air. With a dismissive gesture, Yi Jiao seized the weakened ancestor and flew towards Yi Kuei's position. Upon reaching the ground, he carelessly tossed her before Yi Kuei and, in a flash of golden light, reverted to his human form, standing obediently by the side. Yi Kuei gazed at the ancestor of the Hehuan sect, whose composure had been shattered, and spoke coolly. Are you still unwilling to submit? He chuckled softly. Impossible. The ancestor of the Hehuan sect stood trembling yet resolute, declaring, It seems this is the only way. Yi Kuei looked at her with a sense of resignation, unable to fathom the profound animosity between the corpse tribe and the human tribe. A hatred so deep that only the complete annihilation of one side could resolve it. Nevertheless, Yi Kuei still possessed a method to compel the Hehuan sect to serve him. The puppet technique. Suddenly, the light in Yi Kuei's intensified, and an icy chill surged within the ancestor's heart. She felt countless invisible threads piercing into her being, culminating in a sharp pain in her head, causing her to collapse. The puppet technique, obtained through Yi Kuei's arduous efforts, was an SSS-grade secret method capable of controlling thousands simultaneously. Those ensnared would have their thoughts altered, cultivating absolute loyalty to the practitioner, with all actions obeying his command. Initially, it would have been impossible for Yi Kuei, at the mid-stage of the spirit realm, to control the ancestor of the Huan sect. However, with the enhancement of this, the potency of the puppet technique was multiplied several times. Furthermore, given that the ancestor was currently in a weakened state, the technique was effortlessly imposed upon her. Chapter 85. Invasion of Another Realm. What have you done to the ancestor? The leader of the Harmony sect hastily supported the unconscious ancestor, tremblingly inquiring. Night Kuei disregarded the inquiry and instead cast a puppet technique upon the 4 initial stage practitioners who had been knocked down by Night Geo. Suddenly, Night Kuei's figure vanished, and he found himself in the realm within the cauldron, standing majestically in midair, gazing down upon the group of Harmony sect disciples who had been drawn in. His eyes gleamed with brilliance, and all the disciples of the Harmony sect shrieked in horror and fainted. For these disciples, who were merely at the spirit and innate stages, Night Kuei effortlessly subdued them all. With a mere thought, Night Kuei and the unconscious Harmony sect disciples emerged from the demon-refining cauldron. The leader of the Harmony sect, witnessing her disciples all succumbed, was struck with terror, her face paling as she tremulously asked, What have you done to them? At this moment, she was engulfed by a profound fear, an instinctive dread of the unknown, for this corpse clan was extraordinarily enigmatic. You will find out soon enough. Bang! The 6-clawed golden dragon, Night Geo, suddenly appeared behind the leader of the Harmony sect, instantly knocking her unconscious. Night Kuei's dual pupils flashed with light as he cast the puppet technique upon the leader. Once everything was completed, Night Kuei gave a thumbs up to little Geo, praising. Well done. A chicken leg for you tonight. I don't want a chicken leg. Just give me a small bud from the chaos tree. You're still thinking about that? Night Kuei covered his forehead, exasperated, while Night Geo looked at him with eager anticipation. At that moment, a faint, muffled groan echoed, and the venerable ancestor of the Huan sect stirred from her slumber. She cast a bewildered glance around, and upon seeing Yi Kuei, an involuntary sense of reverence welled up within her. Hastily, she bowed to Yi Kuei and spoke with utmost respect. My lord. Ah, splendid. Yi Kuei nodded in satisfaction, a radiant smile gracing his face. You may change into a more suitable outfit. The garments worn by the individual were scant to begin with, and now, after being ravaged by Yi Zhou's assault, they appeared as if she were scarcely clothed at all. This sight kindled an unnameable ire within Yi Kuei. At your command, the figure vanished in an instant, and within mere moments, reappeared before Yi Kuei, adorned in a complete set of attire. Meanwhile, the unconscious disciples of the Huan sect began to regain consciousness, each bowing respectfully to Yi Kuei. What are your names? Yi Kuei inquired softly. Regarding the venerable ancestor and the sect leader, I'm Yuan, replied one. I am Du Qinglian, declared the other. The ancestor introduced herself as Yuan, while the sect leader was named Du Qinglian. Very well, from now on, the Huan sect shall serve me, Yi Kuei stated nonchalantly, though you are currently under my control. One day, when I lift this control, you shall be grateful for it. For at that moment, when he releases them, it shall indicate that he has seized the essence of the illusionary divine realm. Suddenly, a sound of swallowing echoed from behind Yi Kuei. He turned to find Jiang Cheng, visibly trembling, gazing at him with trepidation. As Yi Kuei's gaze fell upon him, Jiang Cheng was so frightened that he instinctively recoiled. He observed the entire process of Night Kuei controlling the members of the Huan sect, and it was indeed exceedingly peculiar. The ability to transform unyielding foes into unwavering subordinates instilled fear in Jiang Cheng that Night Kuei might turn his attention towards him. As if perceiving his thoughts, Night Kuei softly remarked, Rest assured, I have no interest in controlling you. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Cheng could not help but feel a sense of relief, though he still regarded Night Kuei with vigilant eyes. As the corpse ancestor, Night Kuei commanded the Huan sect in the illusionary divine realm. Significant events unfolded in the Huaxiao realm that would resonate throughout the world. The chaos tree had discovered a lower realm, prompting Night Kuei to summon the humans. The entire Huaxia realm was now in a state of readiness, poised for their first proactive invasion of other worlds. The sentiments among the populace varied. Some were exhilarated, others were animated, some felt anxious, and many were filled with anticipation, yet none felt fear. Say, is it truly wise for us to invade other worlds in this manner? What if the opposition is formidable? One pondered. What is there to fear? After all, we have the Night Emperor with us. Another countered. Surely, no one from a realm as lowly as ours could surpass the Night Emperor. Indeed. But why has the corpse ancestor vanished? I heard he has ventured to a middle realm to assess the situation. Ah, for us, isn't it still premature for a middle realm? It's merely reconnaissance, not an immediate invasion. I can hardly wait. I wonder if our Huaxia realm can ascend to become a superior realm in the future? With the corpse ancestor and the Night Emperor present, it is undoubtedly possible. The assembled Huaxia army engaged in fervent discussions regarding the impending invasion. Their confidence in Yi Kuei unwavering, as they believed his presence would guarantee invincibility, a testament to the power of the Chaos Tree. Yi Kuei stood majestically above the Huaxia forces, accompanied by Mu Yingling, by Tianxia, and Yan Lin, who quietly positioned themselves behind him. Upon their arrival, the army's chatter ceased, and all eyes turned to them with fervent anticipation. Yi Kuei gazed down upon them and spoke slowly. We currently possess little knowledge of that world. Therefore, we must first dispatch an advance team to gather intelligence. Bai Tianxia stepped forward to receive orders. Yes. He approached Yi Kuei and knelt respectfully in midair. You shall lead 50 million soldiers from each of the 3 clans in the vanguard. It is imperative that you ascertain the conditions of that realm. Understood. Yi Kuei nodded and then raised his hand, causing a resounding crack as a colossal rift materialized before them. Go forth. That is the portal to the other world. Yes. Bai Tianxia replied dutifully, then turned to the Huaxia army and proclaimed loudly. Each clan, step forward with 50 million soldiers. With a single command. The front lines of the 3 clans took a synchronized step forward. Excellent. Bai Tianxia observed them with satisfaction. After years of collaboration, the Huaxia army had developed remarkable cohesion. Let us embark. With a resounding cry, Bai Tianxia led the 150 million soldiers into the rift. After they all entered the rift, Yi Kuei spoke with authority. You shall camp right before the passage, ever ready to provide support. Understood. The troops below responded in a unified and resounding voice. You stay here as well. Prepare to assist Bai Tianxia. Yi Kuei turned to Yan Lin. Understood. Yan Lin replied respectfully. Once everything was arranged, Yi Kuei approached Mu Yingling, a mischievous smile gracing his lips as he lowered his voice, saying, Let us return and commence the battle. What? Mu Yingling momentarily taken aback, but as soon as she caught sight of the playful grin on his face, she instantly comprehended. Blushing slightly, she chided, Could you be a bit more serious? We are in a time of war, and besides, we have yet to be wed. Chapter 86. The Flame Realm. In the far western reaches of the Flame Realm, an enormous spatial rift suddenly appeared, sending all creatures within 100 miles into a frenzy. The sound of orderly footsteps echoed from within the rift, reminiscent of thousands of soldiers advancing. A figure emerged from the rift, followed by a steady stream of others. Is this the world we are to invade? Bai Tianxia stood before the Huaxia army, curiously surveying his surroundings. They found themselves on an endless plain, devoid of discernible features. However, the concentration of spiritual energy here is remarkably thin. Bai Tianxia remarked, feeling the energy around him, unable to suppress his discontent. The world of Huaxia is indeed one where the Chaos Tree flourishes. A realm where the spiritual essence of heaven and earth is unparalleled by other worlds of similar standing. Let us establish our camp here. After the Huaxia army set up their encampment, during the day, the sinister faction dispatched 10 teams to scout the surroundings, each consisting of 100 individuals, while their leader remained to guard the position. At the edge of the plain stood a city, from which a 100-strong team had ventured forth to gather intelligence. The leader of this group was none other than Xiaofengyu, one of the 4 prominent families of the human race. You 10, accompany me inside to investigate. The rest shall remain on standby, Xiaofengyu instructed, turning to his followers. Yes, Xiaofengyu, a formidable figure who had attained the pinnacle of innate perfection, had achieved such a remarkable level of prowess in an unexpectedly short time. This was largely due to the gifts bestowed upon him by Shaoli before his passing, which enhanced his innate qualities. Following the profound grief of losing his son, he relinquished his position as the family head and devoted himself solely to cultivation, thereby naturally reaching the realm of innate perfection. Though he had contemplated vengeance, he ultimately relinquished that desire upon witnessing Yi Kuei annihilate the vast armies of the Qingmo realm. Not only did Yi Kuei far surpass him in strength and talent, but he was also hailed as a hero destined to save the world. Shaoli's demise was a result of his own provocations, leading Xiaofengyu to abandon his thoughts of retribution. If the opponent could fortify the Huaxia realm, he would willingly become a sharp sword in their service. As Xiaofengyu and his 10 soldiers approached the city gate, they were met by soldiers stationed there. What business do you have? Inquired one of the leading guards. We are merchants, having traveled from afar to reach this place. Xiao Fengyu replied with composure. What brings you here? To conduct business. What kind of business? That depends on the opportunities available. Silk, ceramics, wines, and more are all within our realm. Xiao Fengyu responded with grandiloquence, appearing much like a merchant who had earned a modest fortune. Please, come in. Thank you. Xiao Fengyu chuckled softly in gratitude and led 10 individuals through the city gate. Upon entering the city, he promptly made his way to a tavern. As such establishments are the prime venues for gathering intelligence. They divided into 2 tables, sitting closely together, all ears attuned to the conversations within the tavern. Have you heard? Heard what? It seems the prince of the Xian Empire has taken a liking to our 10th princess of the Qingyan Empire. Is there such a thing? Our 2 nations have always been adversaries. It seems improbable. What could be impossible? As the saying goes, a graceful lady is well suited for a gentleman. Our 10th princess is universally acknowledged as the most beautiful woman in the Flame Realm. Indeed, that is true, but even if he is enamored with our 10th princess, it would be of no consequence. Setting aside the princess's own feelings, His Majesty would never consent. Perhaps not, the instigator of the conversation said, feigning mystery. Why do you say that? Is there more to this? Hee. The Xian Empire is willing to offer their national treasure in exchange for the 10th princess. What? That seems even less plausible. Is it not possible to know the answer swiftly? At another table, several individuals were engrossed in a different matter. You mentioned that within the entire Flame Realm, there exist only our 2 nations, the Qingyan Empire and the Xian Empire. Why can we not coexist in peace? If only there were no wars. Yet, it is futile to ponder such thoughts. Peace in the Flame Realm can only be achieved through the defeat of one side. Alas, I speak merely in jest, for the enmity that has accumulated between our 2 nations over millennia is insurmountable. I have heard whispers that the seal containing the barbarian tribe is beginning to weaken. I wonder if they might break free. But what if they do? Do they truly believe they stand a chance against our human race? Hearing the conversations within the tavern, Xiao Fengyu's eyes sparkled with insight, revealing a contemplative demeanor. This world is known as the Flame Realm, comprising 2 nations, the Xian Empire and the Qingyan Empire. Presently, the Flame Realm is predominantly governed by the human race, alongside a sealed barbarian tribe. The information is still insufficient. It appears I must seek someone to inquire further. Xiao Fengyu murmured softly. Soon, the night descended. A shadow darted into the city lord's residence. Xiao Fengyu stood quietly within the estate, closing his eyes to sense everything around him. Found it. The most formidable individual here is at the mid-stage of the innate realm. Xiao Fengyu abruptly opened his eyes and swiftly made his way to the chamber of the mid-stage innate individual, standing by the bedside and gazing at the person lying there. The individual on the bed instantly opened their eyes, exclaiming with authority, "Who goes there?" "I seal." Xiao Fengyu directly encased his opponent in ice, then carried the frozen figure to a secluded grove. "Release." With that command, the ice enveloping the man's head melted away. "Who are you to dare abduct the city lord? You possess remarkable audacity." As the ice dissipated from his head, the man immediately erupted in furious rebuke. He was the lord of this city and its mightiest inhabitant. Yet he had been effortlessly captured, indicating that his captor was immensely powerful, far beyond his capability to contend with. Thus, he resorted to leveraging his status as city lord to intimidate his captor. "Who I am is of little consequence. I will pose a series of questions, and your task is to respond truthfully. And if I refuse to answer, refusal will result in this." Xiao Fengyu spoke coolly, and suddenly, countless fine, needle-like strands of transparent ice pierced into the man's body. "Ah!" The harrowing screams echoed as the city lord writhed in agony, his expression contorted in pain. "How does it feel?" Xiao Fengyu inquired, allowing the ice strands to melt away. His icy tendrils could amplify the sensation of pain to unbearable levels, and few could withstand such torment. The city lord ceased his cries, trembling as he gazed at Xiao Fengyu. "What do you wish to ask?" He was a man accustomed to a life of luxury, unprepared for sensations so excruciating they bordered on unbearable. Who is the strongest individual in the Flame Realm? What is their level of power? The city lord paused, momentarily taken aback, regarding his captor with curiosity. Surely, this is common knowledge worldwide. Nevertheless, he answered. The Emperor of the Purple Flame Empire, Zhi Yaoyang, holds a level of power classified as Ultra SSS. Ultra SSS? Xiao Fengyu furrowed his brow. How is power classified in the Flame Realm? The city lord cast a peculiar glance at him and remarked, from low to high, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS, SSS, and SSS. Xiao Fengyu was suddenly taken aback. This classification was identical to that of the original realms in the Huaxiao world, except for the addition of SSS. The so-called SSS presumably refers to the spirit tier. How many SSS exist in the flame realm? 3. Who are they? The purple flame emperor Xiangyan, the azure flame emperor King Kanqiang, and the barbarian king of the savage tribe, although the latter is currently sealed. And how many SSS are there? Over a dozen, I suppose. What is the combined population of the two nations? Approximately 30 billion, I believe. The city lord looked at him in confusion, pondering why he was inquiring about such trivial matters, wondering if the other party was not a spy from a hostile nation sent to gather intelligence on his country. Chapter 87. The 10th Princess. The following day, all 10 teams dispatched by Bai Tianxie returned, compiling all the gathered intelligence. They were currently situated in the extreme western part of the Flame Realm, with the Azure Flame Empire being the nearest to them, with a population of 30 billion. They likely possess around 1 billion in combat strength, which is comparable to ours. As for the sealed savage tribe, it would be prudent to disregard them for the moment and focus on conquering these two empires. Perhaps it would be wise to first strike against the Azure Flame Empire to gauge the strength of this realm. Bai Tianxie, resting his chin on his one arm, muttered to himself, Xiao Fengyu, are you certain that each of the two empires has a spirit tier warrior? With a resolute gaze, Bai Tianxie turned to Xiao Fengyu and solemnly inquired. After a brief moment of contemplation, Xiao Fengyu replied, on the surface, yes, but what lies beneath remains unclear. Bai Tianxie surveyed the 10 captains and slowly spoke. Did you receive intelligence confirming this as well? Indeed. The crowd responded in unison. Suddenly, a grin spread across Bai Tianxie's face as he remarked, is it at the spiritual tier? I wish to gauge the disparity between myself and the spiritual tier. Having reached the pinnacle of innate perfection, he felt confident in contending with an opponent at the initial stage of the spiritual tier. Perhaps, through this confrontation, he could achieve a breakthrough. Prepare for an assault at any moment. I shall confront the spiritual tier of the Qingyan Empire. As his words echoed, the assembled generals stood momentarily stunned. Xiao Fengyu furrowed his brow and spoke in a grave tone. This is far too reckless. It is entirely unnecessary. We could relay the situation back to the Huaxiao realm, rally the forces, and seize this world in one fell swoop. Xiao Fengyu, a cautious individual and a long-serving clan leader, always prioritized the greater good. He believed there was no need for such actions as Bai Tianxie proposed. Do you doubt my ability to triumph over the spiritual tier of the Qingyan Empire? Bai Tianxie coldly regarded him. Xiao Fengyu met his gaze and replied, it is not my intention to imply that. I merely see no necessity for such a course. Follow my orders. Bai Tianxie asserted decisively before soaring alone towards the Qingyan Empire. Xiao Fengyu gazed at the receding figure, letting out a soft sigh. He was the antithesis of Bai Tianxie, one brimming with youthful vigor and pride, while the other was contemplative and cautious. With Bai Tianxie now en route to the Qingyan Empire, they had no choice but to heed his words and prepare for an imminent offensive. Under Bai Tianxie's vigorous flight, he swiftly arrived at the imperial capital of the Qingyan Empire. Instead of seeking out the emperor immediately, he meandered through the bustling streets of the capital, absorbing the prowess of the passers-by. Being the heart of the empire, one could gauge the overall military strength of the Qingyan Empire from the individuals present. Although he possessed an air of arrogance, he was not devoid of intellect. Oddly enough, while these individuals shared the same realm as the warriors of Huaxia, they emanated a sense of inferiority. Yet, this was advantageous. Conquering this realm would thus become all the more effortless. With a smile gracing his lips, Bai Tianxie ambled along, murmuring to himself. Suddenly, a collision jolted him from his musings as a group of individuals brushed past him. Frowning, he turned to look. But they hurried away without uttering a word of apology, one of them burdened with a black bag on their back. An unsettling sensation washed over him. His gaze fixated on the bag, which exuded an inexplicable allure, as if it contained something extraordinarily captivating. The situation had taken a fascinating turn. A glint of intrigue sparkled in his eyes as he licked his lips and discreetly followed from a distance. Outside the imperial capital of Qingyan, within a dilapidated thatched cottage, stood more than a dozen figures shrouded in black robes, their features obscured from view. All these individuals possessed strength surpassing the innate realm, with the most formidable among them boasting the pinnacle of innate perfection. Creak! The rickety door of the thatched cottage was thrust open, and a young man, burdened with a black sack, strode in briskly. Have you brought it? The man in the black robe inquired in a deep voice. Hiki, Of course, the young man replied, placing the sack down with a sense of pride. This is it. Well done, the black-robed man exclaimed, his excitement palpable as his gaze fixated on the sack. Let us take a look. One of the black-robed figures slowly unfastened the sack, revealing its contents in an instant. Inside lay an unconscious woman, possessing an unparalleled beauty capable of captivating any beholder. The occupants of the cottage fell into a hushed silence, all entranced by her stunning visage. Truly, she deserves the title of the most beautiful woman in the flame realm, the black-robed man murmured. Do not forget the promise you made to me. The young man gazed at the black-robed figure with anticipation. I risked my life to bring out the 10th princess. A flicker of barely perceptible malice crossed the black-robed man's eyes as he replied with a smile, rest assured, we shall honor our commitment. Upon hearing this, the young man's face radiated excitement. He was the 9th prince of the Qingyan Empire, yet had long been out of favor with the Qingyan emperor, who even considered exiling him to the frontier. His siblings treated him with disdain, and all this stemmed from the fact that he was born of a palace maid, regarded as a stain upon the royal lineage. From childhood, he had endured a relentless barrage of insults. With only one person in the entire palace who showed him any semblance of concern, his half-sister, the 10th princess. Yet now, he found himself betraying the sole source of comfort, abducting her from the palace and delivering her into the hands of a rival nation. Although his heart ached at the thought, the memories of his years spent in the palace, marked by disdain and neglect, hardened his resolve. He convinced himself that this was not entirely detrimental for the 10th princess. Becoming the crown princess of the Xian Empire would elevate her to the status of future queen. Moreover, he had secured a promise from the Xian Empire, granting him a fiefdom and the title of a prince of a different surname. At that moment, the unconscious 10th princess stirred and opened her eyes, bewildered by her surroundings. Where am I? As her gaze wandered, it settled on the young man who had brought her here. 9th brother? What is this place? Who are they? The young man trembled, his eyes darting about, unable to meet hers. Ah, the crown princess awakens, chuckled a figure cloaked in black. This is, of course, the Qingyan Empire. But we shall soon return to the Xian Empire. At the sound of the cloaked figure's voice, the 10th princess felt a jolt of apprehension. Observing her brother's demeanor and the presence of the dark cloaked figures around them, a realization dawned upon her, her expression shifting to one of disbelief. 9th brother, why would you do this? A sense of unease washed over the 10th princess. Taking a deep breath, the young man replied slowly, Honor, do not blame your brother. In truth, this arrangement benefits us all. Benefits you, perhaps? The 10th princess gazed sorrowfully at the other, having sincerely devoted herself to him, only to be met with such a disheartening outcome. Chapter 88. The time to act. We must depart. It would be troublesome if we were discovered. The figure in the black robe, at the pinnacle of innate perfection, spoke softly before approaching the 10th princess. We are leaving, our future princess consort. Never, even in death. I shall not accompany you to the empire of Xian. The 10th princess retreated repeatedly, her eyes resolutely fixed upon him. You will not perish before me. Do not compel me to resort to force. The black-robed figure replied in a deep tone. He was reluctant to employ violence to take her away, considering that she was destined to be the princess consort. The 10th princess remained silent, her unwavering gaze conveying her defiance. The black-robed man furrowed his brow and lightly waved his hand. Take her away. The 10th princess appeared as if frozen in time, her body immobilized, save for her eyes which darted about anxiously. 2 figures in black robes hastened to her side. Allow me. As the 2 black-robed figures prepared to seize the 10th princess, the 9th prince suddenly interjected. Regardless of the circumstances, she is his sister, the only one who cares for him, and he could not bear the thought of others touching her. Suddenly, a long sword pierced through the 9th prince's chest, and he stared in disbelief at the black-robed figure who had appeared to be the 10th princess, gazing intently, now had her eyes filled with crimson veins, exuding an aura of terror. Let us proceed. The figure clad in a black robe, embodying the pinnacle of innate perfection, was the first to step out of the thatched hut. However, he soon halted, and the other black-robed figures trailing behind him also came to a standstill, positioned behind him. This was due to the presence of a one-armed man who stood quietly outside the hut, observing them. This man was Bai Tianxie. He had been here all along and was fully aware of the events that had transpired within the hut. The leading black-robed figure fixed a grave gaze upon him and inquired, Who are you? He sensed a lethal threat emanating from this individual, yet he was entirely unfamiliar with him. Those capable of instilling such a feeling were invariably formidable beings from the flame realm, and he recognized every one of them, save for this man. With a devilish grin, Bai Tianxie replied, "I am Bai Tianxie." Upon hearing this name, the black-robed man felt an even greater sense of bewilderment. He had never encountered such a name before. After revealing his identity, Bai Tianxie turned his attention to the 10th princess, scrutinizing her closely. It was this woman. Aside from her exceptional beauty, there seemed to be nothing particularly remarkable about her. She had yet to even reach the innate realm. When did the Qingyan Empire produce a powerhouse such as you? The black-robed man spoke in a low tone. I am not from the Qingyan Empire. What? The black-robed man was utterly perplexed. Not from the Qingyan Empire? Could he be sent by the crown prince? Yet, that did not seem right. He had never seen him before. Or perhaps, I'm not human. Bai Tianxie grinned broadly, his figure vanishing from the sight of the onlookers. Caution! Bang! With the sound of two heavy strikes, Bai Tianxie reappeared in his original position, accompanied by another figure. He had just swiftly seized the 10th princess from the opponent's grasp and dispatched two of the black-cloaked individuals. The leader, a being of innate perfection, felt his pupils constrict in terror as he beheld the remarkable speed of his adversary. What a fearsome velocity! Who on earth are you? All the black-cloaked figures gazed at him in dread. The presence of this one-armed man was overwhelmingly oppressive. Bai Tianxie paid no heed to the black-cloaked men, instead scrutinizing the 10th princess at close range, an inexplicable desire to claim her for himself swelling within him. Was there something about her that drew him in? What is your name? He inquired softly after dispelling the force exerted by the black-cloaked man. The 10th princess stared at him in a daze, then began to carefully examine Bai Tianxie in return. Hey, I'm asking you a question. He raised his voice again. My name is Qi Han. Ah, a rather pleasant name. And you are quite lovely as well, Bai Tianxie remarked, offering his critique. Qi Han blinked in surprise, regarding him oddly. The most beautiful woman in the flame realm is merely considered lovely? What poor taste. Is there something particularly special about you? Bai Tianxie suddenly inquired. Qi Han shook her head. No, not at all. Bai Tianxie furrowed his brow. If she bore no extraordinary possessions, it could only mean that it was her very essence that captivated him. In that case, he would have to take her back for further exploration. Hey, don't act so aloof. At that moment, the ignored black-cloaked figures glared at Bai Tianxie. Their teeth clenched in frustration. During the day, Bai Tianxie turned his head and coldly remarked, Are you also eager to meet your demise? As his voice echoed, a chill suddenly ran down the spines of the group of black-robed figures, sensing that something ominous was about to unfold. Kill him, the leader of the black-robed individuals barked, charging first towards Bai Tianxie. Having witnessed Bai Tianxie's prowess moments ago, he was aware of the latter's strength, yet he did not believe himself to be significantly weaker. To him, Bai Tianxie merely possessed swiftness. He presumed that other aspects were not as formidable. Boom! An overwhelming aura erupted from Bai Tianxie, a blood-red magic blade materializing in his grasp. The sudden surge of power immobilized the group of black-robed figures, even the one at the forefront, who was a consummate master of the innate realm. Daylight. Bai Tianxie raised the magic blade and lightly struck down upon the assembly of black-robed figures. Instantly, the surroundings transformed into a blinding expanse of white, rendering all visible forms invisible. Thud, thud. Within this luminous void, the sounds of bodies collapsing echoed repeatedly. When the white haze dissipated, only one black-robed figure stood trembling before Bai Tianxie, while the rest lay lifeless on the ground. Not bad. You managed to survive a blow, Bai Tianxie remarked with a smile. The lone standing black-robed figure's eyes were filled with terror. This man is indeed terrifying. With a single strike, he had been gravely injured, while his companions were all slain. Could he be an SSS level? It must be so. Otherwise, how could he be so fearsome? Yet, it seems that the overall strength in this world is rather low. Bai Tianxie suddenly appeared behind the black-robed figure, raising his magic blade and slowly severing the latter's head from his body. Qi Han stared in astonishment at the scene before her. The man was utterly terrifying. Although she had yet to reach the innate realm, her years spent by the side of the Qingyan Emperor had sharpened her discernment. This man exuded a presence reminiscent of her father. It appeared that the spiritual ranks of this world were not as formidable as she had imagined. With a disdainful curl of her lips, she lifted her gaze to the distant sky. His intention in unleashing his aura was to summon the Qingyan Emperor to him. He was confident that upon sensing his might, the Emperor would surely come. As expected, a beam of azure light, imbued with a terrifying aura, shot towards Bai Tianxie. Chapter 89. Qin Song Qiong. Bai Tianxie's eyes, brimming with martial fervor, fixated on the figure suspended in the air. It was a middle-aged man clad in a blue dragon robe, his countenance resolute, commanding respect without a trace of anger. He was Qin Song Qiong, The emperor of the Qingyan Empire. Father. The 10th princess Qing Han exclaimed in excitement, calling out to the figure above. Qing Songqiong turned his gaze toward her. His eyes filled with tenderness. Do not worry, father is here. After the 10th princess was abducted, it did not take long for her absence to be noticed. Qing Songqiong immediately mobilized everyone to scour the entire imperial capital, yet she remained elusive. Just as his anxiety reached its peak, he sensed the powerful aura emanating from Bai Tianxie. Shifting his focus to Bai Tianxie, he spoke in a chilling tone. Does your Ziyin Empire intend to engage us in full-scale war? Bai Tianxie remained silent, gradually ascending to match the other's altitude, his martial intent unabashedly radiating from him. Qing Songqiong regarded him with suspicion, surprised by the other's fearless demeanor. The Qingyan emperor found himself perplexed by the attitude of the individual before him, which did not seem characteristic of someone from the Ziyin Empire. Father, he just saved me, exclaimed the 10th princess, Qing Han, as she observed the standoff between the two in midair. Qing Songqiong's expression softened slightly as he spoke with a measured tone. Since you have rescued Hana, I shall not make things difficult for you. Fight. Bai Tianxie bellowed, his battle intent soaring to the heavens. Countless white flames erupted in the sky, their terrifying heat distorting the very fabric of space. As Bai Tianxie gazed upon the warped surroundings, he mused how fragile this world was compared to the Huaxia realm. White flames. Qing Songqiong's pupils constricted as he stared in astonishment at Bai Tianxie. Memories of his ancestors' records flooding his mind. Black flames signify slaughter, white flames denote destruction, purple flames sear the soul, while blue flames are for healing and salvation. Boom. Just as he was engulfed in shock, Bai Tianxie launched his assault, hurtling towards him with the fearsome white flames. Qing Songqiong furrowed his brow, raising his hand to conjure a wall of azure flames to block the incoming attack. Indeed, Bai Tianxie's demonic blade struck the azure barrier, failing to advance even a fraction. Yet, it was not sufficient. His voice resonated from behind Qing Songqiong as the demonic blade, now infused with white flames, descended with lethal intent. When did this happen? Qing Songqiong was filled with astonishment. The opponent's strikes were both swift and elusive. This was not the crux of the matter. What troubled him most was that despite the evident disparity in their realms, he still felt a palpable threat. Sizzle. The demonic blade cleaved downward, and Qing Songqiong, unable to evade in time, sustained a wound to his arm. Whoosh. He swiftly distanced himself, glancing down at the injury on his arm as a swirl of azure flames enveloped the wound. Before long, the azure flames dissipated, yet his arm had already healed. Bai Tianxie grinned and remarked, "What an intriguing ability. Please, do not strike." On the ground, Qing Han, witnessing her father's injury, cried out in a state of utmost anxiety. Qing Songqiong furrowed his brow tightly and inquired, "Who exactly are you?" "I am Bai Tianxie, the king of the corpse clan from the Huaxia realm." As the words fell, Qing Songqiong's pupils constricted once more. He realized the individual before him was not from the flame realm, and he had some knowledge of the corpse clan from his ancestors' records. "How did you come to be here?" Qing Songqiong gazed at him warily. "Guess." After uttering this, Bai Tianxie launched another assault, transforming into a swirling mass of white flames that relentlessly struck at his opponent. The angles of his attacks were exceptionally cunning and peculiar. At times, they seemed to come from the front, only to shift trajectories and strike from the side in an instant. Qing Songqiong felt an overwhelming frustration. His primary ability, the azure flames, was focused on healing, while his opponent wielded the lethal white flames, leaving him at a disadvantage. However, his adversary should not presume victory. With the power of the azure flames, his strength lay in endurance. As the two combatants soared higher into the sky, their clash intensified, gradually rising above the clouds. And the ensuing tumult grew ever more formidable, saturating the heavens with hues of azure and white. The inhabitants of the imperial capital gazed up in terror, witnessing a battle that sent shivers down their spines. Is it our emperor engaged in combat? Only he possesses such might. But who is his opponent? Shouldn't the purple flame emperor wield purple flames? Yet, what fills the sky seems to be white. Uncertain. Yet one can be assured that the opponent possesses strength equal to that of his majesty. Can victory be attained? Certainly. As the crowd engaged in fervent discussions, the battle above the clouds neared its conclusion. Bai Tianxie, with a frenzied expression, raised his demonic blade high and struck towards the azure sky. A colossal white dragon, composed of flames, surged forth with a thunderous roar, charging directly at the adversary. With a grave countenance, Qing Songqiong thrust his hands forward, conjuring an immense azure lotus to shield against the white dragon. Boom. As the white dragon coiled around the azure lotus, it sought to constrict its foe with relentless force. Yet, no matter how fiercely the white dragon exerted itself, it could not budge the lotus in the slightest. The dragon emitted a burst of white light, its jaws and claws tearing at the azure petals, tiny fissures appearing upon its surface. Buzz! The azure lotus radiated a shimmering blue light, causing all the cracks to vanish, restoring it to pristine condition. As time progressed, the white dragon gradually dissipated, while the azure lotus remained steadfast in the air. Step by step, it flourished. At the moment the white dragon vanished, Qing Sangqiong's gaze turned icy, and he shouted with authority. The massive azure lotus surged towards Bai Tianxia, leaving a trail of smaller azure lotuses behind, creating a grand pathway of azure blooms. TCH. Bai Tianxia smirked slightly, channeling all his strength into the demonic blade aimed at the lotus. Boom. Instantly, the sky was divided into shades of blue and white, sunlight entirely obscured by the clash of colors. Moments later, the hues dissipated and sunlight streamed down once more. Qing Sangxiong furrowed his brow, surveying the empty expanse ahead. Have they fled? He did not believe that the earlier attack could have been lethal, now that the opponent had vanished without a trace. The only conclusion was that they had fled. With a heavy heart, he returned to the ground, only to discover that his children were also missing. Hunter! His furious roar echoed throughout the surrounding 100 miles. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, Bai Tianxia, in a disheveled state, cradled the 10th princess, Qinghan, in one arm as he swiftly soared towards the Huaxia camp. Why are you capturing me? Qinghan inquired softly. Strangely, she felt no fear. An instinct told her that he would not harm her. Bai Tianxia glanced down at her, a mischievous smile gracing his lips as he replied, What else would I do? Naturally, I intend to take you back as my lady of the stronghold. You. Qinghan's cheeks flushed slightly, revealing an unexpectedly bashful demeanor. Bai Tianxia stared at her in astonishment. He had merely spoken in jest, unaware of her reaction. Alas, this damned charm. Chapter 90, Collision of Two Worlds. The commander has returned. Within the Huaxia camp, an unknown voice called out, prompting everyone to look up at the sky. Bai Tianxia landed steadily, still holding Qinghan. Commander. Xiao Fengyu and the other leaders swiftly surrounded them, their eyes darting between the two with a mix of curiosity and concern. What is the story behind this woman? Wasn't the commander supposed to be battling at the spirit stage? Why did one leave, only for two to return? Questions swirled in the minds of the leaders. Prepare for battle. The enemy should be arriving shortly. Also, send someone back to Huaxia for reinforcements. Bai Tianxia disregarded the curious glances, swiftly issuing commands. He has abducted the 10th princess, Qinghan, and undoubtedly, Qing Sangqiong will pursue them, heralding the onset of war. Indeed. The assembled generals responded solemnly and immediately set about organizing the war efforts. Within the imperial palace of the Huaxia realm, Yikue listened with great enthusiasm as the messenger relayed the situation in the flame realm. Ha! What an amusing affair. Yikue waved his hand, signaling the messenger to withdraw, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The azure flames of the emperor of the Qingyan Empire must correspond to the purple flames of the Xian Empire. The capabilities of Qingyan are akin to those of Mu Yingling's 4 great generals, combined with the fact that these two factions have completely vanished from this world. It seems they have ventured into the flame realm to establish their dominion. What has brought you such delight? Mu Yingling approached slowly, her brow furrowed in curiosity. Yikue turned to her, chuckling softly. A breakthrough has been achieved. Indeed, Mu Yingling exuded an air of pride, momentarily releasing the aura of her initial spiritual stage. Perfect. You shall assist Bai Tianxia. Certainly. Mu Yingling narrowed her brows slightly, regarding him. Is there something you have yet to disclose? Haha. Do you still remember your 4 great generals? You shall encounter Qingyan and Xian once more in the world we are about to invade. Oh? Have they ventured into another realm? It appears so, and that realm is currently under their dominion. Would you be interested in reclaiming them under your banner? Mu Yingling rolled her eyes at Yikue, retorting, If only Haiyan and Baiyan would also return to my side, then I would be intrigued. Currently, the user of the white flame is Bai Tianxia, who has ascended to the status of a corpse king, an utterly implausible situation. As for the Yi family, that is even more inconceivable. This cannot be. You are destined to marry into my Yi family. How could you possibly become the lord of the Yi family? As for Bai Tianxia, that will depend on your own capabilities. Yi Kuei's figure materialized beside Mu Yingling, wrapping an arm around her slender waist, and leaning in closely to whisper in her ear. To once again command the Yi family is rather simple. We just need to strive to produce a multitude of descendants from the Yi family, who will unquestionably obey your every command. I shall go support Bai Tianxia. Mu Yingling gently pushed him away and hurriedly made her way outside. Yi Kuei furrowed his brow as he watched her retreating figure, a flicker of light continually dancing in his eyes. When he had held Mu Yingling moments ago, he was overcome by an inexplicable sense of crisis. The source of this feeling seemed to be Mu Yingling herself, yet it felt as though it was something beyond her. Such a peculiar sensation. Yi Kuei shook his head lightly and returned to his throne. Attack! In the flame realm, in the far west, Bai Tianxia stood resolutely in the air, shouting loudly. Behind him, the vast army of Huaxia surged forward in an instant. Opposing them was the Qingyan army, led by Qing Sangqiong, whose numbers far exceeded those of the Huaxia forces. Shortly after Bai Tianxia returned to the camp, Qing Sangqiong sought him out, and the two engaged in yet another battle. However, neither side could gain the upper hand. A fight to the death would only lead to mutual ruin, yet with over 100 million Huaxia soldiers present, the odds were decidedly unfavorable for Qing Sangqiong. Thus, he chose to retreat and, upon returning to the Qingyan Empire, immediately summoned his army to advance towards the far west. In that distant land, he beheld the immense spatial rift and the formidable forces of the Huaxia army, which were not of the flame realm, leading him to realize that this was an incursion from another world, perhaps the original realm of his ancestors. He also dispatched messengers to the Xian Empire, for this was not merely a matter of state, but a crisis that concerned the entirety of the flame realm. When the two armies clashed, a staggering number of casualties ensued, predominantly among the Qingyan forces. Although the Huaxiao army was outnumbered, their combat prowess was undeniably formidable. Qing Sangqiong gazed in astonishment at the battlefield below. The enemy's strength surpassed all his expectations. Ice rain. A commanding shout echoed as Xiao Fengyu brandished his sword, unleashing a torrential downpour of icy rain that enveloped vast areas. Within the icy deluge, the Qingyan warriors suffered grievously. These icy shards not only emanated an excruciating chill, but were also remarkably hard, making it exceedingly difficult for them to dispel the onslaught. Qing Sangqiong's expression turned icy as he soared towards Xiao Fengyu. If left unchecked, this individual alone could inflict catastrophic losses upon his Qingyan army. He had to be dealt with. Swish. Bai Tianxia obstructed his path, grinning as he spoke. Your opponent is me. Where's Honor? In my room. I will kill you. Qing Sangqiong roared, his eyes filled with fury as he launched a terrifying attack against Bai Tianxia. Bai Tianxia was momentarily taken aback, sensing that the other party seemed to have misunderstood the situation. Let it be. Let us engage in battle for now. He sensed that he was on the brink of a breakthrough. With a thunderous clash, the two figures collided, generating a formidable shockwave that fractured the surrounding space with fine cracks. Observing their environment, they instinctively soared into the sky to continue their duel. Amidst the chaos of war, an immense army, numbering in the hundreds of millions, advanced rapidly toward the battlefield. They were the troops of the Purple Flame Empire, who, upon receiving a message from the azure sky, had been swiftly mobilized by the Emperor of the Purple Flame. In truth, he was already aware of the situation without the need for a messenger, for the Azure Flame Empire harbored many spies from the Purple Flame Empire. An invasion from another realm? Truly troublesome. The crown prince of the Purple Flame, Xiao Yang, glided gracefully at the forefront of the army. Father, he remarked, this may well be an excellent opportunity. The crown prince of the Purple Flame approached him with a smile. What do you mean? If we can vanquish the invaders, I shall have the chance to wed the 10th princess, Qinghan. Once I harness the power within her, the entire flame realm will belong to our Purple Flame Empire. Xiao Yang's eyes sparkled with fervor as he regarded his companion with admiration, though a tinge of mockery lurked in the depths of his gaze. How could the power dwelling within Qinghan be so easily relinquished? It would be he, Xiao Yang, who would reign over the flame realm. Foolish son, your father merely seeks to leverage your name. Do you truly believe he would allow you to possess that power? The crown prince of the Purple Flame, basking in the praise from his father, wore a triumphant expression. Prepare the entire army for battle. The resounding clamor of combat echoed from afar as Xiao Yang bellowed and soared ahead. Chapter 91. Mu Yingling and the Bronze Giant Cauldron Ice Spears. Countless ice spears coalesced before Xiao Fengyu, who, with a mere wave of his hand, launched them all forward. His adversaries were 5 formidable beings, each possessing innate perfection, now beset by a terror as the ice spears hurtled towards them. This being from another realm was extraordinarily powerful, holding his own against 5 foes of equal rank. It was as if he could anticipate their every attack. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted as the ice spear shattered, unleashing a terrifying momentum that weighed heavily upon the chests of all present. Xiao Yang stood proudly in the air, his hands resting behind him, observing the battlefield with serene detachment. Kill! The purple flame army surged forth, a fierce tide crashing into the fray. As colors of blue and purple nearly engulfed the entire battleground, encircling the Huaxia forces. Faced with this overwhelming numerical disadvantage, the Huaxia army found themselves swiftly subdued. Xiao Yang gradually lifted his gaze towards the clouds, his eyes piercing through their veil, catching sight of 2 figures engaged in a rapid exchange. Let them fight it out. First, we must eliminate these interdimensional invaders. With that thought, he withdrew his gaze, directing it towards Xiao Fengyu and the other powerful figures from Huaxia. The moment Xiao Yang made his appearance, Xiao Fengyu and his fellow warriors from Huaxia gathered closely, their expressions grave as they regarded their opponent. Xiao Yang regarded them with disdain, a scornful smile gracing his lips as he casually waved his hand. Boom! Countless purple flames filled the sky, encircling the Huaxia warriors, leaving them with no avenue of escape. These purple flames radiated no heat. Instead, they imparted a chilling sensation. Burn your souls to ashes. Xiao Yang spoke coldly, as the surrounding purple flames gradually converged towards the warriors of Huaxia. Xiao Fengyu, wielding his longsword, executed a powerful slash towards the purple flames, releasing a chilling strike that surged forth. Boom! Upon contact with the purple flames, the strike was instantly ignited, vanishing without a trace in mere moments. Everyone attacked together. Xiao Fengyu understood that he could not penetrate the purple flames alone, and turned to address the assembly of strong fighters. Upon hearing his command, the group unleashed their most formidable strikes, instantly filling the sky with a kaleidoscope of assaults. Thunderous roars echoed. However, contrary to their hopes, the combined might of their attacks merely diminished the purple flames slightly. What shall we do? A Beast Clan warrior exclaimed, his face etched with anxiety. Continue. Xiao Fengyu gritted his teeth, realizing there were no alternative measures to take. It appeared that their adversary had no intention of swiftly resolving the situation, instead opting to let the purple flames gather slowly. It was akin to a cat playing with a mouse, relishing the sight of their struggles leading to inevitable demise. Infuriating. Had the Night Emperor been present, such arrogance would not be tolerated. If only our commander had heeded counsel, we would not find ourselves in this predicament, lamented another. However, lamenting was futile now. They had already dispatched a request for reinforcements back to the Huaxia realm, fervently hoping the support would arrive swiftly. Before aid could come, they must hold their ground. We cannot allow them to underestimate our Huaxia realm. A Beast Clan warrior roared defiantly, charging headlong into the purple flames with his bare body. His entire form was enveloped by the purple flames, yet there was no sign of scorching upon him. He clasped his head with both hands, wailing in agony as his very soul was incessantly scorched by the purple flames. The torment he endured surpassed the mere physical pain in its horror. Ultimately, the Beastman warrior who had charged forth fell lifelessly from the sky. From a distance, Xiao Yang observed the Chinese warriors, his demeanor one of mockery, as if he were merely an audience to a spectacle. Very well, may you all depart, he declared, and with that utterance, the purple flames surged forth dramatically, racing towards the crowd. Xiao Fengyu, filled with reluctance, gazed at the approaching inferno, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly. Was the disparity between innate perfection and spiritual rank truly this vast? He slowly raised his gaze towards the clouds, whereby Tianxia was engaged in battle with a spiritual rank adversary. How could he possess such formidable power, while he himself did not? Was this what they termed the disparity of talent? Boom. The purple flames suddenly accelerated, arriving instantaneously among the Chinese warriors, erupting into a towering violet blaze. Xiao Yang waved his hand, dissipating the flames, causing the previously beleaguered Chinese warriors to vanish without a trace. Buzz. A ripple in space ensued, and the warriors reappeared in their original positions, each bearing expressions of having narrowly escaped disaster. The Human King has arrived, they exclaimed with fervent excitement, their spirits lifted by the arrival of reinforcements. Behind them, a multitude of figures surged forth from a spatial rift, racing towards the battlefield with astonishing speed. Attack! The Chinese army, numbering in the millions, charged with an unstoppable momentum, inflicting significant casualties upon the Inferno Realm forces in an instant. Reinforcements? Xiao Yang furrowed his brow in concern. Whoosh. At that moment, a crescent-shaped strike swiftly approached, and he sensed a lethal threat emanating from it. Buzz. A bronze cauldron materialized abruptly before Xiao Yang, a national treasure of the Xian Empire, which had catalyzed their adversarial relationship with the Qingyan Empire. Whoosh. The impending strike suddenly vanished, and Xiao Yang felt a sharp pain emanating from behind him. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly repositioned the bronze cauldron to shield his back. The vanished strike reappeared behind him, colliding instantly with the bronze cauldron, producing a thunderous sound. That cauldron is quite impressive. An ethereal voice resonated as Mu Yingling appeared not far from Xiao Yang, calmly observing him and stating, mid-level spirit realm. She pronounced Xiao Yang's cultivation level with a serene confidence. Are you the leader of these beings from another realm? Xiao Yang inquired, his gaze fixed intently on her. Mu Yingling slowly shook her head and replied, No, dealing with you does not require his intervention. Upon her utterance, Xiao Yang's heart trembled. Was there an even more formidable presence yet to arrive? Mu Yingling gazed upward at the clouds, filled with nostalgia as she remarked, To see you again is truly reminiscent. You should surrender. I have no desire to strike against the descendants of my former subordinates. Surrender? Xiao Yang scoffed disdainfully. I acknowledge your strength. Yet that does not guarantee your victory over me. He cast a sidelong glance at the bronze cauldron, a confident smile gracing his lips. This artifact was indeed fearsome, and he believed that as long as he wielded the bronze cauldron, none could stand against him. Had it not been for the Qingyan's restraint against his Xian, he would have long since obliterated the Qingyan Empire. Oh, it seems that your confidence stems from that bronze cauldron. Mu Yingling observed every movement of her opponent with keen attention. She indeed sensed a terrifying aura emanating from the cauldron, yet simultaneously, there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity. She even felt as though she could exert control over the bronze cauldron. Why was this the case? Should she test it? With that thought, Mu Yingling concentrated her mind and commanded the bronze cauldron to ascend. To her astonishment, the cauldron began to rise slowly. Both Mu Yingling and Xiao Yang stared at the bronze cauldron in disbelief, one in wonder at her newfound ability to control it, the other perplexed as to why the cauldron seemed to defy control. Chapter 92. A great victory. Your reliance appears to be uncontrollable. Mu Yingling spoke softly. It's you. Xiao Yang gazed at her in shock, realizing that she was aware of the cauldron's recent lack of control. It must have been her doing. The question arose, how could she command the bronze cauldron? It was well known that this cauldron had been refined by countless generations of the Ji family before it could be utilized even slightly. He had yet to master its true functions, only capable of employing the cauldron as a blunt instrument to strike. Nevertheless, even such a simplistic method was an exceedingly formidable means of attack. Surrender, Mu Yingling urged once more. Xiao Yang's expression shifted between darkness and light as he fixed his gaze upon her. Even without the bronze cauldron, it does not mean you can defeat me. The two had yet to engage in a formal confrontation. He merely sensed a threat from her presence. How could he possibly accept defeat without a fight? Upon hearing yet another rejection, Mu Yingling's gaze grew increasingly frigid. A suit of snow-white armor materialized around her, and in her hand, she wielded a divine sword. Pure as snow, Soul Devourer. Witnessing the unveiling of her formidable gear, Xiao Yang resolved to strike preemptively. A colossal visage, wrought from violet flames, manifested in the sky, descending with ferocity as it opened its cavernous maw to bite down upon Mu Yingling. Superdimensional space, slash. With an elegant flourish, Mu Yingling swung her sword towards the infernal face, unleashing an immense crescent-shaped strike that soared rapidly toward the foe. Boom. At the moment of collision, the surrounding space shattered violently, and a black hole began to materialize. The violet flames relentlessly eroded the crescent slash, yet the effect was negligible. Indeed, the violet flames dissipated swiftly. In mere moments, the violet flames vanished entirely, and with no barrier remaining, the strike ascended toward the heavens. Soul Serpent. Just then, several slender purple serpents emerged beside Mu Yingling, bearing their fangs as they lunged forward. Buzz. A ripple of spatial distortion enveloped Mu Yingling, causing her to vanish from sight, leaving the purple serpents to strike empty air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Mu Yingling's form flickered in the air, reappearing intermittently as she wielded her divine sword. Blades of energy surged forth from all directions, racing towards Xiao Yang at a speed that pierced through dimensions. Cloaked in violet flames, Xiao Yang compressed their intensity to a tangible form in a desperate bid to fend off the onslaught. Alas, he had grossly underestimated the might of Mu Yingling's strikes. The violet flames were cleaved apart, and several slashes found their mark upon him. After a harrowing scream, Ziyang was drenched in blood, standing precariously in the air, his expression a mask of utter terror as he beheld Mu Yingling. Truly terrifying. Observing the opponent's demeanor, which exuded an air of effortless confidence, it was evident that they were not exerting their full strength. Once more, she inquired, "Will you surrender?" Mu Yingling gazed down upon her adversary from a position of superiority, reiterating her question. If circumstances permitted. She harbored no desire to take the life of one who wielded the purple flames, for the ancestor of this individual had once pledged loyalty to her. Zhiyaoyang's eyes were filled with turmoil as he cast his gaze toward the bronze cauldron suspended in midair, contemplating whether he could regain control over it. However, disappointment washed over him when he realized that there was no response. It was as if the connection between him and the bronze cauldron had been severed. After his attempt to assert control over the cauldron, the struggle in his eyes vanished, and he decisively proclaimed to Mu Yingling, "I surrender." Though his voice was not particularly loud, it resonated across the battlefield. Both factions engaged in combat halted in their tracks, astonished, and turned their gaze toward him. The soldiers of the Flame Realm were collectively taken aback, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and astonishment. Zhiyaoyang wore a bitter smile. He too was reluctant to concede. Yet the overwhelming strength of his opponent left him no choice. With the loss of his trump card, the bronze cauldron, he was left defenseless. Furthermore, it was not solely he who was being bested. The entire Flame Realm army was under relentless assault. Ever since the reinforcements had arrived, the forces of the Flame Realm had been retreating steadily, with no hope of victory in sight. Their strongest warriors fell short against the enemy, and even their mid-tier forces were outmatched. What other option remained but to surrender? A judicious decision, indeed. Mu Yingling spoke with an air of indifference, declaring that if the opposition persisted in their refusal to surrender, the Huaxia army could thoroughly annihilate the Flame Realm forces. With a mere thought, the bronze cauldron began to hover gracefully above her head, and she reached out to caress its surface. Upon touching the bronze cauldron, a plethora of information regarding the magnificent artifact surged into her mind. Songsheng? Mu Yingling murmured to herself, realizing that the cauldron was named Songsheng, and she comprehended its usage and purpose with clarity. Staring at the Songsheng cauldron in a daze, she felt a gentle tremor emanating from it, releasing an aura of joy. Suddenly, a brilliant white light erupted from the clouds above, followed by an overwhelming force descending from the heavens. She broke through. Mu Yingling lifted her gaze towards the clouded sky, her lips parting in astonishment. The two opposing armies, momentarily halting their battle, looked up in disbelief. To achieve a breakthrough amidst combat? Haha. I am truly grateful for your assistance in enabling my advancement to the spirit realm. Above the clouds, Bai Tianxia laughed maniacally, his delight evident in his eyes. Though his attire was tattered, and despite his formidable white flame combat prowess, he was gradually succumbing to fatigue after such a prolonged engagement against a spirit realm opponent. In contrast, his adversary remained as vigorous as ever. If one could not secure a decisive strike against such an enemy, they would inevitably be worn down. Do you regard me as a sharpening stone? Qing Songqiong gazed incredulously at his opponent, astonished by the audacity to leverage his pressure for a breakthrough. Let us continue. Bai Tianxia grinned widely, his fighting spirit ignited. Eagerly, he raised his enchanted blade, ready to unleash his most powerful strike. A colossal white dragon, magnified several times since its prior form, coiled ominously above him. Its penetrating gaze fixated upon the azure sky. At a mere flicker of malevolent intent from the dragon, it would unleash a swift and brutal assault. The pupils of Qing Songqiong constricted. The oppressive aura of the white dragon was overwhelmingly formidable, far surpassing anything he had previously encountered, leading him to question whether he could withstand such might. Qing Lian. A magnificent Qing Lian stood resolutely before him, poised in opposition to the white dragon. One decisive move would determine the victor. Bai Tianxia wielded his demon blade against Qing Songqiong, who swiftly countered. In an instant, the white dragon roared and surged forward. Upon encountering Qing Lian, the dragon unfurled its jaws, voraciously drawing in its essence. The Qing Lian diminished rapidly under the dragon's relentless absorption, its regeneration unable to keep pace with the overwhelming force. Boom. In a fleeting moment, the Qing Lian exploded, and the white dragon lunged towards Qing Songqiong, engulfing him whole with a gaping maw. The terrifying white flames seared mercilessly at Qing Songqiong, who cried out in agony while attempting to summon Qing Yin for healing. Yet, much like the Qing Lian, the restorative effects were woefully inadequate against the speed of the burning. It would not be long before Qing Songqiong was reduced to nothing but ashes. Enough. Spare him his life. Just as Qing Songqiong braced for a fiery demise, The voice of Mu Yingling resonated. Chapter 93. Finding a wife for Bai Tianxie. Bai Tianxie cast a sidelong glance at Mu Yingling, his brow furrowing slightly as he replied, "Then let him live." After all, Mu Yingling was to be the Night Emperor's bride, and it was only fitting to grant her this concession. The white dragon dissipated, and the azure sky revealed a gaze filled with lingering trepidation, continuously employing azure flames to heal itself. The flame realm had capitulated, preparing to return and report to the Night Emperor. And there remains one barbarian. Let us return to the surface first. Bai Tianxie cast a glance at the azure sky and said, "Hey, keep up." The three swiftly ascended to the surface, where Zhi Yaoyang and a group of formidable fighters from the flame realm stood silently before the despondent army. Opposite them stood the valiant forces of Huaxia, each spirited and vigorous. "You come along too." Mu Yingling pointed at Zhi Yaoyang before striding towards the command tent of the Huaxia army. Upon entering the tent, Mu Yingling calmly seated herself in the main position, gazing at the two emperors of the flame realm before her. "You ought to know the origins of your family, correct?" After exchanging glances, Qing Songqiang and Zhi Yaoyang spoke in unison. "We know." "Then do you know whom your ancestors once pledged their allegiance to?" "The Empress of the Void." "I am the Empress of the Void." "What?" The two stood there, thunderstruck, their eyes wide with disbelief. Mu Yingling spoke coolly, "Otherwise, why would I spare you? With the might of my Huaxiao army, I could easily annihilate the entire flame realm." It seems that this is indeed the case. They did not believe Mu Yingling was lying, for there was simply no need for such deception. Little did they expect that the one their ancestors had once served would appear, and in the guise of an invader at that. "Now, tell me, how did your families come to this place?" The two individuals hesitated for a moment, and Qing Songqiang spoke solemnly. "Allow me to speak, but before that, could you release my daughter?" He turned his gaze towards Bai Tianxie, who had been silently sitting beside him. "No, I have not yet completed my research." Bai Tianxie replied with unwavering determination. "Research?" The three present were taken aback, casting curious looks in his direction. "I never imagined you possessed such a peculiar inclination." Bai Tianxie coughed lightly, sensing their unusual stares, and clarified, "It is simply that I perceive something intriguing about her, and I wish to understand it. Nothing more." The trio exchanged knowing glances, as if to say, "Now we see." Qing Songqiang spoke again. "In truth, you need not conduct your research. I can disclose it to you right now." As his words fell, a flicker of reluctance passed through Zhi Yaoyang's eyes. This person was harnessing the power of the white flame, which meant he was likely drawn to the energy within Qing Han. If Qing Songqiang revealed this, the other party would undoubtedly seek to claim Qing Han for themselves. Yet, as they found themselves in a position of captivity, their reluctance to confront him was overshadowed by the instinct for self-preservation. Merely surviving was a fortunate outcome. A plan must be devised to discreetly seize the power within Qing Han, so that when their strength increased, they would no longer fear these interdimensional intruders. "Oh, then do share your insights," Bai Tianxie said, intrigued by Qing Songqiang's assertion. Within Hana resides a force capable of significantly enhancing the abilities of the wielder of the four-colored flames. It is precisely because of this power that her cultivation speed is exceedingly slow. Then why not extract that power during the day? Bai Tianxie questioned with a sense of confusion. Qing Songqiang, slightly embarrassed, replied, "The only way to acquire this power is through intimate relations between the two." Upon hearing this, Bai Tianxie cast a glance at Zhi Yaoyang. "No wonder your Xian Empire sent someone to abduct her. It turns out she holds such significant value." Hiki. Zhi Yaoyang chuckled awkwardly, hesitant to speak, as Qing Songqiang was glaring fiercely at him. "Can you release my daughter now?" "Certainly not," Qing Songqiang retorted. "I have yet to harness the power within her." "You." A formidable aura began to rise around Qing Songqiang. He was resolute in ensuring that no one would defile honor, even if it cost him his life. "Do you still wish to fight? This time, I shall not show any mercy." Bai Tianxie grinned, a similar aura emanating from him. "Rein in your aura." At that moment, Mu Yingling spoke calmly. "Bai Tianxie will marry your daughter in a legitimate manner." With these words, Mu Yingling turned to Bai Tianxie. "Is that not so?" Bai Tianxie furrowed his brows tightly, remaining silent. "That also depends on my daughter's own wishes," Qing Songqiang replied slowly, retracting his aura. "If Qing Han herself was willing, he would not oppose. After all, Bai Tianxie was not only powerful but also a high-ranking figure on the victorious side. What if I choose not to marry her?" Bai Tianxie suddenly interjected. Mu Yingling narrowed her eyes, emphasizing her words. "Then you may inquire if the Night Emperor would agree." Though she was an empress, she was still a woman. If Bai Tianxie sought merely to obtain the power within her without taking responsibility, She would not allow it. Hiki. In the realm of Huaxia, it is not solely the Night Emperor who holds dominion. There is also the corpse ancestor. Bai Tianxie's intent is abundantly clear. He is the king of the corpse clan, and the corpse ancestor is likewise a ruler of the Huaxia realm. If inquiries are to be made, they ought to be directed towards the corpse ancestor. You have the Night Emperor to back you, and I have the corpse ancestor. For now, with the corpse ancestor absent, I shall take charge. Suddenly, the voice of Yi Kuei reverberated, startling everyone within the tent. The Night Emperor. Bai Tianxie and Mu Yingling respectfully greeted the seemingly materialized Yi Kuei. Yi Kuei regarded Bai Tianxie with a hint of amusement. Even if you were to consult the corpse ancestor, the outcome would remain unchanged, for Mu Yingling is my wife. Very well, this matter is settled. Choose a date for your wedding. Yi Kuei asserted, his gaze sweeping over the assembly. Bai Tianxie lowered his head, gritting his teeth, and replied, yes. I still need to consult my daughter's wishes. Qing Sangqiong hastily interjected. Did you not hear my words clearly? Yi Kuei coldly directed his gaze at him. Boom. An overwhelming, destructive aura suddenly descended upon Qing Sangqiong, forcing him to kneel upon the ground. Am I to perish? Qing Sangqiong desperately resisted the suffocating pressure, his heart filled with dread. Beside him, Zi Yaoyang felt the same trepidation. Although the force was not aimed at him, it still filled him with terror. As an old adversary, he was acutely aware of Qing Sangqiong's prowess, and now to see him rendered immobile, brought low solely by the weight of another's aura, was this the might of a ruler from another realm? Such terror. Now, have you comprehended my words? Yi Kuei gradually withdrew his oppressive presence, looking down upon him. I have understood clearly. The azure sky remained prostrate on the ground, trembling as it spoke. For the Night Sovereign had not permitted him to rise, and he dared not defy that command. He had come to comprehend the sheer terror that his adversary embodied. Such power could perhaps surpass the combined might of the entire flame realm. Rise now, and continue with the discussion you were having earlier. The Night Sovereign approached Mu Yingling, who promptly relinquished the chief seat to him. Pray tell, how did your two clans arrive in this world? Mu Yingling inquired softly, standing beside the Night Sovereign. I shall speak. Ziyang, having witnessed the Night Sovereign's formidable strength, interjected eagerly to demonstrate his loyalty. Qing Sangqiong cast a disdainful glance at him, his eyes filled with contempt. Chapter 94. A prophet of 10 billion. It was revealed that the two clans had arrived in this world shortly after the Empress of the Void had sealed the corpse ancestor. The root cause of their arrival was none other than the Bronze Cauldron. The discovery of this cauldron was made by the Qingyan clan, not the current possessors. The Xian clan. The Qingyan clan had brought the Bronze Cauldron back to their ancestral grounds, where they embarked on various attempts to utilize it. Nevertheless, despite their myriad methods, they found themselves unable to harness its power. The Bronze Cauldron was subjected to years of research, but ultimately they concluded that aside from its unparalleled hardness, it held no practical value. Subsequently, they abandoned their studies of the Bronze Cauldron, opting instead to display it as a mere ornament in the heart of their clan. It was not until the Xian clan arrived, having heard tales of the cauldron's extraordinary durability, that curiosity compelled them to employ flames to scorch it. However, unexpected events soon unfolded. The purple flame is a fire that scorches the very essence of the soul. Under its searing blaze, the Bronze Cauldron trembled ever so slightly, extinguishing the surrounding purple flames, and the wielder of this fire perished. In the wake of this unforeseen event, both factions were left bewildered. After regaining their composure, they resolved to collaborate in studying the Bronze Cauldron. They were certain that this vessel was a divine artifact, for even a mere tremor had resulted in the demise of the wielder, a formidable being of SSS rank. Realizing that the purple flame elicited a reaction from the cauldron, they gathered all members of the Purple Flame clan to simultaneously unleash their flames upon the Bronze Cauldron. However, as they did so, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The Bronze Cauldron suddenly erupted in a radiant light, transporting the two factions to another realm. This world was initially dominated by barbarian tribes, where the human race had long suffered under their oppression. Upon their arrival, the two factions began to rally the strength of humanity to resist the barbarians. At first, the barbarian king regarded their efforts with indifference, even finding it amusing as the two factions amassed power. It was not until centuries later that the barbarian king grasped the gravity of the situation, for by then, half of the world had fallen under the control of the two factions. Throughout these centuries, members of the factions had ascended to the spirit tier, and the Purple Flame clan had begun to wield the Bronze Cauldron with some proficiency. Decades later, a racial war erupted between humans and barbarians, culminating in humanity successfully sealing the barbarians within a hidden realm, aided by the Bronze Cauldron. In the aftermath of their victory, the Qingyan clan demanded the return of the Bronze Cauldron from the Purple Flame clan, only to be met with refusal. The meaning of the Xian family is that it is of no use to you. Only they, the Xian family, can wield its power. The Qingyan family perceives their adversaries as mercenary and ungrateful, prompting them to take direct action to reclaim the Bronze Giant Cauldron, thus igniting a fierce conflict between the two clans. Consequently, the Xian Empire and the Qingyan Empire were established. And the cauldron? Knight Kuei inquired, his eyes glinting with intensity. It is with me, Mu Yingling softly replied as she summoned the Bronze Giant Cauldron. However, at that moment, it appeared not as a colossal vessel, but rather as a small cauldron the size of a fist. Instantly, the attention of everyone present converged upon the bronze cauldron. This cauldron, resplendent in its bronze hue, was intricately adorned with countless depictions of various creatures, both avian and terrestrial, while 4 dragon figures coiled around its legs. Though it emitted no discernible aura, appearing akin to an ordinary cauldron, it was undoubtedly an extraordinary object capable of tearing through the barriers of worlds. Knight Kuei, puzzled, turned to Mu Yingling and asked, "How did it come to be in your possession?" "It insisted on following me. I had no choice," Mu Yingling replied with a playful wink and a shrug. Knight Kuei regarded her intently for a moment before addressing Xiao and Yang, instructing, "Take me to the place of the barbarian tribe seal, and bring the forces of the flame realm with you." Understood. Though they were perplexed, the two promptly acquiesced. Knight Kuei's primary purpose for coming to the flame realm was to accumulate a measure of ferocity, as he could scarcely obtain such points from the populace of the Huaxia realm. Thus, his gaze shifted towards the inhabitants of the Flame Realm. Upon exiting the command tent, they swiftly led the Flame Realm's army toward the site of the barbarian tribe's seal. Mu Yingling and Bai Tianxia chose not to follow, for they were acutely aware of Yi Kuei's intentions. He was poised to unleash a formidable strike. The army advanced swiftly, while the soldiers on the ground cast curious glances at the figures soaring above. Are we truly headed to engage in a life-or-death battle with the barbarian tribes? It seems unlikely, as those forces from the other realm have not pursued us. Could it be that they intend for me to wear down the barbarians before they make their move? It is indeed a possibility. Alas, what choice do we have as the defeated faction? The soldiers wore expressions of dejection. Before long, Yi Kuei and his companions arrived at a dark passage sealed by numerous runes, while the Yinjia army stood silently at a distance. Is this the place to seal the barbarians? Do you intend to annihilate them in one fell swoop? Xiao Yang whispered. Certainly. Yi Kuei slowly extended his right hand, palm upward, where a small black sun materialized. With a sudden motion, he hurled the miniature sun towards the sealing point. Boom! A burst of dark light erupted, causing the ground within a 100-mile radius to tremble violently, and the runes adorning the passage were obliterated. Ha ha ha! The seal has been broken. The barbarian tribes shall once again reign supreme over the world. Inferior human race, your doom is nigh. A voice, steeped in arrogance and resentment, echoed from within the passage. Boom! A surge of feral energy shot forth into the sky as a towering, rugged man swiftly emerged from the passage. Following him, others began to emerge in succession, each radiating an aura of untamed ferocity. In the distance, the troops of the Flame Realm anxiously observed the relentless surge of barbarians emerging from the passage, their hands firmly gripping their weapons, poised for an imminent assault. The first of the barbarians approached Knight Kuei and his companions, snarling defiantly, daring to break the seal. It seems you believe you can triumph over us barbarians. With that, he cast a disdainful glance at the distant Flame Realm forces. Have they all emerged? Knight Kuei quietly inquired, surveying the throng of barbarians, which likely numbered in the billions. Are you the current leader of the human race? I am the king of the barbarians. Come, let us face each other in battle. The barbarian king exuded an intense battle spirit, adopting a stance of readiness. Late stage of the spirit realm, quite impressive. Knight Kuei remarked softly, then extended his right finger towards the chest of the barbarian king. With a swift motion, a beam of black light shot forth from his fingertip, reaching the barbarian king in an instant. Roar! The barbarian did not flinch, bellowing at the black light. The beam vanished amidst the force of his roar, leaving many of the distant Flame Realm soldiers dazed and disoriented. How terrifying, such power in a single roar. Can we win? It should be fine, after all, it's 3 against 1. While the Flame Realm troops murmured among themselves, the battle abruptly concluded. Knight Kuei unleashed 6 black suns, which evolved from the 3-legged golden crows, tearing flesh from the barbarian king piece by piece. You are not worthy to challenge me. Knight Kuei stated lightly, and in an instant, the barbarian king's head was crushed beneath the claws of the golden crow. Thus, the barbarian king perished with a bewildered expression. Go forth. Nightshade gently waved his hand towards the bewildered barbarian army still in shock. 6 golden crows, engulfed in boundless flames, descended upon the barbarian horde, transforming the area into a sea of fire in an instant. The flames, a conflation of gold and black light, consumed their surroundings, leaving the barbarian forces with no opportunity for a final scream as they turned to ash. The Inferno Legion gazed in terror at Nightshade in the sky. How terrifying! How ruthless! Just moments ago, they believed they were meant to expend their strength against the barbarians, yet it became evident that their involvement was unnecessary. Clearly, Nightshade could single-handedly annihilate the barbarians with a mere gesture. Why then did he summon them? Was it merely to set an example? Indeed, it seemed so. Gain 10 billion points of ferocity. Chapter 95, The Path of Reincarnation After Vanquishing the Barbarians. Nightshade immediately commanded the Chaos Tree to seize the essence of the Inferno Realm, merging it with the Huaxia Realm. Following this amalgamation, the territory of the Huaxia Realm expanded nearly twofold. The Chaos Tree transformed from a sapling into a young tree, albeit still adorned with only a few leaves. The Huaxia Realm experienced further elevation, with the density of spiritual energy intensifying. The Inferno Realm was no longer referred to as such, but had taken on the name of the Flame Domain. Within the imperial palace of the Purple Flame Empire in the Flame Domain, Xiao Yang was conspiring with the prince. We must seize that power before Baizhen and Qing Han wed. Even if we must resort to force, it is imperative that we obtain it. In the past, we could afford to be patient, but circumstances have changed. Xiao Yang spoke with utmost seriousness. The Crown Prince furrowed his brows and inquired, "Can that power enable us to contend against the Night Emperor?" "I am uncertain," came the reply, "but according to our family's records, the reason we were able to seal the barbarian tribes in the past was that someone within our lineage had acquired that power. However, the pressing issue is that the Night Emperor can annihilate the entire barbarian tribe with a mere gesture. Such power is terrifying." The Crown Prince was filled with apprehension, pondering whether it was truly possible to stand against such might. Xiang's eyes sparkled with insight as he remarked, "The individual who previously obtained this power was initially at the early innate stage, which is classified as S rank, yet he was able to instantaneously ascend to the spirit tier. Therefore, if you, possessing the consummate innate stage, were to gain this power, your strength would undoubtedly amplify, making it conceivable to challenge the Night Emperor." Xiang spoke with persuasive intent, although deep down, he harbored doubts about the power's efficacy against the Night Emperor. His true motive was to manipulate the Crown Prince into abducting Qing Han. With the Night Emperor having publicly confirmed the marriage, Qing Sangxiong would likely lower his guard, presenting the perfect opportunity to seize Qing Han. Once the Crown Prince returned with her, the real intrigue would commence. That power, of course, belonged to Xiang, but it required the Crown Prince to bear the brunt of the consequences. A considerable burden indeed. "Very well. I shall make arrangements at once." The Crown Prince nodded gravely. Xiang's eyes flickered with a trace of barely perceptible guilt, yet he maintained a facade of unwavering support as he declared, "You may mobilize the entire might of the Xian Empire at your discretion." "Thank you, father." The Crown Prince expressed his profound gratitude toward his beloved father. However, what neither of them knew was that their conversation had fallen entirely upon the ears of Yi Kuei. The two realms had merged, and now the entire world lay under Yi Kuei's dominion. He chuckled softly to himself, contemplating how to orchestrate a heroic rescue by Bai Tianxie to enhance his favorability. In the Imperial Palace's garden, Yi Kuei took a delicate sip of tea and smiled. Opposite him, Mu Yingling inquired with curiosity, "What heroic rescue? Do you wish to know?" "Well, a kiss from you, and I shall reveal all." "I no longer wish to know." Mu Yingling glared fiercely at him. Suddenly, Yi Kuei rose and approached her, gently caressing her cheek. Just then, an inexplicable sense of danger flashed through the air. Yi Kuei withdrew his hand and casually asked, "Have you encountered anything particularly unusual of late?" Mu Yingling's cheeks flushed, and she shyly gazed at Yi Kuei. "What do you mean? Or rather, let me phrase it this way. Have any strange occurrences transpired in your life?" "Indeed, there have," Mu Yingling replied, her eyes widening in astonishment. "Ever since I ascended to the spirit tier, I frequently dream of a palace standing majestically above the clouds. Moreover, my comprehension of spatial abilities has accelerated significantly. I believe it won't be long before I catch up with you." With that, Mu Yingling proudly lifted her pristine chin. Upon hearing her words, Yi Kuei fell into deep contemplation. From his earlier probing, he deduced that the sense of danger emanated from Mu Yingling, though not from her directly. This situation evoked thoughts of possession in Yi Kuei's mind. Is it possible that a certain powerful figure seeks to seize control of Mu Yingling? If that is indeed the case, it would spell trouble. Hey, what are you thinking about? Mu Yingling, noticing him lost in thought, could not help but inquire. He chuckled softly. I was contemplating the need to hasten my efforts to enhance my strength so that you cannot catch up to me. Yi Kuei returned to his seat with a grin. Indeed, it is imperative to bolster one's strength swiftly. Only with formidable power can one remain unperturbed by unforeseen circumstances. It is also time for 100,000 continuous draws, for over the years, I have engaged in only a few draws, and now, with the recent influx of a staggering 28 billion ferocious points, the moment has come. As night fell, Yi Kuei once again performed the ritual preceding the draws, spending 5 hours scrubbing himself until he gleamed. System, let me initiate 100,000 continuous draws. Host, you seem rather buoyant. I am wealthy now. What's wrong with being a bit buoyant? Nothing much, but perhaps adjusting the odds downward may bring the host back to reality. Initiating 100,000 continuous draws. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Cycle of reincarnation. Well then, system. Just how low have you set the odds? Out of 1 million draws, I only receive 1 guaranteed reward. Do not presume that being a system grants you the liberty to act without restraint. Apologies, but this system truly can act as it pleases. At this moment, Yi Kuei felt profoundly disheartened. Had he known, he would not have indulged in such buoyancy. Now, he was indeed compelled by the system to regain his composure. With a heavy heart, he gazed at the prizes he had drawn this time. Little did he know, the sight would leave him utterly astonished. The cycle of rebirth. All things in the world are inescapably bound to the cycle of rebirth. As long as one exists within this cycle, they are subject to the dominion of the path of rebirth. Whosoever can master the path of rebirth shall wield control over all that exists. Even the exalted celestial emperors can be reduced to mere beggars by the path of rebirth. However, one must first comprehend the corresponding principles of this path. Throughout the ages, no being has ever truly mastered the path of rebirth. Even those fortunate enough to grasp it have only skimmed its surface. Legends speak of the path of rebirth being beyond the grasp of any living entity. How astounding it sounds, even more formidable than the ancient dual-eyed beings. Yi Kuei gazed excitedly at the item description. System, I implore you to grant me access to the path of rebirth. Affirmative, host. Boom. A resounding crash echoed in Yi Kuei's mind, causing him to faint instantly. Time passed, and upon awakening, Yi Kuei found himself in a state of confusion. Have I truly grasped the path of rebirth? It feels rather unremarkable. Host, do not indulge in illusions. You currently possess merely the qualification to ponder the path of rebirth, having yet to reach even the most rudimentary level. How does one go about comprehending the path of rebirth? That is entirely up to the host. This matter is ineffable and cannot be easily articulated. Yi Kuei sat quietly, pondering in his heart, if even the path of rebirth can be manifested, then what manner of existence is this system? Chapter 96, Refining Demons in the Illusory Divine Realm, within the Hahuan sect. The corpse ancestor Yi Kuei sat comfortably in a high seat, observing a group of disciples performing a graceful dance below, while the 6-clawed golden dragon, Yujio, indulged in exquisite delicacies beside him. The son of the corpse king, Jiangqing, stood trembling behind Yujio, his face bruised. Yi Kuei, the ancestor of the corpse clan, observed the sudden increase of 10 billion vicious points on the system, only to witness a decrease of 2 billion shortly thereafter. It became evident that significant movements were afoot in the realm of Huaxia, yet the system remained obstinately silent, leaving him in the dark regarding the unfolding events. With such an abundance of vicious points, perhaps 1 million consecutive draws would be in order, he mused, propping himself up with one hand and muttering to himself. At that moment, Du Qinglian, the leader of the Hahuan sect, hastily approached Yi Kuei and knelt on one knee. My lord, the corpse clan is making significant moves. Oh. Yi Kuei replied with a smile, his voice gentle. Do elaborate. There has been a sudden emergence of numerous members of the corpse clan within the human territories. They appear to be searching for something of utmost importance, as they are disregarding their own lives in their frantic search. Even the esteemed tier of the corpse clan has made an appearance. Upon hearing this, Yi Kuei cast a sidelong glance at Jiangqing. They must be seeking him, he thought. Is there anything else? Indeed, the demon clan's demon sovereign seems to have encountered some issues with his cultivation, resulting in a frenzied onslaught against his own kin. Currently, he is being suppressed by several late-stage demon clan powerhouses, and the human clan is contemplating a counterstrike against the demons. Very well, I understand. You may leave. Yi Kuei gestured for Du Qinglian to withdraw, adding, continue to instruct the disciples to remain vigilant of all external happenings. Understood, Du Qinglian replied, gradually retreating. Your father has sent someone to find you. Yi Kuei turned to Jiang Cheng, his smile broadening. Would you like to return? Jiang Cheng involuntarily shivered, hastily exclaiming, No, I am much happier being with you. Upon uttering these words, he forced a smile that was more grotesque than tears. During this period, he had frequently been at the receiving end of Night Nine's blows, enduring them with alarming regularity, small beatings every 3 days and significant ones every 6. He had contemplated leaving, but Night Kuei would not permit his departure. Whenever he broached the subject of leaving, Night Nine would promptly deliver a daily thrashing. He had just been beaten, and the bruises on his face had yet to fade. Suddenly, Night Nine paused in her eating, her greasy little hands patting Jiang Qing's shoulder as she spoke with utmost seriousness. My brother has said that to hit is to love, and to scold is to care. To truly test whether someone loves you, one must continually pummel them. I am currently testing you, and I hope you can endure. Jiang Qing thought to himself. What absurd logic. Then why not go beat your brother instead? However, being struck by a goddess did have its merits. It was a painful, yet oddly joyful experience. Perhaps, in the midst of such beatings, genuine feelings might indeed blossom. As long as she was happy, that was all that mattered, he mused. He remained rather naïve. Alas, for he had never heard the saying, a sycophant ends up with nothing in the end. Night Kuei suddenly stood up and declared, It is time for us to take a walk. Upon hearing this, Night Nine's eyes sparkled with excitement as she inquired, Where to? To the demon realm. What for? To refine demons. With that, Night Kuei strode confidently toward the exit, and the disciples of the Hehuan sect bowed their heads to make way. Night Nine, her short legs moving swiftly, hurried to catch up. Jiang Qing stood in a daze, observing the two individuals who departed without a word, contemplating whether to follow. At that moment, Yu Jiao suddenly cast a dangerous glance in his direction, causing Jiang Qing to shiver and hastily pursue them. Days later, on a great mountain within the demon realm, 3 figures, 1 large and 2 small, emerged. Yu Kuei held a swirling alchemical cauldron in his hands, his eyes gleaming with delight. His primary objective for entering the demon realm was to enhance his strength by utilizing the cauldron to refine demon beasts, thereby accelerating his power growth. The cauldron could purify the demon beasts to serve him, as well as extract their essence to bolster his own abilities swiftly. The mountain where he currently resided was once teeming with demon beasts, but now they had vanished without a trace, all having been absorbed into the cauldron. Under normal circumstances, Yi Kuei would not dare to recklessly enter the demon realm for such endeavors. However, with the higher-ranking demon lords currently suppressing the demon sovereigns, he felt emboldened to venture here. With the 6-clawed golden dragon, Yu Jiao, by his side, he feared no formidable adversary unless they were at the late stage of the sovereign rank. Early-stage sovereigns were easily dealt with, while mid-stage sovereigns could be gracefully evaded. Suddenly, the cauldron emitted a radiant glow and ceased its spinning. Success. A spherical mass of gas slowly floated out from the cauldron, and Yi Kuei opened his mouth to swallow it whole. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Yu Jiao watched with eager eyes as Yi Kuei consumed the gas, a glistening droplet forming at the corner of his mouth, and he swallowed his own saliva in anticipation. Jiang Qing, unable to restrain himself, followed suit. As the gas exuded an incredibly enticing aroma, emanating a temptation that was irresistible to all living beings. After all, it is the essence of countless monstrous beasts within that great mountain. Should an ordinary individual consume it, they might instantaneously transform into a formidable force, though the more likely outcome would be a violent demise. Yi Kuei exhaled softly, feeling a marked enhancement in his cultivation. With just one more attempt, he could achieve a breakthrough. He felt no discomfort, for this essence had been refined by the demon refining pot, purging all negativity and impurities. Yi Kuei's eyes sparkled with intensity, and a smile involuntarily crept across his lips. How invigorating! If only he had utilized the demon refining pot to extract the essence of the beast sooner. However, it seemed he had not had the opportunity before. As the beast tribes within the Huaxia realm were his own kin, it would have been inconceivable to refine them. Yet, it is not too late now. Once he has refined the entirety of the demon realm, could he not then ascend to the esteemed rank? What lies beyond that tier? Such thoughts filled him with anticipation. While Yu Kuei was lost in contemplation, he felt a tug at the hem of his garment and promptly glanced down. His gaze met that of Yu Jiao, whose eyes were filled with longing and a hint of grievance, her little mouth pouting. Upon seeing her expression, Yi Kuei instantly understood. She was undoubtedly upset with him for not sharing a portion of the beast essence. Do you desire it? Yikuei gazed at her with a playful smile, his hands idly toying with the demon refining pot. Yes, yes, yes. Yujio nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grains. Well then, I shall share some with you next time. Hooray, you are the best, big brother. Yujio exclaimed with delight, leaping into the air. And, what about me? Could I also receive a share? A voice, lacking confidence, emerged, prompting Yujio to turn his gaze. A pair of watery eyes glimmered with hostility. What division? He is not your elder brother. You have no claim. What a jest. If a portion were to be allocated to Jiang Chong, it would inevitably diminish his own share. Absolutely not. Indeed, I am not your elder brother. Why should I share with you? Yikuei regarded him with a broad smile. Elder brother. Jiangxing suddenly called out to Yikuei, his eyes fluttering playfully. Yikuei, Yujio. It was unexpected that Jiangxing, who had never yielded, would so unprincipledly address him as elder brother. Perhaps the allure of the essence extracted from the alchemical cauldron was underestimated. Chapter 97. The Thunderbird of the Noble Rank. Yikuei glanced down at Jiangxing. Perhaps he could indeed recruit him as a subordinate in the future. To conquer the illusory divine realm, a capable manager would be essential. Jiangxing perfectly fit this role, boasting commendable talent as the son of the Corpse King. In light of your calling me elder brother, I shall grant you a portion of the beast essence I refine henceforth. Thank you, elder brother. Humph. Yujio let out an irritable snort, casting Jiangxing a fierce glare. As Yikuei and his companions prepared to depart from the mountain, a sharp cry echoed. Suddenly, the sky darkened as a colossal thunderbird, crackling with ferocious lightning, descended before them, toppling the surrounding trees. The thunderbird, curious, gazed at Yikuei and his companions. Its tooth-filled maw opening to emit a deep voice. Who are you? Why have you appeared on Feather Seal Mountain? Where are the demon clans residing here? Why can't I see a single one? Upon finishing his words, a ferocious aura erupted from him, surging towards Yikuei and the others. The six-clawed golden dragon. Yujio glared at the thunderbird, instantly unleashing a formidable presence that clashed with the opponent's force. HM? The thunderbird's pupils constricted, astonished as he regarded Yujio. He felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from the other, akin to that of a superior, even evoking a desire to kneel in reverence. Not even a demon sovereign could elicit such a thought. What is happening? Could this young girl be of a higher echelon than a demon sovereign? The thunderbird retracted his aura, a flash of white light transforming him into a middle-aged man with flowing white hair. You are a demon, yet you associate with two humans? The thunderbird furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Yujio. I believe you are mistaken. We belong to the Corpse Clan. Yikuei replied nonchalantly. It appears that by refraining from revealing my identity, even the respected ranks cannot discern that I am of the Corpse Clan. Furthermore, young Jiangcheng seems to possess remarkable abilities as well. Regardless of your identity, this is not a place for a spirit rank to speak. The man, transformed from the Thunderbird, cast a disdainful glance at Yikuei before focusing his attention on Yujio. He was intensely curious about the origins of this young girl. Hey, were you inquiring about the whereabouts of the demon clans? I can provide you with an answer, Yikuei remarked with a smile, though her tone was laced with icy undertones. HM? Speak. The man shifted his gaze to Yikuei. This mountain falls under his jurisdiction, and he was quite concerned about the demons who had suddenly vanished without a trace. Yikuei grinned and remarked, because I have devoured them all. The taste was quite delightful. With that, he deliberately licked his lips. Boom. As his words fell, a large crater appeared where the man had previously stood, and his figure swiftly appeared before Yikuei. His hand, crackling with electricity, thrust forward, fingers poised to pierce Yikuei's throat. Regardless of the truth in Yikuei's words, daring to speak such in his presence warranted a price, his life. Yet, Yikuei stood composed and unflustered, gazing at the advancing fingers without a hint of panic. Bang! Just as the man's attack was about to reach Yikuei's throat, a small fist struck his abdomen, sending him hurtling away like a cannonball for 1,000 meters. After crashing through countless trees, he finally came to a halt, his icy gaze fixated on Nichio, who stood protectively in front of Yikuei. Whoosh! In an instant, the man returned from 1,000 meters away, his attention suddenly drawn to the two small dragon horns atop Nichio's head, causing his pupils to constrict once more. He was at the initial stage of the sovereign rank, while the opponent was merely at the peak of the elemental realm. Not only had he been sent flying by a single punch, but he could also sense the oppressive aura of a superior being emanating from her. Coupled with the dragon horns, a legendary creature flickered to life in his mind. A dragon. A genuine dragon. A being of a higher order than even the dragon demon sovereign. How dare you lay a hand on my brother? I shall crush you. Night Jiao glared fiercely at the man, her small hands flailing in a fierce manner. Crush him. Jiang Qing also glowered menacingly at the man, albeit hiding behind Night Kuei. Embodying the very essence of a fox borrowing the tiger's might. Are you the Dragon Clan? Regardless of your identity. With that exclamation, Yi Jiao materialized before the man, her diminutive fists dancing wildly with fervor. Bang, bang, bang. The man, caught off guard, hastily retaliated, matching fist to fist. Yet, as the confrontation continued, astonishment flickered in his eyes. To his disbelief, the punches charged with the power of lightning from his own body had no effect on his opponent, who seemed unfazed. Instead, he felt a tingling sensation in his arm. The sheer might of her physical form was astonishing. Realizing he could not compete with her raw strength, the man resolved to create distance between them. However, Yi Jiao denied him any opportunity to retreat, her relentless barrage of strikes resembling a tempest, leaving him no room to breathe. Her onslaught was incessant, akin to an insatiable force. After approximately a minute, the man could no longer contain his fury and let out a furious roar, unleashing a torrent of lightning that wreaked havoc over a 10-mile radius. This explosive display granted him a moment of respite, allowing him to ascend to the skies, gazing down at the desolate terrain below. What? He stared incredulously at a particular spot, where lush greenery clashed starkly with the surrounding charred landscape. Yikuei and Jiangcheng, beneath the alchemical vessel, observed the man calmly from their vantage point in the air. A divine artifact. The man's eyes gleamed with avarice as he fixated on the vessel. Beware behind you. Suddenly, Yikuei's voice pierced through the chaos, alerting him. Instinctively, he pivoted, only to find nothing there. At that very moment, a formidable force struck his left cheek. Poof! The man spat out a few pristine white teeth and was propelled into the air with remarkable speed. Jiang Cheng shook his head and remarked, I never expected this foolish bird to be so foolish. Well, if you refer to it as a foolish bird, how could it be anything but? Night Kuei softly replied. Humph! You foolish bird, utterly dim-witted. Night Jiao exclaimed, hands on her hips, pointing at the man, who had steadied himself. My brother is on my side. How could he possibly alert you? The man probed the gaps in his mouth with his tongue, his eyes ablaze with fury. Suddenly, Night Jiao's figure vanished, and the man warily scanned his surroundings. Be careful behind you. Night Kuei's voice echoed again, but the man remained unfazed, vigilantly surveying his left, right, and front. Bang! A tremendous force struck his back, sending him flying once more. So foolish, unable to distinguish between truth and falsehood. Jiangqing, protected by the demon refining pot, sighed with a shake of his head. Night Kuei's lips curled into a smirk as he taunted the man suspended in the air. In truth, Night Jiao could easily crush the opponent without Night Kuei's interference. He relished watching the adversary flail about like a monkey. After all, the man had just insulted him. Chapter 98, Annihilation. You are playing me for a fool. The man erupted with boundless rage, his predatory gaze fixed intensely on Night Kuei and the others. Heh! Isn't it obvious? Night Kuei sneered. Boom! The man revealed the true form of the Thunderbird, descending with a multitude of crackling lightning. He aimed to eliminate the two despicable corpses on the ground, for their audacity to toy with him despite their meager strength was utterly unforgivable. Night 9, witnessing this, promptly set forth, only to be halted by Night Kuei's telepathic intervention. He wished to test whether his full-powered heavy pupil could inflict harm upon a being of the revered tier. Besides, under the protection of the demon refining vase, even if he could not wound his opponent, he would remain unharmed. Night Kuei calmly observed the adversary, his eyes swirling with the burgeoning force of annihilation. Gradually, veins of azure began to throb around the corners of his eyes, as the power of destruction permeated his gaze, distorting the very fabric of the space surrounding him. Jiangqing, filled with trepidation, beheld Night Kuei in sheer astonishment. Was it not outrageous that a being of the spiritual tier could emanate such formidable might, rivaling that of the revered tier? At that moment, the colossal Thunderbird was merely 100 meters away, its claws, aglow with lightning, slicing through the air with alarming speed. Night Kuei's eyes widened dramatically, the destructive force within him erupting in a stream of dark energy. At the instant this annihilating power was unleashed, the Thunderbird felt a sudden tremor of fear, an instinctive sense of danger rising from the depths of its being. With remarkable swiftness and decisiveness, it altered its downward trajectory. A mere flick of its wings transformed it into a bolt of lightning racing to the right. Two beams of dark annihilation surged skyward, creating fractured pathways of space that connected to the heavens. The Thunderbird, in a moment of furious outcry, gazed in horror at the two gaping wounds on its left wing. Although it had decisively abandoned its offensive, it was still unable to evade the injury inflicted upon it. To be wounded by a mere being of the spiritual tier was an unparalleled humiliation that surged from within. Enraged, it glared at Knight Kuei, only to find him slumped upon the ground. It appears that the previous maneuver has drained him of all his strength. The towering Thunderbird's gaze turned icy, and a surge of lightning enveloped its form as countless lightning dragons descended from above. Knight 9, despite his weakened state, gazed at the approaching lightning dragons with an unwavering expression, devoid of any hint of panic. With a thunderous crash, a resplendent golden dragon tail dispersed the lightning dragons entirely, revealing Knight 9's colossal dragon form. A resonant dragon roar echoed throughout the heavens and earth, causing all living beings within a 100-mile radius to prostrate themselves in sheer terror. The towering Thunderbird trembled, staring in astonishment at the immense six-clawed golden dragon. Indeed, this little girl was a dragon, an extraordinary golden dragon. No wonder he felt such immense pressure. Knight 9. Seize him, strip him of his feathers. I've heard that Thunderbird meat is exceptionally delectable. Jiangqing suddenly shouted towards the sky. Is that true? A copious amount of dragon saliva dripped from Knight 9's mouth, his eyes shimmering with an enigmatic light as he fixated intently on the towering Thunderbird. The latter, suddenly struck by a chill, felt an unsettling premonition arise within. Another dragon roar reverberated as Knight 9 radiated with golden light, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before the Thunderbird. Thunder rumbled ominously as the Thunderbird, momentarily stunned, unleashed an even more terrifying tempest of lightning. The surrounding space fractured under the onslaught. In a surprising turn, Knight 9 opened his dragon maw and inhaled deeply, consuming all the lightning in one tremendous gulp. The towering Thunderbird stared in bewilderment, momentarily unable to accept this astonishing reality. Knight 9 remained motionless, locking eyes with his adversary, his lips smacking in satisfaction, leaving the Thunderbird with an unsettling chill in its heart. The towering Thunderbird suddenly transformed into a flash of lightning, darting towards the distance. My physical form was no match for it. Even my most formidable lightning power was devoured by the opponent as if it were mere noodles. I realized that staying behind would only lead to my demise. Truly, the Dragon Clan is astonishingly powerful. Don't run, that's my dinner, Knight 9 exclaimed, immediately pursuing the streak of lightning. We followed suit. Upon witnessing Knight 9 chase after the Thunderbird, Knight Kuei hastily called out. However, in your current state, walking must be a challenge. Jiang Cheng observed the exceedingly weak Knight Kuei, frowning as he spoke. It's fine, I can take some medicine. With that, Knight Kuei retrieved a celestial bean from the system's inventory and swallowed it whole. Let us go. Knight Kuei stood up, invigorated, and lifted Jiangqing into the sky with ease. Jiangqing, bewildered and astonished, gazed at the fully revived Knight Kuei. He suddenly realized that Knight Kuei was even more formidable than those at the pinnacle of the respected realm. With terrifying dual pupils, a powerful celestial artifact, formidable strength, the company of a six-clawed golden dragon, and the ability to instantly restore to peak condition with the bean, it seemed he possessed many secrets yet to be unveiled. He had every reason to believe that Knight Kuei would soon become the most powerful entity in the illusionary god realm. Indeed, it appeared that this elder brother was remarkably sagacious. Thunderous roars echoed. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Before long, Knight Kuei carried Jiangcheng to a site several mountains away, where incessant booming sounds and cries resonated. Waves of golden and lightning light flashed continually, and the sounds of collision indicated that a fierce battle was underway. Several smaller peaks in the vicinity had even been flattened. Goodness, have we stumbled upon a bird's nest? As they drew closer, Jiangcheng gasped in astonishment. He beheld thousands of thunderbirds engaged in a fierce battle with a golden dragon. Would Yizhou prevail? Jiangqing anxiously observed Yizhou, who was embroiled in the fray with the thunderbirds. Fear not, as long as there are no late-stage sovereigns, Yizhou shall remain unscathed.